can't. I just think it would be the biggest discovery of the millennium, which is part of the problem. Because I think, unfortunately, in Egypt, and this is just my intuition and my sort of read of the situation, what's happened is that the reality is the groundwater level is rising, right? So it's kind of attacking that part of the site, at least the higher levels of the labyrinth, for sure, are suffering in this salty groundwater, right? It is going to slowly erode because that groundwater's come way up. We know it's come way up because Flinders Petrie, back in the late 18th, early 19th century, actually got in to under the pyramid. You can't today, if you go to that pyramid, there is a passage you can go down. You can go down a few steps and just throw a pebble. It's just water, debris and mud. So
this water table, it has risen slowly over.
No, since the 1960s, since they built the dam. So it's the high dam. So what happened? This is the problem, right? So you've got all these factors. It's where it is. So it's in Hawara, the neck to the phone. Now, Egypt, I love Egypt. I go to Egypt a couple times a year every year, and fantastic. They are one of their food holdings is like the net biggest importer of wheat. They eat all the agriculture they can get. The farm is a huge agricultural area. There's a huge irrigation canal called the Barwabi Canal that's been cut in there in like the 1840s. Thank God, the Suez Canal made it. Cuts it in there, so you've got this situation like, all right, all this agriculture happening, farmers' water rights messing with this, and it happens to be running through this ancient, but it could be the biggest discovery of our time. And it's happening because we built a dam on the Nile. And what happened with the high dam in the 60s, like there's a low dam the British built in like 1901, 1902, then they actually partnered with the Soviet Union to build this monument to Egypt, Soviet Union French. But when they built that high dam, it essentially stops that yearly cycle of inundation. Because everyone, you always talk about Nile flooding, right? Every year that rains in Africa in the south, you get this huge flood that comes up the Nile and it floods out. You get this deposit of black mud and real fertile ground, and they would use that to farm. They built the dam, and you get rid of that cycle, right? And what happens, people, it seems counterintuitive because people are like, well, it's not novel. No, what the dam did was eliminate the 9-month dry season. So 3-month wet season, but then you don't have that 9-month dry season now. Essentially more water, more time in the Nile, which is having this effect of rising the water table. So you combine that with the size of Hawara and the project, the scope of the project to try and remediate and save or excavate, start working at the labyrinth. I mean, you're talking like, it's not an easy problem to solve on an area that size to try and get the water out, divert the farmers' water, deal with all of those problems. And then, so what I think the options that you might have been left with here is like, well, it's either going to cost us an absolute bomb to try and do this for like, we don't know what sort of gain. It'll probably be a decade before that place is suitable for tourism. There's not much to see there even now. Or we basically say we've discovered it, but we're not going to do anything about it because it's too expensive and you're going to face a lot of international criticism for that. So I think the decision was likely made, in my opinion, complete speculation, that it's just easier to brush this under the table. This never happened. We never discovered this.
What do I like to study?
This doesn't exist. Let's just realize that I like use a plateau.
What I like about the was the history of ideas, how ideas change over time.
Now, when you say millions, are you going to say dollars or are you going to say gallons of water?
No, dollars. I mean, I think the project, the remediation project at Hawara would not be it's not a simple thing. In fact, they did do, there was another expedition after the Matahar expedition in like, this was 2009, Cairo University along with the university went out there to try and figure out what is the deal with the groundwater, where's it coming from, like what direction they were doing geological test bits and all these boreholes to figure out the water situation. According to them, that information was also covered up because they also did ground penetrating radar surveys, also confirmed the labyrinth. The guy who was in charge of that at Cairo University was actually put in jail by, again, this is on their report when the information finally came out in 2017. He lost his job, obviously, as part of it. So they covered that up too. But they had tried to, I guess, for working on the site. Like, I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's on their report, though. That's what they say, is that he was jailed because he allegedly halted the project and then put the guy in jail. This is what they say on the report from that expedition, that work which came out a decade after they'd done it. And I read up on the internet, I'm like, well, this is interesting because their results are interesting, but even after their conclusion was, well, the water's a very complicated problem. It's come from a couple different directions. Northeast is the shallows, like it's coming in from this way, it's like coming from another direction. They'd have to dig a lot more test holes in a wider area to really figure it out. And I think you'd have to start digging remediation wells, put in pumps and just try and pump that, if not canal and then treat the thing out like a massive side, and then you can start to worry about, all right, we're going to get some dirt out, start to export.
Could it be done without interrupting the farm?
Probably. Yeah, I mean, I think it's we could do it. I think that you could divert the Barwabi Canal out of the way if you had to. I just think it is
someone where someone had some deep pockets.
Yeah,
don't you want to know? Yeah.
Well, the crazy thing is too is that according to the, because the story doesn't end there. Like when you get into the modern space-based scans, Velamaras and geoscan stuff, and I know that also I've met the guys from the Calvary project. They are going to scan that site. We talked to them about it recently because of Summit, and then I think, you know, what they're saying so far is that the lower levels, like as this thing goes down, like I said, to nearly 100 meters, there's reported like levels down to 300 feet under the ground, and it seems like they might be free of water. So it's just like shallow groundwater. Once you get into the bedrock, and it's like it's not a porous stone or whatever's underneath, just the top level sediment. It seems like it can, you know, Tim Akers said it looks like it's free of water. So the very bottom layers seem to be free of it.
So the actual labyrinth, very bottom layers.
The labyrinth is multiple levels at least. So it'd be,
is it possible that they could somehow or other from the side dig a tunnel below everything?
If you could,
below the water.
Yeah, you'd have to dig a deep tunnel. You could. I mean, it's also an option is to try. If you actually believe you go with these scans, you know where they treat is, we could probably try and get down there and just line a tunnel somehow and get down. That would be epic if we did that in our lifetime. I'd love to see it. Be incredible.
It's like a terrible travesty if they don't.
I agree, which is the reason I made that video first time. I wanted to draw attention to the labyrinth because it's just, I think it is like the biggest opportunity for us. Like in terms of massive discoveries in the ancient world, I can't think of anything that's bigger than that. I know the Calvary scan stuff is super interesting. The claims are wild, and this is like known about, like this is been talked about, and then it's been confirmed with multiple scans. You had Matamara Expedition, you had Cairo University, I think
after the failure of the Jewish revolt,
butchering that, the Polish university. Then you had Geoscan team, which was Klaus Steiner, a friend of his, Geoscan space satellite. I think it's like a mathematical statistical from they kind of use it to determine the elemental composition of stars. Is the best thing, the explanation I have, but they have a track record of being able to find things like water and oil and gold under the ground. So they've been using that as a company for people to go basically say they go dig, and they've done 3 or 4 of these. Okay, this is where you said it was. They scanned the labyrinth. They were the first space-based scan to come out and talk about it. Then you had Melvin Burrows, which is this ex-UK military technology that's very similar in tech to the Calvary scan guys. So they use synthetic imagery radar and Doppler tomography, using like high-frequency orbital imaging with seismic data. So it's very similar in the way they're in it. You're essentially, the description I was told is it's like imagine dropping pebbles into a container of water, and if you could instantly freeze that container and lift it out and shine a light underneath it and look at it on the top, you can see those ripples in 3 dimensions, but you're looking at it on a 2D scan kind of thing, and you can interpret them to show you the topography of whatever's in that 3-dimensional space. It's something similar to that. So technology. It's wild.
It's so awesome that they just have the ability to do that. Look at that. Beyond the Calvary stuff, which, you know, I don't want to get disappointed. So I look at that like it's too great. It's too amazing. It's too spectacular.
It's a huge claim. Yeah,
if it's true, oh boy, does that change everything about everything.
I mean, I'm in the camp of want to believe. Trust me. I mean, I'm sure you are, but I'm not. But I don't. I mean, I was skeptical initially when it came out. I've since certainly come around on the promise of the technology.
That's really
my
Jewish history as opposed to what I want to talk
skepticism
about.
probably still exists. in the layer between the scans as I've seen them and then the interpretations of the results.
The 3D, what their interpretations of it,
Does not necessarily
because like you don't really have a
logic,
clear view of what this thing
what's
is.
important for us to understand
You
is
make
that
it look like it's some sort of a
is a
Tesla
virus
coil or
that
whatever it
has
is. Like,
amazing
Joint,
ability to
yeah,
take
to
to very
look at,
different places
we'll see
and
that, and I want to get
the
into like the
anti-Semitism
Sorry
or the
Shaft
Jew
because
hatred
that's another
that
thing. I
500
just
years
recently
ago,
put a
1,000
video
years
out
ago, 2,000 years ago,
other scans that
really
happened
very
in the
different
90s confirming that have since kind of been confirmed by the government scan team work. But
what I'd like to demonstrate
yeah, at the
at the end
Labyrinth
of
at
this
least,
lecture is that in fact,
the interesting thing to me that happened with these two wildly different techniques is you have
of the ideological
GeoScan, which is a statistical mathematical approach, space-based still, but then you have then Burrows, which is a similar technique to the cover scan group, and it was used, and it just, so this is what Tim Akins would tell you, it was used to detect sufferings that would look at like surface patterns on the water, and they were using it to basically track sufferings under the water, so it's origins, at least in the military as far as I know, it's like the non-classified part of it, like at least reported to have said.
What sounds meant by that
their
was
ancient
that
artistic
the anti-Semite
Yeah, I mean, not ancient,
Yo,
but certainly
what's going on, baby?
It's
How you living, pimp? What's good? Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Yeah, I didn't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
I think some of it's symbolic, but you do get a lot of descriptions from those authors. So, for example, Herodotus talks about it being
relying quite often
59
on
rooms
historical
on
precedent
one
and a
level.
long tradition,
Total of, he said there's two levels. He saw one level. He wasn't allowed to go to the
pseudo
lower level.
universe in which
He
the
said
Jews
there's
are somehow
3,000 rooms
engaged
in
in some
total,
kind
and
of
not just
plan
rooms,
to
but
bring
also
individual
courts,
anti-Semitism.
massive open
We see that
courts. These are like
Herodotus didn't have access.
adapted
not to
to
the
so many
bottom,
different
according
places,
to him.
including, for example,
But
Japan
secularists did, like these guys
21st
talk
century
about the
when
secularists
there
said that
hardly
you needed a
any
guide, you
Jews
would get
living
lost in
in
there for
Japan,
days if you
but
had a guide and you was way
the
around.
noxious book, the
And then you have
protocols of
the
the other
same
design,
similar
which can be
accounts from
translated
plenty
into
of the older,
Japanese
and again,
for
these
Japanese readers,
once you,
because
I
there are
think once you
people
get
who need this desperately in order to
accounts
justify
coming from
their
multiple people over the span of centuries that are from
Now,
different civilizations,
one
both Roman
more
and Greek,
word of
and
caution
they're
before we
correlating.
get
It's like this is
into the material.
pretty reliable
We should
data at this point.
understand that I'm
It's
using
certainly
the term anti-Semitism,
in
but it is
history
really
or archaeology,
not an ideal
that's
term.
your measure for like,
The
all right,
term
there's a
was
grain of truth
actually
in the thing
those
coming
with
from these different accounts that are essentially different civilizations
Wilhelm
that
Marr,
live in the
a
same
19th century
place.
German thinker,
And what they
wrote
say is
this book,
astonishing. It's
The Way
all
to
of
the
them talk about
Victory of
the
Germanness over
hundreds
Jewishness,
and not
by
thousands of
coining the
rooms and
term
twisting chambers,
anti-Semitism,
and then also
not
giant open
hope
courts
to
with one
avoid
that
the
might have 40
appropriate that
columns
was
to a side,
associated with the much more vulgar
and
terms,
all of it being done
Finder,
with just spectacular craftsmanship. Yeah, this is the Adora Siculus,
really not
the first century
appropriate
BC,
for refined people, but
talking about that, in respect of carving and otherwise of craftsmanship, they left no room for the successes to surpass them. They say that this is phenomenal work,
Semitism.
and in the sacred enclosure, one found a temple surrounded by columns
Therefore, I
to
am
each side,
anti-Semite.
and this
It's
roof
really
this building had a roof made of a single stone,
began to
carved
acquire
panels
a
and
negative
excellent.
connotation,
40 to a side, that's 80.
and scholars in the end of the
Well,
20th
that's
century
always a
began
good
to say
question.
we
That's
should
a
really stop
core
spelling
question
it
when you get into
with a
any of
capital
these
A and a
subtranslations
S
like the
separated by a
it's always, there's no
because there is no such
right.
thing as
We
Semitism
don't know.
to be
But the answer is we don't.
It
It
is a
wasn't the flame.
phenomenon
Like, I
unto
don't think it was
itself,
the flame.
so
And then
therefore the preferred spelling is
Just go back to
one
Strato's.
word without a hyphen,
In addition
often
to these
without
things,
the
there's
capital
the
A,
edifice of the
capital S,
labyrinth, which
in
is
order to say
a
that
building
this is
quite
really
equal to the
their
pyramids, a
problem, not
great
the
palace
Jews'
made of
problem, but they
many
make it the Jews'
palaces.
problem, as it
For
were.
such is the
So
number of
with that in mind, I think we are going to have
peristyle
to work
courts,
with other
which
terms.
lie contiguous with one another.
There are
Before the
four
entrances,
basic
there lie what might be
periods
called
of
hidden
anti-Semitic
chambers,
ideology
which are
that
long
scholars
and
have
many in
identified.
number
Let's just
and
run
have
through
paths
them very
running
quickly.
through one
The
another
first
which
period is
twist
known
and
as
turn
classical
so that no one can
xenophobia.
enter or leave
Xenophobia
any
essentially
court
means
without
the
guide.
fear of strangers. This is associated
you
primarily
had Siculus's account of one of those courts being 80
in which we
columns
have
and 40 to a
a
side, and there was
significant
12,
degree of
at least 12
antipathy
of
to
them in there.
Jews expressed in a lot of the writings of
Yeah, it's
several
absolutely great. So you have
writers
3,000 rooms, 12
we see it
gigantic
in mental form, for example,
Theodore
the
talks about
Archipelagus,
the
which
roof being made of a single
commemorates
stone. I very much doubt that, but
victory
what I
over
think he's
Judea,
describing is
a reference
the
earlier with
craftsmanship
the
that you
coin.
see in
You can
those
see
real
here, for
megalithics in
example,
each
where
where
the
you can't see
comments
the
it
joints.
said is the
And
body
here,
on
Pliny
the
the
inside
Elder,
of
who lived
the
between 23
large
and
that
79
shows
CE, which is current time.
carrying away
So
the
he's saying
spoils of the temple
3,600
into
years
Roman
ago this was constructed
captivity.
according to tradition.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah,
Yes.
So that predates the
but we
pyramids.
should understand
He's
allegedly
was
Yeah,
right.
well,
Well,
if
if you look at the pyramid,
the
sure.
same way that we
He says that,
later
you know,
on.
so essentially
It was
3,600
really much more
BC,
about
and that it was built according to the tradition at the
Jewish
time.
customs and
3,600.
culture. For
So
example,
with the conventional dating of the
Jews
pyramids,
were
that's
felt
more
to
than
be
1,000 years
lazy
old.
by
About 1,000
Roman
years, yeah, a
generals
little less.
because
And the
they
conventional
insisted
dating is like,
on not working one
It's
day a
questionable.
week.
I mean,
Jews were felt to be
even the carbon dating on the pyramids
because
doesn't
they
quite
would
match the
not
conventional
die
dating. It's a
on
little earlier than that. So it's
what is the carbon dating from?
They were felt to be
So they got, yes, exactly, yes.
you know, a whole host of issues. So there's like
What is that?
all kinds of things that are based on this
Yeah,
So it's, I believe it's like a wide range, and it's like several hundred years, like 200 years prior to what they would
in violence,
say is
certainly
the
in
time of
literary
Khufu
factor. But
shops.
we should understand that these kinds
Dynasty,
of
certainly on the Great Pyramid at
activities
least.
is pretty
What's
much
the room for
endemic
error
to
when they
the
do
race
it?
as a whole.
Well, it
And just
depends
like
on the samples, and there's a lot of
like
specifics,
used
but it
for
could be plus
features
minus
X,
20,
Y, and
30,
Z that
50,
they
100 years. It
claim
depends.
to
I think
understand,
there's
but really
the
misunderstood.
error, they did
They
multiple
also just
samples.
like a whole pile of other people
It's
from
less than that, so that they're pretty firm that the
I
date
would
is
say
earlier.
that, you know,
So it
Asians
gets,
have the same
it's
thing with
kind of
Koreans
a
and
pretty,
Chinese
I mean,
and Japanese.
there's a bunch of people that talk
To a
about
certain
the
degree,
fact
a
that the
normal
archaeologists,
thing
Egyptologists
for
don't really
humans
reference that date because it
fear
kind of
or
messes
even
up the
hate
timeline a little
that
bit.
which
Or it's not thousands of years, it's hundreds of years, so the explanation
and typically directed at
it's like
Jews
that actually gets mixed into the water as the source of the
literary
carbon,
record.
and they say, well, maybe they just
Again,
burn really old trips.
separating it
Right, it becomes
ideology
convenient,
underpinning
And
the
all of
hatred
it's
of Jews
convenient, which
with
is
the
gets really
actual
weird because
expression
we
of
know
the
that
which could
they
be actually
did
quite
some
violent.
enhancements to
We
the
see it
pyramid.
in the
Like they
repression
refurbished
of
things.
the
Exactly.
And
first
so
Roman
that's the
Jewish
problem.
wars
It's like
like
you
Gold and so on,
refurbished
in attempts
what
to
and
expunge
how
the
long
practice
was
of
it there
Jewish
before you
behavior,
refurbished
Jewish
it?
religion, and so on. Doesn't necessarily mean
I think
that
I don't
the experience of
I don't
anti-Semitism
discount
was
the
any
carbon
less
dating.
serious.
I think
in ancient
what you
world.
can say
However,
for the
what I'm
carbon dating
focusing on are the
firmly is that
ideological
it
roots, the
shows
ideological
that these pyramids would be
of that
worked on.
hatred. To try to understand
I don't think
what
you
is
can
the
make the jump and say
intellectual
this is when they
mechanism
were
going
built.
on when people claim
You have to infer and say, I think this is when they were certainly
the
being worked
early
on.
Christian
that
era.
period. So
Things changed
I think it's
dramatically
possible that
because
dynastic Egyptians could have
with the
finished the
beginning of
pyramids. They
Christianity
may not
through
have
the era of
been
the church
entirely
fathers for
pyramids
the first few
originally.
centuries in particular,
I think
but really
there's
extending
a
well
strong
into the
chance
medieval
that there were
period.
multiple phases of
Now
construction
the
over a
antiquity
long
for
time
Jews has a
to
special
them
kind of
to end up
dynamic
being
because
what they are
Christianity
in our time.
emerges from
I think those are all possibilities
and
here
in
because
emerging from the mother religion, so to speak,
this is when
the
you
daughter
take
religion
a step
has
back and
kind
look
of
at the whole
like a
nature of ancient
pushback
Egypt. I mean, it just
against
you
the mother
cannot
religion
attribute everything that we see in ancient
to
Egypt
try
to our
and
current
identify
understanding
herself. In
of
other
those
words,
dynastic
you think of
Egyptians.
it like
They based their
relationship,
writings
and
and what we
using
know about them. We know an
metaphors
awful lot.
primarily because that's
Like
common
we
in
have
the
tools
iconography
from the
of
ancient
the era,
Egyptians
as
to
I'll
those
show
who
you.
found them. We have depictions shown
You
on
know, if a
walls of how
daughter
they did
chooses
things.
to
They were very good
seek
about
her own
documenting. So we
independent
have the
path,
tools, we have
to
the
a certain degree,
depictions.
that
We also have
variation
lots and
from
lots
a
of
family
artifacts
tradition will
that
involve
match those
a
tools
degree
and
of
depictions,
rebellion
right? We've got these
against the parent
clearly
figures,
handmade
and this can be
artifacts,
expressed
and this
sometimes
is
in a
across
very
all the
harsh
categories of
manner.
artifacts,
But
from
it
things
is
like
nevertheless
stone columns,
an expression of the unique dynamic between parents and children, especially say
boxes,
teenagers
pyramids,
who are striving to
and then you have this other category of artifacts that doesn't
a couple
match,
of
can't be
iconographic
explained by
examples
these
here.
tools and
On the left, you
techniques.
see
And
the
there's
famous
just no,
Strasbourg
there's no
sisters.
depictions on walls of how they
Piece of
made the precision
monumental art on
artifacts.
the
There's
outside of
no,
the cathedral in Europe on the 13th century. You can
of
see
course, yeah, in
this,
any
by the way,
category.
just
I
typical
have it in the
example
Tale
to
of Industries,
hundreds of
director on there.
examples of
It's
this particular motif.
Game on! Week one starts now, and every touchdown brings you closer to a payout with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every touchdown could hit big. Don't just watch the game when you can win with it. DraftKings Sportsbook brings the unmatched intensity of the NFL straight to your fingertips. When you're backing the first touchdown score, hitting anytime TD props, or riding the thrills of live in-game betting, every play is packed with possibility. New customers, this one's for you. Bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, grab over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from your YouTube TV. Your season starts now. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use the code Roman. That's to get $300 in bonus bets instantly when you place your first bet of $5 or more. Plus, over $200 off NFL Sunday ticket from YouTube and YouTube TV. in partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call running for gambler in New York. Call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y or 67369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. When in Ontario, new customers only. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
The
faces are probably the best people that are
staff,
gun example of it.
Yes,
and this is these
placing
to
a
me.
crown on
I mean,
church's
this
head.
is why the
During the
face
statement of
project was so.
on the right, by
I
contrast,
mean, that's a
building
real
also a
thing.
ram's
Yeah,
head
it's
and
just
a
as
true, not only a Catus stock, but the
these
whole
are the
idea
smoking gun because they connect to everything else, and we're learning so much about the precision of these. We can
broken
start with
staff, the blindfold,
statues or
and
boxes
the
or
crown is knocked
columns.
off
It doesn't
her
matter.
head
There
by
are
a
two
hand
categories across
descending
all of these
and
artifacts.
inserting a
And the
sword
advanced
into a
category
stone.
again, so
Very
you can't
clear
really
sign
make
of
it with the
discipline.
tools
So
that the
the
ancient Egyptians were
different
we know they were
type
using
of
and we
activity
found
to Jews.
they
Very,
don't
very
show this.
distinct
There's no
from
scenes
the
of building
Roman
pyramids. There's no
xenophobia. This is
scenes of
something
them making
special
giant
because of the
statues
relationship
like
between
1,000-ton
Jews and
statues.
Christians.
This is the type of
Very,
thing
very
that you see on the
significant
wall, and this is in the
feature
Tomb of
of
the Nobles in the
When we
West
get
Bank
to
of
the
Luxor.
medieval era,
And here they're
that's when
building,
this
so they're
layout
firing mud
prevails.
bricks over the
Medieval
fire.
period
You can see them
borrows
pouring on the
from
shaping and the
many of
carrying.
these
It's all very
Christian
relatively
motifs,
primitive.
but really gets
And
into
we know
this,
they made mud
what
brick
scholars
pyramids, they
call
made
the
mud brick pyramids,
chimerical
and some of
era,
the mud
where
bricks are big and heavy. We
totally
know about this, but you don't see is the
bizarre
is the
ideas, fantastic in the sense of
is
fantasy,
the stone
are
pyramid building, the really massive
to
mega stuff. The
excoriate
next,
the Jews.
the next slide
The
with
whole
the
notion
faces
of
is a good
blood
example.
libel that Jews somehow
This is what I've been calling the Tale of Two Industries. It's a whole
blood in order to
theory that I've
survive.
been putting together for the last few years. Again, you have a primitive industry that is clearly observably handmade. It lacks precision and symmetry. We found the tools the Egyptians drew the scenes. The artifacts match the tools and techniques, and then you have this advanced industry. Visibly sophisticated, usually very hard stone is the other characteristic. The
But this is
primitive
the
stuff
period
is
where we really
usually
have
soft as
the
like
worst
normal ways.
examples of anti-Semitism.
These artifacts, as we're doing analysis on them, are showing this
distinct
depth of
from the
precision and
Christian
complexity
period,
that's
and
phenomenal
very,
on
very
basis
little
of just,
resemblance
this is
to
where
the
they become a
Roman
smoking
Empire.
gun to this whole
There are
argument.
lots of examples of
don't
this.
know about
For
this stuff,
example,
you just give them
Zal
some numbers
that
Sure.
portrays Jews
So
and
yeah, the
global
vases go
relationships
back to
with
pre-dynastic
pigs.
times.
You see their Jews because
There's
they
no
have little
debate that
round
these are
symbols
pre-dynastic that
on
predate
their clothing, which was
dynastic
Jewish brand
civilization.
Jews at the time,
And
even
over
the
the
devil
last few
himself
years, they've
portrayed
been
as a
starting
Jew.
to analyze
Incidentally, I
the
don't think
various groups of people now.
once one
have been
form of
scanning technology,
ideology
LiDAR
is
scanning,
over transition
like
to
laser
another
scanning, even CT
last
X-ray
ones are left
scanning.
behind.
And
Unfortunately,
coming
even
back
in the
with
modern era, many of
precision
these
in terms of
medieval,
circularity,
earlier
flatness, like
throwbacks are still
century.
quite prominent. Here is,
Numbers
for
that
example,
very
a
much equate to
2020
some of the best
ultra-realistic painting that
industrial
celebrates
processes
the
that
blood
we do
libel.
today. It's things like aerospace industry. So where it's really important to me within 2 or 3 or 4 thousandths of an inch of perfection for like the parts we make for jet engines or rocket engines.
But
Those
that's
are the
basically
numbers
the
that we
medieval
see
period.
come back on a lot of
Now we
these
come
vessels.
to
Not
the
all of
modern
them,
period,
again, and
which
I don't
is
say
what
this is true for all of
most
it,
of
but
us
it's true for a lot of
experience
them.
really up
And
until
this is, again, these are levels of
the
precision.
modern mutation really
Not visible
relies
to the
on
naked
two
eye.
different
I mean, you're
things. It
talking
relies on this
human hair, like a
relatively new
print paper that's
concept
like
of
6 or 7
racism,
thousandths of an inch thick. A human hair
which
is 2
was
to 3
pioneered
or 4
by
thousandths
Joseph
thick, and you see
Robinson
sometimes
Gobineau,
tolerances even lower than that.
who
So
wrote this
it's not
essay
something
on
you
the
can feel or see
inequality
or
of
touch, but we
racism,
see it again and again. And the only way we can achieve
arguing
those sort of
that
tolerances today is with
various
very advanced machines.
peoples,
Especially
especially based on
5-axis mills,
complexion,
really high
air
precision
quality,
lathes,
things like that,
like computer
really
control
are
equipment.
different in an essential manner, which is a more
Right, so
scientific
yeah, if you get
basis.
into it, so
But
this
the
is
notion
the
that,
issue with
you
this,
know,
and one of the
uh,
craziest things about it, and
blacks
this is
are
the OG
intended to be
basics.
slave race, the verdicts are intended
started
to
at
be
all.
master
One of the more
race,
precise
and
ones.
Jews
And yeah,
specifically
you
are
can get in
supposed
that
to
handles,
be
you can lay them.
parasitic race.
If you're speaking it, but if you
Their
had the
racial
handles, you would
survival
have to
strategies
leave
borrowed
almost that
heavily
runs all the way
from
around and then come back with a
Darwin's
different process, a
struggle
different tool
survival of the
to
fittest,
remove
and
that
things like this.
space.
The idea that Jews survived primarily by
off the body. You don't see a
attacking
lack of
healthy
symmetry in those
hosts
spaces. So this is
and
the
rotting
thing.
them
So
out
when
from
we do that today, it's like
example
if you basically lose on positional
on the left,
calibration on your tool. So we account for that in the way we
as
do
a
industrial
kind of
design.
sort of a worm
All sorts of
is
parts. So we know how to
lose a little bit of precision
The caption
when we
reads,
change the process.
Christians save
Right?
Austria.
So we account
This is
for that,
actually an
but
election
we don't
poster.
see that on
On
this.
the right,
And
you
we
see,
did. I went back and we
fascinating
did
book.
analysis of this area of the base body in between the handles, and there's no
the blood.
drop in precision
Which is titled
relative
as
to the rest of the vessel.
A Roman,
So that
a
means one
novel
of two
of the
things.
times, very
One option
appropriate,
is,
that
okay,
shows
they could
the
handle
healthy
that positional
male
lack of that loss
symbolizing
of positional
German
calibration
society,
better than we
and
can.
on top of it is a
Or it wasn't
bird,
done on a lathe, and it was done in what you would call a single
vulture,
pass with a
clearly
single tool.
representing a Jew,
And
that is just
the only
waiting
way you can
until
do that
he
is on
lays
a
down and
is
finally
with a tool
dies.
with 5 axes of freedom. So now you're talking about a
It's the
5
idea
axis
of
CNC mill. Like one of those
association
things that
of Jews, which
you can just
no
cut it out in basically one
religious
pass without
connotations
changing
are
tools.
obvious. It's true that
Incredibly hard.
the Austrian
And that's the other challenge with this stuff and
it's like
examples of
the image is not about his Jewish
and these are actual pieces
it's kind of
from
like
vessels.
as society became much more secular in the 18th century and onward, anti-Semitism once again adapted
This
to
piece,
let go of the
at least
religious
5,000
moorings
6,000
of
years,
earlier
I think potentially
Jewish
quite
hatred
older when
to
you get
adopt
how
this
old I think, but
secular friendly
so that's the other
But
challenge that is rarely talked about is the material. Like these
other
things are
half,
from
which is so
granite,
crucial,
diorite,
is the idea of a
rock
conspiracy.
things, rock crystal,
How
basically
do
quartz.
succeed goes the theory
It's all these different.
undermine healthy
It's
societies
yeah,
primarily by
it's like I
being
have a granite
linked with each other
water and pestle,
global
and I
plan.
use big to protect it from anything. I have to protect my cows from it because if I don't, it's going to destroy
French
anything.
example from the late 19th century
So that's
showing
yes. So
a
this is
Jewish.
that's the other. It's translation. You hold a light up
It
to
looks
it.
like a beggar.
Even the rock crystal one's
Pockets are filled
translucent.
with money. Who's
So that one gets down to about 2
happily
millimeters
grasping
thickness,
the
just
entire
under
globe.
the lip.
His simian-like hands and
Yeah,
feet.
you put a phone
On
on
the right,
it.
here's a Mexican example.
I mean, so with granite and with diorite, particularly granite, I mean, it's essentially a conglomerate, right? So you have it's not a material that's homogeneous.
Modern anti-Semitism.
So inside of granite, you've got
The caption in
silica
Spanish
and
reads the
hornblende and mica
invisible
and all these
world
different
government, the
quartz.
Jewish
Hence
program to subjugate
hence
the
the
globe.
pattern, but also
See the
almost
obvious
microscopically,
images. Couple
it changes
things that become
hardness.
iconic.
So
The,
some of that stuff
the-
is
the
less hard than
large,
other bits.
heavy
The way
man with the
granite
top
takes
coat
millions
is
of years and heat
the
and pressure to bond
capitalist
those things together atomically. It's the stone we get when it pops up
monopoly
down
man,
the bedrock.
and he's got this.
But it just means that when you're machining a material like
He's
granite,
got this watch fob that has the
you know, your tooltip, it's really hard to solve that.
Modern
You have to account for that.
anti-Semitism,
You can see
basically
this,
dates from
you
the late
feel the surface of it.
19th
It's
century.
phenomenally well
Reached
polished and finished. I mean,
nadir
if you were doing this today with a lot of modern tooltips, you'd be ripping chunks of quartz out rather than just cutting them. So something
This is a
that the actual
remarkable
tooltip
text
that makes these things we know is also very refined because this is a very difficult substance to choose to work in. No stone sculptor chooses to work in granite unless that what the project
the
calls.
kids
There's a
that
reason they
Jews
use
may
marble
look like regular
is that
people,
it's
but
both
they're really
much softer and it's
dangerous, just
like
like
it's the same
toadstools
material.
with
It doesn't
a lot
very
like
hard
mushrooms.
to work. So making these
So
sort of
many
precision
examples of this
things
exist
and
from that
objects
period.
out of stuff like
Also,
granite
the
and
idea of
2 millimeters thick, that other piece in the lip.
racially, as you can see from this
Uh,
caricature,
and
but
it's-
also they
There's
are
even examples
deeply
that get even
connected
thinner
with
than that.
other people,
Flinders
whether
Petrie
they're
talked
Jewish
about
or not,
a diorite vessel that was 1/40th
So that's
of an inch
really
thick.
modern
About
anti-Semitism.
a thickness of stout
Personally,
plank.
I always thought we were
Yeah, this is
more or
it
less
here.
done with that.
Look at the
What
plank.
could be the next
That's
evolution?
about 2 millimeters thick. That one's
My
one of Matt
dismay,
Bell's
I
razors.
think
It's
I've
one
discovered
probably my
that
favorite. It's
there's a fifth
typically
version.
called
I'm not
the thin
the one
wall
to
base.
discover to see it, but
It's a phenomenal piece. I'm amazed it's actually
Now,
survived
let's
this long
turn
because it is. That's one of the rare,
what
few
appears to be
delicate ones.
the newest
You
variant
could break that because it's so thick.
Semitism,
Because
that is
again, with this type of stone, it gets really brittle. It's like glass, like a cube of glass. Bang that on
Please
anything.
understand that
Thin glass
there
shatters.
are
Same as this stone.
you know,
If they did this again
legitimate
and
boundaries
again and again, and how do we know that this is really
anti-Zionist
done
thought
outside?
that
Well,
are
from where
not
they
at all.
found, I mean, they're literally found in plastic barrels. This is
Back
the
100 years.
this is why the
You'll
vase is
find
so
some very vigorous debates.
It's and why I think that the smoking gun's one of the big reasons is that
There are
They-
religious objections to it, there are political
uncontrovertibly
objections to it,
pre-dynastic because
economic
they've been found
objections
in
to it.
burials that are
But
100%
ultimately,
pre-dynastic. The Carter culture, the
Zionism
Carter
as
II. You can go to any museum that has a
succeeded
reasonable
in
collection of
gathering
these and find them in the
support
pre-dynastic
of
section.
overwhelming
All over. There's no
majority of
debate.
Jews.
Like
virtually
they found
every
these burials and they
place where
carbon
we're
date the
able
burials
to
or they
measure
culture date them, reference date them to
relative
periods of thousands of
popularity
years
of
prior to
various
the dynastic Egyptian civilization.
That's, I'm not
There's
talking
good
about
evidence that they may even stretch back as far as
of that nature.
12 to
I'm not talking
14,000
about
BC that there are burials that go back that far. I mean, like
that a certain
like southern
reading
Egypt, northern
Talmud
Sudan
indicates
area.
that you should not support Zionism.
Yeah, it's
whatever.
crazy. And
it's the lion's bears, unfortunately, today are underwater because of the dam
is that
created
it is
outside.
basically a cover
Either way,
for
I don't
those
people
who want to hate
will
Jews
debate
to
how far back they go.
their hatred
It's just not
in
controversial
a
at all
much
to say
more
that they are
acceptable
pre-dynastic.
format. It is
100%.
exactly
And
the same
I think the
phenomenon
reason
that
is
we
that
see
there's
with
sides,
Bill
right?
Ahmad
You can
invented
bury
the term
this. If you
anti-Semitism.
have it,
He was
then you
trying
can be
to,
buried with it.
you know,
You can't do that
distract
with a
people
1,000-ton
from
statue.
just how
It stays on the
cruel
side.
and hateful
And then maybe
the
someone
word
down the road writes his
was.
name on it, like Francis
that's
II.
essentially what's
Somebody
going on
carves
with
his
this
name
term
into it.
anti-Zionism.
And then we come along thousands of years later and say, oh,
You know, the majority of
Francis
times
II's
that we
name's
actually
on
see
that.
this. Now,
Therefore,
what exactly
he must have had a
are
name.
the
I mean,
elements of
there's essentially
anti-Zionism as
one of the core principles of each
portraying
book. They do use
first,
the writing
the belief
primarily as a
that
source, not the
Israel
only
is
source,
an
but they do.
illegitimate state.
And the Vedas
And you'll
was
notice that
the problem with even dating them to those pre-dynastic settlements is that there is nothing about them just that indicates
they
they had
don't
this
actually
capability.
give it the name of a
The
state.
Karnaksha and even the ones like Toshka,
does
these
not
older
deserve
ones,
to exist.
pretty similar in
When
that
I
you're
say
talking like the
illegitimate,
burials
also
are
let me
often like
clarify,
shallow
please, that,
fetal position
you know,
graves.
historically, we may disagree with the way
with fish
hundreds of states were formed
sticks and stones,
or
very
expanded
primitive
and so on.
hand thrown
But
pottery, not
to
even
say
thrown,
that
just
they
hand
are not countries now is,
no other
is a pretty
stonework,
big reach. Trio
antique dealers that are
anti-Zionist
selling
mindset
these
is kind
vases
of
because
like
there is a
exceptional.
there's a lot of these
And
in the
unlike all those other countries,
private
you know,
possession
the United States and Canada,
because of
in
their
many
size
ways,
and their availability and their work.
one that is not allowed to exist because it is
You can get a
fundamentally
horse.
it was
I
an
know
exceptional cargo
collectors
for
with like
Israel.
80, 90 of them, 100 of them.
Secondly,
What? Hell yeah.
because
Yeah,
it's
yeah, they're on
illegitimate,
they come up to
anti-Zionists
say,
argue
I would say
that
today there's
erasing this
easily
historical
over 100,000
anomaly is justified by
hard stone
any
vessels for sure. I mean, they found
including
50,000 of them in one spot.
some
Like, that's the
Israeli
famous discovery of the Step Pyramid.
and even on
Yeah, it's great. There's a lot. I think there were even more.
Jews.
Like, this was an
It's
industry.
just
Like, that's the other
mind-boggling.
key.
You'll
And a lot of these
use
are
euphemistic
semi-exotic
terms
types of
like
stone, too. We don't know where the stone came from.
or less
It's
euphemistic.
in a lot of cases, no. We like this lapis, this lapis lazuli artifacts that are pre-dynastic, and there's no known
because
quarry from
anti-Zionism holds that
the closest one's Afghanistan.
justice of establishing an illegitimate state is so grave that violence is justified to remove it.
It's right on the
Again,
other side of
only applies to Israel, not applies to
Yeah, it's a
hundreds
hundred
of states
It's
that really qualify your
they just pulled up
arrangements. Third,
so well, there's the
the
photo.
participation of Jews in
So Turkey, Afghanistan, over here, Uzbekistan. Over here, on the other side of Saudi Arabia and Iran. So you've got to go all the way from Iran. Oh my God, so that's the nearest lapis quarry. I mean, look, this is not a plot restricted to the base either. There's a box in the Osiris, which is the box itself. Just they say it's what's for the dynasty. It's made from stone called dacite. And again, there's no known quarry in Egypt for dacite. And this happens a lot. So it's all
Back to that image here.
concrete.
Yeah, there's one of the things that
Where does this
freaks me out
Zionism
about
come
is
from?
when you go
It's
out,
quite
it looks like
distinct
it's washed.
from the conspiracy theory and the race.
I've talked a lot with Randall about this.
Earlier,
Like,
very
go back
rarely
out.
are racist
Look at
elements
that
brought
below.
in.
Yeah, the Sahara.
There is a certain amount of conspiracy thinking and the idea that
That's
Jews
what it
around
is.
the world
But that's
are
crazy.
united
It
in
is.
supporting
Like, how
Israel.
much water
And
wash that out? I mean,
That's
how
actually
else would
not
you
so
get
far from the
what
truth.
looks exactly
Those surveys
like a
that
water
we have
wash out?
available
How else would
of
those
Jewish
features-
attitude, for example, in the United States indicate
It's
that
a-
overwhelmingly
Yeah.
Jews are
Yeah, I
supportive
mean,
of
some of those
Israel.
are mountains
There
and
is, of
mountain
course, a
ranges, but like I
minority
said,
who
the
are
desert,
not.
not so much.
And I
That just
challenge
looks
you to
like
find
challenge.
anything
Like, it
that
looks
all
like
Jews
same
agree on.
amount of water,
For all intents
literally
and purposes,
washed over the area
Zionism
and
is
smoothed
an
it out.
attribute
Yeah,
that
I mean,
can
there's
be
huge, there's
applied
a massive
to
amount
most
of evidence for
American,
massive,
Canadian,
giant
European
floods
Jews
through the
and so
Nile
on.
Valley as well, not just across the Sahara.
What are the ideological
Patriots
roots
talk
of
about use up on cliffs.
I see there are
You know,
three
they're finding
basic
water lines and
ideological
flint
roots
points
that
and stuff
feed
that are
into this
indicative of
new
massive
form
floods. This is a
of
wire.
anti-Jewish
Yeah,
hatred. First of all, there's a strong influence
so there's
of
the canal. You see,
Soviet
that's the
foreign
canal.
policy
Bawabi Canal.
that
It's so
definitely
crazy
helps
that when you get
propagate
to
this
like
idea
sub-Saharan
in
Africa,
the
like
new
how
left
little of that has
of
been
the
explored,
21st century.
and how
Even though
much
the
of that
Soviet
was like
Union is
insanely
fun,
green and
this
fertile.
particular ideology had itself
Yeah,
into
I mean,
the 21st century.
Well,
Here's a couple of examples from the
it's interesting. I
1970s.
just, you know,
The capitalist image, the earlier capitalism, of course, is diametrically opposed to communism.
last year,
On his
2024,
waistcoat
they released
is
a
the
paper
phrase
that
international
they,
Zionism,
geologists,
and you can see that there's Moshe Dayan there, famous Israeli general, the left, I'm not sure who's on the right
all of the
there.
valley temples. So these pyramid, all these pyramids that are on the Lower Egypt, so Giza,
But at any rate, the idea of connecting international Zionism with Israel, of course,
pyramids aren't just a pyramid, it's a pyramid complex. So
note
you have a
that
pyramid, you've got a
besides the
structure
Star of David, which is
that
clearly
down to
used
what
here
the
as a
valley
stand-in
temple
for
structure
the state of
in the
Israel, as
causeway. So
opposed
that's
to
the
the Jew or Judaism.
valley temple.
It's clear from
next to the Sphinx. Is the
caricature
valley
of the figure here that borrows on
connected by this
19th
causeway.
century
And they figured out that
that it's about
during
hatred
African
on a
human
simple
period,
level,
which
but
ended
it's
thousands of
labeled
years before
anti-Zionist.
dynastic Egypt ever started.
Here's another example,
There
same
was
kind
a
of
branch of
imagery
the
used here,
Nile called
and the
the
conspiracy
Ararat branch
motif is much
that
stronger
ran
with the
exactly
idea of
where all of these
Jews
valley
web
temples
and so
are.
on.
So it's like they were,
web
it's almost, I mean, I
strands
look at it and go, this was
in
built,
Russian, for
these were
example, I
built
can read one here that says the Jewish
at
question,
war source,
but
because I think it's super,
what
I'm
this
very
is
skeptical
not
about the
labeled
idea of these, all of these
explicitly
valley
as
temples,
Jew,
particularly
is
the one that
labeled
Giza Plateau
as
being used as
Zionist,
harvest for like a couple months a year to transport all these blocks from the quarry in Aswan.
Soviet
Again, 600
anti-Semitism,
miles away,
which is
right from
tied in
granite.
with their foreign
And there's
policy
thousands,
of
tens
opposing
of
the state of
thousands of
Israel.
tons, hundreds
It's
of thousands of
ironic
tons of
because they
granite
were
on that plateau that had to be
originally one of the
transported.
backers
I
of
don't
the
think there's the depth there. I've
1947
seen
petition
pictures
plan.
and photographs, you know,
Soon
times pre-Am
after
when the Nile flooded,
Israel
there's
established,
not that much
the Cold
water
War
there.
set in,
However,
and this was one of the
during
most
the
notorious
African
proxy
period,
wars
which
between
ended
the USSR
at
and
the
the
latest
USA,
6000
fought in
BC,
the Middle
which
East,
stretches
and
back
the USSR
thousands and
back
thousands
to
of
the
years.
Arab countries by
That's when
land.
the
So this is foreign
Sahara was a
policy
savannah.
translated
You
into a
had
kind of Jew
river
hatred.
basins,
Here's
lakes,
one
just
more
like
example that we see
lakes,
so much
rivers.
in
You had
contemporary
much more rainfall.
here are
And it
two
wasn't like it wasn't this flood situation. It wasn't this annual
Israeli
inundation. It was
soldier
just
and a
rainfall. There was
Nazi.
enough water in that
This
Nile Valley to support this
conflation of
Ararat
Israel
branch of
with
the
Nazi
Nile,
Germany
which was said to be like a
not
mile,
only
2
is
miles
it
wide in
deeply
some places,
offensive to
really
Jews,
not like an
but it is
insignificant
very
waterway.
pervasive.
But it was hard. It was running, and
what
they
joins
traced the path of this
American
Ararat
dollar,
branch,
of
and it turned
course.
out all of
We
these
see
valley
this over
temples
and
and
over.
pyramid
The
complexes are on its banks.
Foreign
And when it's
policy
like it's flooding, it's like
filtered
there all the
out
time.
into
And this
Zionist
period
movement
ends, and
primarily
you
through
get the
the
desertification of the Sahara starting around
another
6,500,
major
6,000
element that creates this
BC.
new
And so, you know, it's not like until
anti
5,000, 4,500 BC, 3,000 BC,
reaction,
that's
of
when,
course,
so that's
to
3,100 BC is kind of when
expansion of
civilization started. So
Western European states.
it doesn't make sense to me that
world,
if they build these valley
into parts
temples
of
and
Africa,
all these
Asia, and
structures
so on,
in like
kind of
2800
pushback
BC,
against that entire phenomenon, which
build it
you
where
know,
the
has
river is.
occupied
The river
quite a
is
bit
way
of
down
spectrum
there.
in the second half of the
So,
20th century.
what is the
In
response?
the case of
Well,
Israel, you
I
can see
explained in my, I mean,
illustrations
is
like
anybody
this
trying
map
to debunk
here,
it?
which
No, it's a
refers to
peer-reviewed
Zionist
scientific
secular
study. It's just what
colonialism.
happens
This is
in
like
these,
a kind of
a lot of these
catchphrase
papers.
that
You see this
basically is
in
divorced
the
from
genetics and the DNA
historical
studies.
reality in many ways.
You
I'll
don't,
just point
these
out
other
one thing, that
scientists
this may be a
will
map
not really
that
step on
indicates
the toe of
the
the
increasing settlement of
archaeologists or the
Jews
historians, right?
in the land of
They'll
Israel.
present the data, but
This is also
stop
a
from
map
inferring
that
what it
indicates
could
the
mean for the
expulsion
future of history.
coercion
So it's
and
just
migration
throw the
of
data
Jews,
out there and go, you
forced
guys figure it
migration
out.
quite often from
Yeah, pretty much, and they just
Islamic
and the
lands
archaeologists
to the land of
just
Israel. So
yeah, they ignore it
these
usually.
two
They
maps
don't get it. They don't care. It's
independent
left for like broke
of
scholars
each other.
and idiots like me
It's
on
crucial
YouTube. They
that,
pick all the right books to really try and put the answers together.
Arab lands, and where else are they going
I
to
know.
go?
I mean, thank God
So
there's
that's
a
a
place
second
where
major
like
element
yours
in
can get
modern
millions
Zionism.
and
The
millions
third
of
major
people all
element
around the world
in
can watch that and
modernism.
go,
This is a rather
what's going on
corrosive
down there?
philosophy
Who
that
really
began to develop
knows?
in the
And why do
post-war
these people, why are they
era.
so
The element of postmodernism
sure?
that's especially
Like,
relevant
why
for
are they
us
so
in this
arrogant
context
in their
is the notion that
ideas?
there is really no
Because
way
it's very
to
clear
measure
that it's
objective truth. There's no
It's
way
not-
to say
there's not,
that
you know, like
X
we know
is true.
Civil War, right?
one's own
It's like
truth,
it's all
one's
written
own,
down. Everybody knows
appreciation
people
for
were
it.
alive.
This
There's like
you know,
photographs of
incredibly
the soldiers.
dangerous
We're pretty
philosophy,
accurate
which
with
has
that. Yeah.
taken
You get that
hold in a
fucking
wide
6,000
swath
BC,
of
man. You're just
American
guessing.
thought today.
Yeah. It's yes.
Begins
The
to
further back
question
you go, the
basic
much
kinds of reality.
There's
For example,
yeah,
in the
and it's
context
also
of Israel,
it scares them.
this particular poster,
Because
which was
something like
issued by the
that,
Columbia
if you
School
really
of
do
Social
find
Work, and
advanced
it's a
structures
student
that are
club
at
actually,
6,000 BC,
referring to the October 7th
we didn't even know that was
Palestinian
and that's that
counteroffensive,
famous
and using
conversation
images
that
of
happened
a
with
dove
Robert Schock
and
and that
a
really arrogant archaeologist.
flower in
Yes,
a
which is he's
barrel of
laughing.
a gun
Why would you
is meant to somehow
laugh
symbolize
about history
that
first
the
of all?
horrific act of
What
invading
ancient
Israel on October
civilizations
7th,
is that guy still alive?
murdering
Yeah, it showed me the bunch of
takes
He must
hostage
feel
is
so
somehow
stupid now.
not only
Yeah, I have to go back to
counteroffensive,
that
which
picture.
is,
Someone should show that video.
that sounds like a legitimate kind of military attack.
Because
Really,
this is
it's much
just
more
human
like a
ego.
brutal,
This is human
bloody
ego
wrong.
on display
On the
for
other
the
hand,
world.
this kind of
You want to
imagery
be the
of like,
gatekeepers of
you know,
this
double
information. You want to be the
peace
one
used to describe
person
that.
or the person that represents
it's
this group of human
another
beings
But
that are the scholars that have
those
published
who have
work, that have
already been
taught at
absorbed into a
universities, and you're the only
postmodernist
ones.
mindset
You're
can
the only
say,
ones that know the ancient history of Earth, despite the fact that there's people like yourself and Graham
resistance
Hancock
as opposed to
who spent a lot of time, and they're very
another
careful about
example
what they
which
say, and spent
continues
a
to
lot investigating this.
is
And they
this
just want to dismiss
unusual
those people
phenomenon
because they don't have the
ripping
proper
down
credentials. Or
posters that
what are you talking about?
Well, it's, I think it's, yes, that's exactly what's happening. I think and it is as a result of
and the idea
the fact that the conversation is getting out of their hands, right? It's one of the things I so much
I think
about
the best explanation I've understood for this is
the
that
people who started this
if I'm walking down the street and I see some archaeological that says,
Egyptological space,
you
guys like
see
Fries
my
Petrie,
puppy and there's a
and
picture
they're
of a
very
dog
open about
there.
what they didn't know. Like one of my Petrie would tell me, he
The
talks
last
about
thing I want
machine
to do
marks,
is
and
tear
you can
down
read
that book.
between the lines of the
Dog
wonder
lover,
and what he's
non-lover,
I don't get it. Like,
why would I
can't
want
do it.
to
I don't know how they did it.
somehow interfere
And this is, I
with
think, because
bringing
conversation's
this
happening in those halls, you know, the academic halls
his
or
or
the
her
geographical club or whatever these
I
pieces
wouldn't want it to go
doesn't
there.
get
How
out.
much more so if
And so then
you
slowly
may
changes the rise of
disagree
initially
with
like alternative
Israel's
authors.
policy towards Gaza
best
or the
represented
way
by
the war is
Graham
being
Hancock,
waged,
friend of
but
mine's
that has nothing to do with the fact that
his
they're
books and they start to gain in popularity and how these
captivity
the
in
people
tunnels.
in the academic halls of
Just
residence that are
amazing
typically
what
considered
people
the authority and
do.
seeing this
The reason why they
conversation
do,
get out
I
of hand,
think,
and now you get to
is
YouTube
because
where,
it
to some extent,
challenges
I think it is
their
possible to do an end run
postmodernist
and
view of the
run
world,
around
right?
what they're
Because you have
saying.
to shift over to this
And I do
idea
watch people
that
and there are
the
guys like
attack
Flint
of October
that are
7th
trying
was somehow
to
justified
embrace that
existence.
new media
And when they
space
see
and try and get on
pictures
podcast.
of people,
You know, if you read the SAA journals and articles, the Society of American Archaeology, they will
hostage
join themselves like now we can
it challenges the
and they
mindset of
base
the
it out and
rightness
stuff
of their
like that.
cause.
Into it.
And the only way they can deal with
The
it is by
problem is
kind
they're
of
still
stripping out
doing it the same
reality.
way, and it's like when CNN
This is the
journalists
classic state
get fired from CNN and start a podcast,
you
and
know,
they realize,
logic,
no,
but
you're
it's
doing
fundamental
CNN outside of CNN.
overall
That's
idea
what they're doing. They're doing academia,
we
which is
see
like
even
gatekeeping
just
of
this week,
information, and also like
fascinating example of this,
pejoratives,
where
mocking,
healthcare workers
really
in
shitty
Australia
behavior
participated in some
towards
kind of
anyone who's outside of a
chat,
clinic, calling them
discovered that their
racist, calling them white
interlocutor
supremacists.
an Israeli,
It's so
they
dumb.
began to write about how they
One of
committed
the dumbest parts
acts of
about this,
violence against
no matter
Jews
what,
who attended the
those are
hospital where
the
they
people
were.
that lived in Africa. So no matter what,
That's how appropriate. How is
whoever
it
built
that,
that,
you know,
these people
you
that
can
lived
take
in
a
Africa,
Hippocratic
they're
oath,
so shut
go
the
into
fuck up.
the
Like the
caring
white
professions
supremacy
of
thing makes
health,
no sense.
and
Yeah,
when you see someone
it's Africans.
who has probably
Well,
nothing at all to
that's
do
the
with
people that were
the
living there.
situation,
If you know, if
other
you're
than
not in
the
the
fact that
alien
they may
camp,
be
which is a
ethnically
bizarre camp,
Jewish,
but if you're
and
not
then
in
you
the, I'm in
see
the
that this is
ancient
an opportunity to
civilization,
somehow act
incredibly
out on
advanced,
this
cataclysmic
nature
disaster, wipes them out. Civilization takes a long time to rebuild, finds the remnants of these ancient civilizations, and then sort of claims them over generations.
Take us back
After 1,000 years, nobody really
one
knows who
way
fucking
of
built it.
thinking. I don't
You know,
want to
and then this is
this
where I think we find ourselves. That's where I'm at. But
although there is
if you're
a
in
joke that I'm
that
reminded
camp,
of is,
you're talking about Africans. Yeah, so all these shitty things they do just show their hand. Just show what they're really all about. What you're really all about is silencing anything that really throws a monkey wrench into everything you've been teaching
shortly after
for
October
decades.
7th,
Like you've claimed that you're the expert. You've
Harvard
claimed
Harris poll, which is a
arrogantly that
very
you have all the
reputable
information.
poll,
You
basically
clearly are
dedicated
wrong.
to politics.
Absolutely, that is what's happening. It's actually it's a quote I steal from my friend Christopher Dunn.
Israel,
Quite happily,
largely
which is,
because it had,
you wouldn't trust an archaeologist to design the
you
chair
know,
sitting on, but if it's an ancient chair,
elections.
and a claim bird on it. And this is what happens. I
So
Joseph
right
Olson on a
after
podcast
the
talk
war,
about it.
every month
He's a great quote from him.
they
He said,
ask this
just
question. In
because
general,
some
in
engineer's
this
standing there,
conflict, do you
shining
side
a laser
more
on the
with
face,
Israel or Hamas?
don't mistake that for him
So
knowing more about the guy who can
first
read
of all,
hieroglyphs because he
the
can
American
read
support
what they
for
wrote
Israel
about it.
is rock
He's
solid.
the authority on it.
Here it's
You're just
84%.
dismissing
You know, It's
all of these
wavered a couple
other
percent
disciplines
over
that
the
are
months,
that I
but
think are
basically
required for
4 out of 5
a
Americans
true and complete
support
picture of trying to
Israel.
assemble
That's a
evidence,
good
right?
number.
Like you said, there's very
I
little
wish it was
evidence
higher because it
that
bothers me
shows us
that 1 out
definitively
of
what
5
happened
Americans does
in
not.
the distant
But
past. But
nevertheless,
it's,
that's the
you've got to
reality.
try and make the
But
case for
when
it
we
as
look a
best you
little
can,
closer
and I
at
think
the
we should try and
age
encompass all of the
breakdown,
evidence.
it's
And
terrifying to
disciplines
see
that's
that
missing
whereas
from that approach
older
is the
people,
engineering
65
stuff,
and
the
above,
precision
55
stuff that
and
just
above,
gets dismissed out of hand.
they're 90, 95% support Israel.
Authority
When you
figures
get
on
to the
that
18
topic,
to 24-year-olds,
they ignore it, which
the
is
figures
what happens in
basically
everything.
I don't know how you can ignore the vases, how you can ignore the statues, the symmetry,
showing
the
how
construction
college
of
students in
faces.
America,
It's starting to become a problem.
filled
Like,
with people
they're
ages
trying,
18 to
and
24,
even in the past,
actually
when
supports a terrorist
I
group.
guess the mainstream
That's a
approaches to try
terrifying
and
number.
solve
Now,
saying
we have to
something
worry
unique,
about this significantly and
examples
follow
of
it every month.
the soul cuts. I mean, just
What's
when
going on
you dig
with
down into them
American
and
youth?
the
Because
answers
they're
they
only
get
going to
and
get
the
older. Are they
explanations
going to
that are
carry
offered are
this
just,
attitude with
they
them
don't hold any
further
water.
into
They're
life?
kind of
Is
frankly
this going to have
ridiculous.
long-term
The issue with
implications?
the
How
drill
can
bits is the
young
revolution's
people
per
be
minute, right?
so out of touch?
I mean, the
Like,
course,
reality.
well, it's
Other
not the
than
revolution's
the
per
that I
minute, it's the
described
penetration rate. We don't know
I am
how
happy to
quickly,
say that
how quickly it
over
penetrates into
time,
stone.
and
I
especially big
suspect
jumps
that
right
it's
around the period of the election,
that it could have been turning quite slowly, but it's like a 1 in 60 penetration rate is the rate of this group of cores that have been analysed, particularly Beatrice core number 7.
once again,
60 meaning
1 in 7.
79%
Like if you
support
unwind
Israel. It
that
dropped
circular motion to a straight line,
4%
the
November, but it's
inches
hovering
horizontal
around
travel,
that number.
1 inch.
But when you look at the age group 18 to
Which
24,
is
you can see
500
that
times greater than
79%
how
of
we do
them
it today with
support
diamond
Israel
tipped source,
over
pulse source, which
That's
is
much healthier.
so our modern ones.
That's
Bear
much
in mind,
more
they
like
900 RPM. They'll cut
I
through
just don't
slowly,
know.
but it cuts. I mean, no doubt, it
Why
grinds.
did American youth
Also, the cutting,
suddenly
but
change
you're
so
unwinding that
dramatically?
spiral and looking at that's what Petrie was first of all like, how is this possible?
Very significant.
His numbers got refined a bit by
Could
Chris
be
Duncan,
because
more or
the
less a 1 in
tenor of
60
the
penetration
news
rate, so it's
changed
very
from
difficult to
places
explain.
where they consume
There are
news,
multiple
like
cores like
TikTok
this,
and
and this is
Instagram and so on.
this is the other element that
Conflict with the
I think
election
the base is showing us is that you have a
but this
technological
is a small
link
ray of hope.
between the base,
Let
other
me
precision
conclude
artifacts, the bigger ones
with
that
just
are
one
buried
last
in
reflection
these civilizations that to me
on
suggest that
this
they
era
were made
of
with the same
statehood.
technology.
We
You
began
see
our
the same
discussion
machining
with a
marks,
look
the
at
same
this
2-point drill
point
marks
today
on that
at the
quartz
point
piece.
which
If
is
you look
really
on the bottom, you can see that
emblematic
on that inside of it, there's no other side. You see the tool mark? There's a
And what's important to
so
bear
this
in
is
mind,
like that's the tubular drill.
is
So
this
this is
point instead.
that's a core function of how these bases were made. You would often find, so this is the mark, the mark, so they core that thing out and then they've snapped it off and polished it down. And you'll see that in a lot of bases. So we know that
The left-hand side,
as well.
Roman era, the soldier would respond to the woman himself. But on the right-hand side of the
Yeah, the bases, it's become interesting. One of the, let me
place the
talk
Roman
about the
soldier,
confidence
there
part
is
first because that's been
a
one
woman playing with the
the
child.
pushback on the bases has always become a problem because nobody's really been able to push back on the data, on the scientific and measured data that's come out of precision.
Despite the
Back to
fact
geometry, there's a whole bunch of the geometry space that indicates that they are
nevertheless, these are
designed,
designs that
they're
are
not just
at the
made, they're
core
designed with
of people
mathematical and geometrical principles in mind. They show pi, they show phi, gold ratio, no one's pushing back on that. The major pushback on the vessels and the early days of the base scan project was they're not modern fakes or something like that. They're not the real deal because they're not coming from museums. They've been modern forgeries, material. So what's happened in the years since when I first came on here to a little bit about that. That was very much the early days of this project. That's 2 years ago. Now, the base scan, particularly the Artifact Foundation, Adam Young, whole thing who owns, he actually, it's our public space. They've been in now 4 museums around the world to scan close to 100 from inside of museums with impeccable provenance. Those results are starting to come out. They're matching the results that we found so far. So the provenance thing is kind of, that's going away. The people that I think chose to fight on the hill of provenance have died on now. They're 100, they are legitimate, and to be fair, you can also find vessels in private collection with impeccable provenance, just as you can find a lot of vessels in museums that I have no idea where they came from. It's not as clear as just, well, if it's a museum, it's trust you, it's not, it's not like that. But so what else has happened is that there's other so the project came out and it gained a lot of interest from really talented people around the world. There's been several of those. One of the guys that I've been working with a fair bit lately over the last couple of years ago, Dr. Max Zamolov, who's a physicist. He's been taught for 10 years. He's a nuclear physicist, taught for 10 years at Penn State. He runs his own company now. And he reached out to me and actually took me straight to his house, and I rocked up to his house in Florida. Sitting in his living room with two scanning electron microscopes. He doesn't have two SEMs in their living room. So we started to do things like look at these through a scanning electron microscope to try and find evidence for the materials that cut them. So you should, if these were used with a tool, so the orthodox explanation being, well, it's a copper tube and it's sand or some sort of cutting medium and it's spun and ground out, you should find traces of copper or whatever that material is in there. We spent days looking at several pieces, zero copper. Didn't find any copper, nothing at all. The nice thing, scanning electron microscope, not only do you get the magnification, but you can focus a beam of electrons onto a particular spot, and that backscatter of electrons, you can then map out the elemental composition of the material. So
the oldest tools they found copper.
Yeah, copper and stone.
And what are the dates of the oldest?
Well, they go back all the way to the Old Kingdom, 26, 27, 2800 BC. Yeah, it was early days. They were smelting. I mean, obviously the older tools are stone tools, like flint. I mean, a lot of carving, you can carve stone with harder types of stone. So that was definitely flint and things being used. But there's no evidence, not up until the very later periods of the Egyptian civilization, is there any significant evidence for iron, things like that. It's pretty much copper, bronze, alloys, tin, copper.
So when they analyzed the traces, there's no copper.
We didn't find any copper. We did find some other stuff, which was very interesting. Well, the most interesting thing we did find was titanium. And titanium alloys with iron. We found iron, zinc, tin, zircon, yeah, so titanium, and it's not. So when you find
the term alloy, doesn't that refer to something that's
smelted, that's been put together? Exactly. In fact, titanium, as we know it as a metal, doesn't exist naturally. So in nature, it's titanium dioxide that is found in rocks. This was not titanium dioxide that we were looking at, because you see, again, that the SEM gives you the spectrum, right? So oxygen and titanium together, we didn't see that. And in fact, I have a video on this, and we found a piece, actually, like a small, maybe 20, 30 micron wide piece embedded in one of those grooves in a tooltip that looked like an embedded piece very brightly. When you see metals on this in the SEM, it's like a bright spot, and you can name it that, and it's just straight titanium. And it looked like a small piece of a tool that had been wedged in there. I mean, look, in our modern times, I think titanium was discovered even in the late 1800s. It wasn't used outside of laboratories until the 1930s as a material. But there seems to be evidence that there's some titanium used back here. No, I wouldn't. I know Max is trying to work on that. It was not a systematic. We spent days, like a couple of days, and we didn't do like a systematic grid search. Like even in one of those pieces, it would take you a long time to just map it properly, like to scan the whole thing. But
to play with devil's advocate, would that be evidence of a lack of a chain of custody, that perhaps was potentially using titanium to see if they could cut it?
Yes, it could be contamination. So we looked for signs of contamination. This didn't seem like contamination. In fact, at the end of when we finished scanning, we actually he had some titanium dust. We put some on one of the pieces and put it in to see what that would look like. Just these, like a tiny, just like literally a matchstick, and just the tiniest end, and just have and then look at that under the microscope to look at what contamination. This didn't seem to be contamination. You can't rule it out. We found other types of metals as well.
Didn't seem to be contamination. What is the reason why it didn't seem to be that?
Well, because it didn't. What contamination would look like if so it's like smaller specks where you can actually see the material. The one piece that we found, it seemed to be embedded in the stone, like it was as if something like this tiniest fragment of the tool or some sort of, imagine it was a tool tip, wedged itself in the stone and then it stayed there, but it was only like 20 or 30 microns wide, which is pretty big under a scanning electron microscope.
But that was the only piece of titanium.
We found other specs of it, and then occasionally it'd be titanium and iron mixed together. We also found specs of like zinc, zircon, and tin, and various combinations. I think it's grounds for more investigation. I think the most significant thing was the no copper thing, because that's like no copper. That to me was the biggest takeaway. The fact that we found some other elements in pieces of what, let's say, questionable provenance. I know are legitimate pieces from these vessels. Ideally, the best thing, if we could, this would be the intentions to do something like this. I know that there are fragments of vessels in the step pyramid. There's hundreds of thousands of them down there still. In fact, like the last time we got down to the very bottom level, which is there's a special permission required to get into the step pyramid, and then even then they generally won't let you down to the bottom level. There's another ladder 30 feet down to the big bottom level. It goes down further, but then here's this little table again. But in one of these corners of this very bottom level, like 150, 200 feet under the step pyramid, we found a wall, and it was a collapsed. It must have been a collapsed magazine of these vessels, and this is the place where they found 50,000 of them originally. Like John Philippe Loyer and the Knights found this huge cache of these vessels there. And in this wall, it's an incredible little video. I've not published it. I mean, I do want to talk about it, but you literally see that it's like a wall of dirt, not rock, but dirt. And in the wall, there's like fragments of vessels because it had been a cache of them. There was something, a tunnel had collapsed and it had been crushed. So you got these like pieces of worked granite or diorite or whatever just in the wall. So that would be interesting if you could go down there and like get their permission to say, well, let's sample, because you have then, you know, you've basically got it in its original environment from dynastic Egypt and put it in a Ziploc, whatever, just keep it, don't mess with it. Clear chain of evidence and then scan it. So I think it's an interesting observation of that. Oh shit. I think there's a Russian group that did something similar, and they also found metals. I think they found titanium as well, LAH, the Laboratory of Alternative History.
How is titanium made?
It's a smelting process from titanium dioxide. I don't know the specifics of it, but you have to take that titanium dioxide and I assume smelt it down or do something like it. Again, it took us up until the 1930s to use it anywhere outside of labs. So it's super interesting. That's the most interesting thing I've found. So he's a crazy dude, an interesting guy. He's doing fusion experiments in his spare bedroom. I've got like a six apparatus surrounded by boxes of borax. 10-foot Tesla coil below. So he took. So again, then this ties back to the tool marks. It ties back to a question you asked me once in last, which is what's my model speculation. I actually have some now, which is based on some evidence in its early days. He has published on his website, but he took precision vases. He took base rock samples of the rock that these were made from the place. I actually got him a piece of basalt. He took non-precision vases and he put them in a germanium detector, basically to look at the radioactive isotope sort of baseline radiation of these pieces. And it turns out the precision vases are radioactive. They're 2 to 3 times. He's tested several. Relative to the rock samples and the non-precision vases, they have 2 to 3 times the thorium decay products in them. All of them so far. And in fact, that piece right there has the quartz piece or the crystal piece has a notable cesium-137 signature as well. So that's an interesting nuclear titanium. Could be. I don't know about that. But it's again early days, but he has published it on his website, the findings, and he's obtaining more equipment to do more testing, some more in-depth testing that he will be much more definitive about. He did take some recently to the Petrie Museum in London to test some of their artifacts, but it's a very interesting result, this has to have been something that irradiated these vessels that give them that signature, even after however many thousands of years with the half-life. Again, we're comparing it to the base rock samples and the non-precision base, which have, they're just like, that's nothing. They're not dangerous or anything. It's just above a baseline. But 2 to 3 times, so something happened to them. And one of his hypotheses, which is very interesting, is a concept called nuclear machining. So he actually, this is not a new idea. It's not something we figured out how to do as a civilization yet. We're on that path that you can, if you take his theory is something like palladium or another like radioactive material that is a strong alpha or beta particle emitter that you could put on a tool, it would ablate either neutrons or its plastic electrons or something. It would ablate the stone surface away in such a way that you could carve this stone with ease, kind of like a lightsaber basically, and it would also leave a signature in the stone. And fuck yeah! And you take it back to that penetration rate of that spiral tooth. Yeah, it's not. All we can say about things like that spiral tooth drill and the other striations and tool marks is like it's not. It doesn't seem to be the same thing we do to the stone, and it's certainly not primitive. It's not something you can do just by hand. So.
Is anybody the cores? Has that tested the radioactive levels of the core?
I think I don't know. He might have tested when he was there recently. I'll talk to him. I was talking to him this morning. I can ask him about the core. That's a great question because if it was the process, it would show something similar. If that's indeed the process. The other possibility is a machine with this method that these were used in some method. The other theory he has that these may have been part of a process for enriching material for some other nuclear use, or they were part of a system that used nuclear material.
They had advanced nuclear science somehow or another. That's just too much. It's not too much, but it's too much. Like it's too crazy. It's so crazy, but. Also, like when you do see some of the sculptures that look 3D printed, and you go, oh, whoa, okay. Now it kind of at least makes a little sense. See, if we knew for sure that there was a cataclysm and a lost civilization, that civilization had achieved some immense heights of technological sophistication in a completely different pathway than we've done in modern times. If we knew that for sure, then everything would be so easy. You'd go, okay, well, clearly they were doing something. What were they doing? But instead, we deny that possibility. So by closing off that, now you're left with nonsense. You're left with sand and it's dumb.
I agree. I agree. I think it's
something fucking crazy happened.
Yes. Yes. I think this is. I try to follow the evidence where it leads. That's all we're doing here. I'm quoting what Max has said about it with this nuclear machining hypothesis. And a lot more study needs to happen.
The nuclear machining hypothesis. Sorry to interrupt you, but if you go 1,000 years from now, for sure we're gonna have that.
Yeah, that's yes. I'd like to put the same context in these arguments forward as well. It's like we just don't. To me, the answer is, we tend to look at the past and it always has to be this subset of what we know, right? But it's like if you look at the history of knowledge and technology, give us 50 years, 1,000 years, 50,000 years, you know that there's more out here to the sides that we're going to learn, right? So that means there are realms of science and technology that we don't know anything about. I think if we were a bit more open-minded about investigating some of these mysteries of the past with some of these inexplicable characteristics, the precision of machining, the engineering things, how the stone was cut, I think some of those answers could lay in those realms of the unknown. And by being open-minded about them and by investigating them with all of our capability, we might even end up learning something about them, which is what we're doing. Like the phase scan project, we're learning the depths of precision, some of the machining aspects of it, and Max is starting to learn, like, okay, there's some weird, like, radioactive characteristics of these things. Let's try and look more and figure out some more. I mean, we can speculate a bit now, and I want to be clear, this is all very speculative at this point. Lots more testing and data is required to even shore up some possibilities, but the fact remains there are possibilities.
Right. And it's also just a linear path of progression, always. But that's not even the case today. right? You can go to ancient sites, whether it is Mexico, even in Greece, and you see really shitty construction right next to the Parthenon, right? I mean, the Acropolis and the Parthenon is right next to crappy apartment buildings. They're really close, right?
Yeah.
That's a decay. You've obviously, you can't do, why didn't you do that? Do that again. Like this.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's something, there's something weird. There's something weird going on. And this is like 2,000 years ago, where we knew who they were. We know the people. We know they did it. Like amazing precision, amazing construction methods, incredible art, incredible engineering and architecture, right?
Yes.
And all understandable, but yet more advanced than the techniques utilized in 2025 in the same area, which is weird, right? That's without a cataclysm.
Right. Well, yeah, it's also a nice criticism of modern architecture. To be fair, I mean, don't even go back 2,000 years. Just go back to like the Gothic era with the churches and the cathedrals, and then Jesus, why don't we build that anymore?
Right. Good point. But so you see a decline, at least in craftsmanship, that can be attributed to changing of cultures, but this assumption that there's always this linear path of progression, and if you go back, they were done. Go back far enough, they were done. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. And Egypt is the best example. Like, explain that.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest controversies. It's exactly. It's the technological. You're talking about dynastic Egyptian civilization, and also 3,000 years. 3,000 years, but if you look at it from a technological progression perspective, it's almost like they went backwards the whole time. I mean, you have the emergence all of a sudden of this culture and language. Like the gods, and one of the craziest things about ancient Egypt is this emergence of hieroglyphs. Here it is this complex, extremely complicated language, cultural system, gods and it pops out of nowhere. It's pretty consistent. It evolves over time. It doesn't change that much. I mean,
organize themselves.
Samaria, there's a clear progressive path. We can see it being developed. We don't have that. That's not the case for ancient Egypt. And then it's all of the best stuff is the oldest. It's the biggest stonework of Valley Temple, 2,500 tons of granite. In the King's Chamber structure that's in the Great Pyramid. The Great Pyramid itself, these things are amongst the very first pyramids ever set to have been built.
Distance from some of the
Progressively, as you go forward in time, I mean, they get to the Great Pyramid. It's almost like it's going backwards. And it's just, technologically speaking, it doesn't seem very far. And so I think there's another interpretation for that data, one that fits the evidence a little better, which is that I think they kickstart. They got a head start. They inherited an awful lot of objects. For sure, these precision objects were around before the ancient Egyptians. They don't match even the cultures that predate it. We have no idea where they got from. They made it. We don't know how old they are. I think there's a lot of other artifacts and architecture on these sites that they match these. Technologically speaking, there's a link in the same tools, the same precision. We're seeing that. Yet these are massive artifacts, sometimes like 1,000-ton statue, that you can't bury with you. It stays on this site. It gets inherited. It gets renovated. It gets reused. Eventually, you get kings with hubris and arrogance, guys like Ramses II that says, carve my name through to be one of that sucker. My head's going to be me. I want to be part of the gods. These are, I want to tie myself to the ancients. And the really crazy thing is that it doesn't often get admitted. This is literally what the ancient Egyptians themselves said.
Tremendous number of
They call themselves a lazy culture. They trace their own history back 40,000
maybe
years.
the third if you include
They have a list of kings. They
Nile
talk about the different eras of time.
major population
The ships who were the followers of Horus was the 1,000-year period where these mythical semi-divine beings
You have the second title,
You can talk about kings and rulers and that, and then before that you have technically the gods themselves will they trace their own history
arrogance,
way back into those areas.
so his name is Rav.
What is this? Yeah, see,
the cry of
it's funny.
Yeah, this term got on in
to book a meeting
the
right now.
first millennium was used specifically for people who were the heads of establishments, as of course was the case here at Garland. We also have an important element of his lineage because he comes from a family of exilarchs.
and
That is
created
the nation of
yeah,
Lusa
the
in
Nephilim. Like,
Aramaic.
what are you
The
saying?
exilarchs were
Like, what?
not very well understood. We still have a lot of
Trying to
holes in
say
our
thousands of years ago when I was down,
who they were,
you know,
what they did,
I
what
think
exactly
we're
their
getting
authority
this
was. But this is basically
Dead Sea
some
Scrolls.
kind of
Yes.
quasi-political position
So
that was to
did they
a
write it down
particular
before that?
Jewish
Like, how
individual
long did
and
they
his
discuss this?
family.
How long ago did this happen?
Usually
What are you
because they
saying? Like, what were
proclaim
they trying
descent
to
from King David, and the Babylonian authorities
why
that somehow the head of the Jewish people. That's in fact what the term exilarch means. It's leader and headship, of course, of exile. So in Aramaic,
that's where you get to
the head of the exile, the head of the living outside Israel, the head of the expats, if you will.
what kind of metal?
We still don't know a lot about who these experts were and how they related to the Galileans, these senior rabbis, but nevertheless, Rabbi Rothschild connected both parts of his family to the rabbis and to the exiles. His first teacher was his father, Rabbi Hanina, and he was also taught by his grandfather, Rabbi Yehuda, who also did what exactly was he doing? What's his position there? He was associated
All
with
layers
the
converge in the central corridor avenue, leading each of shopping mall where you can see all fours from one vantage point. My personal interpretation is that this entire wall was constructed to house a centrally positioned, freestanding object about 40 meters long. The central object is hard to classify and appears metallic.
the elders of the Academy of Shura, who were one of the Vita and the two of them had a rivalry that lasted centuries. Shura was the older, Rav Shura then was associated with the younger, and the Vita. When he took it over, the Vita was really in decline. Rav Shura Gaon was very instrumental in turning that around in two particular ways. The first is he demonstrated with the surrounding Jewish population, saying that it is a moral obligation to support institutions of higher learning, which is something that I worked so hard to certainly resonate with. And the material signature is like
unlike
do their
anything
part
I've
to
seen in
support
my
the
entire
people
career.
who are
But it's
toiling
there,
away in
undeniably
scholarship.
there.
And that
The
actually
future,
really
find out what it is to
firms up the financial foundation of the Yeshiva
He did
Publica.
interdimensional or interstellar
Connected with many other communities in
The
the
Egyptians
rapidly
told about
expanding
Stargates.
diaspora of
Go
Jews,
to
and
where is
insisted
it?
on the
There's
centrality
actually a couple
of
places, the
the
literal
Mesopotamian
translation.
yeshivas, Surah
You can read it on the walls. I always show people when we go there. It is there are 2 or 3
This is the
depictions
place
of
where if you have a
Stargates.
question, you've got to send it
Translation
to
for
a
showing
Surah
a
or
constellation
preferably
with a gate, and it's a
So this is
specific
essentially what
constellation.
he did. If you have a look at
A
this
couple
map
of
here,
different, they're all
you can see
different
the Surah
constellations.
Vita is
There's pictures of Stargates from
Iraq, but
their
there are
temple.
Jews
You
who
can see
are
the
really
upper
moving
rooms.
across the coast of North
Yeah, it's up
Africa.
where the
They're
zodiac.
going into
So
Spain.
that's actually
We
the
even have,
there
this
is
map
incredible.
doesn't
Like
really
it
show
is
it,
a
there's some color coding,
star
but we have Jewish
oriented
communities
temple. There's
in
massive
Rome.
depictions of the
We
zodiac.
have Jewish
And
communities
this
on
is
the
all
Black Sea littoral. We have
redone
Jewish
from all the
communities
versions of the same temple.
up into
That
the
is the
Frankish
translation
kingdom,
of the
what would be today Germany,
It
would
literally
be
translates
the
as Stargate.
Ashkenazi. So he communicated with all
That
these
is
communities and
part
said
of
that,
it's
hey,
that's,
you
I
know,
mean,
we
the
can help
ceiling is
you
the
out
zodiac.
with
You
questions
even
about how
have
to
depictions of
observe
like
Jewish
solar
practice
boats
and
going
so
up
on.
to the moon.
And that's where this
Randall
text
loves that
originates.
temple.
Rabbi Yaakov ben
From that
Isim
temple.
ben Shachin
No,
of Hairan, which is
it's
a city
actually-
in North Africa, with the
you have to
questions
look
about
up
Shira Gaon. Because one of the glowing
just
Jewish
Stargate
movements
Cliff.
at this time was the so-called Karaite movement. It was a fairly new phenomenon, but it was gaining tremendous strength. And in fact, there's still followers of
I don't see
Karaism
the
alive
exact
today.
one, but it's not. I mean, it's literally a cluster of stars that represents a constellation and a flight like
Judaism
this.
was that the oral Torah was a fabrication.
Have it on
That it was not grounded in some kind of scientific revelation, which is something that rabbis hold very dear. The very first line in Pirkei Avot, it says,
It's not on that one. I didn't think we'd get into
Torah
that Stargate.
Yeah,
I'm trying to
pass it
find
on to and so on. There, it's not just
found it
written
from
books of the
a
Torah,
video
but
from
the so-called
Trevor
Torah,
Crossing on
Tosha
YouTube.
Balpeh,
The videos
which
titled
includes
Hieroglyphic
the
Proof of
texts that
Stargate
are embodied in the
Technology
Mishnah,
with
the Gemara, and so on,
Abraham
in the Talmud.
Mike
And so the edifice of rabbinic Judaism is really heavily dependent on the authenticity and the
It's like there's a cliff, there's you can see the star, there's a gate. Actually, if you try and find one of the other pictures, maybe the star is the circle, which one the star is supposed to be. Yeah, there's the star on the right. There's a hard cliff. So again, it's Stargate. It's the see the gate, and then there's the star, and then they shoot that like perfect whatever it's called. Oh, I see. So
could you please
how do we translate fucking
how the tunnel came
yeah, it's
how do you get this done, and how do I essentially defend against the charge of the power? So Rabbi Rothschild wrote back specifically a short book-length letter that described the oral tradition and in particular mental detail on how the Talmuds were formed, how the Shemirs and Samuel were formed, how they were organized, and going and so on. Absolutely fascinating. This document dates from the year 987. So it's really important document. It's separated several hundred years
the stars above the gates.
from the
So
period.
it's really different. These analytic words, they relate to specific constellations. This is in the top
We'll also
the
say one
zodiac
other
room
important
at
is that
Dendera.
fascinating, there are many little details that are different from
This is original wireless, and it is a
Talmud.
translation of
For
this.
example, I mentioned earlier the
constellations. Say what it is.
one
Bananas.
if you look at the Talmud, there's a whole discussion there about the students of Rabbi Akiva,
Off the top of
who
my head,
was himself a supporter
we
of
do tell
Bar
people
Kokhba,
when we
how
get into it,
24,000 of
there
them
is,
died
yeah,
in
I can
a
find out
plague,
that I don't
which
know off
the
the top of
Talmud
my head. Sorry.
identifies as Askara,
That one you just
or in English, diphtheria. So there's a
yeah.
lot of other discussions about why they could have died and things
Yeah,
like
more
that.
gates. They say similar. Again, the gates.
So
Crossroad, get the
Shiragowan
stars.
says it wasn't the plague, he
That's
says it was persecution.
yeah. So
because of
when they're
Shabbat.
referring to
But
a
somehow they were
Stargate, are they
persecuted. Now that
saying
makes
in any
perfect
way
sense
with
if
that?
you think of Rabbi Akiva's students
No,
following
it's I mean,
their
most of
in the rebellion
interpretations
against Rome.
these days, but it's always symbolic. I mean, they
Because
do
then,
look
of
at
course,
like
they
Osiris and
unfortunately swept up in
the relations in the sky as being connected to the Duat or to
perhaps
this
Rabbi Shiragowan is
Duat being
giving
in
us
this space.
new insight
The goddess
into
who
what
is the sky, and it's all part of that
decides to obfuscate
passage from the soul realms of the immortal happens after death. So this is the symbolic interpretation that we give it and say, oh, this is none of this. It sort of falls into that area a little bit of like everything is symbolic, everything is ceremonial, nothing is functional. I'm fascinated by these temples because it goes back to something you were saying earlier. And I use this analogy to kind of set the stage for it. Imagine if younger drives happen to us tomorrow, whatever, I hope it doesn't. But say it wipes out civilization, but we survive, humans. Within, 2, 3 generations, we're sitting around campfires telling stories about fucking these things that were like a black rock, and it's just, it's like all plasma TVs, but you say, look, if you get this shiny black rock, you can get answers from the ancestors. You know everything, you can talk to anything, you can see anything, you can ask a question, you can answer things, and maybe you go and you start getting black rocks and making them like this, you start dancing around the fire, you start ritualizing this memory of technology. Now, if you take that concept and say there's a cataclysm, and now there's people that remember, they tell these stories, the stories are passed down. Now imagine there's a civilization that comes up and it goes through thousands of structuring those legends and stories of technology that goes through just distortions and representations and symbolism, that it's just twisting all of these stories into this iconography, complex symbolism that I think we go to a temple in Egypt that was made in the Ptolemaic era or whatever, and you see things all. I think there's a great way to interpret some of those symbols and some of the paintings to say that, well, is this actually an echo of something that was functional, an echo of technology? Like every stuff that you see has a tuning fork. Every single one on these walls has always got a tuning fork. What's that all about? Tuning fork, like a little like a tuning fork. Yeah, all the stars with the wasp head that means power. Like literally the interpretation of this symbol is power on top of stuff, and every single one of them has a tuning fork.
Can we see an image of that?
Yeah, you can look up any of the temples in Egypt and like the depictions of gods with staffs that they're touching and they're giving like the jet pillar or the Ankh, which is jet pillar stability. The Ankh is life. The wasp is power. So a lot of cases these gods are granting things, life, stability, and power, or sometimes just life and power. But
Normally would say, wow, that's amazing.
cylindrical things that they're holding that look almost like a transforming gloves. Yeah,
that's the jet pillar here. What the hell is that? That's a great image. That literally is the symbol for stability.
and nothing down what I was talking about.
This is the white bulbs. Yes, at the temple. And see, there's a jet pillar there too with the hand. So the jet pillar is symbolizing everyone's hands. And you're on a boat. You're actually part of this on a boat.
It looks like some kind of technology.
So you know what's crazy about this? So we get down to this. This is in a crypt at Bandera. You have to like go through a hole. Again, it's like an inside wall. It's amazing because the Christians they didn't get into the crypt, so they couldn't deface the glyphs. And a lot of the glyphs are defaced.
Look at that fucking air traffic control.
He's like a reptilian too. He's like a frog with his knives.
Yeah, what is that?
With a tail.
Does he have a fucking tail?
Yeah, it does.
It does look like it's like a giant frog man.
Yeah. Wow. So what's crazy about this, there's a whole story about this, and it's written on the wall. And again, this is thanks to my friend Yusuf, who I got with, and then I have Professor Jabra who can interpret this in action dynasty. I'm going to talk about this soon. Because what he is saying about this crypt is that there was, it tells you on the wall that there was a physical version of that thing in that crypt. That was, he said it was made from mostly gold, and it was the span of, like they do with his arms now, like the span of a human wingspan. I was rolling across something there called an electrum. There's the metal is 3.3 ton obelisk that were made out of metal. Electronic gold and silver. Yeah, electron gold. So they definitely used gold and silver. A lot of the obelisks had electron, which is something great for come down to well, it's fantastic. Yeah, which is really the only good reason to have them, but they're looking good. Right now, other than ball and ball, which they were which is dubious. A little bit of a sidetrack. We're talking about particular stuff I found.
Came to collect taxes and died here. And this is described in our book by Moshe
nuclear reactor.
Original is very lost,
billion years old and 100,000 other reactors.
Questionable
it's enriching uranium. Enriching uranium.
Is the reliable if it's true, of course, we're placed to yourselves in Spain.
That makes sense, right? And Africa deserves something like that. In Afghanistan, where this
one last
stone came
set
from,
of texts,
that last really everything else. I don't know. I mean, I should assume that
which are of course early
that's
Jewish texts
it's
because
happening somewhere in the massive uranium industry because that's like one of the world's biggest uranium deposits. I imagine if it's enough massive, it's uranium 238. They're trying to 235 to get to 238 for the other area. But if there's enough mass and neutrons hitting each other, it might be enriching it somehow. I think that's probably what's happening there. I know as hard as
in verse 23 of that chapter, having a great desire these many days to come to you, whenever I journey to Spain, meaning that Paul is making his way from
stuff in nightmares at times.
it's
because
to
that's
Rome, and then onward to Spain.
the weirdest.
So he's like stopping off.
The weirdest stories when I start talking about aliens is the different types that visit.
And he's making his
And
way
then one of them is a reptilian species that are the most
left
freaking deal.
is Spain. But
Which makes sense.
It's the same thing. It would be. Yeah, I mean, that just like around on Earth, chickens are assholes.
And snorkel little dragons. And the idea that somehow or another they can eventually reach incredible levels of technological sophistication and intelligence. We kind of rule that out, but look, there's clearly primates that are way dumber than us. So why do we assume that it's only primates that reach an incredible high level of sophistication? We know that crows, which are really fucking close to dinosaurs, crows, super smart, like smarter than most kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you can't. Yeah, I don't think you can't put a restrictor on whatever one produce. Especially when intelligence is being distributed by things that are really close evolutionary to reptiles. Yes. Yeah. And that would just be, you get to that, like, just like of empathy, just that reptilian brain, just aggression, like everything that's not us is the enemy. That's the mind fucking smart dinosaurs. I mean, that was a Jurassic Park, the raptors, the flamingos alarm. Yeah, they're smart. That, makes sense. Yeah, it's that whole pack. Yeah, I get it. We were visited by intelligent reptiles.
Later, they evolved
Yeah, but the alien, I don't often address it, but I put it firmly in the realm of like it's just like I think when you look at the vastness of space and the length of time, the fact that we're just this crazy massive civilizations collectively could have risen and fallen a million years ago, and we just weren't part of it, and that's literally a blink of the eye in those sort of time frames. So it's not surprising this the Fermi paradox, like how come we haven't got like proof or anything, even though people say we have, but it's like yes. It's the length of time. Like we can rise and fall. That span of a million years is just nothing on those time scales. You can. So the whole species can rise to massive prominence and then just be nothing but dust at the end of that period of time.
What was her name?
And you got to try and do that across 14 million years, and even that's in question now because the James Webb telescope and stuff is supposedly way older than that now.
Greatest discussion.
We'll see. We got to find out. Like this 3-eye atlas thing. Yeah, what does that say? Harvey Lowe is convinced that it's UFO. Right? But that's what he does. Yeah, right. That's
stated, by the way,
so that one was a little odd. That was weird. So the weirdest thing about Mueller seems to be its path when it took after turning us on and accelerated. Like that was the said it shouldn't have done that, and it seems to have exhibited some motion that was not what we predicted it would do. That's as much as we can accelerate. It accelerated. It was outside of support. Yeah, it accelerated, but like to the fact of what? Well, not that. I think it was only a few percent, but it was not what should have happened according to the calculations that I guess the orbital dynamics people. And that's what I understand was that mostly its shape and size. There's something about its reflected properties as well, right? Oh, it's just because it was so long and narrow, and it was tough.
Miss Aquarius, how are you?
To catch like the long.
This indicates that
Miss Aquarius, how are you? Where'd she go? There she is.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. I get expression of secret. I play this game with you.
All right, are you ready?
I can't forget it. You already sent it. I'm taking it right now. There we go. All right. We there. Yay. Oh.
Get it. Oh, come on, give me that. Miss Aquarius, very nice strike. Get another one, girl. Let's see it. Nope.
It's okay. I'm walking around. So it's gonna be a little crazy.
You get this spare. Oh, what a great spare.
Thank you.
Wow. That was awful.
Mm-hmm.
Get it. Oh, Miss Aquarius, you got this bad boy locked up.
I'm coming. I got a skirt at the top. I'm coming. There we go. Nope. You got it.
Oh, for sure.
You got it. You got it.
No doubt. Get it. Miss Aquarius, that was fire, girl.
Thank you.
Yeah, you did have a little curveball. Give me this. Come on. Nothing is working for
Okay.
me.
All right.
Get it. Come on. Give me this. Miss Aquarius.
Okay.
Not what we wanted. I think you got it locked up.
Here we go.
Even if I got 3 in a row, you have it. If I got 3 strikes in a row,
Nope. You got it. You got it, Rabbi.
give me it.
All right. Here we go.
Miss Aquarius.
Oh, okay.
Beautiful. All right, I'll send
I'm
another
gonna
one.
hang real quick. I'm ready. Mr. Drummer. Okay, go. You gotta get some wings. All right, Rabbi. There we go. All right, Rabbi, it's on you now. There you got this. You got some down now. Okay.
Get it. There you go. That's a spare.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Right.
Come on.
Let me get this there. I believe in you. Come on.
I believe in me.
It's okay. We're not giving up.
Get it.
This is a tough split, as you say.
Yes, ma'am. Get it. Got it. No.
You got this.
Tough split. Ooh.
That curve.
Yeah, it did. All right, Miss Aquarius. Get it. All but one. And now you're going to get this one? No doubt. I have no doubt you're going to get this one. Perfect. Putting the pressure on, girl.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi. That is strike.
Comeback
Yes.
time. Comeback
That's what I'm
time.
talking about.
Comeback
Yes.
time.
Yes.
Comeback
Comeback.
time.
Up and down.
Don't call it a
Let's go.
comeback. I've been here for years.
Let's go.
Okay, you
Rabbi.
got a tough one. One of the toughest shots in the game. One of the toughest. Oh,
Come on, Rabbi. You got this. Don't give up. You just did a strike. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah. You got this?
Give it to me.
Come on.
Oh. Oh, you got me by one.
Oh, no.
Good job, Miss Aquarius. Excellent.
Thank you.
That's what keeps it exciting. Undefeated in friendship, undefeated in bowling.
Undefeated in friendship. That's
Absolutely.
Right. You won anyway. You won, you won, you won. All right. See you in the morning, okay?
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius.
Sweet dreams. I stay in here.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome. You know I'm going to stay in here. I'm trying to get up there. And this is my home. This is my home, though.
That's great.
You know this is my home, right?
Yes, I do.
Right?
Yes, I do. Thank you so much. Absolutely. You're moving up in the ranks. You are the number 3 spot, which is really number 1 for the overall. What do they call it? Activity rank, and then you're number 2. Well, really 2, and you get your hours up, and you get in a couple weeks. Actually, like a month. It'll be like a month. But then you'll be number 2 overall.
Right, a month.
Exactly.
Okay. All righty. See you tomorrow.
Sweet dreams.
Sabbath on Saturday evening based on a group of typically on social or religious groups, either within a synagogue or apart from one. Deuteronomy breaks on kosher cooking foods of Rabbi Rothschild on that cantorial teaching minor texture, Rabbi or field of approval, typically designating a product as soap, slicer, is described on Jewish circuit texture running wild, a typically similar hyphen abbreviated version of the repetition of the SH known as in the Hyman degree.
Go on to school every day, they get obsessive, it can make their day or break their day.
Informal,
I do that to yourself.
Hierarchy orthodox household, poultry neck, some poultry neck, the same around the chicken neck, which is then some, test unity, corroboration, text, rapid consider this literally, you know, the tradition of cutting textile, or before physical method is performed as easily as possible. The Melba Rabbi often quoted in first aid witness in Talmud and martyred by the women. Famous for his communication, championized organization for doing college life, especially in North American media, doing personally important for African mixed Jewish and Indian ancestry, including in solitary prayer to encourage and love, inspiration, strengthening, uplifting, honored acceptably. And we might be constantly told to be on the verge of suicide. In fact, it is important to be the opinion. To believe they maintain wiser to maintain a degree of religious observance degree, whose holy power talent leads some to rise and ground
Social media because we were
rejection and decoration or some
peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
the top dairy household carried out by standards and patronized held by the non-Orthodox Jews, which allowed certain foods but others to be eaten in non-kosher restaurants. Cold dairy refers to when needed non-meat products, such as a bagel with green cheese, cold cereal, salad, or potted cheese, while hot dairy refers to cooked dishes containing vegetables, fish, or dairy. Unsaturated ground chickpeas and sesame seeds. I wish you well to wear the same feathers on cheese and bread for relatives, wearing such a garment for accessory. It is value neutral, not implying that the garment is nice, just that it is you. If it is discussed in years of hacking and job rules, used plans for or describing the future, inside outside dealing with the text directly inside or discussions about that text outside during different sessions of that study session denies significance within Jewish law. Topic of conversation longer. Let's find that this is discover the opposite is more reasonable. We have it backwards by prohibition to food, chat, the day after the ended, simple, and chocolate. Started as a second holiday, Congress morning with manufacturing prohibited dictionary and Jewish usage with the action on the reading and study, examination and courses to develop perseverance, educated opinion, wiser daily arcade Jewish, educated, religious, Palestinian based on a person of Hispanic, not Jewish, and Oregon. Japanese, American, that gave on to by association is a popular dating site for Jewish singles. Dating culture is not serious, usually refers to actively group of Jewish couples. The network of Jewish organizations and social circles in which Jews interact mostly with other Jews by co-acceptance versus Judaism. This group of Jews who hang out together due their ability to detect individual Jewishness on analogy with radar, especially radar, neutral award, pretty hairstyle, supported by Jewish men on analogy with natural Jewish geography, Asian Jews, Jews attempt to identify common trends for occasions to Jewish perceptual and employees, excluding support staff and the institutions, including the synagogue, non-profit organizations. And school. Specifically or largely related to my Jewish or attendance. Usually adverb related to learning on manner and sports with religious or cultural values or knowledge. Common or important to the Jewish people. Jewish specific or cultural Jewish identity and distinct from Judaism the quality of being a Jew. Not limited to more necessarily excluding religion, ethnicity, biology, or nationality. Jewish that usually develop or given. Use of color of head, and insert them to identify due to family origin are originally effortless, saving just much American countries. Though are extremely highly identified uniquely, either outwardly insert the actions and affiliations, or inwardly based on self-definition. Demonstrating stereotypical conspicuous appearance or behaviors and identify authenticity. They can't stay acronym. Just for seduction. Assuming this is designation for a person. Since Saturday morning services but their authentic houses, the grandfather just approved. Cat abbreviated form of Kabbalah Friday night prayer service. Kabbalah Abdul mystical work, sometimes used as a cat altar for doing this discipline. The Jewish mystical tradition of Shabbat, special prayers and songs included as part of Friday night services to welcome in Shabbat. Cat holds holding the reception before a wedding ceremony, consisting of a hymn for men and something for women. Open to receive invitations. Catholic prayer of morning. Prayer separating parts of the service. Say, Catholic told us that we will say Catholic for our parents, literally, little Catholic. Catholic have sent their less political party to bring us forward. Onward. Hurry up, we will pay off Holy Potter basis baseball from Angel's Black Overtook. Tackle the people in that community sitcoms, so congregation found each other by extrapolating each other. All the more so. With the short time or action based on an earlier descriptive premise. Certainly. Intuitively. Why first I like one? Trickle 2. Someone who is sickly green. Plus something purchase 4. Plus stupid ignorance and 5. Academic performers like secret off key, on the end who makes the wrong move, a waiter who spills the soup. Alliance, venery, conference, drawing, apparent. The relatively minor impact should be an equivalent for minority, rather than something more serious Catholic ritual performed with non-content and more super to the group is carried out by taking a ticket over one pen. The post-long black coat with civic sense, concept of wheat growth, commonly served with medieval concept artists. For concept artists, concept of wheat growth with medieval, posing some difficulty because of the character constantly with accepted premises. Problem.
Brightness will increase over this oscillating brightness on it, and then it passed through the system, and it's going whatever 87 kilometers per second or whatever it was, huge velocity, enough to escape the gravity of the sun, but it accelerated where that's what I understand it. It accelerated where it shouldn't have. And then there was another interstellar artifact that came in that was pretty much a comet. It behaved like a comet. It had a tail. It was off-gassing water. It was just interstellar ball of rock and ice, is what they say. That was going to get a lot of attention. Now there's 3 islands. The thing is much larger. It's traveling much faster, apparently, than the previous 2, but it's also not behaving like a comet. It has this aura of light that it's emitting around it for some reason. I saw a report that said we're seeing a metallic, like, smelting signatures off it. I don't know how much credence, but we'll find out. Like, it's going too fast to stop in our system. It's dramatically alters its velocity, but it'll come out. We'll lose it on the outside of the sun, and then we should see it again on the way out, so we'll know. If it changes behavior, once he put it up, I put it like 40, 60 or something. Artificial to natural, but dude, it's so funny. I'm into Warhammer 40K in a big way, and it's just like, I'm like, okay, we're going to be joining the Imperium over here soon. All hail on the side. I think might be a Mechanicus vessel, I don't know. If that's how they travel, I'd be very disappointed. They just shoot through the sky. It takes months. When it slows down, I'm looking for portals. I'm looking for advanced civilization that visits us. I don't want the advanced Vikings. Right. Yeah, I want the advanced
mad scientists from the 21st century. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I mean, the ones who come fast on a burning spaceship, they're the dangerous ones. Because they're probably the more like conquerors, the ones who are going to rob us of our minerals and force us into slavery. You know what I mean? Yeah, that seems like if that's how you're rocking it, you're still doing it the way we do it. We have something thrusting you insanely fast through the cosmos.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I do know that like dark forest. The dark forest theory. So this came out of it was the three body problem. Great series of books by his author Turnbull. Amazing show. Great show. The books are phenomenal too, and it's just. But it's this idea that look, we shouldn't be making noise. It's like imagine you're under in a dark forest. So it's just you're out there. You know there might be other things out there, and it's this like a philosophical engagement of like what should you do? Should you start light a fire and make a whole bunch of noise in the dark forest that's full of it's full of predators. You don't know where they are. They don't know where you are. What's your behavior? What should you do? Should you see another predator? What should you have? Should you be friendly? What's the risk to you to do it? And it could be like you could be there with a bow and arrow. This guy could have a tank. So the guy could have some other energy weapon, whatever. You don't. There's massive differences in capability and scale, and pretty much every scenario works out to like what you should do is just be quiet, and if you see something, you should eliminate the threat. That's kind of the way it goes in the dark forest. It's like it's too risky to reveal yourself. You should basically eliminate that threat if you can do so safely, and you apply that to kind of the galaxy and where. To some extent, I feel like we're the equivalent of like a baby in a cot that's screaming around a roaring fire because and there's limits out there, right? And because we're just like sending these signals out into space for 100 and something years now. Well, and we just hope, hey, we're friendly, please.
Well, you have to hope that something is so evolved that it's gotten past war. So we're hoping and assuming that Space Brothers, that Space Daddy, Space Brothers were benevolent and wise beyond our imagination, and that they will come here and want to take care of us and give us information and hook us up.
That's my response. I had this discussion. I've had this discussion a few times. And my response to a lot of that is, well, we can take nature. Let's look at the apex predator, whether it's in the sea, in the air, or on the land. Apex don't tolerate competition. They don't suffer any attacks. They don't. I mean, we just dominate. Like if it's in your way, it's inconvenient, you kill it. If it has something you want, we take it. If those bees have honey, we take it. Like it's just we're not like helping them. We're not like trying to teach the dolphins how to talk. Like there's still parts of the world where we're just eating them. Like there's, I don't know. Nature suggests that apex predator, but maybe we're just. I think this is the other element that you're saying is maybe evolution leads you past those primal nature at some point.
The territorial instincts that we exhibit, like hopefully one day, because clearly we're on a pathway to that, right? We're clearly much kinder now. Yeah, at least locally. If you don't live in Gaza, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like if you're in the middle of a war zone, you're like, what are you talking about? This is as bad as it's ever been all throughout human history. It's the same behavior exhibited over and over and over again. What we want is aliens that are 1 million years more advanced. We don't want aliens that are 1,000 years more advanced, because they might be just like us, but way better. Just that's what we don't, right? Because as soon as we start going into the cosmos, we venture into the cosmos in 20 years, we're going to be the same animal, right? We're not going to be significantly different unless we integrate with technology and remove the ego and emotions. Yeah, mushrooms.
Well, no, emotions is something. Maybe mushrooms help us get that too.
Emotions. All the things, the human reward systems that exist that we currently struggle with, we would be the same way if we, just think of what we justify on Earth in terms of destruction of habitat, species, animals that we kill, all the different things that we do on Earth, factory farming. Now imagine, why would we care about these lizard people that live,
Did you take care of him?
on some fucking stupid planet? We would probably kidnap them. Kill them, we bring them back home.
Golden caves.
Yeah, right. Look what Columbus did when they arrived.
Yeah, he was screaming a few times.
Took the natives and
Wow.
get gold.
Then he was okay.
Yeah.
Whatever he was dreaming about.
So imagine, there's no evidence that aliens are currently doing that, which is the promising thing. Right. Even the abductions, although I'm sure they're terrifying if they're true. They seem to happen on, like in fact, in the Travis Walton case, you know,
out my chest.
the famous ones.
I'm
Joseph Bolt, 1970s.
There you go.
He's working with a group of guys.
I'm sitting
They
there.
see a ship. He runs
Excellent.
toward it.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Aquarius.
Unconscious, his friends flee. They come back. They're yelling at each other. We gotta go back. They go back. He's gone. All four of them get investigated for murder. They tell the story. No one believes them. They all pass polygraph tests. 5 days later, he shows up, finds a payphone, makes a phone call, and has this fucking story. But the story was that they took him aboard the craft and healed him and communicated with him, and that there was a bunch of different types of these beings. And then he has been telling the exact same story ever since the 1970s. So, but relatively benign compared to what we would do, for sure. Yeah, like we fucking, we shoot elephants. It's an avatar. Yeah, think about the horrible things that we do right now on Earth.
No, I agree. Yeah, and it's something that I always say. It's a great quote from Christopher Hitchens, which is, we're just not the end of that evolutionary chain. We're just the current version of humanity. Our frontal lobes are too big. Our frontal lobes are too small. Our adrenaline glands are too big. Our thumb forefinger opposition isn't all cracked up to be.
And we love violence. We love violence. Our national sports. Who are enormous running at each other. And the other one is guys punching and kicking each other. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like, we're so, and then we're also involved in multiple wars simultaneously, at least proxy.
Yeah, proxy wars,
At least human beings are involved in a significant amount of war, always.
Yeah, this is literally the status quo throughout history. I mean, it's just, we've always been at war with each other. I still do. I personally maintain the idea that it's still the best time to be alive, 100%, technologically speaking. But also, obviously, we're much more aware of conflict around the world. But on a percentage scheme, like in the past, it's actually far less than it has been. Like, even though it's terrible when it happens, but we're in an era where there's actually less of that going on, and hopefully that can continue. I actually genuinely think that it's one of the reasons why this whole investigation into the past is important to me. Like, I haven't really talked about it in videos. I'll put it down. It's part of the book I'm writing for sure. It's a big part because it's not just some benign investigation into the past. I genuinely think it could have a significant impact on our future because that concept you talked about of like this linear progression, right? I mean, in general, we get taught in school, okay, we were Stone Age dudes, we were in caves. Civilization happened, and how many thousands of years later, here we are. This is the only way that an advanced civilization can happen. Is on this path. Don't worry about it. It's almost like it's preordained. Just worry about the next election cycle, next quality result, whatever, right? And we just don't think about it. This is this concept of I think it's a fundamental pillar of what it means to be a human being today. It's in everybody's mind to some degree. Like, all right, Stone Age to us, we're advanced. This is the only way it happens. I do think that if you can change that at that fundamental level to this cyclical version that is an oscillation between civilization and cataclysm, and this idea that, okay, we've actually risen in the past. We've become relatively high technology. We've become, and it happened. It would have been different to us, but we fell. We fell again, and we're somewhere on this oscillation and this circular motion between several cataclysms. And on a long enough time scale, we know it's going to happen again. If you can change that fundamental concept in people, like that's what we teach people in schools. Okay, so we're rising again. We're at this crazy point in time where our technology is super advanced. We can solve some of these problems, but we know on this time scale, if we don't do something about it, we might end up like our ancestors did. I genuinely think that stands a chance of like changing some of our behavior and some of our like a little less money on tanks and guns, a little bit more money on space exploration, make solving the longer term problems a bit more a priority. And it's altruistic and it's like a crazy goal. It's I know it's altruistic as all hell, but it's just I think there's precedent for it too, though. I mean, whether you agree with it or not.
Sorry. Joseph says, Christians and the Muslims in the region of Samaria. Lamont was kind of curious, maybe we should abandon our pagan lifestyle. There's certainly a pragmatic for this because there are big deals. So, King Ulan of the Khazars is essentially a three-way debate. Here from the Christians and the Jews. And this debate ends in a standstill. So finally, Ulan says to Muslims, he says, well, listen, which is Christianity or Judaism? Certainly Christianity is Christian. And he asked the Christians, Muslims and Jews, and so since they both agree that Judaism is slightly better than the other alternatives, fine, that's it.
Nieuwe baan is meer dan alleen werk. Ik wil weten, past de cultuur bij mij? Hoe is de werk-privé-balans?
Ching, ching, ching.
Secondly, there's resemblance to
Fuck is this shit?
Ein Podcast über
Oh, garbage. Fucking ching, ching, chong.
Christian Schmidt.
Ching, ching, chong.
There's a lot of questions about the story itself, but trilateral debate, which ends up all in favor of Jews, the impact first of all, for the Jews, massive.
Hello, hello, Michelle. Welcome. And today, Yaakov,
This trilateral debate.
I said that right? Close enough? That's what I've been doing. Okay. But we didn't put him on our list because he thinks we're England from Liverpool. But he's well doing, since according to the title of one of the books I read, he's the richest man ever lived.
When was that written?
Oh, recent.
Recent. Really?
Exactly. I don't know about the Brussels one. I think they take the whole economy of the world. He owns a bigger chunk of it. They own the economy.
Wow.
He was born in Augsburg in 1459 to a family which was already rich, selling textiles from Augsburg to Frankfurt, Cologne, and Venice.
And I'm assuming this is in German principally?
Yeah.
Okay.
Augsburg incidentally takes its name from Emperor Augustus. It was founded in AD 41, and Tacitus described Augsburg as splendidissima.
Aww.
Look at that.
No.
Maximilian used to base as much as he used anywhere as his base. One of the reasons that Augsburg has been able to carry on growing and thriving as a textile town was because the Black Death miraculously bypassed the town and everywhere else had been decimated.
Sorry. I wonder how that happened.
I have no idea. Let's go back to 13 whatever it is.
But no, my head's just going, because if it was that wealthy, that means that they had trade, and trade brought it in.
Maybe they had a big shutdown, lockdown.
Oh, maybe they were smart and actually followed the lockdown protocols. Humans, be smarter.
Well, whatever it is, it is a trade. Anyway, I said Fugas were rich, but they were normal rich. Plenty of other people were as rich as they were. But when Yakov died, we owned just under 2% of all European economic outputs. So that's a completely different scale of rich.
Yes. He could have made a bid for emperor easily.
Yeah, I don't think it was his thing.
No, he just likes using them for money. Sorry. Cash cow.
Yakov's grandfather Hans had been a peasant.
Really? So in 2 generations, they go from being a peasant with pretty much nothing to the
Perhaps
richest
the most salient characteristic of the Jewish people is that, to use the Yiddish phrase, wir sind da. We're still here, right? 2,000 years of exile, millennia before that, of tremendous challenges from the...
Just the fabric. Fabric was really expensive.
That's the beauty of his life that we haven't got. He went from peasant to textile trader.
Okay.
But he married twice, both times to daughters of the heads of the Weavers Guild.
Peoples around us, and nevertheless we are here celebrating our culture, exploring our culture, exploring our relationship with each other, with the divine. That's really what being Jewish, in my humble opinion, is all about. So that's the theme that we're going to explore is how is it that the Jews managed to survive such existential crises, such challenges to their very being, and not only get through them, but even thrive. It's a fascinating conundrum, and I don't think you'll find many other parallels like it with many other populations of this planet. So that's really the theme that we're going to be exploring over the course of the next 12 weeks. So, just a quick word, because we are sharing this with, there's about 5,000 or 6,000 people who watch these lectures every single day. So if you don't sit towards the outside of the video there, so there's some information that may be a little bit redundant for this particular audience, because most of us here, we actually know each other, we are in the same community, and so many of our values are shared and so on, our experiences are shared. But let me just back up a little bit. Who exactly are the Jewish people? So as we shall see, so 15 million Jewish people in the world today, depending on how you want to give you some demographics a little later. That's a little bit smaller than the entire state of New York. And I know that you feel that the entire state of New York is Jewish anyways, but that's about the population we're talking about. A tiny fraction of a percentage of the Jewish population as a whole. Just to give you a sense of the scale, if you think of Jews are about 15 million in the world, Chinese Muslims are 15 million in the world. And I've never met a Chinese Muslim, but there are many more Chinese Muslims in the world than there are Jews in the world. So we're a tiny little fraction of the population. We are a gregarious people. We like to hang out with each other. We like to argue with each other. Life is with people, as the proverb goes. We are here tonight, in fact, in celebration of that same kind of Jewish value. We're also a highly diverse people. One of the things that people on my internet audience seem to be confused with is that, Jews are not all Caucasians. We have a wide variety of racial characteristics. African Jews, Asian Jews, and so on. Of course, there are Asian Jews, because otherwise, where would we get our food for Christmas Eve? Definitely, there are a variety of racial characteristics. Jews are also highly unpredictable. Just once you try to cast that some type of try to something general about the Jews as a whole, and they don't surprise you. Not always a pleasant surprise, but
yes, I remember. We don't trust you to have the money, so we'll give you exactly what you need so you can't misuse it.
Hundreds of years of character that adapt to get a requirement, and we're able to
3
go
Ds
create their
for
own state.
respectability, truthfulness, and rationality.
They are overall,
Oh, that actually makes sense. That you're not having to wonder why they were
thirst
given
for
those
life that
particular
express so many different aspects of their culture and activity, and that's what I think makes them survivors. This is a theme that I hope
Yeah, they also family
multiple times over this series. At the same time, we
Yeah, because they've seen the fact that someone who's nominally powerful as the Emperor Frederick couldn't get credit for
very simple
going out shopping.
that is the
They
traditional
realised
one
there was one
that
thing
is
that raised someone to the level of their father, and that's money.
that second
So he
clause
might
is
have
really
looked at the
complicated,
Emperor and thought,
but the first clause is
how shabby he was.
so in that sense it has kind of a tribal affiliation. But as we know from DNA studies,
The
these
United Trade and
hail
Venice,
from
which
all
was
kinds
important
of
trade
different
place,
populations,
because it
and
came
it's
to the
hard
Silk
to see
Road with the
precisely
Rhine.
how these common genetic
Ideally situated to import all sorts of
are made
special
over so
spices
many
and
centuries.
peppers.
There are some fascinating studies that
Jacob
point to
stayed
the
and
common
traded in the
ancestry
Fulgark
of
of the Texas,
Kohanim, most priests that they have
the warehouse
the
of
white
the
zone,
Germans.
a link that takes all the way back to
And all Germans traded from there. It wasn't just camaraderie amongst the Germans, it was the North. Germans had to trade. I'm not sure that was the case for other nationalities. I assume it held
Yeah, they were called enclaves throughout Europe, and if you go around to the trade rolls of the tax rolls, they will say German enclave, Italian enclave, Jewish enclave. They're everywhere in Europe. I came across them a couple of times when I was researching
book of Genesis, when Jacob has his famous
So they've been there for a very long time.
the angel is struggling with the angel, and he receives the new name Yisrael.
But yeah, for some reason, I guess maybe it was easier to tax them because they'd also be paying what could be called a poll tax. You would be paying for being a non-resident, an additional tax on top of everything else.
Also, I suppose if you fell out with their own country,
You could kick them off.
For centuries, nicest, even as it is one of dynamic
Yeah.
tension. And
It was very common.
by Rembrandt here, that there are all these
There's always this demonstration, but maybe you're right.
So falls to place. Okay, that's enough for sort of the philosophical
in Venice
overview.
that
I
Foucault
want to
started
take a few minutes now just to speak about historiography,
And that was it.
which is essentially the integral part of
It did a gold thread.
Yeah, probably.
the action
It's more a sort of
itself.
not
I'll
like
try
a
not to take
fence,
too
sort of
much
soft
time with this, but
fence,
exactly
with a little tap.
element for understanding
Quite nice, actually. In 1478, Jacob was sent to Rome to deal with his elder brother's affairs because Marcus had died one of the many
even though I
thousands
give you kind of this glowing model of him surviving despite
Although
adversity and
it's
so
still
on,
an adult
the
picture.
traditional short version of this lecture is, they tried to kill us, we survived.
about
No, there's a lot of period Jewish
If
history
we look at the geography of
so
the
sanguine,
not
so
that stopped here, and it was all over
cheerful,
the peninsula.
enthusiastic, things that we
So
not
they
necessarily
had
so
more
proud of.
access areas for
This
ships
picture
with
here, for
14
example,
racks.
which dates from the 8th century
And also
before
the
the Common Era,
original place
shows
like that,
King
from
David, you can
Genoa,
see him here,
Genoa.
supplicant, and he's
Yes.
showing devotion to an Assyrian conquest. We definitely have moments in our history which we're not necessarily so
Then
proud of,
Jacob
but they
returned to
nevertheless
Augsburg
are
to start
part of
working
the
in the
fabric
family
of
firm.
Jewish identity as a
The family
whole.
sent him to Austria to look after their mining assets.
In our
And this was
discussion
not a big part
of
of their business, so
biblical
most of them
history,
just
we're
used to
starting with
gradually.
the most difficult
While
part
not
of
actually
Jewish
trusting
history as a whole. Theoretically, the most
textile.
difficult part of
So
science.
I can
And I'd like to introduce you to the thought of Jacques Derrida.
When Jacob excelled,
Those
and
people
suddenly
who
mining was up there with textiles as
are no
his
doubt
top
familiar with
business.
this work.
Wow.
Derrida is one of the
Well done.
most modern thinkers.
It's almost like a fairy tale of the youngest son,
Yeah.
not being trusted.
Things and then natural order is definitely
coming to combined with
philosophical model of approaching reality.
they centered on a place called Schwarz,
The humanities,
which had been a farming village
and
to
then
go out looking after the cows, found a large lump of silver, and then suddenly Schwarz became
and now
bigger
it's
than
actually
Augsburg.
affecting the sciences.
Oh, I'm sorry. So she's out looking after the cows, and she just happens to know, notice a large chunk of
So that's the story.
So
So I imagine it being a sort of 15th
there is
century
no
building.
outside
yeah.
I think it's quite shabby to go.
so far to say there is
It's never occurred to me that it would be on the surface.
We're not going to unpack that statement in this translation.
Gold
But the
does.
idea that there is no
Earth.
is crucial
But in a
to understanding the biblical
That's the story.
It's an outside text.
Okay.
One way
You
to
can't
look at
mess
the
with the
Bible
story.
is consider it like a puzzle, right?
These lines should have been an end to Sigmund's money problems, but he was busy bankrupting himself trying to emulate the Zodian court. Lavish parties where dwarfs jumped out of choirs and wrestled each other.
Oh my goodness.
And had 50 images for children to support.
Holy cow.
And I think we should do a cameo episode, because I forget.
Very beginning.
Okay.
Right, yes, he didn't lavish money on his country, and he was constantly living beyond his means. Eventually, he sold off the silver bonds, bit by bit, to bankers and counted money. Fugger wanted to be one of these bankers, but it took 4 years to muscle his way in. Sigmund relied on the Britannian bankers.
The picture on the outside is a guy.
And then Sigmund got to involved in a border
This is
skirmish with
basically
Venice.
before the 20th century. Everybody looks at now, trying to understand what the
He was so
historical
worried by this that he wanted to carry on and attack the city of Venice itself.
there back
They all seem to do this. They have one picture, and then they think,
Yeah. I can do this.
on the outside,
I can take on
said
Venice.
developing. So that's
Well, obviously his bankers want to build to do with it.
Yeah, it doesn't seem bad.
So without money, he had to sue for peace. And under stinging and humiliating terms, Sigmund then went to his bankers to get them to pay for the reparations. And again, they said, no, I told you not to.
We have these amazing Bible stories about
If Sigmund didn't pay up his missions, therefore the good Rothschild would then go into Tyrol.
Oh no.
Jacob Fugger stepped up and offered to lend him from the mountains. The deal was an odd one, and I don't really understand it. The deal was that if Sigmund paid, Jacob would get the money from France until he was paid from Sigmund. So he came all the way from silver. Okay. But if Sigmund didn't pay the money, then Jacob would just go on there.
No, it's not like
He'd lend him all the money.
kind of like this.
But I don't know how that would work. How would you know whether Sigmund was going to pay it up or not? But that's, I read it over and over again. I thought,
We're going to start
getting this
figuring
right.
this out. We're going to lay it all out.
That's what he said. So,
Or does he get to keep the silver mine if he doesn't get paid, and then at least he has an income?
Outside of the box
well, no, the implication was that everybody would actually go under, so it was a huge risk that he was taking.
Really?
So I don't know how it's
Archaeology is still a very young discipline. It's very
But anyway,
inexact.
Jacob also says in terms of the road that he be given control of the state's treasury so he could ransack the country for a penny.
Either support
It
or
was so
deny
he could honour the deal and make the payment more likely.
Oh, that's a good idea.
stories in particular have therefore found themselves
Did Sigmund agree to that?
He didn't have a lot of choice.
These are
Yeah.
It was either that or
myself and yourself.
But if you're a bit of a Tyrol, you're automatically telling him that they weren't going to stop up the money for purchase.
Look at it and say this is
That was when
my
they voted
history.
to say that.
And then when we find our fit into that picture, this guy's
Having anything to do with it. And I wonder if it was just because they were fed up with crazy emperors and their crackpot schemes. They had Sigmund, and then they had Maximilian, and then they had I swear they did that. Just set the scene for later, Jacob transactions. He lent money when no one else would. So he was able to say no terms. It was very risky.
So minimalists say you have to forget about the Bible.
But each one, it sounded like they were talking about Maximilian, and Sigmund was each time, I'll give you the money, but if I don't get it back, I'm bankrupt. Every single time. Really high risk.
History that we would find shocking and very contrary to our accepted notions of where we come from and who we are as a people. We're not going to go too far down that road because we are, after all, in short, and we are going to celebrate our common history. But I'm pointing out to you that the field right now is very much in flux.
In 1489, Jacob was attending the Frankfurt Trade Fair. He visited every year.
Most archaeologists and historians find themselves somewhere
And Maximilian decided he wanted to take back the Yemen for the Habsburgs.
maximalist who's actually got a job at during the university. And it's also very hard to find a mental institute, so blind to say I'm not going to any information.
Oh, no.
So they never just think, well, that was good. That was pay back the money.
Solid.
And again, they were fighting the Turks, so they didn't want to be properly vaccinated. So they signed an agreement with the country up to German boundaries.
Okay.
That was first
Like the time to give us direction on how silver period, but this has been ongoing cases for lots more than 2 years.
not only for me
As phenomenal as existential challenges to dictionary in general, very simple actions. One exception here is Rothschild from here.
Right.
Here's a modern thinker of Judaism and has tried to
that's what your contract
implications
So that is our stranger.
Oh, now it's definitely going to be making money.
for the history for the so let's look at
I don't know what the other food
where
is.
do the Jews come from? Again, the first couple of elements in this lecture are going to be based primarily on the biblical record because
So he's actually giving up the Kruger family money, not just his?
I'm not sure. At this point, we only really hear about Yaakov. I think the others are just getting on with their job. Entirely different levels of wealth. There was a lot of upfront capital needed to sink oil mines, to build a smelter to refine the copper, and a factory to manufacture cannons. Jacob said for his business, quote, most of the time the table perished before one gets rich. So he was
Euphrates in England, and the northern river is the Tigris,
and the Turks are close to big.
and these two rivers are extremely
And also, how
poor
lightning
sources
was
of
then treated
civilization.
massively in
There's
the
snow melt that comes down from Turkey every year.
because they
Twice
followed
the
line of the
like
trees,
the Nile
but
is
still
also
making
very
difficult
big for
for
flooding,
German
and
merchants to operate.
with a series of dams
Yeah,
here
the risk of
developed
driving
as
is
they came
from
were able to
Jacob
develop
into
very
business.
early
You have a certain
So Abraham comes from this very early portion.
I don't know whether it's metallurgy or metallurgy. I've heard those much metallurgy. You had Hungarian
Constructed a ziggurat there. He
We're
wandered
even
from
get rid
there
of the
on the
Germans.
command
Yeah.
of God.
First, it was meant to go on pumping water out of the islands. Because it was not many
And he made his way to
the
the only country in the Middle East where there's any natural deposits of oil. So,
Yes.
just looking
I
at
watched
where
there was a documentary about the copper mines
England
during medieval times. And they used water wheels and they put water in order to pump more water out. I didn't understand it. They tried to explain it. I just kept thinking,
went down from one end so that everything sloshed through.
yeah, so the water coming down was at a higher pressure, forcing the water from the bottom up to the surface and out. And you end up with a negative amount of water in the mine. Yeah, your facial expression is the same as mine when I was trying to understand that. And when the water wheels weren't working, we used donkeys to run the pumps instead. It was very interesting, but the fact that they used water in to get water out just totally blows my mind. I don't understand it. If anybody can explain it better than I just tried to.
Well, maybe that's their secret. Water.
And I think that was actually, what was that? Worst jobs in history? Tony Robbins. I think it was one of those episodes where he got to go down into the mine and explain it to him.
Well, Jacob built a factory so there could be lookout turrets to spot the Turks, and it was made more like a fortress than a factory.
Probably smart.
Yeah, but it's an environmental disaster. It's meant fell trees from miles around.
Oh,
And we rerouted rivers, used the water, and it's
humans are so good for the planet.
Part of history, which involves many other factors
anyone who
beyond
can
narrow human activity. You can see that
When you started with quiet, that's water out of the mine. It's filling
And then there's unaffected by these mountains here that tend to be very arid.
We were talking about alchemists being the forerunners of the same sciences.
There's water here, there's there, and so on. So Israel is really just a tiny strip of land which has a little bit of arable area and is
And also to teach alchemy. And one of the young men they taught became Paracelsus.
tiny it is. Only a
He was the
fraction,
founder
for
of
example,
modern
of the state
medicine.
of Florida. In fact,
And definitely on our list of
lining
lecture
up with Long
subjects.
Island, but it's
He wrote
probably
a
about
book
the
that
same
seems
size
called
as
My
Long
Mind,
Island, except it's
including
facing
Black
straight
Love.
up instead of Long Island, which is sort of
really, it was known then.
So
My granddad died of Black Love, so he's a miner. So obviously he's never seen not much
over the mountain range.
No, in preventative medicine this time. Yes.
30 miles. And then to the ocean is
People are
another
activism and
15
mental taskmasters.
walk in
If
a
there was
day.
industrial action, rather than negotiating vaccinations,
Tiny little ways, the tiny little strip of land, and yet it has such
No.
outsized impact to this day.
Oh, I told you what we are
So
going
just a
to do.
little bit of the geographic
I'm talking about
context.
Copenhagen.
The Jews will be, as we shall discuss, will be dispersed from
And
this
one of
land
Fergus White's
multiple
wonderful
times.
workers
But
was
I'd like to do with
executed.
this slide is just give you a very quick
You can execute somebody?
and then we're back to the biblical period.
Oh, God.
So
We
how
also
did you
petitioned
get
the
to
church to
Israel?
define this percentage
We
of
have
fast.
major demographic both 6th and 1st centuries.
Did
This is
it
when
work?
conquerors
I presume
chose
so.
to
It's very good. These
impose
things work.
population transfer as a way of controlling
I know the
the
importance of
rebellious
getting
nature of
information
these
first,
people
set
by
up
trying
its
to
own
like
news
displace them
service.
to other
And this
lands.
will
So we
disseminate
major
about
exile.
us to get
And
information
this
to you.
results in significant population growth in Mesopotamia, where
So we're not talking about he set up a printing press and off he went.
Well,
and even the Italian peninsula, of course, the Romans would take tens of thousands of slaves to Italy. And then,
newspapers are meant
as
to
you
give
move
information
towards
from
the
the
turn
around
of
us.
the millennium, Jews
Yes.
make their way further west into Spain, and then up into Europe proper from Turkey, and finally, by the time you get to the 13th, 16th centuries, they're moving all the way over into Eastern Europe. So Jews kind of like make their way initially to the east to Babylon, and then at the same time westward along the coast of North Africa, and over time they kind of circle the Mediterranean and ultimately in Eastern Europe where you have the
So a group of miners,
concentration.
including
Then in
Finland,
the
set up
late
a cartel
19th
of
and 20th century,
on
you
copper
have
and its
massive
profits.
population movement of Jews
And they
from
asked,
Eastern
they had
Europe
to
in
ask
particular
Maximilian's
to
permission. And since they
New
pointed
World
out the
here,
more money they
United States
had,
of America,
the more they were in a
Canada,
position to make him.
Brazil,
That was pretty much a formality,
South
I
Africa,
think.
and so on. Here is one last slide to look at before we go back to the ancient period.
The other
This is a representation of current population.
But Fugle is not really a team player.
This is from 2010, something
He
like
wasn't at the top.
13.5 million back then. There's some debate over how
He decided to take the others out, the others of the cartel down from
81%
the
of them
inside.
live in two places,
He started
either
sending his
in the United
copy
States or in the land of Israel. There are smaller concentrations throughout. So that's the
It's a dangerous move. He was
version
counting on
of
the fact that he was rich and the others
the first step.
Oh my goodness.
The other members of the cartel stored copper in depots waiting for the price to double. Jakob just kept
As I
sending
mentioned,
more copper
in the
to
context
Venice.
of
And one by one, the others went under.
we have
So
two very
they
different
complained
sets
to
of
Maximilian that Fugle was acting in an
we
unchristian way.
have the literary
But
evidence,
one could start making
primarily
evidence elsewhere. And also, it has to be coded.
which is a hugely valuable,
What's going to lend it to him?
but not always corroborated by external evidence such as archaeological
It was quite happy that
what we want to dig,
if you had a different way of working than most of these counterparts,
whatever we get
and we could see it was going from a
I'll show you
medieval to
exactly
modern
where
method.
those
Yes,
overlap. The
detailed
very
records.
earliest period,
One
well
of the
documented
parts
in
is
the
a very
Bible.
flamboyant character called Matthias Schwartz.
If you look at the Bible, by the way, this is a beautiful Bible.
He
This
criticized
is
those who,
the so-called
quote, write down their
Bible
meanings,
that was
recording it
published by
scraps or on slips of paper,
the
posting up
Gracia Mendez, the
on
Comida
records,
Havana,
window
who were refugees from Spain during the
Researching.
and this Bible essentially for Jews who were unable to read
and ledgers and filing cabinets and study supplementary bookkeeping.
I don't know what that is.
cover of a ship that
into the what goes out. It's quite simple.
They're
But no
monsters
one was
waiting
doing
for
it. The
them.
Italian bankers
Choosing
started
an
doing
image like
it.
this,
That's why they
cover
got
the Bible
so
of all
far
that,
ahead.
really saying about what was so important to them, for how they wanted to
And it seems like
express
quite a
what it was like to be in diaspora,
obviously
be in danger, but the Bible itself was I know you're all familiar with the
jotting
Catholic
things down on
Book,
British
essentially means
paper.
like 5 volumes. Those were
And
first
he
5
was
books
like
of
in the
Moses,
70s,
Genesis,
he
Exodus,
checked
Leviticus,
everything.
Numbers, and
And there's a
Deuteronomy,
note
which
scribbled
have
in the
special
margin
religious
hand
significance.
next to an entry about how much
From
divine
a
manager
historical
was spending on
perspective,
food
you have
and
to add
lodging.
one more,
She's a minor point of
John.
scheme
These
things
give
that
us
the
the outlines
financial
of the
empire.
history of
And
the
check
Jews
it's written,
as
quote,
they
I don't know what's going on here.
from Mesopotamia, settled
It's a
around
minor
Israel,
point for a minor
endured Egyptian
and a minor
servitude,
road.
and then returned
But it's
to the land of
architecture.
Israel. That's the big arc of Jewish
Let me
history.
how to work
Period.
for.
And again, unfortunately, looking at
No,
it, it's so
micromanaging
fantastic because we could find lots of archaeological evidence that can support this story, but all we're left with is the puzzle
January
box,
14,
the cover
1988,
itself
they married.
that tells us about this.
He was 39.
There are many questions that are added to this by historians and archaeologists who say, should we really be using a
Yes.
conquest model
So he's
for
buying prestige.
Joshua coming into the land,
He's buying
more
prestige. She's buying
indigenous,
money.
transformation of the local population, perhaps with slaves who are leaving Egypt, but all these models are based on
Yes.
supposition, and they all
1505,
contradict the
the
original model
negotiations
that
with
we
Martin
have.
trading trip
When we
around
move on from the episodes, we still have much more detailed history in the so-called early prophets, these are shown. The books of Judges, Samuel, and Kings give us the heroic story of the golden age of Israel. In particular, the reigns of 3 glorious kings, King Saul, King David, his son-in-law, and King Solomon, his grandson. These 3 kings really shaped the Jewish monarchy and represented a high point in Jewish civilization period. The most concrete demonstration of which was the destruction of the first temple by Solomon. All of these events are broadly known to all of us in this room, of course, and if you're unfamiliar with them, I strongly recommend you pull out a Bible and read them. They're fascinating, well-developed characters, lots of plot twists, it's just absolutely fascinating, but we do not, once again, have a lot of historical data to support the story other than the text itself. Moving to the end of this period, which is primarily described in the Book of Kings, after King Solomon dies, there is a civil war.
Whatever he does, he ends up being the largest.
Yes. Do you have any stories? Sorry, probably spoiler alert. Does he ever fail? Does he have a venture that doesn't work for him?
Will not stand, and
I'm trying to
ultimately
think
they're
if he
conquered
does,
by
makes
single enemies, and both of them are ultimately dispersed. Let us now turn to the
fail
archaeological
because
evidence.
there was so much of it.
Everything I've said so far, I'm sure is basically you're familiar with it from the
That
studies
seems to
that
be
have
remarkable.
earlier. So the archaeological record has some
Genius.
fascinating.
That's a
If you go back
genius
as
level
early as
that I
references to Jews or Israel, we find things like this amazing figurine here. This is from the 18th century before the Common Era, that is 1700s BCE, and it is what they call an exoplate.
Oh, that must have hurt.
These are so funny. What are they? So,
One of the many services
execration
we provide
figurines,
for
sometimes
activity
called
of
execration
saving
text,
things from himself.
come the word excrement,
But I was
and
thinking,
they're basically like
save the
both like someone,
That's his biggest thing.
sit down,
Google was
like
paying
this
some of the
song,
public
and then
officials
you
who work
break
for
it,
Maximilian.
and that's how you like express your disgust with
Maximilian
this
knew
person.
all about
And
this.
the
And
fact
thought
we
it
call
was a good thing.
expiration text, like
And
they're
to
like,
save you money because he
you know,
didn't have to pay
emails that never sent, or
It didn't occur to him
do
that
something
he
great
wasn't
of
the one
himself.
paying.
And this is where we
They
get our
wouldn't have
first
his
reference
best
to
interests at
Israel.
heart.
I wonder if it was that it didn't occur to him, or he figured.
Written on this figurine mentions possibly the city of Jerusalem. But the problem with these excavation figures, besides the fact that they're fascinating in themselves, they're primarily useful for topographic information. Like they say the word Jerusalem, and they say great, but they don't say anything about Jerusalem other than the creators of the figurines didn't like
And I'm
Jerusalem.
Michelle.
That's all we know. So they're not especially helpful in perceptions of where the Jerusalem come from and so on. They certainly
And
don't
today,
support the Bible other than to the extent that
They're close enough?
Elizabeth did not like Greece, and that, of course, was
Okay.
But we didn't put him on this because his links with
Here
England
is another one. This is actually a
But it's well worth
lot.
doing.
This is the often cited as the earliest year Jews per se in the archaeological records. This is the so-called UNESCO
Really?
and it has a long description of what the pharaoh did in his lifetime, primarily various peoples that he conquered, various empires that collapsed under the weight of his attack and so on. And then down here at the bottom, there is
He was born in Hamburg in 1459 to a family which was already rich, selling textiles from Augsburg to Frankfurt, Cologne, and Venice.
So
And I'm assuming this is in the German Prince.
it shows that there was a place called
Perhaps they
Israel,
also takes
but
its name from
Nephthah
Emperor
knew about it,
Augustus.
and Nephthah had
It
problems
was
with
founded
it.
in
So much makes
1841
sense
and
with
Tacitus
regard to
were in Augsburg
the
as a
earlier.
splendid city.
But it doesn't
Aw,
refer to a place, it refers to a
No.
Maximilian used to
wasted or destroyed or no more. It doesn't mean that
One of the
the
reasons
place
that
is no
Augsburg
longer
has been able to carry on growing and thriving as a textile town was because the Black Death accurately bypassed the town everywhere else had been decimated.
I wonder how that happened. But now my head's just going, because if it was that wealthy, that means that they had trade and brought it in.
Maybe they had.
And here's one last one that I'd like to show you.
Well, maybe they were smart and actually followed
This is
along
the so-called Memphis city from the 9th century before the common era.
Humans
This
be
was
smart.
discovered in Jordan. And now we get a lot richer picture
Whatever it is, keep it to it.
how the Jews were
Anyway, I said Fuchs
and
were
this
rich,
is
but
where
they
we
were not
begin to
rich.
see
Plenty of other people who were as rich as they were.
a sort of a
But when Yaakov died,
of the
he owned
biblical
just under
record
10%.
and the archaeology. Prior to this,
So that's a totally different scale of rich.
Yes.
This is the
He could have made a bid for emperor easily.
I am Mesha, son of
Yeah, I don't think it was his thing.
king of Moab.
No, he just likes using them for money.
So this is a non-Jewish king writing in this city, and of course, it's a kind of a monumental architecture. It's meant to stay a long time, was meant to celebrate the victories and so on. And it
Left the
says,
farm for the big city.
Omri was the
Really?
king of
In
Israel.
2 generations, they go from being a peasant with pretty much nothing to the richest person in the world.
His son Akab gets a lot more development.
Fuchs only making Jews came down from
Omri is going to see a lot of textile with other archaeological
Not
sites.
easy to get
So he
into.
says, Omri, the king of Israel,
The fabric
oppressed
was
Moab
really
for many
expensive.
days.
That's the biggest
For
life that we have
Chemosh,
got.
the god, was angry with his land, right?
To textile
Chemosh,
trade.
the god of the
He
Moabites,
married
was
twice,
using
both
Omri,
times
the
the
Jewish
daughters
king,
of the heads of
to
the
punish the Moabites. And his son,
So he must have been good looking, otherwise that never would have
Ahab and
happened.
Jezebel, right? And he also said, I will oppress Moab. In my days,
Well,
did
we'll
you
go with
say
that
so?
instead of the
When I
incident
looked
Dudley
down
wrote
at
where
him,
he knows
fishing
secrets and
hard,
just
I
demands
looked
them.
at him at his house, and Israel has gone to ruin. Yes, it has gone to
When he
ruin.
died, his second wife ran the business for
I'd just like
25
you to
years.
observe for a moment here.
And when she died, she was one of the largest taxpayers in Augsburg. So
16th
he
century,
his
to the 3rd to the 9th century, it
Yeah.
seems that a lot of the neighbors
And
of
his
the
pet
Jewish
son.
life
The other one was called Yaakov the
it's
Elder.
open now. This is the story of Jewish history. Unfortunately, right up until our own times,
And Yaakov
where
the Elder
people are
married
constantly
Barbara,
claiming that they
the
have
daughter of
violated
the
like
Maccabees.
That doesn't sound like a
but that
joke.
is essentially the kind of information we get from much of the archaeological.
After Yaakov the Elder
So at
died,
this
when
point,
Yaakov was dead,
just to
Barbara
recap for a
ran the
second,
business for
the
30
very
years.
earliest parts of the Bible,
Wow.
And during that time, she had 3 daughters and 7
don't
sons as
have a
well.
lot of archaeological.
No, not when she was a
With
widow.
the reign of
Don't
King
have to
Omri, particularly kings, that's how you begin to see a lot of corresponding information.
I was thinking about her time ratio, how much she spent looking after 10 children, how much she spent into business. The 7th son was Yaakov the Elder. Sounds like a great
Yes, it
The
does.
seventh son,
He would be a wizard if he was the 7th son of a 7th son.
the 10 lost tribes were not removed surgically.
You would think that having two women successfully running the business after the deaths of their husbands would encourage
Jews living there were
women
actually
women
removed
to
to
know.
Syria. We definitely
Really?
have
Yeah, quite
interesting
firm ideas about that.
correspondences of like things like
His mother was overbearing, apparently.
among Assyrians in various
6 other
researches
sons,
indicating that there
his
were
mother
Jews
didn't need
who
another
were
merchant
taken,
son,
like the biblical
and so
accounts say,
destined little
to
Yaakov.
Syria, but we have lots of Jews
Oh,
still
that didn't work.
living in the
Well,
land
no,
of
luckily
Israel.
for
It's
Yaakov,
not
when he was 14,
utter exile. Most of the time,
his mother
they
changed
never
her
lost.
mind.
They
I don't know
lost
whether
their
it's that
tribal
name,
affiliations,
because I
perhaps,
can't.
over the
It's a natural for priesthood. Well, how would he cope with that vow of poverty? Constant scams going on in the monastery.
With the
We need a new lead roof.
Judah under the Romans. Under the
That's
Romans,
millions episode. The food is bailed out centuries when no one else would.
Jews continued presence in the land right up until the present day. Although it's very
Yes. I remember. We don't trust you to have the money, so we'll do exactly what you need so you can't miss it.
The one in the north that took away much of the population of Israel, Syria, and then in the south, Judah dishes down to Babylon.
And that side of the family was left because of the lineage.
Oh, that actually makes sense. Like,
You have
you're not having to wonder why they were
Cyrus
doing
of
those
Persia,
particular
who dramatically
other people.
also well described in archaeological records as well as
Yeah, the other side of the family has got a different name.
Cyrus proclaims that Jews may have their liberty. They
Yeah,
may
they've seen
return
the fact that
under
someone
the
as
person's
nominally
supervision
powerful
to
as the
rebuild
Emperor
a
Frederick
temple in
doesn't
Israel.
get credit
This is
for
the so-called
commandant
Cyrus
John.
Cylinder, which records some of
I
the
realised there was
types of
one
those
thing
cities,
that raised
indicating that
someone to
Jews
the
and
level of
others
paper,
may,
and that's
you know,
money.
follow
So
their own
right
religion
up
and
to
simple
the Emperor thought, shabby he was.
this example
And
period.
the Emperor,
So now we're talking about the late 6th
on the way out,
century, roughly year
that is trading
539,
face,
onwards
which was
before the
more
Common
trading
Era,
face,
and they
because it
reconstruct the
linked the
temple
Silk
that was
Road
destroyed under
with
the
the
Babylonians.
Rhine.
Right.
So
Basically
it's ideally
lived
situated in
under
Bournemouth, especially
Persian
spices like that.
influence for a couple hundred years.
Jacob stayed and traded in the Fort Dark
And
Intelligence.
then in the towards the end of the 4th century before the Common Era, Alexander
Traded with them. It wasn't just camaraderie amongst the Germans, but the Germans had a
I recognize
I'm not sure if that was the case for other.
Yeah, they were called up throughout Europe, and if you go around to
Alexander emerges from Macedon, northern region of Greece, and in an incredible military onslaught, he actually manages
What is this?
to
The verdict,
very
though?
disparate kingdoms. He conquers the entire
No, the list.
Mediterranean. He pushes all the way
Mhm.
through the Mesopotamian region and even into Central Asia as far east as Afghanistan. And he unites for the first time all of these cultures under a single cultural rubric, which we'll call for our purposes Hellenism. Hellas means Greece in Greek, and so Hellenism is essentially Greecism. There's a lot of things to say about that, but let's just look at a couple of them. Hellenism at this time was an extremely highly advanced culture. They had the philosophy of Socrates, which we are still studying today. As it's been said, all philosophy is merely footnotes to Plato, which is Socrates' group. We're still studying the ideas of the Greeks of the 5th century before the Common Era. The thought of Aristotle, huge impact on Jewish thought. Maimonides had tremendous respect for Aristotle and quoted him liberally. We also had things like the literature of the Greeks, Aeschylus, the great dramas. Much of our drama today, I mean, our popular movies and novels, things like that, is directly influenced by Greek sense of tragedy and comedy and so on. We are living, in many ways, very, very Greek lives because of the influence of this culture. And finally, our sciences are heavily dependent on the scientific method of those ancient Greeks. Euclid with his mathematics, Archimedes, his physics, and so on. And this was like a phenomenally advanced culture. They were like Martians that came to the planet and offered something so radically better than what everyone else was doing. Now, Jews are highly syncretic by nature. They're very willing to adopt ideas, fashions, tools that other cultures have proved useful. And so the Jews just completely absorbed Hellenistic values. And they, especially in the cities, places like Jerusalem, there was just tremendous enthusiasm for Hellenism, to such a degree that after some years of experience of the Greeks, they began to lose a sense of, how much was too much. When was Judaism going to be submerged, assimilated within, such that Judaism would never survive? And this is ultimately the cause of the Maccabean revolt. Alexander himself died very young. He wanted to push on further east. His troops were exhausted, said, "We've got to go home." He died on the way back, possibly by alcohol poisoning in his 30s. The empire was divided up amongst his successors. And as you can see from this map, Israel is at the border between the Ptolemaic and the Seleucid kingdom. These are successor empires to Alexander. And so Israel went back and forth between these two empires. For the most part, your average Jew living in Israel would not have really cared who was in charge. They still have to pay taxes, but basically they could, live their lives normally. But the urban elites, particularly in Jerusalem, were very much interested in who was in charge because they really wanted to adopt Greek norms to the highest degree possible. As I discussed when we talked about this for an hour a few weeks ago, not only were they adopting things like Greek names, Greek math, Greek literature, all kinds of elements of Greek thought, they were actually absorbing things which we would find really, contrary to basic Jewish values, such as, for example, the practice of the Olympic Games or athletic contests in general, which were always performed totally in the nude. They were, supposed to be a celebration not only of physical skill, but also of the beauty of the human form. Like when you watch figure skating or gymnastics, something like that, it's like something I think to see. So they had this, but they took it to the max by saying you have to perform it in the nude so we can really see, the musculature and things like that. So Jewish boys, when they would go in to, compete in these competitions, the Greek audience would look at them and say, "Look at what the Jews do. They take a perfect specimen of humanity and they punch him up like that." So they were actually Jews who would go through a very primitive form of surgery called epispasm in an attempt to hide the mark of the circumcision, an attempt to look as pre-circumcision as possible. Very painful and truly operation, but it's referred to in the rabbinic literature as someone who denies the covenant of Abraham, our father. So this just gives you a sense, though, of how far they were willing to go to try to absorb Hellenistic values. Things came to a head when Antiochus Epiphanes IV took power in the year 174. He was a complete newcomer to the scene. He had actually been raised in Rome. He had no idea what the local situation on the ground was in Israel. And he kind of clumsily ingratiated himself with various corrupt high priests from Jerusalem who would promise him greater and greater treasures from the. So ultimately, after the Jews were squabbling between each other over, how they could best please Antiochus, he said, "Okay, enough of all of this. We're going to right now Hellenize your country because we can't handle this strange invisible God that you have," and so on. And he attempted to dramatically turn Israel into a Hellenistic country by defiling the temple. This was a bridge too far. He banned the observance of the Sabbath, banned public study of Torah, banned circumcision, of course, and we had a popular revolt led initially by Hafiz Yaakov and then by his very capable son, Yehuda Maccabee, who ultimately threw off the yoke of the Greeks. This is a defining moment for Jewish culture, primarily because it represents time that the Jews were able to define for themselves how much of an external culture they would tolerate and were willing to take up arms to defend that definition of Judaism. This is a picture from Gustave Doré. The death of was one of the Maccabee brothers in a rather heroic moment described in the book of Maccabees. The other things that Antiochus himself is on one of the war elephants that the Syrians had brought into Israel, and he dives under it to try and kill it. He is successful in killing the elephant, but then it collapses on top of him, and he dies death on the battlefield. But this is a really defining moment for Israeli, for Jewish self-identification, and that is ultimately the message. It is highly ironic, of course, that it always falls out at December, so that's one of the times of year when Jews have the most pressure to try to conform to secular values and Christian culture. I grew up I was the only Jewish kid in a very, very small town, and I used to feel terrible every Christmas because I never had a Christmas, and all my friends had Christmas trees, and somehow I survived. But at any rate, so that's now let us take this time to just reflect a little bit as we come to the end of this period. We have covered quite a bit of history. We've gone back from the very earliest period of Jewish history, and we've looked at the sources. Once we emerge through the kind of heroic period of the great kings, Saul, David, and Solomon, then we begin to actually see a lot of the biblical records really being reinforced by the archaeological record, especially with King and his son Ahab, where there are multiple points of contact between our records and our biblical texts. The story continues for hundreds of years with the conflict between the Jews and their neighbors, usually not ending well for the Jews, but ultimately in a glorious act of rebellion, the Maccabees managed to define for themselves and really for posterity what it means to be a Jew. And this is perhaps the lesson we should take away from our understanding of this first period of Jewish survival, the existential threat of absorption within a very powerful culture is something that Jews continue to, especially when they are living as a minority within very powerful host cultures. Jews must learn to find a way to identify themselves without ending, in conflict with our neighbors, but at the same time staking out the boundaries of what it means to be a Jew in a contemporary church. So next week, God willing, we will continue the story, and we're going to go to the period of Roman domination, which begins in the year 66 before the Common Era, and through the very complex era of early Christianity. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion of Judaism. The early Christians were all Jewish and represented a breaking away, let's say a breakaway million of global proportions, and we'll understand exactly what was going on, I hope, within that very complex. This, by the way, is from Notre Dame. It is an image of the synagogue as represented in the form of a woman, and the serpent wrapped around her head is indicative of alleged Jewish blindness to the truth of Christianity. This is the kind of material that we'll God willing discuss next week. I want to thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you next week.
Commemorating the destruction of the first and second temples of Jerusalem.
Last week was very difficult, actually. Look at some of the most poorly documented periods of Jewish history. We have to get into deep historiographic theory. Today we're going to do a little bit of theory, but nothing like what we did last week. We're going to look at the period of the Hashmonaim, the Maccabean kings, all the way through the Roman occupation of Israel. So we're talking about basically about the year 165 before the Common Era through 63 before the Common Era, where the Romans came in, and then we'll begin to enter the first century of the Common Era. We will conclude with a longer discussion of the emergence of Christianity, which is, of course, a part of Jewish history in a very important way, both in terms of its origins and much more so in terms of its reverberation migrations that we have throughout the centuries. And next week, God willing, we'll continue with that period and we'll look at the unfortunate first Roman Jewish war, destruction of the temple, the exile, whatever exactly that meant, the Bar Kokhba revolt, and so on. But Hellenism posed a phenomenal challenge to the Jews of ancient Israel. We should recall that the challenge of Hellenism is ongoing. We are still very much engaged in trying to find the right balance between what is appropriate secular influences, the outside world, on our Jewish identity, and how much is really too much. When is it that we cross the line and we end up assimilating and being self-defeating in our attempts to identify ourselves as Jews? So that was an incredibly difficult challenge. And the response to it was the Maccabean revolt, which for a brief period of time kind of set a line in the sand. Until this point, this is the boundary. We're not going to allow more than this Greek influence into our lives. Now, the reality is, it was a very, very short-lived victory. And in fact, Yehuda HaMaccabee, as we discussed last week, and even more so on a longer lecture a little while ago, Yehuda Maccabee wanted to fight much harder and longer than his colleagues. He was faced with a lot of war fatigue on the larger population, and many Jews at one point, they decided to make a deal with the Syrian Greeks and say, listen, if you let us go back to the status quo ante, if you let us go back to observing Shabbos the way we used to, learning Torah the way we used to, practicing our own decisions with child rearing and education, things like that, then it'll be fine. The overlords will continue to keep on. Yehuda Maccabee wanted to fight, but he was unfortunately, for his position, blindsided by the Jews who were more moderate and wanted to come to some kind of modus vivendi with the Syrian Greeks. This is in 164 before the Common Era. We nevertheless were able to kind of mark that as a very important turning point because that's when the temple was liberated and cleaned from much of its Hellenizing influences. However, almost as soon as the hostilities ceased, we were right back into it again. And even the Maccabees themselves, not so much the immediate family, but certainly the wider society, and especially the urban center in Jerusalem, went straight back to their Hellenizing ways. And there's just so much powerful material in the Greek cultures, and so the Jews went right back. I say the Jews, I should really generalize about them, which reminds me of a joke. I have to tell you this joke. I was thinking I would start with this joke, but I told you. So the joke goes like this. I apologize, but maybe I'll cut it out at the end. Two Jews are walking down the street, and they see a sign in front of the church club. It's not a Christianity. I figured it's all right. Yeah, thank you. So they're walking in front of the church, and they're talking about Christianity. And the big sign that says Christianity, $500.
And I'm
So
shocked.
it's one that says, you know what? I really could use $500. She says, are you kidding?
And today,
Give up your cultural heritage. Give up your patrimony.
close enough.
So it goes to the church.
We didn't put him on our list because he's links with England from Liverpool.
Waiting.
But he's well worth doing since according to the he was the richest man ever.
When was that written?
Oh, recent.
Recent, really?
I don't know the exact date. I don't know about the dates. You must. You take the whole economy of the world here and stick a chunk of it in the economy these days.
As we shall see, even after this
He
great
was born in Augsburg in 1459 to a family which was already rich, selling textiles from Augsburg, Frankfurt, Cologne, and Venice.
And I'm assuming this is in the German Principate?
Yeah. Augsburg, incidentally, takes its name from Emperor Augustus. Founded in 1841, he passively described Augsburg as splendidissima. Aww, look at that. No! Maximilian used it as space, and was used as any space. One of the reasons that Augsburg has been able to carry on growing and thriving as a textile town was because the Black Death actually bypassed the town everywhere else had been decimated. I wonder how that happened.
But now going, because if it was that wealthy, that means that they had trade and trade.
Maybe they had
Maybe they were smart and actually followed the lockdown protocols. Humans be smarter.
Whatever it is, it's a trick. Anyway, I said food was rich, but they were normal rich. Plenty of other people were as rich as they were. And when Jacob died, he inherited just under 2% of all European economic output. So that's completely different scale of rich.
Yes. He could have made a bid for emperor easily.
Yeah, so I don't think it's his thing.
No, he just likes using them for money. Oh, sorry.
Jacob's grandfather Hans, a peasant, left the farm for the
Really? So in 2 generations, they go from being a peasant with pretty much nothing to the richest person in the world.
The thing is, money making cheese probably came down from Hans. Hans quickly became wholesaler of textiles.
It's not easy to. You have to have the money to purchase the fabric. Fabric is really expensive.
That's the life that we haven't got. Go from peasant to textile trader. Okay, but he married twice. Both times his daughters had the heads of the weavers.
So he must have been good looking, otherwise that never would have happened.
Yeah, I think very charismatic, first of all.
Well, we'll go with that instead of the Instant Dudley route where he knows secrets and just demands to marry.
When he died, his second wife ran the business for 21 years. And when she died, she was one of the largest taxpayers in Augsburg, so it was a complete reason.
Wow. Yeah.
And had 2 sons, Andreas, and the other one was called Jacob and Hendrik, which was
Yes.
And Jacob the elder married Barbara, the daughter of the man.
That doesn't sound like a German name to me.
No. After Jacob the elder died, when Jacob was 10, Barbara ran the business for 13 years.
Wow.
During that time, she had 3 daughters and 7 sons.
No, not when she was a widow.
She's not met them before. She had 3 daughters. I was thinking about her time ratio and how much she spent looking after 10 children and how much she had to do. The 7th son was Jacob Rothschild, a very big little.
Yes, it does.
Jacob.
He would be a wizard if he was the 7th son of the 7th son.
He is responsible for writing the officially approved Roman history of
You would think that having 2 women successfully running the business after the death of their husbands would encourage Jacob to do it. But no.
Really?
We have quite firm ideas about that.
His mother was overbearing, apparently.
The 6 other sons, father didn't need another merchant son, and so desperately for Jacob for the priesthood.
Oh, that didn't work.
Well, no, luckily for Jacob, when he was 14, he just went back to Egypt. His mother changed her mind. And I don't know whether it's that name, because I can't. It's not natural for the priesthood. Well, how would he cope with that vow of poverty?
And it's hard to kind of read
The whole scams going on in the monastery.
very
Need a new lead roof.
critically over the course of today and next week. Another interesting thing, why
As we saw in Maximilian's episode, the Phillips went out Emperor Frederick when no one else would.
not? Why
They didn't
know
make
that
him
there are
lucky,
many
but
other
he
stories?
said,
Yes, I remember. We don't trust you to have the money to look exactly what you think, so you can't misuse it.
And often it was a shameless plagiarist.
They
Whenever he
received
found
demands for that.
history, he
It's
stuck it
3
in there.
limbs
It didn't
for
really matter
respectability,
who actually
truthfulness,
voted
and
originally
rationality.
to put his name
And that
on
side
it.
of the
So
family
he
is
had a
then
lot of
their
things
uncle.
that he went through all the Roman archives.
Oh, that actually makes sense. That
He
you're
preserved
not
a
having
lot
to
of it
wonder
under
why
his
they were
own
given
name.
those
But the
particular
second reason that Josephus survived
other people
was a big
with
hit
the
with
empire.
prison. In particular for this passage,
The other side of the family
Testimonium
got over
Flavianus,
them a couple of
which is one passage that occurs in Josephus' works.
Yaakov Menzi was that someone as nominally powerful as the Emperor Frederick couldn't get credit from oligarch shopping. Realized there was one thing that would raise someone to the level of Emperor.
I wanted to say, well, how is it possible to have this historian living in first century Israel, and he writes nothing about Jesus? How is that possible? There's also interesting passage, by the way, about John the Baptist. So it could be that this
Dutch traded fabricated, which was the wrong trade first, because it linked the silver road with the right.
based on some
Right.
authentic
So
kernels.
it's ideally
But kind of weird
situated
things
for
about it, for example, it says here, one time there lived Jesus, a wise man,
Jacob stayed and traded in the Fulgar of the tenants.
right? That's a very kind of
The warehouse
statement,
left
like
like Germans.
divine.
All Germans traded from there. There wasn't just camaraderie amongst the North Germans having to I'm not sure that's the case for other
Yeah.
probably was.
Yeah, they were called enclaves throughout Europe, and if you go around to the trade rolls and the tax rolls, they will say German enclave, Italian enclave, Jewish enclave. They're everywhere in Europe. I came across them a couple of times when I was researching
Solomon, of course, are
fur.
oil,
So they've been there for a very long time, and
which in Jewish thought, particularly first century Jewish thought, means
now. But yeah, for some reason, I guess maybe it was easier to tax them because they'd also be paying what could be called the poll tax, paying for being a non-resident, an additional tax on top of everything else.
Also, I suppose if you fell out with their home country, it's gone.
If you're saying, oh, and by the way,
Yeah.
it
It was very common.
Like you say, the largest land
I've
on the
always
planet,
assumed it was
we're
racial
all
based, but
amazed.
maybe you're
I know we
right.
don't say anything about it for another 19 books.
Politics.
A bizarre statement, and lends credence to the
Yeah,
idea that this is really inserted by the other apostles. Nevertheless, this passage
Now that was a
really
gold-coloured hat, not
we're
solid gold
considered
hat.
as an ancient
Well, they did have gold thread.
Yeah, probably. It's more a sort of, not quite a face.
citation
Soft
of the
face,
Thessalonians
shaped
Flavianus,
with that little tassel
which
top.
is quite early, 4th century, about the year
In 1478, Yaakov was sent to Rome to deal with his elder brother's affairs, because brothers denied him one of the main spouses of faith.
very important source for this period.
That's how it's
We also have some interesting
Although
apocryphal
it's easier
books
with an
that
adult
survive.
child.
We looked at a little bit
Yeah,
of the last
it did seem to be
the
a
book
little
of the Maccabees, which is not
Very
included
about
in the Jewish, but it was written around the same time as many
If
of
we
the
look
later
at the
books of
geography
Gospel
again, there's a
told us.
lot of boats ended up
The
stopping
rabbis
there, and it was all over the peninsula, basically. So they have more access areas for ship. What's with the raft?
Canonized.
And also,
They had debates, so
like
books
Black
like
Death came from
Song of
Genoa,
Songs,
or them coming into
Yes.
Ecclesiastes, which, Song of Solomon, which also has some pretty
Then Yaakov returned to Augsburg to start working in the family firm.
Kesef
The family sent him to Austria to look after their mining assets, and this was not a big part of their business. At times they were just using him as gradually, while not actually trusting him as an important
The rabbi said yes,
It's like an apprenticeship.
many others they simply said no.
Smart.
One reason
And Yaakov excelled, and suddenly mining was up there with textiles as two of his top business concerns.
Wow.
Like the book of
Well done.
Maccabees, the book of Tobit, so on.
It's almost like a fairy tale, isn't it? The youngest son,
Yeah.
not being trusted with things, and then
scriptures.
coming
That
in
has a lot
trouble.
Yeah.
for our period.
Mines
We
were
also
owned
have,
by
of course, the Talmud,
archduke
which is
Sigmund
a
II.
difficult source to work with because
They centered on a place called
typically
Schwarz.
trying to deliver
It had been a
historical
farming village, and a girl out looking after the cows found a large lump of silver, and then suddenly Schwarz was even bigger than Augsburg.
And it might be that historical
Oh, I'm
elements
sorry.
are
So,
relevant to that
She's out looking after the cows, and she just happens to know, notice a large chunk of
the Talmud
that's
does
the
have
story.
really important.
But I imagine it being a sort of 15th century gold rush or silver rush.
Yeah.
I think it was quite a shanty town for quite a long time.
It just never occurred to me that it would be on the
Historical information like Josephus does.
Hmm.
And ultimately,
gold.
example is we also have
Rivers.
But yes. Well, that's the story.
Amazing mid-20th
Okay.
century
You can't mess with
schools, which were apparently written by
these mines. Should have been an end to Sigmund's money problem,
outlandish
but he was busy bankrupting himself, trying to emulate the Burgundian court.
but they left behind
The lavish parties where dwarfs jumped out of pines and wrestled each other.
sections from
Oh my
other books.
goodness.
And
There's
had
by
50
you,
illegitimate children to
songs, for
support.
example, and sometimes
Holy
things that
cow.
people
And I think we should do a cameo episode on it. Because I feel like to read
Finally,
about him.
and perhaps
He
not
didn't lavish money on was his country. And he was constantly living beyond his means, and therefore he sold off silver mines bit by bit to bankers who lent him money. Fuga wanted to be one of these bankers, but it took 4 years to muscle his way in, and Sigmund relied on Italian bankers. Okay, at least until 1489. And then Sigmund got involved in the border skirmish with Venice, which he only won
Eventually, a Jewish work is written around the same time
and he was
as
so
many of
worried
these
by
other
this that
works
he
of
wanted to carry on and attack the
Moses.
city of Venice itself.
Into
They all seem to do this. They have one guy, actually, and then they think, yeah, I can do this.
Although the mission is relying
I
on
think on Venice.
oral tradition,
Well, obviously, the bankers wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
and it's written by Jews, largely for it.
Money, he had to sue for this.
Historical data for
Matching and humiliating terms, Sigmund then went to his bankers to get them to pay full reparations. And again, they said, no, Cal, we told you not to do it. So, if Sigmund didn't pay up, the Venetians with their war machine would then roll into Tyrol.
Oh
That's
no.
it for
But
the
luckily,
theoretical orientation.
Fuga stepped up and offered him the full amount. The deal was an odd one, and I don't really understand it. But the deal was that if Sigmund paid, Jacob would get the money from the traps until he was paid the full amount from Sigmund. So he'd get all the money from his silver mines.
Okay.
So if Sigmund didn't repay the money, then Jacob would just go under. Because his bankers had lent him all the money. And I don't know how that would work, because how would you know whether Sigmund was going to pay up or not? But that's, I read it over and over again. I thought, I did see this right. Where else would it say? So,
Or does he get to keep the silver mine if he doesn't get paid, and then at least he has an income?
well, no, the implication was that the Fugas would actually go under, so it was a huge risk that he was taking.
Really?
So I don't know how that works. Maybe an economist could explain it. But anyway, Jacob also insisted, as terms of the loan, that he would give him control of the state's treasury. And that wasn't to ransack the country with every penny. It was so he could keep it on an appeal and make repayment more likely.
Oh, that's a good idea.
No, we left it up to Sigmund. He could pay more to jump out of pies.
Agree to that?
And the Talmud says
Didn't have a lot
that
of choice.
it's really on a reading
Yeah,
of
it was either that
the Bible, they really should be separate. It's not
And if you remember, it was the Tyrol, they were to Maximilian telling him that they weren't going to stop up the money for
separation of
refugees.
power, these two institutions,
Because
and
that
America
was when they
both
wrote
of
to him
those
saying
for
that
one family.
this idea is put into your head. You can kindly get rid of it because we don't having anything to do with it. And I wonder if that was just because they were fed up with crazy emperors and their crackpot schemes. They had fantastic around they had Maximilian. Anyway,
I have to say, it's like
this set the scene for later Jacob transaction.
within a
He lent
generation
money when no one else
of
would.
the very
So he was able to set his own terms, and it was very risky,
motivated kind of
but
rebellion.
eventually it paid off.
Right. But each one, it sounded like we were talking about Maximilian. It seemed it was each time. I'll give you the money, but if I don't get it back, I'm bankrupt. Every single time, like really high risk.
I think it was. But the fact is,
It's really disappointing to believe that it's Shakespearean tragedy and
his
just
chance
one
of bankruptcy
after
became
another.
less and
But
less.
Italians do
Yes.
not live up to the exalted
Yeah, he
view
was
that we
able
would
to
like to have
set his own
of
terms.
kings.
So I
A
presume it
couple of
wasn't just
exceptions that
Maximilian.
I think are interesting for historical purposes.
Smells on top.
Johann Hirkenes here, one of the major
In
leaders
1489, Jacob was attending the Frankfurt Trade Fair, as he did every year.
was a remarkably effective
And
military leader, one
Maximilian.
of the
And Maximilian decided he wanted to take back the
was
for the
finally
Habsburgs.
Maccabean state, and he
Jacob
expanded
agreed to keep the
significantly
money.
himself
And in fact,
other
the
side of the
capitulated
river
without a fight, so just like Sigmund,
area, and
Maximilian said,
significantly
right,
expand
what's a
the
hungry then?
boundaries of the
Oh,
kingdom.
no.
And they
What's
never just
especially
think, well, that was
important
good.
for us in
Yeah.
And pay back the money.
Stop and consolidate.
And again, they were fighting the Turks, so they didn't want to be in conflict with Maximilian. So they signed an agreement opening Hungary up to German
And
merchants.
in what appears to be a
Jacob
one-off
was
in
first in
Jewish
line,
history,
and
he
this
forcibly converts the Judeans to
Because the two will have their silver coins,
forcibly
but
requires
Hungary
them
have copper
to
coins.
take on
And copper is useful
circumcision,
not only for minting
forcibly requires
coins,
them to
but
observe
mixed
the
with tin to make
externality
bronze. Made into cannons, as we saw in the others.
and Sabbath,
It's forced to have those
so on.
bronze
I don't know
stock
exactly
out
how well this was policed,
Right.
but
Like
from the
this
Idumeans came
cannons to protect
a
themselves
punishment
from
for
the
the Jews. That punishment was named
And that's what Jacob
King
practiced.
Herod was
So that is our
descended from the
strength.
Idumeans.
Oh, and now it's definitely going to be making money.
John Hyrcanus's
Oh, yes.
ill-timed
He was thinking everything in
decision
this
to
venture. I don't know what the other figures thought. They must have been panicking.
By the way, this is like the Olympic source
I don't say he's
why
happy.
ever since then Jews have never forced
So he's actually giving up the Fugger family money, not just his.
I'm not sure.
Also, there's a
At
high
this
point
point,
a little
nobody
bit
really
later,
hear about Jacob.
which
I think the others are just sort of getting on with their job.
queens of
He's just trying
period,
to
sometimes it's rendered as
Yeah,
Salome Alexandra,
entirely
and in
different
the Talmud
levels of
she's called
wealth.
Shalcyon, Shalcyon,
There was a lot of upfront capital needed to sink more mines, to
unlike
build a smelter to refine the copper, and a factory to manufacture cannons.
who is known for being an
And Jacob said that the risks were
persecutor of the
quote,
rabbis.
most of the time 10
It's
perish
said that he
before one
actually
gets rich.
crucified thousands
So he was
of rabbis,
hoping
which is
he'd be
perhaps an exaggeration, but the fact that he would
And with the Turks so close to the bigger race.
and
Yes.
you know,
And
she
also, how
represented
binding was that
a
treaty
kind
that
of
Maximilian
back
made with the
towards the
Hungarians?
rabbis,
They just put it
considered
up.
a great
Or could
friend
they follow
of
the line of the treaty, but still make it difficult
that
for
the rabbis
German
began
merchants
to
to operate?
reassert themselves after the Hashmonaim under their
So
Hellenized
he's
influence.
looking at the risk to try and alleviate this problem. Jacob went to his first
the land was blessed with a massive amount of
I never know whether it's metallurgy or metallurgy. I don't know this much about metallurgy. He had Hungarian ancestry, so it would be
immediately after
Even if they get rid of the Germans.
yeah,
Yeah.
just before she
Verso was an expert in water out of mines, which was a huge problem to find out this. Well, sitting on gold mines, so to speak, but they couldn't afford to pump the water out of
also
quite
named
an
after her
out.
husband.
Yes. I watched there was a documentary about England during medieval times, and they used water wheels, and they would pump water in order to pump more water out. I didn't understand it. They tried to explain it. I just kept
Was it
thinking,
sort of whooshing it down from one end so that everything would slosh through and
yeah. So the water coming down was at a higher pressure, forcing the water from the bottom up to the surface and out. And you end up with a negative amount of water in the mine. Yeah, your facial expression is the same as mine when I was trying to understand that. And when the water wheels weren't working, they used donkeys to run the pumps instead. It was very interesting, but the fact that they used water in to get water out just totally blows my mind. I don't understand. If anybody can explain it better than I just tried to, please do.
oh, maybe that's those
I'd rather have the
Yes.
water.
That was actually,
I can dominate
what was
more.
that?
And
Worst
so
jobs in
he
history.
had to use the demand phrase. He missed the
Tony
rise.
Robbins.
He got involved.
I think it was one of those episodes where he got to go down into a mine and they explained it to him.
From across the Jordan River to get the fight, and it immediately blew up again. The Civil War.
the logistics of it.
General Pay shown
Well,
here
Jacob
on
built
the
the
left.
factory so they
The
could
Roman
look out.
Romans always felt like floating around the
And it
other
was
side.
made more like
The Romans not directly involved.
Probably
in
smart.
any of these
Yeah,
conflicts,
but it's
they
an
are becoming
environmental
a very
disaster.
important
Lucas men felled
player
trees
on
from
the
miles around.
geopolitical scene of the
Oh,
Eastern Mediterranean, very active.
And they
Up in
rerouted
Syria,
rivers
very active
to
in
use the
Egypt.
water
And
and to
General
dump rubbish
Pompey,
in.
what in Syria at times, he hears that there is
Humans are
this,
so good for the planet.
troubling civil war going on between these two brothers, and he figures
Anyone
I'll
can
go down
complain
to Israel and I will see if there's any benefit to be had.
When you started with quietly, I was like, oh,
Those of the brothers warring
that's
with
how they
each
get the
other,
water out of the mine. They just fill it up with
and they both try to outdo each other by
We were
giving
talking about
rise
alchemists being the forerunners of
hugely
today's scientists.
expensive gifts. And Pompey essentially realizes, Rome
Fugger
doesn't have
employed
to
alchemists to
choose
do
a
research
side here.
into
We
using
can just simply
metals
take
and
it over
gold.
ourselves. So in fact, in the year 63 before the Common
And
Era,
also to teach
he
alchemy.
does away with
And one of the young men
effective
they taught became Paracelsus,
Bellicose
the
brothers,
father of
and
modern
he takes
medicine.
direct control. He
Definitely
sacks
on
the
our list of
temple,
patron subjects.
amazingly,
He wrote a book on the diseases caused by mining,
broach
including black
the
lung,
confines of the Kaddish.
Really? It was known then?
Heard about the
My
Jewish
granddad
religion?
liked
No.
it, so he was a miner.
What do people
So
do
obviously
in
there
the
was
Jewish
not
religion?
much
And he wants to go into the Holy of Holies, which is
No,
always
it's preventative medicine
this time.
the high priest
Yes,
only
yeah.
on where the Holy Day is.
Sugar and Maximilian were both far taskmasters. If there was corruption, rather than negotiating, Maximilian said,
ridiculous. He also tries to really make it smart
No,
by defiling
Oh, I've told you what we are going to do.
Yes, I told you I'm going to pay you. And you can't afford to live on it, that's your own problem. And in one of Fuga's minds, one of the workers was executed.
You can execute somebody?
Roughly 700 years after the
Oh,
Hanukkah
God.
Rebellion,
He also petitioned the church to get miners exempted from fasting so that he's strong enough to keep working.
the temple is completely
So
under
did it
control
work?
of the Roman
I
authorities.
presume so. It's
However,
Fuga, these things
understand
work.
how the Romans tended to rule.
Fuga, knowing people wanted to get information first, set up his own news service. And this wasn't to disseminate news around to people, that was to get information to you.
Of the Roman Empire, with
Faster than
some
a normal postal service.
So we're not talking about he set up a printing press and off you went.
The government
Well,
was really something
He
novel
said that he published the first newspaper.
at the time.
That they looked like
They were not specifically interested
newspapers
in dominating the population and eradicating their
Yes.
to one person. So
Really, what they wanted was to simply exploit the population in the most effective manner possible to increasingly take tribute
in
from those
14,
lands, to
in
expand
1498,
their
there were no
boundaries,
monopolies.
and they had no real special interest in destroying any civilization that they conquered. There were some, especially the German tribes,
A little cynical
that
there.
them and they had a different attitude towards them.
So a group of miners,
Especially
including
for some before the Common
set
Era,
up a cartel
they
to
would
fix prices for
intensely say, okay,
and
that's
achieve
fine.
fast
We're
profits.
going to take over now.
And they had to ask Maximilian's permission. And since they pointed out the more money they had, the more they were in a position to lend him. That was pretty much a formality, I think.
Yeah.
Figure said he's compromising Hungary to dancing. And the other members of the cartel sent him to Venice.
You have all kinds of,
But Fuga was not really a team player.
and it was
He was
a very, very
advertising alone at the top,
effective
and
method
it wasn't worth
and
doing.
by and large,
He decided to take the others out, the others of the cartel down from the inside.
But
He started taking his cost-defense
person
in
was
huge
actually
amounts,
not so much
flooding the market with
like
cheap
under
cotton.
the Maccabees or like under the
It
Syrians.
was a dangerous move, but he was counting on the fact that he was rich enough to take more than him and the others.
What we call anti-Semitism today was
Oh my
born about
goodness.
this time. Now,
The
there
other
are
members of
some
the cartel
I'm not
stored
gonna get
copper in
into
depots waiting for the price to pick up, but Yakov just kept sending more and more copper into Venice. And one by one, the others went under. They complained to Maximilian that Fuga was acting in an unchristian way. For a start, Maximilian was busy elsewhere. Because he didn't really actually have money as well. He was going to lend it to him. And after all of them, Fuga was the most likely to lend it to. So Maximilian was quite happy that Fuga had all the money. Yeah, but he had a different way of working than most of his counterparts. And we could see it as it was going from a medieval to a modern method. He had not each branch in a detailed records. One of the cards was a very flamboyant character called Matthias Schwartz.
If you look
He
at
worked
the
all his life
numerous
for Fuga.
anti-Jewish statements
He
that are
criticised
in
those
the
who,
Greco-Roman
quote,
corpus
write down their
of
dealings in
they're
poorly kept
primarily
scrapbooks or on
directed
slips of
at
paper,
how
stick them
the
through pots
authors
or
are
register
unable to
reckonings or window
understand
sills.
Jewish difference. For example, Jews, of course, take off
As we're
their
researching.
which was tremendous ratio of days off, days working.
And ledgers and filing ledger bookkeeping.
I know what that is.
It's when you write in what goes in and what goes out. It's quite simple. No, but no one was doing it. The Italians back then started doing it, and that's why they got so far ahead. And it's like quite sensible. But obviously other people weren't doing it. Putting things down on bits of paper.
And they,
And he was like Henry VII. He checked everything. And there's a note scribbled in the margin in Fuga's hand. It's an entry about how much the line manager was spending on food and lodging. Which is another point of things that Fuga financial empire and change the I don't know what's going on here.
It's a minor point for a minor, and a minor road.
But it's that attention to detail that makes it so successful. But they had hell to work for.
It's hard to say that the Romans,
No,
especially
micromanaging it.
the Roman-Jewish War of the first century, had any special antipathy towards
January
Jews.
1498,
It was
the
basically
marriage.
a cultural conflict.
He was 39, she was 18.
And Greeks on the one hand, sorry, the Romans and Greeks on the one hand, Jews on the other. This will change dramatically with Christianity, as I'm going to show you shortly.
So he's buying prestige.
And I mentioned already the nature of Rome. So what exactly happened to the political life of Jews in Israel? So the Romans, according to their notion of Pax Romana, they basically said, fine, we are in charge right now.
1505,
You can
the
negotiate doing the same old, we will allow you to have your own kings. The only thing is, the kingship is no longer hereditary. Every king must be confirmed by
In fact, he ended up putting 4,000 florins.
and we will set the amount of the tribute that you have to pay and so on. So they had kings, and Jewish kings did continue well into the first
The
century.
ship returned with so much pepper.
Herod really shortly thereafter. So Roman authority and sometimes called
Yeah, but that's actually a good thing, because when the well system figures finally got it back, the price was again, so they tripled their
infamous
investment.
album and perhaps the most powerful of these fine kings was
And the Welses went
incredible
on to family
Herod.
trips
And I
and
would
gained
like
their
to
wealth
spend a
from
lot of time
overseas
on
trade,
that,
which
but
was
I realized that if I didn't start to go down a road that we will
Fuga decided to leave them to it, since you found
I
it
want
made
to
it
say
just as
two very
much
quick things about him.
buying the pepper from
On the negative
Portuguese and
side,
selling it on to
he
Germany.
was
They didn't risk at all.
bloodthirsty, savage,
He was able to supply the Portuguese
overly
with copper and silver,
sexual,
which they could bargain for the Portuguese.
murderous.
And Fuga became one of Europe's largest space wholesalers.
He killed off
Whatever he does, he ends up being the largest.
Yes.
By the way.
Do you have any stories? Sorry, probably a spoiler alert. Does he ever fail? Does he have a venture that doesn't work for him?
You know, he's like.
I'm trying to think if he
paranoid
does,
of all
he
kinds
makes
of
it work.
plots behind his back. Actually, his mother-in-law was in fact plotting behind his
It's
back.
like the pepper,
You know, he was
doomed to fail because there was some
individual, very effective leader though.
This seems to be
Developed
remarkably
very close relations with Roman authority.
And a genius. That's a genius level that I don't understand.
And so he was definitely not favored
Okay.
by the Jewish society as a whole because of his rapacious nature. He once said
That must have hurt.
His father was on keep at their earlier, so he came
Among the
from
many
Judaism
services
stock,
we provided
so
for flexibility, saving
so
him
he
from
always had kind
himself.
of like there was a question
But I was
about
thinking, who was going to save him from Fuga? That was his biggest problem. Fuga was paying some of the public officials who worked for Maximilian.
He was able to take control.
And bizarrely,
So one of the things that he did
Maximilian
to
knew
try
all
to
about
cement
this
his
and thought it was a
authority
good thing.
is he married
It saved
the
him money
last
because he
of the
didn't have to pay for
Passionate
it himself.
queens.
It didn't occur to him that he wasn't the one paying for it.
But this one was
They
the
wouldn't have
last
his
of
best
the
interests at
Maccabees
heart.
herself.
I wonder if it was that it didn't occur to him, or he figured this was the exact same as what was going on everywhere else. And how many foreign kings were paying for their courtiers in other people's kingdoms to put in a good word to that king? The only difference is he's not paying them a wage at all now.
I suppose the other kings are paying their own courtiers to go in.
Not necessarily. In Louis XII's episode, I'm assuming this is coming out after that, Louis was paying Cardinal Wolsey and Charles Brandon.
That's true.
Yeah. And in the Diplomats episode with De Ayala, we found that they got paid even after they left their destination country and got back home. And it was all out in the open. Every king knew that every other king was paying their courtiers.
Well, I think Maximilian must have been, it must have been a Jewish member of Maximilian, because he was commented on so much.
Right. Well, if he's not paying them at all, that is a different dynamic.
Yes, because some people are just both sides.
Yes.
If Maximilian isn't paying them at all, then they are defenders made.
Yes.
There's no ambiguity at all, is there?
Not at all.
An agent for the Welser said of Maximilian, quote, he advisors who are parasites that control him completely. They're almost all rich. The emperor's poor.
Yeah, that's not a good system.
No, especially the higher bricks.
Not unless you can find money somewhere.
Not necessarily outside of the wants to remember as long as you're
Hey,
right.
can you
But
do me a
nevertheless,
favor?
this associated
Can you
with
pay
being
me and
built
I'll
for
pay
this is
that
one of the
instead of
most
the other way
important
around?
of the client.
I don't remember what you
major
Machiavelli said, quote, his easy nature causes him to be deceived. A friend of the emperor told me that anyone could cheat him without doing
society. That's kind of sort of
but it even took him ages to realize it was all
society. What about society as a whole? So it's an amazing picture, by the way, by Carl Schleifer.
Oh, ouch.
Eine Streitfrage aus der Pause. Like an argument question. I remember my grandmother.
You do feel like that, don't you? Every turn, you think, oh, come on, just
Do it. Even you.
the Medici turned well
Several
power.
major groups who were
Fuga didn't do that, although he was able to manipulate events just using giving and withholding of loans,
Which is basically political power.
it is. It's not so upfront as the Medici took over.
Yes.
The first are the so-called
Yeah.
So there's more underhand.
the Pharisee is
Fuga's
very well
investments in
known in
Hungary
the
got by Maximilian given that he went to Germans, and which was
where
nothing
it
to
is a
his
term
earner.
of
Investments were put in jeopardy by a peasant's uprising,
Pharisee, and the term
and it's
Pharisee
like
is
justified
synonymous with hypocrite.
and the inversion of the
But
terms.
the Pharisee is just a translation
It's all
of
too complicated and
solution,
quite
which refers to
another
those who separate.
time from her.
These were the rabbis, essentially. They are the
Fuga
intellectual
needed someone
inheritors
to settle the Hungarian
of
problem so
tradition
they could trace
that have
the
become enshrined
We
as
should
our
probably tell people that if they do want more detail
Shammai,
on
Italian,
the
Hillel,
Hungarian and
Shammai,
Ottoman Turk problem, then the next special episode will
all of these
something
people
different.
throughout the centuries are members of this
Explain all
group.
this issue.
And why they were called separators is because they felt that
It's very detailed. I'm trying to figure out how to
control
less confusing.
of the Sadducean movement.
Frenetic is a better word.
Yes,
They could
that,
not
from what the bit I read,
the temple
that's
and
why I
make sure
thought.
that it
Yeah,
observed halacha, that it was much more than they liked.
So Fuga needed someone to settle this situation. He turned to Maximilian and told him, marry off some of your family to the Hungarian, or there'll be no more loans to you.
Seriously, he tried to dictate that to Maximilian.
Obviously, Maximilian was onto it like a shot. His grandson Ferdinand would marry Anne,
Yes.
and the granddaughter Mary would marry Louis.
Yes.
As we saw in Maximilian's
On
episode.
the other hand, you have the Sadducees.
Right.
And so, that Austro-Hungarian Empire was born, and it was Fuga who
And since
birthed
they were
it.
associated
Wow.
with the temple ritual in particular, they called themselves the
It's
Sadducites.
unbelievable. Power this
Yeah.
bad this field.
Now,
And at
not
the double
all
wedding,
were coherent
Fuga
by
brought
any
some bling
means,
for Maximilian
but
to
they
wear
were
some
so
small
called
part of
because
a
they
fantastic, wealthy,
retained
respected
control
granddad.
of the temple
Oh my
ritual.
goodness.
Just
Even
like
after the
Fuga's
Maccabees
his
were
dad.
cleansed of the Hellenistic influences, the Hellenists essentially pushed right back in, and maybe they were a
Wow,
little bit
my
more
brain is
careful about
just-
what they brought into
I
the
can see
synagogue.
diplomatically people saying you should marry so-and-so to so-and-so because you just
for
committed
example, which
or
actually
just
called
invaded your
riots
country.
in the streets of
He's
Jerusalem.
gonna just
Sadducees were much more worldly than
But what else is
Pharisees.
Fuga? Has nothing else to do with bargain.
yes, but the fact that it was successful is just surprising. There is no physical violence implied, just
they had a
starve.
I
guess it's physical violence.
Their minds towards the culture for all of these places.
A soldier.
Then you have
Really Maximilian rather like
period of high onwards, but accelerating throughout the first century,
Yes.
group of people called the Canadian
Yes.
Zealots. And these are people who long
Up to his 50s, Fuga had been living relatively modestly in his mother-in-law's house. She was fasting, and she said
and the more that the Romans
Fuga bought
exercised
a
their
house and 2
power
others
over
outside,
Israel,
knocked them down and built
more
a
they
palace.
managed to do,
President.
more the Zealots
So
gained
sex
strength.
mentality
We'll
is
discuss that
there.
during next week.
Unless they play.
A lot of
Apparently the
early
man had
Zealot
marble floors,
movements
which
that
were
really
a
began
bit
in
desktop
Galilee
because they were
and
so
northern part of
slippery.
Israel
Oh,
built up
and have
to the
columns and
eventual
fountains
Roman
and gold
But
everywhere.
these are
It's so
people
pity
who were
because he had
usually
a house
more
so
closely
much nicer
associated with the
this one.
Pharisees
Yeah.
in terms of their connection to the larger
We like
people,
cozy.
but they
Yes.
advocated
And people
a
get
violent
depressed when they
resistance
see
to the Romans. The Pharisees
I
basically
don't
gave
find
up. They
them
said, you know,
Interesting.
it's
I always
really
feel
not
like
for
you're
us
walking into,
to,
after you've been to a
try
couple
to challenge the will of God.
beautiful architecturally designed,
Whereas the Sadducees
then you
were
go
like
into a big
slavishly
fancy
imitating
house
and
with
wanted to
nothing but
join
marble,
the
and it
essentially,
honestly
and the
feels
zealots
just
wanted
like
to
a
break things.
mausoleum on
The
a
final
much
group
bigger
that
scale.
was significant
Yeah,
in the
this was
spirit
a giant
of
rhino
what
because it's so echoey.
Josephus calls the they're perhaps the most
Yes.
mysterious
Yeah.
of the
But also
groups.
the two houses
The
are quite
Essenes
cozy.
are
Yes, they are.
people who separate radically from society. They may have formed the core of the Qumran community that produced the Dead
Yeah.
Sea Scrolls. They practice bizarre,
The
family practices and so on. And they also felt like
Yeah, they're big,
they
but
were
they're
living just on a moment of something like a rapture. That they felt that
I have that dichotomy.
obviously
I love the
God is
look
gonna
of the
send Messiah
elegant
any day now,
design,
check
but
your watch.
if I have to live in it, I want it as
the writings
comfortable as
left behind in the Dead Sea Scrolls are apocalyptic in nature, very
at the same time. I've never found one that works.
moments and these
No,
are
I
going to happen. I read like the book of Revelations and things like that. So these are the four major groups, kind of like intellectual orientation
this house,
of the
part
Jews
of the palace is
that
going
are
to Vegas.
all in one big steaming mess
Conscious
in
solving
Israel
there, I
at the
think.
turn of
I
the
think
year
so.
zero.
And Las Vegas warehouses.
Let us now go
wagons
to
to go in and out.
the Christianity
So,
and try to understand
wagons
where
to go in
exactly
and out.
this fits
So it was
into the
basically a
entire picture.
warehouse, but with
So,
living
here's
quarters.
a painting from
Yeah,
Mark
and a
Chagall.
proper one.
It's ironic he began in 1938,
No.
calling it white crucifixion. He actually painted
Yes.
Although he was a count,
pictures of Jesus
Jesus
on the cross in the immediate
two
during the
cities.
World War II era.
Yes.
He never used the title. He just referred to himself as Jacob Fugger. So I wonder if he knew
That the early Christian movement was all Jewish. Jesus, of course, was Jewish. The apostles are Jewish. Everyone they're speaking to is Jewish. Some of the major debates that happen are intensely Jewish. So one of the
He announced one Christmas that from now on the firm was to be called Jacob Fugger.
should Christianity be for
Mind you, they
Jews,
shouldn't get any funny
or
ideas.
is it for the world as a whole? And if you want to say it's for the world
They
as
would
a
have
whole,
no power.
so does that mean
They were
that
to
if
conduct
you
business in
Christian, you
strictest
also have
secrecy
to
and to
be
tell
kosher
no
and
one.
and if you want to say don't have to
They were
observe
not to sign anything without
things like
Fugger's
that,
consent.
then
So
why did
what were
God
they actually
command it in the
doing?
first place?
Working
How
for
do we
him.
understand the very
It doesn't sound like they were allowed to do anything.
Well, their money for the business was still theirs. That's fine. No one was going to touch their money.
Departure.
But they have to
These
keep
are
in
all
the
really
business.
important questions that the early Christian
So it's not your money
were
anyway.
debating at the time.
And Jacob also had the right to change any part of that contract without telling anyone, even the nephews.
Oh my, that's not a contract.
So welcome to the firm, boys.
That we have, here we got to look
Yeah, so we start working for
Christian
Jacob.
sources themselves, which are highly
Jacob
problematic.
Fugger was
They're not
Catholic.
written by
It's hard to tell how
direct
fervent the
observers
Catholic was.
of the
He
life
was
of
definitely
Jesus.
Catholic.
They're written
He financed the
decades,
building of
sometimes
churches.
centuries after the life of Jesus. Perhaps based on the kernel
He got round
of
any feeling of guilt that he might have
representation
about being
actual witnesses, however.
Jesus,
And
I
we
throw
try
back money
to
away.
glean some kind of
Cool. He had to go for a camel to go through the
reality
army.
of this individual, what it stands for,
Fugger got
how
round
we
this by
relate
saying
to
that God
spirit,
gave
so on.
everyone
And
skills.
what we see, for example, when you look at the Gospels, there are four Gospels coming of the Christian scriptures. The first three are called the so-called synoptic Gospels
He
because
said he had
they
no trouble
basically
sleeping
are
because he
a
was assigned
synopsis
daily
of
affairs.
each other.
His easier showing his
Lay out the
clothes.
events described in the books of Matthew and Mark and
But as we know, the church took a very
basically like
different view of
free
using
running columns. There
Yes.
are some difficult contradictions.
He was not married. The user was burning in purgatory. And to prove it,
In other words, the
the
first
clergy
three
dug up the
more or
body
less
of
hang
Jesus
together.
and pointed to the
Fourth
decaying
one, the
flesh,
Gospel
teeming
according
with
to
worms and
John, is
maggots.
radically different. It's
These creatures were the familiars of the devil, and it was God's way of showing what he thought of users.
In fact, one of the things you can see in the Christian scriptures is that
Are.
Jews progressively come across worse and
Oh,
worse
that's just it.
as you move
But I did like the fact that they dug up
of the
users
Christian
and
scriptures.
said, look, they're
And that's
rotting.
possibly
Yeah, but they
a
didn't dig up any
reflection of
decent person and
the
say,
growing
look, they're rotting.
generalization
No.
of the Christian movement. In
Is
the
that what
beginning,
ruined it?
everybody's Jewish. We're having a Jewish discussion.
Oh my gosh,
We're
that's
having
so
arguments in the
gross.
family.
I wonder how many people were growing up as they were trying to
More
say
and more
this.
non-Jews join us in
Yeah,
the
it's a
Christian
bit like
movement. And then it
detective
becomes
things
more
with
like
a
us
rookie
versus
detective
them. And
coming
then us
across the
versus
body.
them, the Jews are someone else. They're not us
I
Christians.
did like the natural
That leads to
thinking
much
there,
more
just
hostility.
saying,
But when you look at the Synoptic Gospels, for example, you see that Jesus often has fairly intense, difficult
Figure could
discussions
ignore the use
with
of
the
that
Pharisees
because
in
he said it
particular.
was illegal to charge him.
Yes, but the Pope also borrowed money from people.
You know, when I first read it, I was thinking to myself, how can Christians probably read this and understand it properly? One of the things the
But
Pharisees
people had a funny idea about
asked,
it.
like a really
If they
question,
deposited
they say,
money,
is
they
it
expect to
true
get the
what
5%
you're doing?
interest.
That
Yes.
you and
But
your
if they got it
followers
from
do
him, they suddenly
not
got one or
wash
two
your hands.
morality abuse and said it was wrong.
So
To have to
if
pay
you are
interest.
familiar with Orthodox Jewish practice,
Fugger wasn't afraid of excommunication, so he believed that if he
it's
were
as is I am, right?
excommunicated, so would all the many, many other Christian
You've got to
unbelievers.
wash your hands.
Conrad
That's
collapsed.
going to be so much
Every
water
church would get that.
for certain kinds of food. It's a rabbinic
But
enactment.
there was a backlash against Fugger. He got the church.
Obeying the authority of the rabbi. Rabbi Akiva, for example, demonstrated once in prison, and he had a small amount of water. He had to decide, should I drink it or should I wash it?
Everyone
So he
hated you,
chose to wash his hands
Aristotle
rather
liked
than transgress. So
Dante likened them to
it's
sodomites,
give
didn't
you a
give
sense of like
reference
how
to
you were to the rabbis. So what they were
Christian
asking
moneylenders
is
claimed
really,
their
do
profession
you
by
write the authority of the rabbis?
interest.
They give the example of washing hands. But if you're not
Pressing
familiar with
charges,
that,
handling
you're thinking to
things,
yourself,
booking charges,
what
and
is
get
this
these
with
days.
those Christians like I'm
Yeah.
sanitary or
Or you
something?
could do it
They
immediately.
can wash your hands before.
They lent
Who
money
doesn't
on
wash your
one
hands before
currency
eating?
and had
Everybody
it
does that.
paid in
So that's the kind
another.
of intense debate
But
that
that way
will go
the
on
interest could get
that
lost
gives
in
you
the
a sense of how
difficulties of
they would
currency conversion
disagree with
calculation.
you. Another debate that's really common in the Gospels
Yeah.
is
Outburg was a
Jesus'
city of
miraculous
Christian
healing
moneylenders.
on
The
the
city was
back.
founded using
Right, like,
14th
why
century.
is it that
He
the
was like
rabbis are
graves
so
there to
upset
build the
that
city
he's
wall.
healing people with various demons
Oh,
and leprosy like that on Shabbat? And so
There was a
the way
rivalry
to understand
between
that is
Nuremberg
really
and
have to
Augsburg.
penetrate the laws of
Nuremberg had
healing
all
on
the
Shabbat.
inventors and makers.
There's much more to say here than
Augsburg,
we are about
moneylenders.
the nature, the intensity of the debate in the Pharisees indicates that
So it
Jesus
doesn't pay,
himself
even in those
is
days, it doesn't pay to make
closest
things,
to
it
the
just
Pharisees
pays
of all the
for
other
the services.
heavily influenced by
Nuremberg decided that the way to bring Augsburg down was to give the moneylenders where they were vulnerable.
quotations of Hillel or Hillel's quotation use of
Fugger enlisted the help of a university
He's really
professor,
within that
Johannes
camp in
Eck,
many, many different ways.
who wrote a
And there's a
dissertation
fascinating
justifying
passage
use of
that gives us some insight
which
into
then
how the
sparked
rabbis
debate.
view this.
So
The Gemara in Sota,
peaceful action took place.
Mem Zion 47,
Patreon
which is
restaurant.
actually omitted from most of the printings of the
I only
Talmud
understood
because
by
it talks about Jesus. And the Jewish printers were concerned
The argument was
that
to
the
do with
censors
the
would
Augsburg
remove it,
contract,
and so
which
therefore it
stated
was
that depositors
self-censored.
would
It
promise
was later returned to
5%
the
of
Talmud
their
on
loan.
the basis of
So if the lender risked bankruptcy,
but even the
just
Vilna
borrowed
Shas, who bought anything
it
published
wasn't
before, let's say,
because the lender couldn't be sure on massive returns, they might lose out. So that was the idea.
It's a fascinating
If you lend
passage in
money
which
knowing that you're
the
getting back,
rabbis are
and it's
discussing
all perfectly safe,
how
and
not to be a teacher.
risk bankruptcy.
And one of the things they say is the right form of a teacher is a teacher
The
must
debate was
draw
risky since if
people
Egg
close
lost,
with the
the
right hand,
Augsburg contract was
closer
set
hand
to
to
use
stronger hand, but at the same
No one
time
would then
push away
deposit
with
money
the
with
left
the
hand.
bankers again.
In other words, the teacher has to maintain a
So
professional
that they could keep
distance.
themselves.
There is a power
Somehow
difference
okay.
between student and teacher.
People can't
But you want to make the students feel like you care about them, you draw them in.
That would
but at the
change
same
the
time, it's
entire economy,
not, says the
actually.
Talmud, like Rabbi Yeshua ben
It
Brakya,
would.
who
You're going
was
right back
Jesus'
to early medieval.
It's an amazing passage. Essentially, that
I know
passage
people would
is
probably
saying,
disagree, but
we're not going to go into
the
the problem
reason
of
we
Jesus. We're
have
going to go into the
so
problem of
much,
his teaching.
even
Rabbi Yeshua ben
inventiveness,
Brakya
is
did not treat
because
his
of the
students
economy.
properly.
If
He
you
pushed
can't
them away
provide yourself
with
the
both
support
hands.
prior,
So
you wouldn't be able to do
we're
any
running a
of
little
the
short
work.
on time, so I'm not going to go through it.
A
But
lot of
basically,
I know this
that
because
is
they're
kind of
startup capital investors.
an indication of how the rabbis
You don't
felt.
have money, you've got the
perhaps
idea,
this
but you
passage,
can't
that
actually do
Christianity was
it
kind of
unless
like
you have the
a
money. Most often you don't have the money in order to find out if your works. That's why they have to get these loans. And if you hand over your idea to someone
had
who
they
has the money,
not been alienated,
Will
like
they
you
actually
pushed away with
say
your
to
hand,
you, it's
you
your
actually would
idea?
not have had a breakaway minion that became the goal.
Or they'd say, no, it's too risky, I'll just put it on with it at all. Yeah, it's
On the other hand, I mentioned earlier the book of John.
The debate
The
took
book of
place in
John
Colombia.
has
The German
some
cities
of
decided
the
it was
nastiest passages
terrible.
regarding Jews.
Egg
Jews are referred to as
for 5
the children
hours.
of the devil, just like the devil
In
is
the end,
the
the
father
judge
of
said they
lies,
could decide
so
between
too are Jew liars, for example. refers to
That's
the
not helpful.
synagogue
No.
of Satan.
That's not an
Really
answer.
nasty stuff.
They haven't
It's
said that the contract
like
have
on the other
something.
side.
Yes.
It's really
However,
trying to get
soon
started.
after,
Many scholars believe that the author of the Book of John,
issued a
or
papal bull
primary
that went
inspiration for it,
against
was
centuries of
someone
church
who
teaching
was affected by
and
the
said that
so-called
interest was not to
blessing
use
of the heretics. What is the
which
blessing of
is
the heretics? It's
because
really a curse of the heretics. It's a passage inserted into the 19th bracha
I think
in
you're being
the Shemona
extremely
Esrei,
cynical.
which essentially says for the slanderers.
He said it was payment for labour, cost and risk.
But it was written primarily because the rabbis at the time, around the turn of the second century, felt, it was Christian
How
movement
much
to
this
begin to
burden
get
came
out of
from the
hand.
fact that Leo
And
might
you
never
had
get the
people
vote
coming into the
for
synagogue who are espousing beliefs which are antithetical to
So is
Judaism.
that precedent
So
setting
therefore,
from now
it was kind of
on?
like a litmus test
Loaning
for
of money and
Christian
interest
thought.
is fine.
An individual was
The gates
suspected
to mortgages, high purchase, overdrafts, all those
they
things
were
that brought
invited to
up
lead
lives
the prayers
today.
for the congregation, and then everyone would wait and
Thanks,
see
Leo.
would they read this 19th
Yeah, a second.
mandatory
Incidentally,
blessing.
later became the
If
man
they
who
in
shot
fact
Boston
read it,
news
no
that took
problem,
place.
because it really
On Fuga's orders? I guess we'll never know.
but if they failed to read it,
In
then they would be
1514,
literally
Fuga
ejected
lent
from
money
the
to
synagogue.
Albrecht of
Some
Hohenzollern.
scholars believe that the
Quite
Gospel
possible.
of John was written by some Jew
Why should we
who
care?
was
We've never heard of this man.
ejected from the synagogue. Obviously, one of the most
But we should
significant
care because
charges
it
of
triggered
the
one of the
period
biggest
is the
events in
charge of
history.
deicide. The argument that the Jews
Sorry, I'm gonna let you
killed
continue.
Jesus, right?
The job of the
Deicide,
Bishop of Mainz
Deus
was up for
God,
grabs,
he
and this was important. The
homicide,
Bishop of
homicide,
Mainz set up the agenda for the imperial diets.
a cursory reading of the Gospel
It's
indicates
as
that
if one
this
man
is
could
not
decide
what
what the
happened.
English Parliament
I'm not
should
talking
discuss for
about
the
a
entire
deep
season.
historical dive into this.
Yes.
And
Lord
a
Chancellor
little
and Archbishop.
bit reading of
I
Christian
read that
theology
he was
says
second
that
host of
Jesus
the Emperor
died
in power,
for all our sins,
How
for the
powerful was the
world's
Emperor?
sins. So to blame one group when he's supposed to be dead for our sins is a complete inversion of Christian theology. But the story, as I'm sure you're familiar, is
Mainz was the only city that could call itself the Holy See, apart from Rome.
disrupts the
Really?
services
I
of the
didn't know anything about this.
temple.
This was the highest post in Germany.
He is ultimately betrayed by one who is
There were three candidates. One was
where he is interviewed by Pontius Pilate, who is a Roman official.
and he was considered the best
With him,
qualified.
and he says
He was underage. He was just 24. He was unqualified because he had no degree.
on the eve of
And he was
Passover,
ineligible for
he
the
says
post
to the
since he
crowd
already
in
had to run the
Jerusalem,
bishoprics.
listen, I'm
Why
going
is
to,
he
as is our
eligible for
custom,
the post?
no such custom, but nevertheless it's in the
Well,
Gospels,
He has
I'm going
something
to
that the others
release
didn't
one
have.
prisoner who would be otherwise killed. I have two. You can choose whichever one you want.
The position
You
would have to be
choose from
qualified.
either release Jesus, the one they call the Jews, or as release Barabbas,
What
who's
we've been through so far could be any
the
of them.
assembled Jewish
Yes,
multitude
but it would all be
in
plain
Jerusalem,
training.
as the book of Matthew says,
Albrecht had the most money, so of course he was the best man for the job. It was 20,000 florins worth of the best man for the job. Oh my goodness. So then Martin Lang, Bishop of Salzburg, and the Mary put in crowns
to
ruined
say, I want
it by pointing out that Albrecht had those two bishoprics already.
So the Romans clearly are behind it.
The Pope would hardly let a bishop of Mainz
But
go now.
nevertheless, that passage has
Not
resonated
for that
in
price,
particular
anyway.
one verse, Matthew 27:25, when Pontius
So
says
Leo
to
let
the
it be
crowd,
known, the virus
"You
secret
really want me to
intermediary,
crucify Jesus?
that he wanted
say
12,000
His
ducats.
blood be
And
on
I'm not quite
us,
sure about the ducats.
and
It's
upon
foreign
our
ratio,
children,
but ducats are like one
which
foreign.
had been used
Yes,
for
1,000
centuries
ducats
later
should be
as
impossible.
justification for violence against Jews.
Oh,
Because
and
upon
it
our
was to
children
pay into
means
his
all
bank
descendants
of the
of Jews.
Vatican.
Other readers
Oh,
however, say, no,
even
this
better.
is referring to
He was offered
the Roman Jewish
7,000
War, which
ducats.
the Jews
That's
suffered from
1,000
directly.
ducats, which
It
is
refers to
sacrament.
that very next
Then they
generation.
got on 10,000. That's equivalent to 34,000 florins.
But be
So
that
that's
as it
quite a
may,
leap from the
that
original
charge has
20,000.
dogged us for a long time.
Through the
More
transfer of the money
significantly
into
even
the
than that
OCC, little
is
bank
the
account.
theology
But now,
proposed by
how
Paul,
was Albrecht
definitely one of the most talented purveyors of Jesus' teachings, who essentially takes this Jewish movement and turns it into a global movement by really attracting lots of non-Jews to it. And he essentially proposes answers to many of the questions I mentioned earlier, that the Jews once had God's favor, but because they were unfaithful to him, God has now abandoned the Jews and a new people has replaced them. Metaphor is like the oak tree is dead, or the olive tree is dead, no longer producing tree and just have a stump left. But if you graft on a new branch,
Indulgence is
branch
one of the
there.
things.
Unfortunately, the Jews
They've
are
been given to people who don't
Christians,
understand.
which refers
Later
essentially
they
now
give to
to
people who don't
non-Jews. Join this movement. They're
People were quite happy to kind of
just to give you one illustration of it from the medieval
because it
period,
spared them a
in
few
order to
thousand years
explain
of
this
poetry.
to
Yes, but now Albrecht had to work out a way to
resources.
please the faithful.
Since
Now
PowerPoint
that there was
would
no
not be
Crusaders
invented
pending.
for trees, they have
Leo,
things
he
like
took on the idea of rebuilding St. Peter's Basilica.
An
Indulgences could be given to those who donated.
So Ecclesia has crown, upright
The Pope would take
staff,
half the dosh, and
has
Fugger would take half the dosh.
the chalice
Oh, no, really?
rail, and it represents power and authority.
And as the Pope
so
said,
on. On the other hand, synagoga, the figure
as the
representing the
Pope
synagogue,
said,
you can see that she's got a broken
how
staff.
very profitable has been this faithful of Christ.
And her power has ended. She's
Oh,
holding the Ten
wow.
Commandments here, but
His
they're
children, 7 in a row, has been turning
literally
into
closed to the ground.
Oh,
She is blindfolded by serpents.
a priest, Johannes Tetzel, was sent out with a big
And
cross
her
picture of the
attitude is one
devil,
of decline. She's
and a
literally
large
falling
money
away
box
from the
to
rock.
travel from town to town.
Dyad, and they face it.
So I suppose you point to the cross and say, "Want this?"
Christian art.
Picture to
Another
say,
example
"You don't
from
want this?"
Death in Germany, the 14th
And then you
century.
point to the
This one's just
and say,
Fill this.
"You need to
obviously
put
the same
something
black
in
metal.
there."
Here's the Ecclesia. You can see the crown, the song, the
But behind
staff,
him, at a discreet distance, were
chalice
figures
there.
auditors,
She's right
royal
there.
staters, kings and queens and bishops had to pay 25 florins,
The
counts and barons 20 florins,
Ezekiel,
merchants 3
and she
florins,
has
workers
a
1 florin.
hand descending from heaven.
it's not as much as I thought they would have asked.
Indicating very clearly
I'm sure they'd accept all.
On the
Yeah.
other hand, synagogue
I'm sure
is
it's pointed
riding
out to
on
you.
a
This is
mule,
minimum.
a
Right.
sterile
You give
animal.
more, they're not
She is holding, well, there's so many details here, but you see the broken staff, you see the crown falling from her
That's so
head.
tough. People can imagine their little
Here's my
children
favorite
crying
detail.
out.
And there's a sword descending from heaven, entering the
That's
top
not
of his
okay.
head, which pretty
They
much
travelled
says the
all
message
over
that,
until they reached Saxony.
God no longer
And in
favors
Saxony
Jews,
was a
God
unknown
has now replaced
33-year-old
them
scholar
with Christians.
who was
And this
outraged
essentially
by what
caused
was
message
going
that
on.
was incredibly powerful.
He knew it was just a
and has
ruse
very
by the
negative
Pope,
impact
and he was
on
infuriated
Jewish
at that.
right up until the 20th
So
century.
infuriated was he
Many of these things
that
were
he
not
wrote
really
95
reevaluated
arguments against indulgences and stuck them to the cathedral at Wittenberg.
I know who this is.
That does take me to the end. I'm
He
sorry.
also sent
a
these,
little bit long.
what you might call theses,
Reflecting
So
on
important
the
to tell
survival
people.
skills of the period,
unfortunately.
we didn't do so
Albrecht
well. We
reminds
had
us.
temporal power.
Obviously, he didn't realise the
Pretty
Mainz
much
connection.
wasted it. The only
And he
movement that
wrote
was
quite
ultimately successful was the movement
Following
that
Christ and
moved
those
away
illustrious
from
priests.
temporal power, moved into the
Forgive me
Pharisees.
that I,
We're all
scum of the earth,
today
should dare to
because we
approach your
recognize
sublimity.
I really want to put that into
Torah
something.
itself was really
Now,
Jewish
I,
people
scum of the earth that I am,
to future centuries. I look forward to speaking with you next
May
week.
your
and we'll
highness
look
look
at
upon
the
this
tumultuous
speck of
first
dust
century through the
in my
Rothschild
plan,
rebellion.
unquote.
Thank you very much.
And he asked Albrecht to investigate this matter of indulgences. But Albrecht didn't write specks of dust. Why did he? He's the Bishop of Mainz. But he did pass that speck's letter on to the Pope.
I always wondered how it went sideways for him so quickly.
He wrote to the wrong people.
Yes.
We saw in Maximilian's episode that the Tyrol Council investigated Maximilian's
Tonight, we're
finances
going to be
and found that
talking about
Fugger was ripping him off left, right, and centre.
Yes.
The Talmud, it's social,
Well, they didn't
political, and of
investigate
course
because they were
literary
worried about
movement.
Maximilian.
And
They obviously
this
didn't
is one of
think
those topics that brings out all the crazy
One
people.
concern
I'm looking
there
around
was
the
that this
room now. I
relationship
see there are no
between
crazy
Maximilian
people who are
and Fugger
actually
might lead the
present.
region
That's
into
why we have
bankruptcy.
security, so I'm not going to give them thank you.
But everyone
On the
knows
internet, I know
all
they
their
have a lot
assets
of
will
crazy
disappear.
people. So
Yes.
before we
And
actually talk
firm
about the
assets,
Talmud, I'm
things
going
that
to
shouldn't,
basically
like
focus
mines.
on the 3rd through the 5th
As an example of
centuries
Fugger
of the
being
Talmud
put
era.
out of the
I want to jump ahead a little bit to the 13th century to talk about why is it that the Talmud brings out all the crazy people. So it really goes to this man here,
cow.
I mean, that is
the third,
payday.
kind of an ironic name.
That's
because it
beyond
was one
payday
of
loans,
the
I think.
harshest hopes that I could
Smart silver mines should have meant that the Tyrol would
Jewish
roll in money.
legislation.
But there is Fugger.
Relief on the left here is actually sculpted by Joseph Nicholas in 1950, and it is part of
He
the
was doing
series that's
really well
on
at
display in the
because
Capitol
he would
House.
look
U.S. House of
up and silver
Representatives.
mines were worth as a
23
snapshot. This is how much they're
so
getting at
Pope
today.
Innocent III a great
And it
13th
was less than
century
Fugger had mentioned, so he
churchman,
thought,
is actually one of the 23 great legislators of the entire world. What's the connection specifically to Talmud? So there was an apostate named Nicholas Donin
and it was a massive
who
amount of Tyrol felt like
started a
theirs.
trend. It actually goes back a little bit before this, that innovated the addition of the Talmud to the
Thanks
story.
to begin
This is
selling off the rights,
Jew
not only
who
affected their present cash flow,
hoped to
but
make a
also their
career
future
for
income.
himself by
So
converting to
Fugger was
Christianity
condemning the region
and
to
then
poverty indefinitely.
essentially telling tales out of
Fugger's
school
argument was that
to
when
the
you're
church,
dealing royalty,
which was something
you
of
had to
great
charge high
interest to
interest
Innocent
because they were
III.
an
In
unsafe
particular,
bet.
he was fascinated with the question is, how is it
Let it be very
that
redressed
12
with Fugger.
centuries after the foundation of Christianity, the Jews still maintain their ancestral faith? How is it possible that they have not converted to Christianity after all that they have done against the Jews in the error of their ways? They still maintain steadfast in their faith. So Nicholas Donin approached the Pope and essentially said, the reason is because you're missing a huge document
Will be bankrupted by
that regulates Jewish life perhaps more than any other, perhaps even more than the
Is
Torah
this
itself.
Fugger or his
It's
descendants?
a massive compendium.
Right.
It takes up
And this was a
this
day since
my
some of the
bookshelf
tyranny
in
and
a regular
councils were
subdivision.
throwing in German
It's
his
written in
assets.
Aramaic, which is the language that basically
Instead, the
close
council
to the
offered
church. The church
Maximilian
spent a lot of time
400,000 florins to
reading
raise
and
the vote of Fugger.
a certain degree in Hebrew, but not so much time in Aramaic. And it's highly arcane. It takes years of training to be able to crack the code of
The
how
Holy
to
Roman Empire,
It's a very
why did
complex,
Francis the First
difficult,
want
craft
it?
style.
Why was Charles?
He says the thing is, the Jews have been studying this Talmud, and they study it from a young age. As a result, by the time they get to the age where they made the preaching of Christianity is too late already. They have the poison involved. Therefore, the third one you have to do is get involved in Talmud study and Talmud regulation. And in fact, this is what happened. It's got very in the Talmud, and
Because
we
Maximilian
found
made
out
it
as much
so.
as we could about it. The sources of information, of course, are Jews like Nicholas Donin himself,
The
who
council had to
claimed
beg
to have
Frederick
some
to take on the job.
understanding of the Talmud, very passionate, faulty, and clearly tendentious
I think my
in
portrait of
rendering of
Maximilian
Talmudic
was
text.
necessary.
But
I
Innocent
found just
the
how
third
much
said,
it built
that's
up.
it. We definitely have to deal with this Talmud. It's really at the root of our problem of Jews not converting. And in the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, which was a major gathering of churchmen, he passed a lot of church legislation.
And although
He introduced to the world
died on
the
Fugger for
infamous
everything,
Jewish
as soon as he died,
see, a legal version that was not always
his bride
version that we're used to from, of course, the 20th century. Sometimes was the tablets of the law, the rounded tops, which is more of a
he already had
Christian
other
style.
bankers, I think.
Or you
Okay,
would
but
often
you
see,
stick with the one that
especially in France, the ruelle, little round
stick with the bank.
circle here, which hopefully identifies
And it sounds like
the
he's
mistake as being Jewish.
diversifying where he's getting his money from, so no one person has that much power.
It does make sense that Fugger doesn't.
This all goes back to Innocent III, and it goes back to Nicholas Donin, takes us back to the Talmud. The Talmud has this kind of attachment in the minds
So
of
he
many
retaliated by
anti-Semites
closing up
as
front.
the reason why the Jews are
Not
so
to the extent where he actually offered him a
why
loan,
the
but he
Jews
just
have
made
some
sure that
kind
he
of,
was in contact with
as they argue, some kind of secret cabal dominate the world.
And it was Margaret
This is
Austria
really why he tends to bring out
told
the
Charles
crazy
to get
people.
back in
And
with
speaking of crazy people, I want to introduce you to one more classic crazy Talmudist.
But she felt that Charles was
Some of you were here on a lecture and spoke about it in much greater length, but I'll speak about it briefly right now.
Not much.
In the late 17th century, there was a man named
Well, she's also
Joseph
getting told by
Unlike
Nazi.
Donin, who was a Jew for Christianity,
And bless
I
him, he
was a
didn't seem to
Christian
see
who
that this was a bad man.
spent 19 years studying Judaism and converted. He went through
Francis
all
realised
sides
too that it wasn't
the
going to be a
entire
contest
Talmud,
on merit,
all the
but purely a matter
married,
of
he had
had
children.
Fugger.
He was completely integrated
Really,
into
he had
the Jewish
gotten
life.
that much power that it's
Europe.
going
He
to be
actually
based on
studied
whoever gets to
Rabbi
him.
Rothschild. And then,
Some of the electors openly told Fugger
in study,
his mouth.
he came out with this massive pluralist volume, 2,000 pages
Francis Fugger
called
for 369,000 florins,
Dectets, which means
offering him
Judaism.
contract payment and
Here's what it
commission.
looks like in one edition.
Which
It's
was
a
a good deal for Fugger, but he was a
and
hatchet.
it is a fairly
He
scholarly
got well out
tome
of the past.
in which he painstakingly goes through every tiny
So he
passage
made sure that
anywhere
Charles
in
that
rabbinic midrash and any of the sectas, rights, and every single document you find. Anything we twist to make the Jews look bad,
Rose
we
like
included in here.
because Francis had
Contrary
the
to
land.
popular perception,
Charles
it's
had
not.
labels.
It's
They were too
quote,
close to comfort.
but it's frequently mistranslated,
What he
always
had,
in his
someone was threatening that.
commentary and so on. And essentially what he was trying to do is he spent 19 years as an undercover Jew, pretending to be a part of the Jewish community, only to come out with a massive just meditate for a moment on the kind
Yeah,
of
well,
twisted
I didn't come across
personality
this
it
one
would
about
take
Maximilian's episode.
to try to infiltrate the community. We spent nearly 20 years
When
of
he feared
their
that he
life.
might die before Charles reached majority, he actually offered to adopt Henry as his
These are
son.
kind of crazy people that are
Really?
Henry wasn't he?
and of course, by the way, what's translated is available on Amazon.com even now.
Post office
Under a
seems
slightly
more
different
interesting.
title, but this is one of the most notorious anti.
Yeah, well, is this before or after Henry had written his arguments against monarchy?
Basis of virtually every anti-Semitic
Not sure
slur
about
that we have in
Because
modern.
people don't know, Henry VIII
Eyes and
wrote
legs are really
basically a book against all of the 95 theses of Martin Luther and was declared defender of the faith, which the British monarchs still
there's a Talmud is not an ordinary book by any means, and unfortunately one of the metrics by which we understand the Talmud is that it has an outsized view
Because he said, yeah, he
minds
was
of anti-Semites as the reason why Jews are so different and
it's so
in their
weird,
minds so
Charles.
dangerous.
In the
Let
future,
me move on from this kind of preface. Let's go back to our history. So the sources for tonight's talk a little bit difficult, where you will get much easier with sources as we move towards the medieval period. But basically, primary sources in particular, we have the Talmud itself. As
yes.
we mentioned in previous
one
lectures,
of the
the
reasons
Talmud is
why
not a
Henry was
history book,
quite open
but
to
has
the
a ton of history information in it, and you have to sort of read it sideways to penetrate what he's saying historically.
And Henry wasn't a bad man with the electors either, because he had
Much of that source of how the Talmud
Yeah,
came
he
to be.
was still
Much
rich.
like
He
Josephus,
sent a
we are
boy, Richard
held
Pace, to check the
hostage
viability
to
of all this,
Josephus
and Pace
for the
travelled
first
around
century.
to Germany.
Were held hostage to the Talmud for the history of the
The
Talmud.
first four he
And
talks to,
that's problematic from a historian's
they
perspective.
each agreed in
You
theory.
know, we really like to have multiple perspectives on any given event to be able to try and determine if there's any bias in these sorts of stuff. But nevertheless, we will rely very heavily on the Talmud for our material sake. We also have some really good secondary analyses of Talmudic history that are quite old. Perhaps the most important of them is so-called
Really?
They had to sleep on straw mats in a
this
bucket.
was written a few hundred
And
years
they had
after the
decided in
Talmud
13 days their rations were cut to just red water.
Sharira
Right, so
Gal,
that's
and
pretty
it is
similar
the
to
first real sort of a
And there's
historical
mayhem
book
outside
that
the
called the
cathedrals. The
Talmud
Habsburgs
came to
had
be.
pushed about
Not
Francis
written
I
with the standards of modern historiography, but nevertheless pretty solid, and giving us a lot of information that helps bring things into focus from the Talmud. We will
Charles
also
was still
have a
holding
similar
out,
kind of document
refusing to
written by
accept
my
no
mom,
room
if
for
it's
God,
familiar to you.
until he heard,
This is
I'm not
also
sure how
in the House of Representatives. He is one of the 23 lawgivers of all time.
Charles heard that
And
the
after
electors
this is
moved.
the third. Maybe we should have put to at least the
Really?
22 lawgivers.
Whoever had
The minorities wrote a great introduction to the Mishnah, which essentially gives us an
So
overview of how
14
the
days
Talmud
after they
indeed
moved,
relied
one day
on
they
sources
were
like Spiritual. And this is essentially
the
like
electors
the
emerged
theological
and said they were looking for Fuga.
in the 19th century in particular, more of a push to understand the Talmud and its origin from an academic perspective, which has led to a bifurcation amongst students of the Talmud. There are those
Yes.
who are in the traditional yeshiva system who are more or less learning the Talmud and
But all in all,
its
this
history
had cost
the same way that Jews have learned it for at least 300 years, possibly much longer than that. But at the university, there is an approach to studying
So why
the
was he so
Talmud and
keen
its
to
history,
stick to
which
the
borrows from
Habsburgs?
all kinds of modern theories, feminist theory, Marxist theory, you name it. And sometimes there are some really fascinating kernels of
Well, that's
information
everything.
that can be gleaned from the academic study of the Talmud, but it is not studied
Charles,
at all with the same
yeah,
level of
Charles,
sanctity
the Archduke
that
of the
you would
Netherlands,
have
the Duke
in
of
a yeshiva.
Guelders, the
But
King of
those kind
Sicily,
of methods of
etc.,
study
etc., etc.
university
and King of Spain with all the New World
and
resources
the yeshiva
behind
studies
collecting.
really are.
And
There's
king
quite a
of
big gap.
actual Spain,
And here's one thing that's happening.
Castile and Aragon are now
Which is so
under one
amazing.
person.
Very excited about it.
Well, it was an
It is
entirely different
slowly
prospect.
penetrating the yeshiva world as well. And that
However,
is
the imperial
the
diet
study
they
of the
turned off
Talmud
Fuga, saying that it was dangerous to have someone so rich that they could affect politics.
after all was
And Charles agreed.
not written. It's really
Despite the
worth
fact that
Talmud
Fuga hadn't been
shortly,
able to affect
but it's
politics,
mainly a version
Charles
of
Emperor
there's been a reign of influence.
Yes.
And there are all these
Charles
things
still had to
in
pay Fuga
little
back.
version
They will
in
borrow,
this
and then they
script
say,
here,
right,
which
how are we
Talmud
going
have
to get rid
never
of you now?
access.
With the
Tons
tax
of
rate
words actually were
increase,
coming out
which
through
led to riots
Torah.
all
So
over Spain.
this is the kind of
Because for some reason, Spanish didn't see why they should pay for their king to become emperor of somewhere else.
Yes.
I mean, they're very
We have to
Spanish,
feel that
aren't they?
they're related to Thomas. So there's some really old
Charles clamped down
scholars
violently on
who are
the
learning
protests.
Middle Persian.
He did also promise to forget the tax rise.
Classic example of a
So it's
pioneer
beginning to look as if
field.
Fuga wasn't going to see that 544,000
fantastic book called
So it's beginning to
Iranian
look as if this
Talmud.
might actually
Things like
push
this are telling us
Fuga
so
up.
much about the Talmud,
One
like trying to
known too
understand
many.
the historical context
Around this
of
time,
the period in
Augsburg
which
saw
the
the
rabbis were
unveiling
writing, and their culture is very fast.
Fugarite.
To inject a little bit of that
It's
into our
Fuga with
discussion
the
today. That's
I.
basically the sources
And
that
this
we
is
use for a
106
discussion
homes
of the
built by
Talmud.
Fuga for
Okay.
conserving poor.
So let's pick up our
And it's the
narrative
oldest
from where we left
continuously
off
inhabited
2
example
weeks
of
ago.
social
We are
housing
in
in the
the
world.
post-Mark Cultural period,
But it's lovely. The houses are
somewhere
lovely.
in the late
They're really nice.
130s.
The only problem
As
was
I
that they all
mentioned
look
last
the
time
same.
we were together, we
People
don't
kept
have a
walking
lot
into
of
the wrong
really
house.
good
So they
data
tried to knock
on
on
what
ideas.
happened at
They
Mark
pushed
Cultural
numbers on
Valley.
it.
We don't know exactly
This is where address
why
came
it
from.
started.
This is where numbers
We
and houses first
some
made.
amazing materials that we
Wow.
discovered in the last
How
decades
cool is
about
that?
Isaac or,
And later it was the home of Mozart's red graph.
primary documents like conquest letters to his
Oh,
generals, things like that
that's
to
so
give us
neat.
a lot of
Civics
confirmation
every
about his
That's what
personality
we
was, but we
Oh,
have a lot of blank
Yeah, they are
spots of
lovely.
the actual
Well, there's
results.
big tourist attractions
We
for
do know, however,
They
that
still
it was
exist.
widely
they're
regarded
still,
by the
and they're still
rabbi
social housing.
as a potential
That is
Messiah. Called
fantastic.
himself Messiah.
I wish we had stuff like that in Canada. Our history doesn't go back very far because it doesn't. Everybody just tears it down and puts on and builds something new.
Could have been
Oh, we do that here too.
Messiah.
All the constructs.
From Geocassius, the Roman historian we discussed last time we spoke, he mentions 508,000 rebels killed by the Romans.
Buildings shaped
That number, it's hard to really grasp if that number is real,
made out
because
of concrete.
it would indicate a really huge population overall. There's no question, it gives sense why devastation that the Romans inflicted.
Despite this act of pious charity,
brought
following the imperial elections,
Israel
Fuga became
controlled
public
this
enemy
rebellion,
number
not
one.
at all
And much of
insignificant,
that was to
and it was a pitched battle for about 3 years, so it was not at all
The papal emissary thought that it was
Hadrian,
easy
for
process
example,
to
the emperor at the
until he's
time,
accounted.
famously
But
in
it's
his
just a grab.
address to the Senate, he
But the Pope had
omitted
probably
the
not
traditional
arrested.
phrase which
So,
the emperor is supposed to use when he addresses the Senate, which is,
for
I
some
and
reason, he
my
was staying
army
at
are
Fuga
well.
Palace.
But in the context
Maybe
of
this,
our
well,
cultural
they had
rebellion, which
beggars'
was
quarters.
incredibly
Maybe they had
stubborn
a
resistance
possible
to
area
the
of
Romans to excavate,
It's not thought that he met
omitted
Fuga, but the opulence of the Count Harris is disgusting.
very
And
sign
he
of
resolved to
the
be this
the
irritation
Tamar
and so on.
fighters. As I mentioned, Kiva argued that
The
the
German
have been
Hitler was
Mashiach,
pushing against an
but
open
his
door.
colleague Jonathan Ben Forth
I
said
heard
here,
someone saying pushing
Akiva,
against an open door.
glass will blow from your cheekbones before our Kuffar is
As far as reform went,
very
these
tertiary
princes
type
were already
statement
fed up
of,
with indulgences
we'll underground for a long time before our
which is a
Kuffar
bit rich,
is
given the self-same princes are just
It is most likely in the aftermath of our Kuffar,
But it's
that
quite
we have the 10 martyrs of the state. Now, this is what we refer to as 10
not only
martyrs
did you have Luther
Asara
against him,
Purim
but also an impoverished knight
It's not
called Ulrich
technically
von
historical. Many of those
wrote
individuals
several
described as 10 martyrs
anti-Fuga
tried,
tracts,
a
and
century
he
earlier.
justified the sort of highway
but
robbery that knights had
the
done,
main
saying that taking money by force was,
and
quote,
martyrs
honest
are taken from
theft.
patriotic period. The horrible
Taking money
death
by
that
Fuga's
Kiva
not
himself,
since he was truly criminal. He
his
said that the
flesh
wrong type
torn
of thieves
off
were hanging
from
from
with
gibbets.
iron tongs.
And thanks to
And
Hutton's
Rabbi
barrage of
Rothschild
himself,
Fuga then
Fuga then
having a they trapped him and set a horrific persecution of Jews in the Bar
Luther initially
era.
wrote more
There
generally
is
about
a tremendous exile which has been confirmed by archaeological data,
but then you
but
have
it's not
saying,
necessarily
we must put a
complete
beat in the
exile
mouth
from
of
Israel itself. Most of the fighting was in
And Luther
Judea
took the
and
printed a big way.
in
We saw in the
Jerusalem
North
and parts
Renaissance
south.
episode. Yes.
But
It's the first campaign to
Jewish
use printing.
civilization, although it's
So his
basically
ideas were
wiped out
disseminated.
Judea at this time, it moves northward to the
And Luther
Galilee.
helped represent
There's
two
a
sides of
lot
protest.
of data living in the
Charles
region
V
of
was worried about
Tiberias, for example, on the sea.
He took them over
So we
and
have
placed
a
them in
big
charge.
population displacement in that context.
That's not seem like a good
This
idea.
is a period when Rome was
That's too late
clearly
anyway,
in
because
charge of Israel, and they were looking no disagreement about how
spent so much time
country was
funding
to
troops
be
for
ruled.
other people.
Hadrian,
Now
of course,
had to fund
wrote
troops
nine
himself.
but
Right?
Since he was one of the main
some
targets.
vagaries in the
The ensuing
Roman
battle was
approach
called the
to
Knights'
these.
War,
For example, here's a coin.
which the Knights of South
Sorry, it's going to cut off a little bit here, but it has on the right
and
the
warfare have moved on quite a bit since horses and soldier swords.
Subdivata.
So,
issued by Zara
Africa came
in
and went,
96,
down
98.
to
What are we
Switzerland,
talking about
where
here? You will recall that in the context of the destruction of the
syphilis,
temple, one of the things that Vespasian instituted
Yeah, that squishy sound effect now.
shekel, the annual tax that Jews gave for the upkeep of the temple, and he redirected it to the temple dedicated to Jupiter
but the
in
groundswell of
Rome
hatred
itself,
for food
which
had
was
lost.
a hated
The
tax.
investigative
The Jews,
activity was
they
still
were
going
very
on
happy
and
to
revealed
pay
its
the
findings in the
shekel on
1520s
their own.
in
Now,
diet.
many of the times anyone is happy to pay
Figure out more confident last time because whatever the outcome, knew that Maximilian had no option but to stick by him.
but they have to pay the tax and
But
it's
Charles
going
was
to
different.
some other religion altogether. It was much hated. And the tax
So at the moment,
has
he's
been
looking at losing his whole
expanded
and
a huge source of money
died
by the Media. Here's a picture of
Jeez.
him.
the
He had
And this
expanded
tribunal
the
was interesting
tax
since
to
you were lawyers.
far
This was
beyond
a
what
really
the Torah obligated was. He expanded to include women who were normally not taxed, converts to Judaism, converts of Judaism, as we shall see, minors, children, and even Jewish slaves. In other words,
But I
there was
don't
a
think they
big
stood
tax
up
overreach. Normally, it would just be men, I believe, from the age of 20 to 60, if I'm not mistaken, that would have to pay the tax of households. But he tried to squeeze the Jewish people for as much as possible, and that's why Nerva, cutting the tax back to the original state, felt that was a good enough thing. It was not the coin that said the tax has been Some emperors were actually very friendly to the Jews, such as Caracalla. This is Marcus Aurelius Severus Antoninus Augustus.
which I have paid out together with the interest upon should be reckoned up and paid without further delay.
Emperor
It is well known that without me, your majesty might not have acquired the
this is
imperial crown.
probably the one that is very close with Rabbi Yehuda.
Yes.
The Talmud has also
So,
stories about how
whatever Charles
Yehuda
thought of the
Nazi
letter,
was extremely friendly with an emperor named Antoninus. Antoninus was a given name that was actually attached to many of the Roman emperors. Many would like to say it was
But
Marcus
he's also
Aurelius, which kind of like the philosopher king of the
Empire and
which would be
all
kind
of
of
his
nice.
armies.
Thing
Could've
is,
just said,
he was not
no.
so terribly friendly or
I'm not
well
blaming
to
you.
Jews. Caracalla is most likely the most scholars identified
Yeah.
as the Antoninus.
You're
But you do
actually
have
honoring
some
your dead.
of these emperors who were actually constantly inclined towards the Jews.
helps that
Now,
sort of thing.
Diocletian is kind of an interesting one
Does
because
it?
this is the time when
Just see the Pope saying,
Christianity begins to emerge
"People
as
get out
a
of
much more
this
significant
Christian malarkey, isn't it?"
source, and the emperors are trying to
Yeah, he
deal
even said
with
that
this
the Fugarins found led, quote, honest,
which
upstanding
has a lot of
Christian
theological
lives.
concepts of Judaism,
So he was
such
valid.
as life
Yeah, I
after
know
death,
what I mean.
personal God, the concept of reward and punishment, justice, divine justice. These are things which are basically absent from Roman paganism. So Christianity was
No, and he's already
all of
given
these
up most of
great
his money,
ideas
so how does he get more
without the
money?
high opportunity cost of becoming
I
Jewish.
don't see how that
Specifically
works.
circumcision, observing the Sabbath, kosher. So Christianity was actually growing significantly over this
But after
time.
giving
This
up that
becomes
much money, I
especially
can't imagine he has,
Constantine
even if he's the
is
richest
the
person in the
first
world,
Roman
he
emperor
just handed
to
over
adopt
law.
Christianity and to formally accept it as a state religion. This occurs in the early 4th century and marks a turning point for the Roman Empire and, as you would assume, a turning point for Jewish history
They
as
just keep
well.
coming in. I suppose
So
that's why
at
he's so
this
rich,
time,
because he
people like
makes sure
John
he doesn't have
Chrysostom, the
people by
so-called
land.
golden
But that's only money when you sell it.
South.
Yes.
He's got a diversified
Hippo and others
portfolio.
who shaped Christian theology vis-a-vis the Jews.
1525, the
This
Battle
is
of
a period
Pavia.
when Christianity
Charles
is struggling to identify
He
itself
gained
and
it in
distinguish
1521.
itself
I might put a timeline on the website so who has been out when.
That would be fantastic, because that's
negative
insane.
approach in order to
It's like
establish
a hot potato. People are
But
just
the kind of
throwing
things that are happening at this time is that the church
The
is
Francis wants
attracting
it back.
a lot more
And he arrived unexpectedly
Jewish
in Milan,
members.
just the
No
Imperial
longer,
Nurseries to
a small kind of like subset
where they were holding up,
away
expecting
in
to go
Judaism. Now it is primarily
that's a lovely
non-Jewish
outcome.
Romans and Greeks and others who are
Well, just as it was called,
Christianity.
completely
And
hopeless.
they're putting
The
in a
money
lot of
arrived.
legislation to try and
And I think
draw along
that's
the synagogue of
And
Elvira.
well, I'm starting wondering, are they going to eat it?
That was
well, you need to
promulgated in
the money
Spain,
to buy
laid down all kinds of
Ah.
rules about socializing with Jews, prohibiting certain types of employment and certain types of social
Throwing it up
gatherings,
and over
things
the
like that.
walls.
But that supplied Pavia long enough until Charles arrived.
Privileges
So again,
Christianity
Fuga has
as a
changed
state
the course
religion,
of
and that
history.
has negative
Right,
repercussions
especially
for
since
Jews
during this
in
Syrian
particular, and
battle, France
this
first became
particular they
separated
have
from his
a
Jewish
relationship
troops
with
and
the
was
reason
captured.
why the Jews moved
Do
towards
we know
Babylon.
why
And then finally,
Fuga
the
did that?
Council of Nicaea,
Was he asked by
325,
Charles to
it's a
go
very
back?
important council because lots of really key decisions
So
were made
you
for
go
Christianity,
from,
such
that's
as
it, indict him, to, oh my gosh, no, I need
Shabbos
money.
on Saturday. Christians now worship Shabbos or observe Shabbos on
Well,
Sunday.
Maximilian
Now, you can
dropped
imagine
just
just
a
the
couple
fact
of
that
times.
say
Yes.
I don't need them, and then
until
5 minutes later, bring me
325,
Fuga.
there was now
Yeah.
of confusion. They know
That's the
that
3 o'clock in the morning.
Sabbath
Oh my God.
They don't know how to observe
Yeah, it's just working out. No,
What do you
that
do on
makes
Sabbath?
sense.
What
That
is it?
makes sense.
So I guess how the Jews have a model for observing the Sabbath, and so you had a lot of backsliding.
Anyway, we
Would
remember
be
the
Christian converts were
Francis
looking
was
to
captured
what's
because
the
that's his own
in
episode.
their
It's like, someone we know died in this
on
battle.
Shabbos were
And that is
adopted.
pictured to the
John
pole.
Chrysostom was very unhappy about that. So the Council of Nicaea did things like say, okay,
He was a little boy.
no
Because he
more
was a young
Saturday
boy.
Sabbath.
Yes.
There are Christian
But he
sects
was
that
in
do
his,
observe
what was he?
Saturdays and Sabbath, Seventh-day Adventists, for example, later. Another
Yeah, I can't
thing
imagine
is
it's very old.
kind of booking Easter
Soon after
from
this,
Passover,
Fuga,
right? You
as
can't
we
have,
know,
because it's just too close a connection, and it
had a monopoly on
draws
Wyatt
the
from
Christian
the
mind
world.
away
It had
from
a
Christian
monopoly on
ideas
syphilis.
towards Jewish
Well, he
practices. The Council
effectively
of
had,
Nicaea,
because he had
very
all
important
the
line
lease
in
from
Islam that
Charles
says that
for
we're
a large
Christians, they're
mercury
Jews,
mine in
we do
Spain.
things differently, and
So
so
he's got
key development.
Mercury and Wyatt,
Okay,
both of which
now
are
let's move to the Babylonian diaspora. Jews started moving
And
to
with
Long
this money, he
Island.
was able to back the money he spent on Charles's
I just
election.
Okay.
Of course he is. Everybody who has syphilis is desperately trying to be cured and will pay any price.
Yeah,
Babylon was. There's a region called Babylonia that is the Mesopotamian
I'm not going to
region,
cover the German Peasant War.
the
We'll get to that
Tigris
next time.
and Euphrates
And we can
River,
look things
a
wrong.
period, a place of ancient civilization all the way back to Sumerian, hundreds of years before the very talking about. And Jews, of course, as these lectures have been living there since at least the 6th century before
Very
the Common Era.
interesting.
We're now, let's say, in the year 200.
Anyway, Fuga was
219 is a key date when
He had a
God
growth on his stomach.
reveals Rabbi Rothschild, and he sets up shop in a place called Surah in 219. So
And he
we're
calls him
really
such a
quite
name.
late. Jews have been living there for 800 years. Let's put this in
He managed to read his will
Jews
out
have
to his
been living
family.
in America at most
Usually when
for
Charlie died, somebody else
400 years, 400 years, right? 1654, I think, is certain year. So they were living in Babylon twice as
The business to
much as
Anton
living in the
Fuga.
United States. Can you
The family
imagine
tree got
how many
Yeah,
kosher
I don't
Chinese
think he's one
restaurants
of the
were already
nephews.
there by the time
Did he not have any
Jews
children
traveled
himself?
there? Yes,
Have a new wife.
sushi in Sushi.
Come to her.
So
I'm not
let's
sure
have a
if
look. You can see in this satellite map of something
In
distinctive.
his
There's
previous will,
arid regions,
Fuga had been
particularly
very
to the
generous and
south
affectionate to his
and
wife's
the west, and also
But
to the
recently
north.
she'd started to show interest in
a bit more
tourism.
mountainous. That's because there are these two
Which
big
shifts
rivers, the
a bit
Tigris
back.
and the Euphrates
What
and
a
the Tigris.
slap in the
People just
face.
decked
I'm not gonna.
They
That's
go
worse than if she had
from the
just taken on a
mountains up
quiet lover to
Turkey
one
down
side.
to the
Yes,
Persian Gulf.
and thanks to that, this
And,
will was not quite as generous or affectionate.
regulated area
Oh,
She should have just
with
kept her
this
things to herself until the old man was 60 days.
nitrogen-rich silk from the mountainous region. It's always been a very
Food is last
fertile area, and that's
decision was
why
to reject
it is
transfer loans by
settled
Duke
so
of
long.
Albrecht and
Here
Prussia.
is a map that gives you a better silk rivers look like. Here's the Euphrates itself, Tigris to the north, and
Fuga died at 4 a.m. on December 30th,
where
1525.
Jews
A
primarily
black
settled.
rainbow
Some of
was
them
seen
are,
over Augsburg.
so famous
Uh-huh.
in yeshivas, places like
Throw
Surah,
tar over it.
Medita,
Sing a catapult.
Machasim, Machosa.
I'd be
These are
very
like
intrigued to see a book rainbow, but I can't
huge
Neither
Jewish
could I.
Jewish
I'd be
geography.
worried that the
But
sky
in
just ripped apart.
reality, they would be something like, wood and cedar
Jacob's
wood here for
epitaph
sure. You have a really large, but they're
To
not
God,
large
all
cells.
powerful
Nevertheless, they have
Jakob Fuga of Augsburg,
outsized
ornament to his class and to his country.
impact on the
Imperial
Jewish mind.
Councillor under
Much like shtetls in
First
Eastern
and
Europe,
Charles
where
V.
they're
Second, in
ragged,
acquisition of
it's a
extraordinary
tiny little
wealth,
shtetl
in
like
liberality,
yet
in
ragged
purity of
becomes
life,
such a
and great
huge
soul.
thing in the Jewish
As he was
mind.
comparable
But
to
this
man
is
in
where
life,
the Jews were
so after
primarily
death,
settled,
not to be numbered
especially after the edict of Milan in
No,
the
so
year
he paid
313.
somebody a lot of money for
Now
this all.
let's talk
he didn't
about
have
the
to.
Talmud. What exactly
Oh.
is the Talmud? Well, basically, it
After
is
his
a
death, his wife
commentary
remarried very
on the
quickly.
Mishnah, which we discussed a
Was that
couple
because he
of
left her
weeks ago.
nothing?
Mishnah is
She
essentially
claimed
a
she hadn't
document of what's called oral Torah,
been forced by
traditional
threats
Jewish
of violence
theology.
through this
God gave
Because
Moses
if she was married,
the
then
written
had to pay
Torah,
half of what
worked by book
was owed to
Moses,
her in the will.
and God gave also
Oh.
an
So
oral
it's nice to see
commentary
that the
that was
money
handed
grabbing
down
few
to
continues
the
to
students,
die out
Jewish
with
students
back
for
on.
many centuries, until
No.
it was finally
And I was thinking,
codified by
so that's the
Rabbi
end of
Yehuda
it.
Nazi
But Rabbi kept looking
sometime
at what ways
around
did
the year
he make
200,
an impact?
primarily as a response to the devastation of the
Starting
Muslim
relatively
revolt.
small. He was
As
the
we
first in
discussed,
Germany to use government
because
bookkeeping.
Jewish civilization was
He was the
falling
first
apart.
anywhere to
Israel is
consolidate
critical
his business
persecution,
transactions into one
destruction
statement,
of Jewish
so he knew
centers in
precisely
Judea,
how
the
much each
move to
section
Galileo,
was doing.
and moved much further to places like
He was
Babylon.
the first to send
Yehuda Nazi
auditors to
said,
check
you know
on
what?
branch offices.
You must record
It
this
seems like
in
he
a
is
document
the
form,
generator
and
of
that
modern
becomes
economics.
Yes.
It was not
Just being a
widely
shop for the
circulated
branch
as likely as an actual
Yes.
document like we have books today, but nevertheless, it did acquire a canonized
So what you going to
status.
do?
It was heavily
Yeah.
memorized, ritually memorized, actually.
But I mean, even if you take just separate part classes, but
and
putting it
became
all
a
together
core
really
document.
is
But the
modern
Mishnah
economics.
itself, as a
Yes.
text, is a very difficult
He
document.
persuaded the Pope to
It
lift the
is
ban on
not
money lending.
a long code like we
He
would
financed the
expect
army
a
that won
law
the Peasant
to
War.
be structured.
Was.
Rarely, for example,
The thing I didn't
offensive
quite
statements
well
of
do
what
an
is
episode on
prohibited
anti-active
and what
he really
is
emasculated
permitted.
them.
It offers
They had a
the
had
record of various
trade.
rabbis' opinions, and then often leaves it up in the air as to which opinion is correct. Why are we mentioning opinions that we don't follow? Why are we mentioning dissenting
He
opinions at all?
probably funded
And
Magellan's
sometimes it veers off into statements of philosophy, statements of theology, but it's not a simple law
He built a
book
model
in
village
any
of social housing, which is still
this seems to be quite intentional
He
because it's a
supposedly
book that
published the first newspaper
invites
as well.
debate and discussion. So
He made
in order to
Maximilian
study
Ladies
text
of
itself,
Venice, if you remember
you
that.
must engage in the text with a study partner, with a Rebbe, someone more experienced in the text. And
He
it
created
is
the
the discussion
Austro-Hungarian
itself
Empire
that
by making
reduces the
Maximilian marry off
conclusions.
child
It is
relatives.
intentionally
He made Charles V
that's the right word. It's intentionally opaque. It is designed to involve human interaction with the text. This human interaction ultimately becomes the Talmud. The Talmud
I'm
is
sure
the
there are many
discussion
others that I've
that is
got.
occasioned by the text. It takes place over hundreds of years, as we shall see in
He
the
gets a
next
10 out of
group
10
of
for
slides.
the
And it is essentially a long discussion involving literally 2,000 rabbis over a wide geographic area, all trying to figure out what the Mishnah means. There were two of these documents. One of them is composed somewhat earlier in the northern part of Israel, most likely in
Amphipolis,
Tiberias and a
pretty
little
huge.
bit in Caesarea,
Yeah.
and that's called
Pretty much brand new.
correctly the
Yes.
Jerusalem Talmud.
From
It's
the
also
younger
called
son,
the Palestinian
who would have
Talmud,
had
which,
absolutely
is
no
another
power,
term
really.
that's somehow
Especially
misleading,
not
but it
No.
was the Talmud of the land of Israel that was composed basically as a commentary on the
I
Mishnah.
don't know.
This material was taken
He looks very modern day.
To the sages who are living in Babylonia by
Yes.
the people called the Kute. Kute means those who go down, right? Which in Aramaic the opposite of Aliyah. We say in Hebrew, of course,
Yeah.
that people
His
immigrate
hat
to Israel,
is certain,
they
you're right,
make
it's kind
Aliyah,
of
they
like
ascend
a fez, but
because
a
we
fez
view it
crossed with a
as
beret.
a spiritual
Softer material.
rise and
Yeah.
ascent to Israel.
Very,
And
very
those who need to
glossy
call it
black
York,
clothing.
which is a term, a
Very
derogatory term.
clothing.
In this context,
With
not
a
necessarily
very
derogatory,
white
but
linen
beginning with a
undershirt,
sage
which is
named
also
Ula, and later people like Rabbi Rothschild, they're constantly shifting back and forth. They're bringing the discussions that were happening in
But with the
Israel
short hair,
to the sages
the whole
in
style, it
Babylonia,
just looks like a
and
modern day
Babylonians
person
talk
with
about them, and sometimes they go back and bring back materials to Israel, and there's a cross-fertilization of what's happening in Israel and the transplantation of many of those ideas into Babylonia. Now, for various reasons, primarily political and social in nature, the communities in Israel begin to decline, and they decline earlier than the Babylonian communities. So the Babylonian communities
No
are
symbology,
taken
though.
over from Israel, and they create a second Talmud called the Northern
It is
Talmud,
now.
ironically, that is kind of like an
Asked me that once,
improved
and I said,
version of the
did you
Jerusalem
understand what I
Talmud.
meant?
There are
He said, yes.
significant
According to the
differences. The
dictionary,
Babylonian
that's a word.
Talmud is somewhat
Sounder
larger,
it's like amazing
and
from
unfortunately,
1700.
it ignores a lot of things that are not relevant to Babylonia, such as laws that are
But what I
to the
find
physical
interesting
land
is
of Israel,
either
the
it's
laws of the
painted on
sabbatical
wood,
year, the
or
laws of
the
Egypt
did an
corners of
amazing job at
field,
painting the
harvested for
wood
the
grain
These things
into
don't
the
apply in
background,
Babylonia,
because
so
you can
therefore
actually
they
see the
simply
lines for the
didn't talk about
paneling.
them. We have many of those texts in the Jerusalem
Yes, it
Talmud,
is.
but they were ignored in Babylon. On the other hand, the Babylonian Talmuds are much larger in areas like
Yeah.
civil damages, courts, things like that. Three tractates
It's not
as the
kind.
case. Baba, Kama, Baba,
And I see absolutely no smile lines whatsoever.
in the Babylonian Talmud. And it is when people speak about studying the Talmud, almost like the Babylonian Talmud. The Jerusalem Talmud was largely ignored for many centuries because the
Yeah,
Babylonian was
poker
considered
face.
vastly superior.
So you'll never have
The
any
main figures that are creating this Talmudic environment are Rabs, who I mentioned, came from Israel in year 219 in the
say, oh, well, I'm actually
Surah,
quite tired of
which is one of these
Muslims.
towns in the rivers,
Thinking
and then another
He would
rabbi
then
named
look at them like
Shaul,
that.
studied in Yehuda,
Oh,
not
right.
too far away,
Oh, that's a pity.
Naharda, and his
Just that
student,
face
Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda,
I'm asking the
these
better
are these are perhaps
Yes.
the greatest centers of Talmudic study in Babylon.
Yeah, he was actually on
Later
to
we'll
do, because I
have the
just came
great
in as
sages
more
of
and more
Maya
thinking,
and Rabbah,
he's running
who are their students.
Yeah.
There is, by the way, when you study the Talmud, it's a rather timeless type of document.
all of politics.
Conversations will take place between
When,
someone who passed away generations prior to a later rabbi. And the later rabbis were like, try to engage with the thought of someone who lived 100, 200 years before
Well,
him.
if we go for the big
So it's
question,
kind of like a timeless document. In order to understand the literary archaeology of the
Yeah,
document,
I
you
don't
have to have a
expect
sense
you
of
to change
which
your
generation
delicious because
these
it just
rabbis
sounds
appealed to.
cut
The
the
Talmud itself is actually called the discussion
not
of Maya and Rabbah
I
because
would
they
say
discuss
he
it more than anyone else in the entire Talmud.
yeah.
It's a pity for him, we
What
decided
is it?
to
Let's have a look at a typical page. Those of you who have spent
But then
more
if
than
we had
15
done him
minutes
as a
in
regular,
yeshiva, I
we don't
apologize.
really
This would be
discussing his interactions
a
with
repetition,
the
but I think
Yeah,
that many of
which
you
is
in the
just
audience may not have been
just
in
about
Talmud.
it with
This is
Henry
worthwhile.
VIII.
Here's a
Yes.
color-coded
Richard
map of the first page of Talmud, just to give you a sense
So
of
that, yeah,
what it
Richard
feels like to study
Henry
it.
VIII was actually in contact
The
with
red
obviously
box here, later A, is actually the Mishnah. Right? So
Very
the first page of Talmud, that's the Mishnah
That is the
itself.
end of our
See,
episode
it's
on
about
Yaakov.
in the
We hope
lines
you've
of
enjoyed it and will join us for the next episode on Who Knows? This is a special episode.
Then
Thank you
this
for listening.
label B here, the sort of red color,
Bye.
that is the Talmud itself, also known as the Gemara. The rabbis actually tried to avoid using the term Talmud in the medieval age because it had been so excoriated by Stoneman that they thought by referring to it by its Aramaic term Gemara, they would hopefully avoid some of the repercussions. But those two terms are synonymous. Talmud and Gemara are the same. The Gemara, it starts out here and it's not the Mishnah, but this section here can actually go on for 10, 15, 20 pages. It can be a tiny bit of Mishnah with a massive amount of Gemara. And it's like no other
Hoe zit het
document.
eigenlijk ook alweer met onze autoverzekering? Vergelijk nu en bespaar. One October evening in 2016, an Arkansas farmer was sitting in his pickup truck just outside his field, and he was growing impatient. Suddenly, another car pulled up beside him, so the farmer got out. Seconds later, he murdered. The farmer's name was Mike Wallace. He wasn't killed over money or land. He was killed over a herbicide, a chemical designed to destroy weeds. This herbicide speared through rural America, turning farmers against each other, all because it belonged to a certain company.
Yeah, this company's policies, they pitted farmer against farmer. They could just send henchmen to door. Even if you just had the wrong seeds in your field, they could send you to court and bankrupt you.
In effect, they had a farmland monopoly. They owned more than 80% of the seeds planted in the United States.
To get this monopoly, they system
Colluding with corrupted EPA officials
twisted evidence.
appears to have been caught red-handed.
But the chemicals they were making destroyed the health of communities all over the world.
This is a video about Monsanto, one of the biggest agricultural companies in the world. Our investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. In 1942, a chemist named Franklin D. Jones made an unusual enemy: poison ivy. See, his children had very violent reaction to the plant. They would get intense rashes and swelling when they brushed up against the ivy. So Jones wanted a way to kill it. He experimented by spraying the ivy with hormones, chemicals that could regulate the plant's functions the same way they do in humans and animals. His hope was that one of these hormones would cause it to die. Unfortunately, many had no effect, and others only made the ivy better. But then, one day, Jones noticed that samples began to show autumn colors much sooner than they should have. He watched as the vibrant hues turned to twisted shapes, and within days, these plants died. Jones checked the chemical he sprayed them with, and surprisingly, it was a growth hormone called D. It's an acid made up of a ring of 6 carbons and hydrogens called a bed with an acid tail. There are also 2 chlorine atoms in the 2 and 4 positions of the ring, which is why it's called 2,4-D. To keep things tidy, we don't have to draw all these carbons and hydrogens, but keep in mind they're still there. Jones realized this synthetic hormone was incredibly potent. Tiny amounts of it would still encourage the ivy to grow, but if he sprayed on a lot of it, 2,4-D would trigger such uncontrollable and unsustainable growth that the poison ivy would die in the process.
So effectively, he had plant cancer in a blood.
I was just going to say plant cancer, right? My brain went. What was even more remarkable was that it only targeted the ivy. The grass around it barely affected, like it was resistant to 2,4-D.
So over the next years, Jones performed over 100 different experiments by pouring the herbicide into many different plant species. And what he figured out was that 2,4-D was really picky. It killed broadleaf weeds like dandelions, chickweed, and poison ivy, but it virtually ignored crops. Wheat, corn, and barley were all mostly unaffected by 2,4-D because all of these are species of grass.
To improve this pickiness further, Jones also tested chemicals similar to 2,4-D. He found that adding another chlorine to the benzene ring, transforming it to 2,4,5-T, left grasses even more unscathed. He was onto something huge.
Because up until then, farmers could get rid of weeds one of 2 ways. Either you spray them with dangerous chemicals like arsenic, or you have to pull the weeds out manually. Either way, you're at a loss. But with 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T, you can spray your entire crop field and only the weeds would die.
Jones had stumbled upon the first practically viable selective herbicides, so he was quick to patent them in 1945, just as the war was ending. After the Allies' victory, the patent secrecy restrictions in most countries were lifted, and it turned out that there were other scientists, both in the US but also in the UK, who discovered these herbicides independently.
Soon the world was blessed with modern miracle weed killers like Weedon and Weedabomb and Endoweed, all formulations of 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T herbicides.
This man is ready to kill weed because he's going to do it the easy way.
These chemicals literally replace the hoe in everything from farm fields to railroad tracks and sidewalks. And they are essentially what gave us that beautiful green American lawn. Just grass and nothing else. Because with these herbicides, Dad knew there was no longer any excuse for a weedy lawn.
By the late 1940s, the herbicide business had turned into a roughly $10 million industry, and one wanted in, including one of the biggest chemical companies at the time, Monsanto. One of Monsanto's factories was in Nitro, West Virginia, where they pumped out almost a ton of 2,4,5-T. But in 1949, Monsanto's business was booming, when all of a sudden, the plant exploded. Over 100 workers rushed to see a dark cloud rising 40 meters above the factory. They watched as a black stinking powder started raining down on their faces. Within hours, many of these men fell ill. First, they got headaches and nausea, but then their skin began to erupt with bumps, pustules, and acne. The lesions on some of the workers' faces got so bad that Monsanto's on-site doctors had to peel off layers of their skin in an attempt to remove them. The doctors later noted that when these men are in a closed room together, there is a strong odor. They wrote, "We believe these men are excreting a foreign chemical through their skins." But neither the doctors nor anyone else at Monsanto knew what the chemical was, because both 2,4,5-T and 2,4-D were marketed as very safe.
See, when the herbicides were first getting introduced, Jones, the original inventor, even remarked that he knew people who would actually drink or spray the herbicide onto themselves, and they suffered ill health effects. They were fond of the doctors after he had remarked that I've personally taken 1 kilo 2,4-D a day for 3 weeks. You judge the results. It was the 40s, so people were a bit crazy, but yeah, it seemed pretty safe.
Monsanto analyzed all the other ingredients they were using to make 2,4,5-T, but they still couldn't find what was causing their workers' skin to erupt in this way. This is where their search seemingly stopped.
With no cold conditions at the plant, stayed mostly the same, and Monsanto just offered their workers a choice. Either you'll keep on working with 2,4,5-T, or you can take the gains.
For many, this was no choice at all, since there were hardly any other jobs in town. So most of the workers stayed with something inside the factory poisoning them for years to come.
It wasn't until 1957, 8 years after the explosion, that a German dermatologist, Karl Schultz, found himself treating patients with similar-looking lesions and acne. He wasn't surprised by the symptoms because many of these patients worked in 2,4,5-T factories around Hamburg. When Schultz would test these ingredients from the instruction list on rabbit ears he had at the lab, he would get no reactions. And this puzzled him. How do these ingredients do nothing in his own tests, but it doesn't cause these painful skin disorders inside 2,4,5-T factories?
Well, to make 2,4,5-T, you start with tetrachlorobenzene, benzene ring with 4 chlorine atoms attached to it. These chlorine atoms are very electronegative, so they want to steal electrons from nearby atoms. Luckily for them, the 6 carbons in the benzene ring are all sharing their electrons in these fuzzy donut-shaped clouds around the ring. That's what this circle in the diagram is meant to represent. The chlorine atoms pull on this electron cloud, bringing it closer to themselves. And as a result, the carbons in the benzene ring become slightly positively charged, and the chlorines slightly negatively charged. Now, if you heat up tetrachlorobenzene with sodium hydroxide, one of the negative hydroxide ions will want to bind to one of the slightly positively charged carbons in the benzene ring. And to do that, it forces out the chlorine atom, taking its place. This creates trichlorophenol, or TCP, a key ingredient in making the herbicide. From here, if you keep the reaction at 170 degrees Celsius, you can add a series of chemicals to grow out this oxygen tail into an acid, giving you 2,4,5-T.
On paper, this is all there is. If you follow the exact steps here and control the conditions, then none of the ingredients will explain the horrible face eruptions that the nitro workers were experiencing. But Jones wasn't satisfied with this. Maybe the conditions aren't perfect. Maybe there's something in this process, some secret reaction that is contaminating the chemical supply.
Ideally, the industrial process of transforming tetrachlorobenzene into 2,4,5-T should happen at 170 degrees Celsius, but if the temperature gets any higher, even just a few degrees higher, there is suddenly enough energy in the system for two molecules of TCP to fuse together. This creates a molecule commonly known as dioxin. It forms only in trace amounts, so you might expect to end up with roughly 1 or 2 molecules of dioxin for every 100,000 molecules of 2,4,5-T. It seemed too small to be a problem. Nevertheless, Schultz decided to test it. He took some TCP, this time contaminated with trace amounts of dioxin, and rubbed it in the skin. And he got the same acne as the workers at the nitro plant.
Once Schultz realized the threat here, he immediately contacted all the big chemical producers in Germany. And one of these German companies even sent letters to both Monsanto and Dow, the other big herbicide producer in the US, and they warned them that the acne-causing effects are stemming from pollution through byproducts, referring to dioxin. They even listed when exactly during the process the contamination was happening and what to do to prevent it. Yet Monsanto denied ever getting these letters, and Dow said they somehow misfiled them. Regardless, it was obvious to both companies that something in the production of 2,4,5-T was poisoning their workers. But Monsanto didn't want public about the danger, perhaps because the herbicides were about to make them a whole lot of money.
In 1961, the president of South Vietnam was founded Viet Cong. This guerrilla force was set on overthrowing his rule and uniting Vietnam under a communist regime. The Viet Cong were masters of the jungle. They laid deadly traps for their enemies and ambushed them using tunnels. South Vietnam was losing the war, so the president faced a choice: either accept defeat in the jungle or destroy it. He reached out to his allies, the US, and asked them help. And soon they came in flying with thousands of barrels of herbicide. This was the start of Operation Ranch Hand. The US herbicide of choice was Agent Orange, a 50-50 split of 2,4-D and 2,4,5-T, supplied by the US's biggest chemical manufacturers. The largest supplier by volume was Monsanto. Agent Orange ravaged through South Vietnam, destroying 20% of the jungles, and civilians and soldiers on both sides got sprayed too, mostly by accident. The government assured them that it is not toxic to humans, animals, or drinking water. But Monsanto and Dow knew otherwise. During Ranch Hand, they secretly exchanged information on their herbicides, and in one of the letters, Dow acknowledged that dioxin, which had been contaminating 2,4,5-T, was the most toxic compound they had ever experienced, and that even traces of it caused incapacitating acne.
By 1965, it was obvious that both companies understood what sort of threat dioxin was. And yet, there are no records that Monsanto or Dow ever sent communication to the US government warning them about the threat.
In fact, the House Vice President reportedly said, if the government learns about this, the whole industry will suffer. As a result, the US sprayed South Vietnam with 72 million liters of Agent Orange, within which was just 80 liters of dioxin. And even though that doesn't seem like much, the damage was irreparable. Civilians and soldiers on both sides suffered from skin diseases and cancer. Children were born with physical and mental disabilities. By some estimates, as many as 3 million people suffered from the effects of Agent Orange. This outraged the public. In 1967, 5,000 scientists signed a petition to the president condemning his use of the herbicides. And Monsanto was under scrutiny too, because regulators were catching on to the dioxin contained in 2,4,5-T. The herbicide was about to be phased out, compromising their bottom line. Monsanto needed a miracle, and they needed it fast. Their idea was to replace 2,4,5-T with a safer herbicide, but after 9 years of research, they weren't getting anywhere. All of the scientists in the agricultural department referred to this new initiative as the dead area.
One of the last remaining scientists on the project was John E. France, and by early 1970, he was about to give it up too. But before abandoning the project, France decided to do one final set of experiments. So he thought up 19 possible acids that could maybe work as herbicides and decided to test them out. He prepped the first herbicide,
medieval period under Islamic
but nothing happened. The plant was completely fine and the herbicide had no activity. Then he decided to test the second herbicide, and he applied it to a plant. It was 10 times more powerful than any herbicide the team had ever seen. And allegedly, it made the plants super nasty. Oh, that was disgusting.
This miracle compound was glyphosate, a phosphonic acid group on one end and a carboxyl group on the other, with a nitrogen, hydrogen, or amino group in between.
To make sure it was commercially feasible, France and his colleagues set up tests in these outdoor fields, and as one of the scientists was getting back to these test sites, he saw the results from the plane. It was clear as day. Holding the right eureka across the performance report. It was the best herbicide they'd ever seen.
So what made it so great at killing plants? Well, for plants to survive, they use a chemical pathway, a series of reactions to create 3 important amino acids, acids without which they die. This process is known as the shikime pathway because it starts with shikimic acid, named after the Japanese shikimi flower. During one of the steps, 2 acids, S3P and PEP, need to transform into a third compound, but they can only do that with the help of an enzyme called EPSPS, which catalyzes the reaction and helps the 2 molecules combine. However, if glyphosate is present during this reaction, it will begin to mimic PEP because they have a very similar geometry. And because of that, glyphosate actually binds first to EPSPS, blocking it from acting as a catalyst. Now the acids can't transform and the whole shikimate pathway is destroyed. Without it, there are no amino acids and the plant dies. Crucially, the shikimate pathway is unique in things like bacteria and fungi. Humans and animals don't have it. In fact, we have to eat foods that contain these 3 amino acids.
But for Monsanto, this was good. They could market that glyphosate targets an enzyme found in plants, but not in humans or pets. So after decades of toxic products, Monsanto finally had one which they were sure was safe. And research was also showing that after you spray glyphosate, the microorganisms in the soil break it down into safe byproducts. It was biodegradable. Glyphosate was perfect, so they wasted no time in getting it on the market. In 1974, Monsanto had a new hit herbicide, Roundup.
Roundup is better. It goes through the plant to kill it, tops and rhizomes.
Roots are real bad. Hey, no problem. Farmers loved it. Indeed. Glyphosate killed everything. Not just broadleaf ones, but grass too. In a lot of to get rid of weeds, you have to plow the entire field before planting anything. And that would hurt the soil, and it was also just a lot of work. But with Roundup, what you do is you spray the whole field, everything dies, and then you just plant directly into the residue. It was easier, faster, and cheaper. And Roundup was safe to use too. They marketed it as safer than table salt and safe enough to drink.
Roundup can be used for kids in medical way and breaks down into natural material.
By the late 80s, Monsanto was selling 7 million pounds of Roundup and making $1 billion each year. And they weren't going to share a penny of that money with anyone.
See, with other herbicides, like for example, Alichlor, which was moderately popular at the time, you can tweak the molecule a bit here or there, and you still get a very potent weed killer. So if you patented a specific herbicide, your competitors could still use hundreds of its close relatives, which would still work perfectly well, without violating your patent rights. But glyphosate was different. If you were to modify the molecule in any way, its herbicidal properties were completely gone. So Monsanto could rest easy knowing that until the year 2000, they would be the only ones able to sell it.
There was a little problem with glyphosate. See, unlike 2,4-D, which only killed broadleaf weeds, Roundup. I sprayed some of my own houseplants here, and, well, you can see the results. Sorry, if it's green, Roundup is going to kill it. And this was a problem because farmers could spray Roundup on their field twice, either right before planting the seeds or right after a harvest. But for Monsanto, this wasn't as much of a problem. See, they thought if we could somehow make the crops, like soybean or corn, resistant to Roundup, well then farmers could spray it on their field during the whole year, and it would keep killing the weeds, but not the Roundup-resistant crops. Crops which Monsanto could sell them. And as a result, they would have a complete monopoly over both the herbicide and the seed supply.
Monsanto's idea was this: if glyphosate blocks the EPSPS enzyme in plants, then they could edit the plant's DNA so that the cells just create more EPSPS. If there's enough of the enzyme, then glyphosate can't block all of it, and so the plant can still survive. They tried this out on petunias, but it didn't work. The flowers would survive a tiny amount of Roundup, but a normal dose would still kill them.
Monsanto was kind of stumped, and they didn't have time to rest because while glyphosate and Roundup were under their patents, a Roundup-resistant seed uses, and their competitors knew this. A company called Calgene published a paper in Nature showing they made tobacco slightly resistant to glyphosate. The paper showed promise, but more importantly, made it clear to Monsanto that they were running out of time. The researchers were desperate, calling this the Manhattan Project. And then one of the engineers had a genius idea. Monsanto had a ton of these factories where they were converting phosphate, and they had a lot of sludge leaching out of these factories. So if there was anything living around these factories in this sludge, there was a chance it was resistant to glyphosate. So the researchers went to one of these factories, scooped it out, and found a strain of salmonella in there, which was kind of surprising to them because salmonella usually relies on the shikimate pathway. But here was thriving in glyphosate.
Monsanto scientists isolated the salmonella's genetic sequence and found that it had evolved a way to mutate the shape of its EPSPS enzyme, so that glyphosate couldn't bind to it and block the shikimate pathway.
The scientists took that salmonella DNA and loaded it onto a gene gun. Not this one here, but it's actually surprisingly similar.
See, they placed thousands of these salmonella DNA strips onto microscopic gold particles in the genome, which they then fired into the plant tissue all over at 1,400 kilometers per hour. The gold particles would bombard the plant cells, and some of them would make it into the nucleus. Here, the DNA detaches from the gold, and it integrates itself into the plant's chromosomes. Now, every time this cell divides, it copies over the new EPSPS gene.
Monsanto scientists planted seeds with these genes out in the field and sprayed them with Roundup. But nothing happened. The soybean was resistant. Monsanto made sure to act quickly. Soon after, they found even more potent bacteria, and they were able to make other crop species immune too.
And they had patents for glyphosate-resistant canola, corn, and cotton. They called this lineup of GMO seeds Roundup Ready. It took over the market in an instant. Already by 2001, more than 70% of all soybeans grown in the U.S. were Monsanto's, with Roundup making them more than $2.5 billion a year. It was the best-selling agricultural product ever.
And every farmer could join in on this Roundup plus Roundup Ready revolution just by signing Monsanto's technology use agreement. I got one of these agreements from 2011 here, and I just wanted to read some terms. So the grower or the farmer who accepts and wants to use these seeds agrees to not save or put any crop produced from the seed for planting, and the farmer also agrees not to supply the seed produced from the seed to anyone for planting, meaning you cannot save the seeds you bought last year to plant this year, and you also cannot share or sell your seeds to anyone else. Here's another one. The farmer agrees to allow Monsanto editors access to the land farmed from the farmer, and this allows Monsanto to examine and take samples of the crop residue or the seeds located therein. And here's a final: the grower accepts the terms of the following notice requirements by by opening a bag of seeds. So you're agreeing to these terms even just by opening a bag of seeds. If you thought that easy, you should see the stuff that we sign up to today online. I have some terms and conditions here from a social media website. Here's what it says. We may collect biometric identifiers, and we may infer your attributes such as age, range, and gender. So they're able to scan your face and sell that data to advertisers. And just in the last couple of months, companies have been making these aggressive pushes to their terms and conditions to try and get more of your data. And they can use it to train AI models or just sell it to data brokers. And this doesn't just mean annoying ad mails and phone calls. Law enforcement can buy your data, and normal people can buy it too. Even stuff like your location history, and all of that is perfectly legal. But luckily, you can take steps to prevent it with the help of today's sponsor, Incognito. See, I started using Incognito in June. Look, you can see that they've already contacted 46 data brokers to delete my personal data, and 42 of those requests have been completed, and I've actually been getting fewer spam emails. The new thing is that they now offer an unlimited plan with custom removals. So if you are browsing online and see with your data, even though you shouldn't have the data, you can ask one of Incognito's experts to manually take it down for you. And if you want to extend that sort of protection to someone else, they also have a family plan that supports up to 5 members. To try it, go to incognito.com/Veritasium and use the code Veritasium to get 60% off. You can also use this QR. That's incognito.com/Veritasium, or you can also click the link in the description. I want to thank you for sponsoring this part of the video, and now back to farmers and the terms and conditions they have to sign.
Well, couldn't farmers just decide not to use Monsanto's seeds and herbicide?
The thing was, you have Roundup Ready seeds and you spray them with Roundup, everything's going to be fine on your end. But your neighbor doesn't have Roundup Ready seeds. So if your herbicide drifts over to your neighbor's side, it's going to kill his plants. So neighbors were concerned, thinking their crops were going to be lost. So they got Roundup Ready as well. And soon enough, Monsanto controlled the whole market.
And the control didn't end there. As one seed grower from Ohio remembers it, Monsanto's salesmen would tell people they could either sign on or they'd all be out of business within the next 2 years. Monsanto was going to dominate the entire seed industry, and there was nothing anybody could do about it.
So hundreds of thousands of farmers signed the deal, and it wasn't a good one.
One evening in late July 2004, an Indiana farmer named Dave Runyon was relaxing at home when 2 men knocked on his door.
They led me to believe that they were doing a survey for a magazine. They wanted to know what kind of crops I planted. They wanted to know what kind of herbicides I used, the seed I bought, purchased, and used.
Runyon wasn't interested, so he decided to shut the door. When he heard one of them say, "I think he's guilty," Runyon didn't know what they meant, but a few months later, he got a letter from Monsanto saying that 7 days to turn over all of his business records to the company.
He was shocked because Runyon was one of the few farmers that never signed a contract with Monsanto, and yet here they were threatening to sue him for patent infringement.
Apparently, someone had tipped Monsanto off that Runyon had been replanting their seeds illegally, and farmers all across the country were getting the same types of letters.
Honestly, it's kind of hard to overstate how much Monsanto tried to control farmers.
They sent private detectives and ex-cops to inspect farms all over the U.S., waiving their terms and conditions of the contract into farmers' faces to let them onto their property. They hired plane and helicopter pilots to survey the farmlands from above for signs of infringement.
Lawsuits, the threats, like how possibly stand to them.
And they even had a company hotline, 1-800-ROUNDUP, that farmers could call to snitch on their neighbors.
It still exists. 1-800-ROUNDUP.
You know? I think I got it right.
If you have information about the or compliance issues, please press 3.
That phone number was in existence at the same time that we're talking about there, where people could rat out, their neighbors.
As Runyon himself puts it, there is much mistrust in the countryside today. You never know who might report on you. You could actually willfully plant unauthorized seed in somebody's land if you want to destroy them.
Now, in 2010, Monsanto responded to farmers' concerns about these investigations and released a commitment statement regarding their patents. They mentioned their pledge to transparency and ethical behavior, properly introducing themselves with displayed identification, and not exercising their patent rights when only a small amount of their seed is present in a farmer's field.
And while Monsanto ultimately ended up letting Runyon go, by 2013 they sued over 400 farmers, raking in over $20 million. Many of these farmers went bankrupt, and countless others settled with Monsanto out of court, even if they were innocent, because they just couldn't risk the legal fees.
You know, they were actually influencing radio stations at one point, and the radio stations would quickly say the name of the people who were saving Roundup seeds on air.
That sounds like a supervillain plot.
Really? Yeah, well, people actually started calling them Mom Satan, so this culture of fear and paranoia turned neighbors against each other, especially in communities where farmers didn't wish to use Monsanto's herbicide system. One of those farmers was Mike Walls. See, Mike had a field of soybean food that wasn't resistant to Monsanto's herbicide, but his neighbor, who was also growing soybean, did use Monsanto's system. Now, to be clear, this herbicide wasn't glyphosate itself, it was Monsanto's other herbicide called dicamba, but it was still packaged in this Roundup Ready system. Now, one day, Mike noticed that some of his soybean was dying, and he suspected it was the herbicide from the neighboring farm drifting over, killing his soybean. And he could tell this was the case because the weeds underneath the neighbor's soybean were dying, allegedly because of the herbicide. And he believed this would cost him around $100,000 damages, and the neighbor denied that it was his fault. Now, the tensions between the two farms grew, so Mike wanted to chat with one of the workers from the farm to discuss the situation. They met on a country field road near the farms, and what happened next isn't really clear. Things got sour quickly. Allegedly, Mike grabbed the worker's arm, so the worker pulled back and pulled out his gun, shooting Wallace until the gun was empty.
Similar kinds of tragedies were happening all over the world. Monsanto infiltrated farming communities in India, Argentina, Canada, Brazil, and even Vietnam. By the 2010s, they were an almost untouchable monopoly.
Then, out of the blue, on March 20th, 2015, an independent science panel called the International Agency for Research on Cancer, or IARC, came out with this, a paper saying glyphosate is probably carcinogenic to humans.
The most popular weed killer in the world may cause cancer.
IARC's classification of glyphosate as a probable carcinogen.
Damage to chromosomes and DNA in human cells.
This came as a shock to everyone, especially Monsanto.
They don't know how IARC could reach a conclusion such as this one.
See, other big health organizations like the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, and even the World Health Organization, which is actually the parent organization to IARC, both claimed that glyphosate posed no carcinogenic risk to humans and animals.
I think the IARC designation took the public by such huge surprise because Monsanto had really done such a good job for 40 plus years convincing the world that this stuff was safer than table salt.
Monsanto was furious about this ruling, so on the same day they sent a scathing letter to the World Health Organization complaining how this classification needs to be rectified immediately. They claimed IARC chose to disregard dozens of studies and that conclusions of glyphosate must be non-biased, thorough, and based on quality science. Soon after, 5 review papers came out bashing the IARC classification and criticizing their decision. So why would IARC disagree with all the other agencies, and why would they ignore so many studies?
Well, this is exactly the question California lawyer Brent Wisner wanted to answer. Wisner had been looking into Monsanto for a while now. Allegedly, Roundup was causing a decline in the bee population, so he thought he could make a case out of it. But one day, one of Wisner's colleagues told him that her cousin-in-law had been using Roundup on his farm for as long as she could remember, and then both he and his dog developed non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, or NHL, a type of cancer targeting the lymphatic, and he died in late 2015.
He didn't stop using it until he was too weak to do anything. He didn't think there was any danger with Roundup.
See, the IARC paper that came out saying glyphosate is a probable carcinogen actually pointed out that the strongest evidence was for non-Hodgkin's lymphoma.
And reports of Roundup users getting diagnosed with NHL were popping up more frequently. Like more than just a coincidence. Wisner thought he had a case, but Monsanto was a giant he couldn't tackle alone, so he teamed up with other lawyers and also an investigative journalist who had been reporting on Monsanto for decades.
There's a lot to write about.
spent a lot of time at Monsanto headquarters. It became pretty clear this company really doesn't care about its customers.
Right. Okay. Together, this group of lawyers started a lawsuit against Monsanto, and they forced them to hand over their company documents.
Monsanto had to comply, and so the lawyers got access to their internal emails, memos, and safety studies.
Say publicly and saying something completely different internally. The duplicity, the deception is just, jaw-dropping, really.
In 1983, Monsanto submitted a glyphosate toxicology study to the EPA to get it classified as safe, with the data showing that mice receiving higher doses of glyphosate were developing rare kidney tumors.
The EPA was obviously worried because they wanted to classify glyphosate as a possible human carcinogen. So they asked Monsanto to do more studies.
And Monsanto fought back against that. No, you just need to trust what we're telling you, with reading the data wrong, etc.
Monsanto wouldn't comply, and they pushed back against EPA until 1989, when the EPA suddenly changed its mind. They said, a repeat of the mouse oncogenicity will not be required at this time. And instead, in 1991, the EPA classified glyphosate as having evidence of non-carcinogenicity for humans. The cancer concern was never made public, and this new classification certainly helped push Roundup sales, at least until more independent research came in.
See, one of the most influential research papers on Roundup actually came out in the year 2000. It was the Safety Evaluation and Risk Assessment of the herbicide Roundup and its active ingredient glyphosate for humans, commonly just called Williams, Crows, and Monroe, after its authors. This was the landmark paper on glyphosate safety, which concluded that Roundup herbicide does not pose a health risk to humans.
This paper was cited over 1,200 times, which is a lot.
And it was considered then by regulators in the foundational research paper saying that glyphosate was safe. This independent paper.
Except the paper wasn't independent at all.
See, Monsanto's director of the toxicology group, William Hayden, was listed on the paper as someone who provided scientific support. So, in a 2017 deposition, Wisner and his fellow lawyers decided to ask Hayden about it.
Were your contributions, in your view, to the Williams paper substantial?
No, they were not. As I said, they were editorial to make it easier to read.
But here's how Hayden took his involvement in the paper internally. I have sprouted several new gray hairs during the writing of this thing, or I'll strangle Crows or Williams if they ask for any rewrites. And much later, we would be keeping the cost down by us doing the writing, and they would just edit and sign their names. So just recall, that is how we handled William, Crows, and Monroe.
And they celebrated when it was finally done. You see in their internal documents, they talk about how this is going to be our defense, glyphosate around the world.
The patterns of Monsanto's manipulation were just popping up everywhere. They tried to change glyphosate cancer classifications at different agencies. They seemingly colluded with corrupt EPA officials to try and kill opposing research, and they ghost wrote safety studies.
By mid-2017, Wisner released all of these internal documents to the public, now known as the Monsanto Papers. People were furious.
Newly released docs show Monsanto executives colluding with corrupted EPA officials.
Tried to influence media and science reports.
Monsanto appears to have been caught red-handed.
We have a paper trail that goes back to the 1980s. Stakes for Monsanto are extremely high.
Soon, lawyers were overwhelmed with calls from cancer patients who used Roundup and got diagnosed with NHL. They wished to be included in the lawsuit. By the end of the year, more than 3,000 victims had signed onto the case. But Monsanto tried to do everything to dismantle these carcinogen claims.
You remember the 5 independent papers that came in the IARC decision to call glyphosate a carcinogen? Well, the main review article there was ghostwritten by Monsanto.
So you can see this paper getting edited and changed by people who worked for Monsanto, and it's been fussy journals basically at every step of the way, declining to retract.
That paper is still online today, and Monsanto went all the way to discredit anyone who was opposing their view with something called their let nothing go strategy.
Let nothing go is essentially like let nothing go. Somebody tweets online
Roundup causes cancer. You don't let that go. Like, you have an onslaught of people responding to that. They had whole training operations where they would bring in nutritionists and academics and other people to train them, like, what to say and how to say it.
Do not believe that glyphosate in Argentina is causing increases in cancer. You can drink a whole quart of it and it won't hurt you. It's
You want to drink some? We have some here.
I'd be happy to, actually. Not really, but I know it wouldn't hurt me.
You didn't say so. Can I have some
No, I'm not stupid.
But they very much became an army that Monsanto could deploy when a news article came out, for instance.
Are we going to get some comments like under this video that are actually written by Monsanto?
I wouldn't be surprised.
But all of the confusion Monsanto tried to create around glyphosate wasn't enough. By the summer of 2020 was out, and over 11,000 plaintiffs filed lawsuits against Monsanto. This was going to destroy them, but unfortunately, Monsanto had an escape plan. Just as the first lawsuit against them was starting, they made an acquisition deal with German chemical giant Bayer.
Monsanto cashed in, rode off into the sunset, and Bayer was left holding the bag.
Why would Bayer buy Monsanto if it's so obvious that they have, hundreds of thousands of waiting for a verdict? Why would a company do this?
Well, I think that's the question that the investors are asking, or have asked. Why in God's name did you do this? Like, why did you do this? I think it was Wall Street Journal that had a headline, worst acquisition in history or something like that.
Bayer stock tanked immediately after the acquisition, and things only got worse for them. A few months later, the first case against the Monsanto Bayer company went to trial. The plaintiff was Dwayne Lee Johnson, who had developed non-Hodgkin after accidentally getting doused with Roundup at work. The jury, faced with evidence from the Monsanto papers, sided with Johnson, awarding him $289 million in damages. But Bayer had paid up. By 2025, Bayer had to settle more than 100,000 cancer lawsuits for the damages caused by Monsanto's Roundup, amounting to $10 billion in settlements.
Monsanto, which is now owned by Germany's Bayer, denies any wrongdoing.
And they don't accept that Roundup could have caused the plaintiff's cancer. So after all this publicity and scandal, how dangerous really?
My question has always been, it doesn't cause cancer, and it's not dangerous, and there's no real risk. Why in God's name would Monsanto have to spend millions and millions and millions of dollars to create studies and hire PR companies to post articles online? And for, like, why would you have to engage in so much deception? Say product, right?
Well, according to IARC, one of the biggest concerns with glyphosate is genome toxicity. Some studies have shown that if you get overexposed to glyphosate, like many farmers would, then the chemical might substantially damage the DNA in your cells, which is a common mechanism of action for many carcinogens. And other studies have actually pointed to the shikimate method. Again, we don't use it, but the bacteria in our gut do. So if you ingest trace amounts of glyphosate, for example, through your food, it could disrupt your gut's microbiome.
If you could disrupt the enzyme in the microflora in your gut, the EPSP enzyme, the synthase, it can have all sorts of effects.
Now, IARC never specified at what dose glyphosate actually becomes dangerous, just that overall glyphosate is a probable carcinogen. And to put it into context, other things in the same classification category are eating red meat or high temperature frying or pulling a night shift. These are lower than the number one category, which is a certain carcinogen. And here, of course, you have alcohol and tobacco and sunlight. And to give you context, from our previous episode on Forever Chemicals, PFOA was a category 1, so a carcinogen, but PFOS is actually a category 2B, which is lower than glyphosate, and only a possible carcinogen.
From the data I've seen, glyphosate doesn't seem to be a particularly potent carcinogen, but high glyphosate is certainly associated with a modest increase in your ability to get certain types of cancers. And people who have higher exposures are clearly at higher risk. However, the EPA and many other organizations like the European Food Safety Authority still disagree with the IARC and claim that glyphosate isn't a likely carcinogen.
But the courts in the United States have repeatedly told the EPA that they're not doing a proper analysis, they're not doing a proper assessment of glyphosate, they're not following their own rules.
You said like something like 50% of the papers that were about glyphosate safety and research and toxicity were probably like industry funded.
That's just a guess off the top of my head. Honestly, it could be much higher than 50%. I certainly do not think it's lower than that. There's just always a desire by these companies to control the science. Today, Bayer still denies that glyphosate is a carcinogen.
They would still tell you they don't think there's anything wrong with it. When it came out, Bayer reached out to me. They sent me an email. It was really kind of quite strange. It was like, congratulations, you've read your book and we've learned a lot. I think Bayer feels different.
And Bayer actually removed glyphosate from commercial products. So this bottle of Roundup here doesn't even have glyphosate anymore. Part of the reason for that must be the public backlash and the lawsuits. But the other reason is that it doesn't work that well anymore. We overuse glyphosate.
See, since the 1970s, more than 60 species of weed have become resistant to glyphosate, just like that first salmonella sample found near the factory. What I put in those Roundup sprays if not glyphosate?
Well, mostly full circle, so it's 2,4-D. Isn't that crazy?
Well, many people will probably go through life not being affected in the slightest by glyphosate, but others may develop cancer or other disease, and that's why it's really important to protect the most sensitive individuals.
I think another part of the problem here is how a company as big as Monsanto can just infiltrate academia. They have these big resources, so they can just push around scientists and manipulate results. They create so much confusion, and then they just avoid the punishment.
When you don't create firewalls between the regulated and the regulators, you have created distrust in science. And inherently, science is always going to be political. It's never going to be disconnected from the realities of the world. It's always socially constructed. But we can do a lot of things to put rules and regulations in place to try and make sure that there's a better sense of independence and disconnection between us.
I want to shout out two books, Gary Gillen's The Monsanto Papers and Bart Elmore's Seed Money. They were both incredibly valuable in researching this topic. And I also want to shout out people in the comments of our previous video on PFAS suggesting that we should cover Monsanto. Thank you for suggesting that idea, and thank you as always for watching.
There's really nothing to say that the Khazarians actually made much of a dent in the regular Ashkenazic population. Okay, let's move to the Christian era now. So we've got a sense of what's going on in the Muslim areas and also in Khazari a little bit. The doctrine was in Christian lands. Christianity has a more serious problem to deal with the Jews. The Muslims dealt with the problem with the Pact of Lamar.
Een nieuwe baan is meer dan alleen werk. Ik wil weten, past de cultuur bij mij? Hoe is de werk-privé-balans echt? Ik wil niet pas na maanden ontdekken dat het toch niet de plek voor mij is. Daarom check ik nu altijd de bedrijfsreviews op Indeed, echte ervaringen en meningen. Zo kies ik een werkplek waar ik mezelf kan zijn, waar ik me goed voel.
Vind werk zoals het zou moeten werken. Werk dat bij jou past. Download de Indeed-app of ga naar Indeed.nl. Indeed. Werk zoals het zou moeten werken.
In 1929 in Chicago, people mysteriously dying inside their homes. It took 15 deaths for the authorities to realize that these people were getting killed by their fridges. Because fridges back then were no longer just boxes of ice. Instead, they relied on a chemical looping through the back to stay cold. And the best chemical for this job was methyl chloride, a toxic and virtually odorless gas. So if it somehow leaked from the fridge, it could kill you without warning. Other fridges used flammable gases instead, so a leak combined with the spark from the stove, and your house could suddenly go up in flames. So one company tried to solve this problem. In the process, they accidentally created a seemingly magical substance. Soon, it made its way into a huge range of products, which were so popular they ended up in nearly every home in America.
But what people didn't know was that these products came at a price. The chemicals used to make them were being released into the environment, slowly poisoning everyone on the planet, including me.
You have high levels of a chemical you never know.
It shocks me. Come from almost every living creature, from polar bears to fish, massive worldwide contamination by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies. This is a video about one of the biggest chemical cover-ups in history. For legal reasons, I want to note that this investigation is based on publicly available documents, recordings, and third-party opinions. All sources are linked in the description. The story all began with an attempt to save lives. In 1936, a chemical company called DuPont set out to find a safer alternative to the gases used in fridges. One that was neither toxic nor flammable. Their lead scientist on the project was a 27-year-old chemist named Roy J. Plunkett. He was experimenting with a gas called tetrafluoroethylene, or TFE. It's a pair of double-bonded carbons, each bonded to two fluorine atoms. One morning, as Plunkett was setting up a test, his assistant picked up a cylinder full of TFE and twisted the valve. But nothing came out. Plunkett thought the gas must have leaked, but the cylinder still weighed about as much as a full one, so he grabbed a saw and cut the cylinder in half. Inside, he was shocked to see it was full of a white, slippery powder. So what happened to the gas? Well, what the chemist reasoned was that under the high pressure of the cylinder, one of the double bonds between the carbons and TFE must have broken. And now those two carbon atoms each had a bonding site free, so one of them probably grabbed onto a carbon from a different TFE molecule, breaking its double bond, and then that molecule did the same, and the process repeated again and again until all of the TFE was trapped in these long chains. The gas had polymerized into polytetrafluoroethylene, forming this slippery powder. Plunkett just wanted to get rid of it because but before throwing it out, he decided to do it. So he tried pouring water on it, but the water just beat it off. So he tried acid. Again, nothing happened. Then he tried the strongest base he had, but that wouldn't do either. Plunkett went through all of the solvents in the lab, but the powder remained intact. It wouldn't melt, corrode, or react with anything. It was seemingly indestructible. The reason it was so indestructible was because of this bond, the carbon-fluorine bond. See, out of all of the elements, fluorine is the greediest, the most electron-hungry atom. Its outer shell is a single electron away from being complete, which would make it perfectly stable. So fluorine really wants that electron. And because it's so small compared to most other elements, the protons in its nucleus can get close to the electrons of other atoms. And because of their positive charge, they pull on them really hard. So near a carbon atom, fluorine grabs onto one of the carbon's electrons to complete its outer shell, and this keeps the two atoms bonded together. But the fluorine isn't done there. It keeps tugging on the carbon's electrons, pulling them closer to itself, which makes fluorine slightly negatively charged and the carbon slightly positive. So now there's an electrostatic attraction that makes this bond even stronger. Now, in reality, electrons behave more like fuzzy clouds than the orbiting points in this animation, but the principle still holds. In terms of energy, this is actually the strongest single bond a carbon can form. So if other atoms or molecules close, they're essentially ignored. And Plunkett's magic powder was completely covered in carbon-fluorine bonds, so it hardly reacted with anything. Okay, so he's got this incredibly inert stuff. Was he really trying to get rid of it?
He actually didn't know what to do with it. He's like, what do you do with a material that doesn't, react with anything? But luckily, his employer, DuPont, they were actually working with the U.S. Army on the Manhattan Project. So they were refining uranium. So, because of course, there's a World War II reference in the fancy video. You just have to have it.
To get the fuel for nuclear bombs, enriched uranium, you first have to turn the uranium into a gas, uranium hexafluoride. It was a nasty chemical that corroded everything. So all the gaskets, seals, and miles of pipe in the plant at Oak Ridge had to constantly be replaced, slowing down production.
But then DuPont was like, listen, we have this seemingly indestructible chemical, right? It doesn't react with stuff, it doesn't corrode, so maybe we can try and use it against uranium hexafluoride. So they get a bunch of this powder, they cram it together under high pressure to create these cakes, essentially. Now you had a solid of this material that you can machine to gaskets and cylinders that you can push into these pipes, put these two blanks into the pipe, and boom, it works like magic. Like, turn the uranium hexafluoride was no match for this magic material.
As Gordon Fee, the manager of the nuclear weapons plant, put it, there was never a substitute considered, as far as I know.
The material worked so well that the Army wanted to use it for everything.
The same gaskets and seals were installed into fuel tanks and airplane engines to protect them from oil and water. And weapons manufacturing plants no longer had with the corrosive nitric acid needed to make explosives. DuPont saw the potential too, so they trademarked the material in 1944.
They didn't trademark it under their name, polytetrafluoroethylene, because the name kind of sucks. So they took T from FL4, and then they had a bunch of these other miracle materials right out of the nylon. So they took away from the end of those, and boom.
Nice. Okay. It's good name. Under the Army's order, DuPont ramped up Teflon production at their test plant in Arlington, New Jersey, giving their full supply to the government. But DuPont struggled to produce enough Teflon to meet the military's demand. As their Arlington scientists put it, the major advantages of polytetrafluoroethylene, solvent resistance and high thermal stability, offer obstacles from the standpoint of ease in fabrication.
You could only really mold Teflon into solvents, so gaskets, seals, pipes, but you couldn't put it into water to make it spray because it doesn't dissolve in water. They actually didn't know anything that dissolved Teflon. There was an even bigger problem about it.
To polymerize TFE into Teflon, you can add a reactive atom or molecule that will hijack the first carbon double bond and start the reaction. This is called the initiator, and the bond formed between it and the first TFE molecule releases a small amount of energy. Then a bit of energy is also released when the next TFE molecule joins the chain, and the next, and the next. And if the process isn't controlled, the reaction gets very hot very quickly. And if it gets above 200 degrees Celsius, TFE rapidly decomposes into carbon tetrafluoromethane, which releases even more energy all at once. This caused a massive explosion at the Arlington plant in 1944, killing 2 workers. You need a way to dissipate the heat, take the heat away from the reaction without it staying in there and therefore expanding, creating that explosive force.
Yeah, and one of the ways to do that was to have the reaction happen with water, because water can absorb a huge amount of energy before it ever heats up.
But if you inject TFE into a water cylinder, the gas doesn't dissolve. Even at high pressure, most of the TFE just stays on top. So if you add an initiator, the polymerization is triggered in one place, and so it can still cause an explosion. What you need is some way to disperse the TFE throughout the water first, and to do that, DuPont needed help. In 1951, they purchased a special acid from 3M, the company behind Scotch tape. This acid, called PFOA, looked almost exactly like Teflon. It had a chain of 8 carbon atoms covered in fluorines, but at the other end, there was a double-bonded oxygen and an OH group. That's what makes it an acid. And since there were 8 carbons in the chain, DuPont also referred to the acid as C8. The tail end of C8, like Teflon, was hydrophobic, loved water, hydrophilic. So when you add C8 into water, the molecules rearrange themselves so that the heads touch the water, but the Teflon-like tails don't. They create little bubbles all throughout the water, which are virtually dry on the inside. If you now inject TFE and stir the whole mixture up, well, the hydrophobic gas ends up in the middle of these C8 bubbles. And those bubbles are dispersed everywhere, evenly throughout the water.
You know what this reminds me of? Is so
Yeah, so it's the great combiner that allows like oil and water to mix.
And now if you sprinkle in initiator molecules also go into these bubbles and they start the polymerization reaction. So TFE to Teflon. But now since it's happening spread all throughout these bubbles, the heat is evenly dissipated to other water and no one explodes.
And since Teflon is now suspended in a solution, you can spray it onto surfaces like a coating. This thing doesn't stick to anything. How do you stick it to the gaskets? How do you actually use it?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the trick was actually the surface had to be really rough. So what you do is you sandblast it to create grooves and imperfections at this like catastrophic level. Now, if you spray the coating on, what happens is if you heat it up, the water evaporates, the CH it also evaporates. On Teflon, instead of it evaporating, it just softens up. So although there's no chemical interaction here, now it's mechanically to the surface. That's how they got it to stick.
From the higher church, it was really more of a social class element.
With the war over, the Army lifted the secrecy of Teflon patents, and DuPont was allowed to sell it commercially. And suddenly, people all over the world were coating items in Teflon, trying to create a world-changing product. One day in 1954, a French engineer, Marc Grégoire, tried putting Teflon on his fishing gear to prevent tangles.
But then his wife saw doing that, and her reaction was that this is absolute nonsense, never going to use this. You should do something that someone's actually going to use. So how about you put it on a pan, make a pan non-stick.
And once these pans hit the market, it was a cooking revolution. And DuPont knew exactly how to market it.
Even oatmeal picked Teflon. Hey, me! Let me try.
And it wasn't just non-stick pans. Teflon C8 and chemicals like it were used in everything. Suddenly we had Teflon stain-resistant carpets and stain protection sprays like 3M's Switch Guard. Jackets lined with Teflon were waterproof and breathable.
Vortex is the brand.
Teflon was so inert that medical implants made out of it wouldn't be rejected by the body. It was used to coat the Statue of Liberty's steel framework to save it from corrosion. And even bullets were coated with Teflon to minimize the damage they did coming out of the gun barrel. The term Teflon was so ubiquitous that when the Italian mobster John Gotti was being prosecuted in the late 1980s, none of the charges against him would stick. So he was dubbed Teflon Don. By the late 1990s, the Teflon business generated roughly $1 billion in yearly sales for DuPont.
Teflon has a great future, and its uses will be many.
The chemicals everywhere, even where they shouldn't be.
Something wrong with this one.
The man behind the camera is Earl Tennant, a farmer in West Virginia. He suspected that something in this creek was poisoning his cows.
This is 153 of these animals that I've lost on this farm. You see the discoloration of the hair here on her neck. I think you right tell me there's nothing wrong with these things. I called the West Virginia State back there, and the only thing he asked me is, do you have a good attorney?
Earl was desperate, so he hired a lawyer.
He came to our offices armed with boxes of VHS tapes. He started watching these videotapes, and there was a serious problem here.
Something wrong with this cow.
The animals were wasting away, and they were skin and bones, and they had black teeth, and you could see on the videotape white foam coming out of this pipe of this landfill next door. These animals standing in the white foam, the hair on their hooves was being eaten off by whatever was in the water. It was a discharge pipe and had the marking of E.I. DuPont Divorce Company.
And the landfill that pipe was draining from belonged to DuPont's massive factory complex outside of Parkersburg, West Virginia, just 6 miles away. That factory was Washington Works, the first commercial. It provided jobs for almost 2,000 people in the town, and DuPont's presence was felt everywhere.
I have been a resident of partnered with for 48 years. I do not work for the DuPont company, but I have seen how their people have done much for the cultural growth of this community.
There are facilities for tennis, camping, swimming, softball, and more than 20 areas for cookouts, family picnics.
DuPont took care of the community. So it got word that Earl Tennant hired a lawyer to investigate. They shunned him and his family. As his sister-in-law put it, we'd walk into a restaurant and everybody in the restaurant would get up and leave. But Earl wasn't scared off, and neither was Rob.
I thought this was going to be pretty straightforward.
The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, the EPA, dictates examples are safe to be disposed of in a landfill and in what amounts.
We would get those records and permits, and it would tell us which chemical was causing this problem. But none of those records were really showing anything that was really causing a problem. Nothing that would explain that white foam.
Whatever was in Earl's water wasn't on the permits. Now, already in the 1950s, people knew that Teflon, specifically PTFE, was pretty safe. It's a long and extremely inert molecule, so if you ingest it, your body just flushes it out. However, if you heat Teflon to 50 degrees Celsius, it starts releasing fumes that make people sick. This often happened to workers in Teflon plants. Stray PTFE powder would fall onto their cigarettes as they were working, and then later they would accidentally smoke one of these cigarettes. Luckily, the symptoms were mild: fatigue, tightness of chest, headaches, and they would usually pass within 48 hours. It was called polymer fume fever. And even though it rarely happens today, why you should never overheat your Teflon pan to these temperatures, especially if you have birds at home, because the fumes are much more to them. But Teflon couldn't have poisoned Earl's cows. There were no fumes or high temperatures, so there must have been something else in the water. Rob filed a legal request for all the Washington Works operational records, and DuPont more than 60,000 documents.
A lot of folks would try to say, okay, you want a lot of documents, we'll give you a lot of documents, and hope that there'd be no way somebody can actually wade through all of these files, all of these materials. But I'm the kind of person that I do dig in, and I do want to go through those documents, so I actually did read all of that.
And in those files, a certain chemical kept popping up everywhere. C8.
I never saw the kinds of things I was seeing now in these documents from DuPont.
In 1961, the same year Teflon pans hit the U.S. market, DuPont's in-house scientists tested C8 on rats, ingesting as little as 1.5 milligrams of C8 per kilogram of the rat's livers to grow abnormally. And a dose of 570 milligrams per kilogram was lethal. For reference, sodium cyanide, one of the most dangerous poisons, is lethal to rats in doses of 5 to 15 milligrams per kilogram. But even though C8 was less fatal, it was concerning for two other reasons. First, like Teflon, its tail is made of carbon-fluorine bonds, which makes it incredibly stable. So C8 wouldn't break down in the environment for decades. And second, C8 looks like the fatty acids that humans and animals need for normal function, just with fluorines instead of hydrogens. So the concern was that C8 could get into the bloodstream, hitch a ride on the proteins that transport fatty acids around, and get almost anywhere in the body. And because of the carbon-fluorine bonds, humans and animals have no way to break down C8, so it could slowly build up, mimicking those fatty acids and potentially disrupting the systems they regulate, like the liver.
Toxic, persistent, bioaccumulative. So the concern was, it's like a ticking time bomb. It's got more opportunity to cause harm.
As a safety measure, that same rat study suggested that all these materials should be handled with extreme care, and that contact with skin should be strictly avoided. In 1962, DuPont had confirmed that high doses of C8 kill rats through injury to the stomach, intestine, brain, lungs, and pancreas. Then in 1965, they found those same toxic effects in dogs. The evidence was mounting.
They were even studying monkeys, and so the monkeys were dropping dead. These chemicals were causing toxic effects in multiple organ systems.
in multiple species. All these studies weren't being shared with the scientific community.
And likely, no one outside of DuPont would have noticed something was wrong if it was not for tooth decay.
The most widespread of all diseases.
In the 1950s, tooth decay was a nationwide problem, so the U.S. started adding inorganic fluorides like sodium fluoride to the public water supply. This helped fight cavities.
16 years after fluoridation, all children will have 65% less tooth decay.
In 1975, researchers wanted to know if that inorganic fluoride was getting into people's blood, so they sampled blood from around the U.S., and the results were as expected. More fluoride in the tap water meant more fluoride in the blood. But they found another type of fluorine in the blood too, which was organic fluorine, carbon-fluorine bonds, and it didn't follow the same trend.
These researchers were wondering, where is this coming from? Because this is not a naturally occurring substance. And they did research and they found that 3M was making these organic fluorides, things like PFOA, right? So they approached 3M in 1975, asking them, hey, we found this stuff in the general U.S. population's blood. Could it be yours? And 3M pled ignorance.
But just 3 months later, 3M compared the spectrum of organic fluorine from the study to their own chemicals, and it was a match. Their chemicals were getting into the blood of people all across the United States, but they didn't tell the researchers. 3M and DuPont were worried, so they checked their own workers' blood. They found that they too were contaminated with C8 at levels 1,000 times higher than those in the study. And when DuPont checked their medical records, many of these workers were showing signs of liver disease. Meanwhile, DuPont was dumping almost 10 tons of C8 into the Ohio River each year, and they were piling up thousands more tons as C8 sludge that would leach from the landfill next to Earl's farm. All while showing commercials like these.
And the water that eventually flows to the river is collected at 5 points and analyzed to make sure we don't pollute the Ohio. By the early 80s, the first cancer study is done in rats, and it confirms PFOA causes, not just might be linked with, but causes testicular tumors. Right? That sends alarm bells off within the company because the concern is, of course, we're putting this in the air, we're putting it in Teflon.
DuPont collected samples around Washington Works, and C8 wasn't just in the river, it was in the public water supply. So, in 1984, DuPont officials met to assess whether C8 should be swapped for a safer chemical. But their conclusion was that currently none of the options developed are, from a fine powder business standpoint, economically attractive. So C8 stuck around, and DuPont just came up with a safe dose for drinking water.
DuPont scientists are the first people on the planet to say what would be a safe level for humans. They calculated something like 0.6 parts per billion, which they rounded up to 1. The importance is, at that time, that was about the lowest level you could detect in water. Essentially, if we can detect it, it's too high.
So to put that into perspective, here is one 2,500 liter tank of water you fill to the brim. Now imagine you take one drop of PFOA, 0.05 milliliters, and you place it not in one of these tanks, or 2 or 3, 20 of these tanks. That's 1 part per billion, and that's the number DuPont thought would be unsafe for humans to drink.
And after determining its own safety metric, DuPont tested the landfill wastewater leaching into Earl's Creek. It came back at 1,600 parts per billion.
It didn't tell anybody. So at that point, I thought I had figured out what it finally happened to the cows.
Rob compiled all the evidence into a 900-page letter and sent it to the EPA, the Department of Justice, and even the U.S. Attorney General. And just a few months later, DuPont settled with Earl Tennant and his family for an undisclosed sum, although they didn't admit to any wrongdoing.
But this stuff wasn't just in the water the cows were drinking. This was in surrounding communities' public wells, right? People around Mr. Tennant, the tens of thousands of people in that community had likely been drinking this
this for decades and didn't know.
So Rob sued DuPont again, now on behalf of the 70,000 people around Parkersburg who were unwittingly exposed to C8. And it wasn't just Parkersburg or West Virginia.
In the year 2000, researchers analyzed blood samples from thousands of Americans all across the country. And 100% of those samples came back positive for C8, at an average of 5 parts per billion. But if virtually everyone in the U.S. is contaminated, how harmful can C8 really be?
This is exactly what Rob had to find out to have a fighting chance against DuPont. So in 2005, he spearheaded a medical study of everyone around Washington Works.
Scientists need to know if the chemical C8 causes any health problems. By completing a health questionnaire and your blood test, you can help. Analyzing the blood samples and medical records took 7 long years.
And many in Parkersburg passed away before a verdict was even reached in Earl and his wife Sandra.
But finally, in 2013, an independent science panel had the results. They confirmed a probable link between C8 and 6 humans, including thyroid disease, testicular cancer, and kidney cancer. And these findings were based solely on the nearby community, with an average C8 blood level of 28 parts per billion. So, for example, an average American has a 1 in 43 chance of developing kidney cancer. It's around 1 in 73 for females. But a person with more than 30 parts per billion of C8 in their blood serum might have about double the odds. So roughly 1 in 22 for males and 1 in 37 for females. But the data in many of these studies only included not people who might have already died from C8 exposure. So the verdict was that the findings must be interpreted with caution. The true risk of C8 might be even higher.
Luckily, once these studies were published in 2013, DuPont was pressured by the regulators to fail.
And by 2017, they had to pay out over $600 million to victims of C8 exposure, which is a pretty small price to pay for a company that made almost $80 billion in sales just that year.
And all throughout, DuPont denied any wrongdoing. But that wasn't the end of it for Parkersburg or anyone else, because DuPont separated its entire Teflon business into a spin-off company, Chemours, that agreed to use a different chemical. So what was it?
They simply took C8 and knocked 2 carbons off and started making C6.
They called it Gen X. Because it was shorter and had an oxygen atom interrupting the carbon chain, it was expected to be more degradable. So Chemours claimed a dose as high as 70 parts per billion of Gen X in drinking water would still be safe.
That chemical gets shipped to the same plant in West Virginia. X goes into the air. Gen X goes into the Ohio River. Gen X is found in public water supplies. So Gen X is allowed to come out into the world, be used in Teflon. Then the cancer study is done, which shows Gen X causes the exact same 3 tumors in rats that PFOA did: liver, testicular, and pancreatic.
And the fact that its chain is shorter also makes Gen X more mobile, so it could contaminate larger areas. The truth is, we just don't know enough about it. And that's exactly the problem.
It took us decades to get to the point of finally addressing C8. We simply tweak it a bit, change the chemical name. All of the science and all of the concern, that's on C8. This is C6 or C9 or C4. You don't have enough evidence that these other ones are bad. This is whack-a-mole. We get to the point where we're addressing one and the new one pops up and we're told we have to start over.
And it isn't just C8 or Gen X.
They belong to a family of over 14,000 different man-made chemicals, all covered in carbon-fluorine bonds. And companies can make them however they want: C7s, C9s, branched polymers, acids. The generic term for all of these substances is PFAS, or fluoroalkyl substances. And like Teflon, they have almost magical qualities. They repel liquids, so PFAS are used to make clothing waterproof. They're also grease resistant, so we coat things like fast food wrappers and microwave popcorn bags in PFAS to prevent stains. Waterproof lipstick and mascara, hygiene products, and even contact lenses have PFAS in them.
Even the screen you're watching this on likely has a PFAS anti-smudge coating.
The trouble is that the same carbon-fluorine bonds that make PFAS so stable and useful in consumer products also make them incredibly persistent in the environment, which is why you might also know PFAS under a different name, forever chemicals. They have been found everywhere, from bustling cities to untouched areas of wilderness. Every continent, including PFAS, all over.
Almost every living creature, from polar bears to birds to fish, I mean, this stuff is being found everywhere. So, massive worldwide contamination, but by completely man-made chemicals that are fingerprints back to just a couple of companies.
Years ago, and the regulators. So we're only finding out about this global contamination now. And there have been many cases where important public health information doesn't get widely disseminated for years. And whenever that happens, media coverage can be inconsistent, which is why I partnered up with News as the sponsor of this video. Their platform reveals how stories like these are covered across the media landscape. For example, a recent study suggested that 23 million Americans were exposed to forever chemicals through wastewater. But you probably haven't seen the story since fewer than 40 outlets even published it. And take a look at how different some of these headlines are. With Ground News, you can also see that government-funded sources had limited reporting of this story, and only 9% of the publications were right-leaning. So Ground News flagged this as a potential blind spot. It's highlighted on their blind spot feed, where you can see stories that are disproportionately covered by one side of the political spectrum. The whole point of Veritasium is to make videos that get to the truth, whether that's explaining misconceptions or getting to the bottom of potentially dangerous chemicals. Ground News helps us do that, and they can help you too. So if you, like us, care about getting to the truth, go to ground.news/VE or scan this QR code. Our link gets you 40% off their Advantage plan. And now, back to PFAS.
Okay, now I want to find out how much of these chemicals is actually in my blood. So I have a little test here. I hate the idea of drawing my own blood. Okay, that was pretty easy actually. I was really worried that there was not going to be enough blood coming out. But there was plenty. So the question is, how much of these dangerous chemicals are in my blood?
Has anyone ever come back with blood that has zero PFAS whatsoever?
I've been doing blood testing on PFAS since 2007, and I've never seen a detect. So I hear that 98% of the population has PFAS in their blood, but I'm looking for that 2% that doesn't, because I've yet to see them.
That's incredible. I mean, very, very bad incredible.
But if everyone on Earth has trace amounts of these chemicals in their blood, how much harm could they really be doing?
I want to make a distinction because it turns out not all PFAS are equally dangerous. You can kind of split them up into two groups. First up, you have long, repeating chains of carbon-fluorine bonds that are tens or hundreds of thousands of atoms long. So stuff like that. These are so big and inert that even if you do ingest them, your body's just going to flush them out. They can't be absorbed into your bloodstream, so you're pretty safe. They're called fluoropolymers because of the long repeating chains of carbon-fluorine bonds. But the catch is, to make these fluoropolymers, stuff like Teflon, you need to use processor aids, things like PFOA or genetics, and those are the nasty ones. These molecules are 5 to 10 carbon long, which makes them small enough to actually enter the bloodstream. They have functional groups at the ends that are usually acids. The most common ones are perfluoroalkyl acids, which means that they bind to the proteins in your blood and be transported anywhere in the body. So they slowly accumulate and build up over time. Though there are more than just two groups of PFAS and even different definitions of what PFAS are, but most of what we know really relates to a handful of chemicals from this group here. Perfluoroalkyl acids.
The most comprehensive document on PFAS toxicity was published in 2022 by the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, and it looked at only 7 perfluoroalkyl acids. These are sister chemicals to PFOA, and some of them, like PFOS and PFHXS, were used heavily in the production of stain and water-resistant products like 3M's Scotch Guard. before they too got phased out due to toxicity concerns. The report surmised that if the sum of these 7 acids in your blood is below 2 parts per billion, there shouldn't be any harm. If your level is between 2 and 20 parts per billion, there's a potential for harmful health effects. Although the exact mechanism by which PFAS cause harm isn't fully understood, exposure has most consistently been associated with high cholesterol, decreased immune response to vaccines, infections, kidney cancer, and decreased growth in infants. But PFAS have also been linked to dozens of other conditions, and above 20 parts per billion, the risk is even greater. So where do I fall on this graph?
So I have a result here. You're not going to tell me what yours before I see mine? Alright, you're positive for PFOA. Okay, the level for PFOA for a US person went down from 5 parts per billion in 2000 to around 46 or half. So you're super average for a US person. Great, okay. This is the eugenics for you. Alright, let's go. But the real surprise, I guess, is PFOS, the sister chemical. And it was used in a similar way, so it was taken to carbon clothing, and your result was at 8.93 parts, whereas the US average is 4.3. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it is crazy because it was discontinued pretty much in 2002.
This is not the results I expected. I honestly expected very boring results of like, yeah, you're around the middle of the pack or a little bit on the low side.
And then for pH excess, basically PFOS, about 6 instead of 8 carbons, your levels here are almost 7 parts per billion. But the US average is 1. You're higher than 95% of the Americans.
It shocks me because like I was fully walking into this meeting expecting to be, roughly average.
Yeah, to be fair, you live thinking that you're taking care of everything. You have high levels of chemicals.
The combined sum of all the PFAS detected in my blood was 17.92 parts per billion, more than double the US median. I'm just below the level where the National Academies recommend additional screenings for PFAS-related diseases.
I had no idea I would come back with such elevated levels.
I'd like to get the level sort of down a bit to a level where I feel like it's more in line with the general population.
Yeah.
But like, where did this have come from? There are 3 main ways we get exposed to forever chemicals, and the one you'll hear the most about in the media is likely PFAS-containing products.
Shampoo, dental floss, beans, varnishes, potentially dangerous chemicals, toxic chemicals.
People are throwing non-stick cookware. My wife threw out all our non-stick pans over a year ago, and since then we've been using stainless steel. She is very good at making it not stick. Me, not so much. But are pans really the problem?
The actual coating on the pan is Teflon, which again is just a long inert chain of carbon-fluorine bonds. So even if you ingest it, it doesn't react with your body. If you have a pan like that, you probably don't need to throw it out. The same goes for most other PFAS-containing products. Waterproof clothing, stain-resistant furniture, and sweat-proof watch bands might all release some level of PFAS, but the risk of direct exposure through skin is likely low. So the bigger problem is how easily PFAS from these products can end up in the environment. And many of the factories that make these products don't have a good track record of keeping the chemicals contained.
People don't understand that the stories that you see, for example, what was happening in the community in West Virginia. This is the same chemical and the same things that we're seeing play out now in Australia, and in Japan, in Italy, in Germany, in the UK. I mean, there are a lot of folks that are still grasping the fact that these are the same chemicals.
Our second main source of exposure is food. A lot of it comes packaged in PFAS-treated materials like takeout boxes, microwave popcorn bags, and burger wrappers. Burger wraps in a tiny amount? Is it ridiculously tiny amount?
We actually did tests at the lab with stuff that usually contains PFAS. So, microwave popcorn, fast food wrappers, paper cups, waterproof. So I have to take water here from the house level. Could we boil some water, because usually you interact with these products when they're hot, and then see if any of the PFAS leaches off, and you potentially eat them or drink them.
This is citizen science, right? So it's like there might be some error, but with a solid control, and then with the same time we're going to all of them, we can at least get something.
Yeah, and even if we get nothing, we'll know that people are not safe using these products.
Well, that's supposed to be safe of human consumption.
Yeah.
That's the wild thing.
We sloshed it around there, hot water for around 30 seconds. And then we tested in water to see if any of the PFAS that are used to coat these items would actually make it into the water. So here's what I got. And these are parts per trillion now. So for PFOA, good news, basically no detection anywhere, except for the microwave popcorn. I will say these are very low levels, but hold your horses because microwave popcorn gets worse.
The thing about microwave popcorn, it's sitting in there wrapped up with the popcorn for months or years before you ever stick it in your microwave. That gives those chemicals plenty of time to into the oils, and it's going to go all over the popcorn and you're going to eat it. This could explain some of our own results. The level for PFPEA, which is a shorter variation of PFOA, came back at 10 parts per trillion after the popcorn bag test. And you can see similar results in some of the other PFAS species.
Microwave popcorn actually drops from PFOA. Why could that be? We don't actually know.
I was going to say maybe the PFAS went on that wrapper and found its friends and just hung out there.
Yeah, it could be. I know we've only done one test here, no measurement, so we can't conclude much from this. There's something to be said for when you're using these products. They're going to bleach your water.
And research tends to agree. A 2019 study found that eating fast food and microwave popcorn especially can increase your PFAS load, while eating home-cooked meals doesn't. But even something as simple as reheating your food on a plate instead of in the original packaging could prevent PFAS from migrating to your food. Now, you might expect that these part per trillion levels we detected in the London tap water are nothing compared to the parts per billion you'd find in human blood. But the surprising thing is that to have 2 parts per billion of PFOA in your blood, drink water with 2 parts per PFOA in it. Because PFAS accumulate in your body over time. So even water with as little as 4 parts per trillion of PFOA combined with other exposure can be enough to maintain your blood levels. And this is why, in addition to food, water is your biggest source of exposure. This is especially true if you're a PFAS factory where the local water is often heavily contaminated. But the same goes for areas near military bases or See, adding chemicals like PFOA or PFOS to water lowers its surface tension, so the water gets more slippery. And these chemicals also tend to foam up, so they make for an excellent ingredient in firefighting foams. They spread quicker, and the foam blocks access to oxygen extremely well. And since both military bases and airports frequently do fire drills with these foams, they end up seeping into surrounding soil and groundwater. But it doesn't stop there.
Currently, we have reached planetary saturation levels for PFAS, which means that when you look up at the cloud and it rains unsafe levels of at least 4 PFAS species.
It turns out that our entire water cycle is contaminated with PFAS. So even when it rains on the Tibetan plateau, that rain contains PFAS. To check the water levels in your area, you can use these maps that show PFAS contamination across the US, Europe, and Australia. What about Los Angeles? Encino. That's where I spent like 7 of the last 10 years.
Crescenta Valley. Those are all high. Yeah. Santa Clarita. So pH excess levels crazy. So maybe you're getting your water from Wow. There's a calculator estimate in your blood surface. What we can try to do now is put that up in the calculator, see if it's something close to what you have if you want. Sure. pH excess. So typical value for adults is 1 part per billion, and then Santa Clarita water is 7 parts per trillion.
If you look after like 10 years,
So after like 10 years of exposure, you're going to have 6.85 parts per billion. And I can tell you that you are at 684. That would explain things.
now I
I can't say for sure where my drinking water was coming from, but if I was consistently drinking water contaminated at similar levels, then that would explain my results. But if you're worried about your own water, you should contact your provider directly for the most relevant information. It's concerning just how unregulated drinking water has been. It was actually only a year ago, in April 2024, that the U.S. EPA finally set legal limits for PFAS in drinking water. The safe level for PFOA went down from DuPont's initial 1 part per billion to 4 parts per trillion.
So we're no longer talking about 1 drop of PFOA in 20 of these tanks. We're talking about 1 drop in 5,000. That's 5 Olympic sizing goals. And if there's even a drop of PFOA in there, the EPA is concerned.
The same 4 parts per trillion limit was also set for sister chemical. And Gen X went down from the 70,000 parts per trillion initially proposed by Chemours to just 10. Same goes for PFH excess. For reference, the EPA's limit for lead in water is 10,000 parts per trillion, and for cyanide, 200,000.
It gives you a pretty clear indication of how concerned the scientific community is.
And just when we got EPA limits, we got a new administration in the U.S. which might be reversing some of the PFAS bans. So you can't always depend on the regulators, and you seemingly can't depend on the companies that make this stuff to dispose of it safely. So what can you do? If your water is contaminated, you might want to consider getting a PFAS-certified filter. Reverse osmosis, granulated active carbon, and ion exchange filters are all capable of removing PFAS out of drinking water. But the responsibility to filter drinking water shouldn't come down to the individual. PFAS should be captured at source during manufacturing before they ever reach the environment. And some companies, like Pure Affinity, are developing custom filters to make that happen.
So very lab-looking lab.
So could you walk me through what all these plants do and what do you have in here?
So this water is representative of where you've had a big firefighting foam incident. So you want to filter this water, but basically the concept is take it from the top through the vessel. As it passes through this material, it basically sticks on to some of the PFAS that would run into another part of treatment, and a third one.
To me, it seems like if PFAS are so bioaccumulative and actually persistent and stable, they don't really react with things. So how do you force them to react with stuff?
Basically taking advantage of this long organic tail as well as the polar head, and so you can have some electrostatic interactions with the polar head, and then you can have some hydrophilic and hydrophobic interactions with the tail. Combining these 3 binding mechanisms, you increase massively your likelihood of binding PFAS, even if it's still difficult to break.
Do the levels drop 100% already here, or do you see a gradual decrease?
That's a cool question. Okay. So in the beginning, it drops 100% after this one.
Some problem solved, or?
Problem solved for the time being.
Okay.
What we see right now is it will last about 40,000 volumes of this vessel. So a 10-liter vessel would basically provide all of the PFAS treatment for a household for a year.
I want this to be in factories first, so it never gets in.
Yeah, we're talking to the chemicals manufacturers, and they're really trying to move forward rather than just wait for regulations.
Everyone's true risk from PFAS will be different. It depends on dozens of factors, like your water contamination, your lifestyle, what you eat. But how much should you really worry about it? Like, if I'm at 17 or 18 parts per billion, is that the equivalent of drinking a beer a night or going out in the Australian sun without sunscreen?
So what I like to do is create this hierarchy of risk. And in terms of hierarchy of risk reduction, number 1 on that is stopping smoking, exercising, consuming a healthy whole food diet, and making sure you're getting 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Then you have medium levels of intervention, seeing your primary care doctor, controlling your cholesterol numbers. And then on the lower tier that you have, PFAS probably falls into that lower tier.
Being preventative about PFAS exposure is currently our only option because there are no approved medical treatments available. However, if you compare PFAS contamination between the sexes, male levels are consistently higher, at least up until around the age of 50, when menopause usually starts. This is partly because menstruation, birth, and lactation are all ways PFAS can escape the body.
PFAS can pass through the placenta and into the fetus during pregnancy. And then the baby can also get exposed through breast milk.
It's something that pregnant people should be extremely careful about. Young children are incredibly susceptible. They're drinking more water, they're growing, they're near surfaces like treated carpets.
Now, not everyone has to change their lifestyle because of PFAS. But if you're in a high-risk group because of pregnancy or because you live or work in a PFAS-contaminated area, you might want to consider it. Firefighters have especially high PFAS levels because their gear and foams are laced with them. Remarkably, a 2022 study found that when firefighters donated blood or plasma frequently enough, they reduced their PFAS levels by up to 30% within a year.
That's kind of ironic that our health system's coming back to bloodletting.
What do you think about the idea of donating blood as a way to reduce PFAS in the body?
I've never heard of that as a strategy. That's kind of interesting. Well, I definitely recommend people donate blood more frequently. Not because of PFAS exposure, but because of the fact we desperately need blood. What's important to note is that, especially in this current administration, we need to be very careful about shifting budgets away from research agencies, because without that research, the guidance that I'm giving is going to be significantly more flawed. The reason I'm able to talk about what we know and what we don't know comes from that research. So if we're going to be cutting the budgets of these major agencies and letting scientists go, we're only going to get worse and worse information.
We are still a good few years away from proper medical treatment and better PFAS regulations because this is extremely tricky. There are places where we should ban PFAS completely, like hygiene products, cosmetics, and food packaging, and some countries are already doing that. But we also can't ban PFAS altogether, at least not yet, because we still rely on these chemicals for things like medical implants. It's currently impossible to make semiconductors for our electronics without them.
All the tubing for the vaccine manufacturing is PFAS-based. They take us to space as well, our space suits. But even in these niche applications, we have to be responsible around how we use it.
People are coming together from a lot of different disciplines to create destruction mechanisms, to create novel capture materials, and to create novel replacements. I am excited and inspired by all of the great work that's going on around me. So I think if people want to learn more, I would advise them to learn about the risk, but then also learn about the new technology that's being developed. Hopefully, put us in the right direction.
So, to me, one of the most important things we can do is have discussions like what we're doing right here. If the story is, if the information is out there, people can make informed choices about whether they want to continue purchasing things that have these materials. And what we're seeing is consumers, as they do become aware, are saying, no, we don't want these chemicals. And companies are voluntarily coming forward and taking these chemicals out of products because the consumers are now demanding it.
We've been here before with leaded gasoline, Freon, and asbestos, and each time we did the research and made the right decision to phase these chemicals out. With PFAS, we're just starting to understand the problem, but I'm hopeful we'll make the same decision again. If you want to inform yourself more about PFAS, we've attached all the sources we've used to make this video down in the description. It's actually our longest episode ever, and we couldn't have made it without the help of our sponsor, Ground News. So if you want to be more informed about the issues around the world that are affecting you and out there, go to ground.news/VE or use this QR code. I really want to thank Ground News for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
Fierce debates with Jews. Here you can see on the left some figures, and they're holding up books, and on the right, wearing the Jewish hats and with expressions that look like they have some consternation. Jews are defending Judaism against Christian attacks, and these were first disputations where Jews were ordered to go in a church, and they were ordered to appoint a leader that was.
Is de tijd van. We gaan weer aan de slag. En doe je best met onze heerlijke broden. Knapperig vers uit onze ovens. Dat is een lekkere start. Deze week bakkersbroodelijk bij Heel. Dus één gratis.
Here's what happens when you put your DNA under a microscope. You can drink some from your mouth, just gargle salt water and mix this with soap and rubbing alcohol. You'll get a gooey mass at the top. This is DNA. Most of it is yours, but some of it actually comes from bacteria living in your mouth. At 100 times magnification, you'll see these strings, which are coiled up DNA, proteins, and debris all clumped together. But looking at them is pretty much useless. I mean, even with $1 million electron microscope, you can't actually see the genetic code that makes you you. So how do you read DNA? DNA, your family secrets. You are not diseases you haven't been diagnosed with yet.
Or even diagnosing cancer.
The tiny quirks of what makes you you. But for the vast majority of human history, we have not been able to read it. It is completely illegible. All of this might still be impossible today, if not for one man who took a lot of drugs and stumbled upon a discovery that unlocked DNA forever. Also, he was kind of a jerk. In the 1960s, as a biochemistry student at Berkeley, Kerry Mullis wasn't interested in going to his classes. He was too busy taking LSD, and lots of it. Mullis didn't take university very seriously. His PhD dissertation was filled with jokes, and the committee refused to approve it until he, quote, cut all the wacko stuff out. But LSD fueled his eccentric genius, sparking all sorts of interesting ideas.
It did trickle into his science. So, for example, he wrote a letter to the journal Nature, which chronicled the, quote, entire universe from the beginning to the end. And they published it, which is amazing. He was like 22 years old. They published that.
After graduating, Mullis just bummed around for a bit.
First, he gets a job in a cardiology lab, but he's just kind of so horrified at how many rats are being killed. So he starts writing fiction. He gets a job in a bakery. One day he's working in this bakery, and this guy, Tom White, walks in. And it turns out Tom White works at this biotech startup called Cetus. They sort of get to talking, and this guy offers Terry Mullis, he offers him a job.
White recommended Mullis to his higher-ups, saying, hire this guy Mullis, he's an excellent synthetic chemist. I knew he was a good chemist because he'd been synthesizing hallucinogenic drugs at Berkeley. Cetus was one of the first biotech companies in the world. It was founded in 1971, an exciting time when scientists were just starting to figure out how to manipulate DNA. One of the most important discoveries was actually made that year while researchers at Johns Hopkins were studying the bacteriophage. The phage is a virus that hijacks bacteria by injecting its DNA into the cell. The bacteria is then forced to create copies of the phage until it explodes. But the researchers realized that some bacteria evolve defenses that make them more resistant to the virus. Their defensive molecules would scan the phage DNA looking for a specific sequence, and when they found a match, they would cut the DNA, turning it into useless strings. Scientists called these little scissor molecules restriction enzymes, and different types of restriction enzymes cut DNA at different places, and they work on human DNA too. So the researchers extracted the enzymes to essentially create a toolbox of nanoscopic scissors that would allow them to cut DNA at will.
Cetus was trying to use biotech like this to develop commercial DNA tests that hospitals could use to quickly diagnose diseases. But at the time, simple DNA tests like this were impossible. Say you had sickle cell disease. I mean, you could just look at the blood cells under a microscope. But Cetus wanted to prove that they do it with a genetic test. And for one of those, you would start off with a sample of DNA. In each of your cells, there are 23 pairs of chromosomes. And if you zoom into the tip of the 11th chromosome, you'll find the beta globin gene.
This sequence of adenine, thymine, guanine, and cytosine nucleotides controls the shape of your red blood cells. And if you inherit a T instead of an A here from both of your parents, well, you're born with sickle cell anemia. But you can't see any of this under a microscope. So how do you check these single-letter mutations against DNA that's over 6 billion letters long?
Mullis said that this was the equivalent to reading a license plate on Interstate 5 in the dark from the moon.
Luckily, there was a way to do it. The first step is to separate the beta-globin gene from the rest of the DNA. So you can use restriction enzymes on your sample to cut the DNA into little pieces, all of different lengths. And the sickle cell mutation will be on one of these ribbons. How does that help? Well, DNA is negatively charged, so if you place your cut-up sample into a porous material like a gel and apply a voltage across it, the DNA pieces will flow from the negative to the positive end. But because they're all different lengths, shorter pieces of DNA will navigate the gel pores quicker than longer ones. This is called gel electrophoresis, and it lets you separate DNA out by length. Its results are consistent enough that after the DNA is spread across the gel, you can see where its strands end up. Near the start, you'll see DNA strands that are 10,000 base pairs, followed by shorter ones, 3,000, 1,000, and so on. And because you use specific restriction enzymes, you could predict that the sickle cell mutation was sliced into a 2,000 base pair segment, so it's in here. And now that we know where the target DNA is, we can move on to step 2, checking whether our sample actually has that mutation or not. If you soak the sample in an alkaline solution or heat it up to over 90 degrees, the hydrogen bonds between nucleotides will break and the DNA will unzip. Now the two strands will be able to pair to any other DNA as long as it match. A is only paired to T's and G is only paired to C's. You need a complementary sequence. Scientists could take advantage of this by synthesizing short pieces of DNA in a lab. These are called probes, and they can be designed to have any specific sequence. So, if the sickle cell mutation is CTG-TG, you can create a probe that has the complementary sequence GAC-AC that will stick to it. And because normal DNA is supposed to be CTG-AG, your custom probe won't be a good match. Now, the trick is to make these synthetic probes radioactive and add them in. So after a while, your probes will either pair to the DNA or just round, and if you wash your sample, any probes that didn't pair will rinse off. So the final step is to check the sample for radioactivity. You can see that with sickle cell blood, there's a radioactive signal on the right. The probe found the mutation and stuck to it. But in the case of normal blood, there's no signal. None of the probes paired, so there must be no mutation. There is also this other huge signal in both cases. That's because the probes will match to other parts of the DNA too, not just to the sickle cell region. This is why you need to set out using the gel first. This technique was known as the Southern blot, and it worked. But there was a problem. It took days or even weeks.
Every step of it is difficult, and every step of it, it's like super inefficient. The matching is inefficient. The radio-sensitive paper is really inefficient, and you have these technicians having to work with radioactive stuff in a way that it was so slow and cumbersome that it wasn't commercially feasible in any way.
CETUS wanted a DNA test that could be done in a day, in a single test tube. And they were close. They developed a method that could test for sickle cell disease in just 7 hours. But this new test suffered from a different problem. The signal was just too faint. You could hardly tell whether the sample had the sickle cell or not because it would barely return any results. Now, Kerry Mullis didn't work on these cutting-edge DNA tests. His job was to make those short radioactive DNA that would be used as probes.
he wasn't even part, so he's just making these snippets. That's his job, and it is a slow, repetitive, extremely boring job. So while he's working there, maybe in part because he is bored, he's just obnoxious. He's like a really annoying person. I mean, he doesn't get along with anybody. He picks fights with like receptionists and security guards and his colleagues. He also was a womanizer, so he would be hitting on people all the time, which was at the same time he was also married. There was one time where he threatened to bring a gun to work. Really like not someone you would want to work with. But one day, they bring in this new machine into the workplace. This machine basically could synthesize these snippets all by itself. It's basically doing, a month of his work in like a day. Mullis, he's like, now I both have free time and I have a lot of these little DNA snippets I can sort of play with and figure out, like, what can I do with them? He doesn't really have a lot of work to do, and also people don't like him at work. So he basically starts taking weekends in Mendocino County to just relax.
As he was driving up to his cabin on a Friday night in the spring of 1983, Mullis let his mind wander. He thought about that new DNA test and was trying to think of a way to fix it. Then a thought struck him. What if, instead of inventing a more powerful telescope to read a single license plate from the moon, he just created more of that same license plate? His mind raced. Mullis could see DNA chains floating all around him. Blue and pink images of electric molecules injected themselves between the mountain and my eyes. He wasn't on LSD, but his mind by then had learned how to get there. He could sit on a DNA molecule watching the reactions unwind. See, the whole DNA sequence around the sickle cell mutation was known, and because Mullis knew one strand by complementarity, he knew the other as well. So if he heated up the DNA and separated the strands, he could design short bits of DNA that would pair to both strands anywhere on the sequence. These would be his primers. Then Mullis could use something called DNA polymerase. It's a special protein that attaches itself to sites like these, where primers are paired to the original DNA. The polymerase basically grabs nucleotides floating around and extends the primer. And the primer is built as a perfect complementary pair to the strand of DNA it's attached to. This creates an identical copy of the initial double helix. Polymerase exists in every cell of every living thing. It is what's responsible for replicating DNA during cell division. But it will only ever build out a primer in one direction. It's kind of like a one-way street. You see, each DNA strand starts with a phosphate molecule. This is called the 5' end. That phosphate is attached to a sugar molecule called deoxyribose, which holds one of the 4 nucleotides. And deoxyribose also connects to the next phosphate, and so this pattern repeats. But the last deoxyribose molecule doesn't have another phosphate connected to it, so it ends with an OH group instead. It's the 3' end, our straight exit. The 3' end on one strand is always connected to the 5' end on the other. The second DNA strand always. And DNA polymerase needs an OH group to attach the next nucleotide, so it always builds 3' end. But that wasn't a limitation, it was an advantage, and Mullis knew exactly how to use it. He could create 2 primers that would bind to the DNA before the sickle cell mutation, each on a different strand, pointing at each other. And if he added polymerase along with some spare nucleotides, he would have to extend both primers toward and over the sickle cell mutation. This would create 2 separate DNA segments, both with the mutation. A few miles down the road, he had another eureka. He could just do these 3 steps again. Unzip the DNA primers and use polymerase to extend them. He now had 4 genes with the mutation, and he could make that 8, then 16, 32, 64, and he realized that if he repeated this chain reaction 30 times, he would have over 1 billion copies of that specific DNA segment, all with the sickle cell mutation. He could cover the entire Earth with identical copies of the license plate. And if he designed different primers, he could change the length of the DNA section that would get replicated.
This didn't only work for the sickle cell mutation. As long as you knew the sequence for any part of any DNA, human, plant, bacterial, you could make copies of that exact segment, and the copies would grow exponentially like a nuclear chain reaction.
Mullis had invented a DNA photocopier. He named it the polymerase chain reaction, or PCR for short. Immediately, he stopped the car and scribbled his idea on the back of a gas receipt. PCR consumed his thoughts for the rest of the weekend. It was difficult for me to sleep with DNA bombs exploding in my brain. What if I had not taken LSD ever? Would I have invented PCR? I don't know. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it.
Monday morning, he bursts into the office at CETUS Corp, and he pitches his idea. He's like, basically, look, hey, I came up with a DNA Xerox machine. Like, we are working so hard to read this tiny thing. What if we made 1 billion copies of it? It would be so much easier.
Mullis presented a wide seminar, but he started leaving before he was done.
A lot of them are skeptical. They've heard him pitch cockamamie ideas before. The other thing is that they're like, that's so simple. It had to have been tried before, and it can't possibly work. Like, there must be a reason why this is not the way we're doing this.
But Mullis was undeterred. He started his first experiment in September 1983, trying to replicate a 400 base pair fragment of human DNA. After months of trying, he couldn't get human DNA was just too complicated. So he set his sights on a smaller fragment of bacterial DNA, just 20 base pairs. For months, he'd separate the strands, attach the primers, add the polymerase, hoping to get that small section of bacterial DNA. By the start of 1984, Mullis thought he had it. Indisputable proof that PCR worked. But others at CETUS weren't convinced.
His work was sloppy. He didn't have any controls or do repetitions of his experiments.
Tom White, Norman Arnheim, another colleague at CETUS, said that no one but Carey believed the data he showed demonstrated what he said it did. Any independent scientist looking at the data today would come to the same conclusion. Mullis took these comments personally. He constantly argued with his colleagues about these results. He even started a fistfight at one point. He was losing credibility fast, and everyone wanted him out.
But White argued that PCR had potential, so Mullis was given a 1-year probationary period to prove that PCR could work. But he wouldn't be doing it alone.
White, Arnheim, and Henry Ehrlich assigned other technicians to develop PCR along with Mullis. And from there on out, this group of scientists worked overtime to make PCR a reality. And by spring 1985, after months of painstaking trial and error, the group finally cracked it. Definitive proof that PCR was possible. With it, their new sickle cell diagnostic method worked like a charm and could be done in under 10 hours.
But PCR was still just a concept with a huge problem.
For each cycle, you needed to raise the temperature to 95 degrees Celsius, unzip the DNA, and then lower it to around 30 degrees to allow the primers to pair and the polymerase to them. And then you would repeat that cycle, heating back up to 95 degrees. The problem was that the polymerase would get destroyed when it was heated up. It was extracted from E. coli bacteria, and E. coli can only survive up to around 50 degrees Celsius. So you would have to stand there manually, add in more polymerase every time you cycle. And that was expensive and time-consuming.
You have to do this loop like maybe 30 times for a piece of DNA you're looking at, and every time you gotta stop you got to add more polymerase. It was just getting in the way of the vision and of the efficacy. This was like, yeah, it was adding more time. It was adding more difficulty to the process.
But it turns out the solution had been bubbling away in the background for over 20 years. In 1964, a microbiologist named Tom Brock was visiting Yellowstone National Park. He'd never been before, but when he got to the boiling hot springs, immediately the vivid hues of the yellow and orange water caught his eye. Are these colors bacteria?
Nobody thought that something could live at higher than 60 degrees Celsius. This professor, Thomas Brock, this microbiologist, he was like, no. I think not only can things live at that temperature, I think things can live above 100 degrees Celsius. I think things can live in boiling water.
Brock set up a lab next to one of the springs and asked his undergraduate student, Hudson Freeze, to tag along.
I mean, I wasn't even old enough to drink. And so we would go to the spring and collect the samples there and then bring them back to the laboratory for the analysis. So every day, over about 3 or 4 days, I would go in and I would pick up this tube, so standard looking test tube, and I would go like that and I'd flick it just to see if there was anything wrong. Didn't see anything. You know, it's never going to work. Third day, fourth day. Look at this. There's a little something on the bottom. So I picked up the tube and shook it. This time there was this something was going like this. Well, that's interesting. So I got a little pipette out, took a little drop, put it under a microscope. I still get goosebumps, man. I still get goosebumps. Look at it, and here are all these worms just crawling around. My God, I'm the first person in the world that ever sees this. It was a graduate student in Ohio, and so this graduate student said, well, I think we ought to call it Soniae friesiensis.
I mean, you do have a great name.
And Tom said, no, you name it after a person. We're going to call it Thermus aquaticus. And the graduate student and I both looked at each other. Hot water? Man, that's not very creative. It meant that if an organism was going to live up there, it had to have all of its essential enzymes adapted, living at that temperature. So it is clear boiling water is not going to knock these guys off. But we thought it had no applications.
They published their findings and stored a culture of TAC at the American Tag Culture Collection, a database that preserves microbial samples. 16 years later, in the spring of 1985, Gary Mullis stumbled upon their discovery. He was looking for it could survive the high heat of the PCR cycle, and he had found it. At his suggestion, the group isolated the polymerase out of TAC and tried it in a PCR test. The results were breathtaking. David Gelfand, the CETA scientist who purified the new polymerase, said, it worked like a charm. It worked better than anything we have ever fantasized. The Holy Grail had been achieved. Not only was TAC able to survive the high temperature of PCR, it thrived in it. These are the results with the old E. coli polymerase. You can see that it amplified the sickle cell DNA, but it amplified a lot of the background DNA too, so it was messy. That's because primers can actually attach to DNA even if they aren't a perfect match. They just need a low enough temperature, otherwise the high kinetic energy peels them off. TAC, you never had to lower the temperature below 50 degrees, so the primers would virtually only ever bind to their target region. These were the results with TAC. It completely erased all of the background noise.
You can sort of set it and forget it and come back, 30 cycles later, a couple hours later, and all of a sudden you have a billion of the thing you're looking for.
PCR worked, and it worked effortlessly. They could amplify any piece of DNA they wanted, no matter how small the sample.
Cetus realized they had a golden goose, but other companies like Perkin-Elmer and Kodak were starting to catch on to their idea. And if anyone else even briefly mentioned the concept of PCR in their paper, Cetus would lose all rights to the patent. So they had to go public, and they had to do it quickly. The PCR group urged Mullis to publish a solo paper first, since PCR was his idea, but Mullis procrastinated. Afraid they would lose credit for PCR, the rest of the group was forced to publish an article on their own PCR research. So the first paper on PCR that came out in Science magazine in December of 1985 listed Mullis as the fourth author. He was furious. By the time he got his own paper ready, no reputable journal wanted it. He remarked, "Nature didn't call me. I wasn't one of the good old boys. Science rejected it too." The PCR group stole his work. My God, they're going to get away with their little trick. But the group scrambled together to get Mullis the proper recognition. He became the face of PCR after giving a talk at a microbiology symposium in 1986. But it was too late. Shortly after, still fueled by his anger for the group, Mullis left Cetus. The work on PCR continued without him.
And after he leaves, they come up with, like, basically there are new PCR machines that do the whole thing for you. And basically these machines are now in, like, every lab that does any kind of work with DNA anywhere.
PCR was a huge success.
Polymerase chain reaction test.
Measure remaining blood cancer cells that other tests can't detect.
Everyone was using it, from DNA cloning, vaccines, to detecting cancer and HIV. PCR was saving lives.
It completely opened up everything. It revolutionized everything.
PCR could amplify the tiniest sample of DNA. It supercharged forensics.
This man should be freed from prison because new DNA evidence doesn't link him to the crime.
Hundreds of wrongfully convicted people were freed and thousands of criminals were caught. Families separated by war could be reunited.
We use PCR all the time. All the time. Everybody in our institute.
Scientists even tried to use PCR on ancient DNA from insects fossilized in amber. Sound familiar?
Like, it's completely over so much of our world.
And right after this takeover, Carrie Mullis.
Dr. Carrie Wells, a surfer, a scientist, who proved that science can be fun.
What inspired you to? It wasn't people, it was drugs. An experience with drugs.
In 1993, Mullis was awarded both the Japan Prize and the Nobel Prize in Chemistry for his invention of the polymerase chain reaction method. Although it wouldn't have existed without his colleagues, Mullis made PCR his and his story only.
There were a lot of people who were like, he's such a fame hog. Like, he completely didn't give any of us credit.
I invented PCR. That's right, I invented PCR.
And now it's like they bought into his version of the story, where he did this solo, whereas there were a lot of people that see who helped him.
As Ehrlich remarked, to Carey, rewriting history was more important than writing papers. He seems to have viewed PCR as a means to a celebrity.
He left Cetus, and as far as I could tell, really stopped being a scientist.
I realized I had in my hands something that would make me famous. Because I knew that night I was going to get a Nobel Prize for that.
He used his publicity to springboard his eccentric views. He talked about seeing glowing raccoons and being abducted by aliens.
He would go around saying kind of crazy, shocking stuff.
Distrust your fellow man. We're arrogant to a bunch of naked apes.
he wrote this book called Dancing Naked in the Mind Field, which the blurb on the book is amazing. It's from the Washington Post, and it's like the strangest guy to ever win the Nobel Prize in chemistry. He just would do like weird stuff.
Did you see me eating those leaves? Is that a drug?
He was an expert witness in the O.J. Simpson trial. He started a company where he would PCR DNA from famous dead celebrities like Marilyn Monroe, and then he would make like little trinkets out of them and sell them.
But not all of his ideas were as harmless.
He didn't believe in global warming. He didn't believe in the ozone hole. That HIV caused AIDS.
HIV is not deadly. There's not something called AIDS.
In the early 2000s, HIV denialism in South Africa was at a high, while the country was battling a crippling AIDS epidemic.
What we are facing is a catastrophe which is undescribable.
President Thabo Mbeki was under the influence of AIDS denialists.
Does HIV cause AIDS? What's this syndrome? It can't.
And even invited Nobel Prize winner Carrie Mullis to weigh in on the issue. Under Mbeki's leadership, the government refused to provide adequate treatment for those affected, and more than 130,000 people died. Carrie Mullis passed away in August 2019 at the age of 74 due to complications from pneumonia. Nonetheless, the legacy of PCR lives on. Just a year later, the method reached perhaps its most significant use yet, as PCR COVID tests helped keep billions of people safe throughout the pandemic.
Sometimes he's very funny and charming and a good storyteller, but he's also, you feel like he's a very sleazy guy. He's like not a person you'd want to be around. He did have a sort of a sparky mind. He was not being forced by some company to discover something. He was playing. It was like imaginative play. He was like, I have these snippets, and what can I do with them? And to me, he invented this solution, and then like a huge field of problems emerged to fit.
But maybe the real takeaway from Melissa's story is about automation. I mean, he discovered PCR partly because his day-to-day job was taken over by a machine. And this is a pretty important point because all of us are maybe staring down the barrel of a future where machines take over our jobs, especially now with the surge of AI and generative models. And that's pretty scary. But it could also force us to come up with bigger, more creative ideas, just like it did for Carrie Mullis. Automation might open our minds to breakthroughs and discoveries that could change the world. Of course, making breakthroughs like PCR take more than just opportunity. You also need a mind trained in problem solving, so you're ready to seize the moment when opportunity arises. And if you're looking for a free and easy way to start building your problem solving skills right now, look no further than today's sponsor, Brilliant. Brilliant helps you become smarter every day with thousands of quick interactive lessons on everything from math and science to data analysis, programming, AI, you name it. And what I love most about Brilliant is that you learn by doing. You get hands-on with key concepts and learn to apply them to real-world situations, all while building your intuition. And that way, you gain the tools to solve whatever problems come your way. On Brilliant, you don't just learn new topics, you learn new ways of seeing the world around you, like their rebooted course on scientific thinking that helps you think like an engineer and see the physics in everyday objects like gears, mirrors, and structures. And if you want to solve problems like a programmer, mathematician, or data analyst, well, Brilliant's got you covered there too. New courses that explore everything from algebra and algorithms through fun, interactive puzzles. Best of all of Brilliant's lessons are bite-sized, so whenever you have a few minutes, you can be building a quicker, sharper mind, which is extra helpful if you plan on making daily learning one of your New Year's resolutions. So to try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/Veritasium, click that link in the description, or scan this QR code. And if you sign up, you'll also get 20% off your annual premium subscription. So I want to thank Brilliant for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
into the synagogue. After this horrible humiliation, which he accepted because he really wanted to be back in the community, he went home. He wrote a 12-page suicide note, which was it's a very chilling document. It has been published. It's called, he wrote in Latin, an example of a human life, and the revolver shot. So, terrible, terrible story.
It's very much almost 3:30, and we're gonna make our fueling go or no go call soon.
Merry Christmas from the Guyana Space Center. The fueling vehicle is miles away. Systems are being carefully monitored for the momentous launch of a powerful telescope ever sent away from our planet.
It is the product of a feat of human ingenuity.
14 countries all working together.
We want to look back and see some of the very first stars and galaxies that were in the early universe.
What we call cosmic dawn. We have to accept the fact that we are in a risky business.
Everybody said if James Webb is unsuccessful, then NASA will never take on a big challenge again.
And there's a little pond down here. Yes, there still is. Used to come fishing here occasionally. Well, I would like to tell you the entire story of the universe and a bit about how we learned about it and my personal part of this process and where we're going from here. And the title slide here says from the Big Bang and on, etc., to the discovery of alien life. And so we haven't exactly found it yet, but I think it's possible in the next few decades. So I want to outline at the very end how we are hoping to find out about that. So there are many, many mysteries. I got interested in math and science when I was a little kid. Here is a picture of a place where I grew up. My dad was a scientist, but he studied dairy cows. I heard from him that people are made out of cells with chromosomes. I can remember I was about 6 years old and I'd heard about infinity. So, okay, I want to know more. By 8 years old, I was reading Galileo and Darwin and getting all the books about science I could get from the public library. I latched on pretty early. I knew when I got into the mission that it was going to be exciting. I said, this is the coolest thing I've ever heard of. This is what I want to work on. And I do not care how hard it is or how long it's going to take. I just want to work on it and make it happen.
Who was a fraud, was very much involved with Tycho Brahe, one of the most important astronomers of the day. This happens to be a fascinating photograph of his gravestone.
I love the feeling of awe, but then sharing that excitement with someone is then the next best feeling in the world.
It's super close, but it's not.
These two. One of the things growing up in the city that we didn't really ever see was the sky. I do remember sort of one of these like core childhood memories is going up to Canada on a family vacation, and my parents ushered me outside one night to look at the Milky Way, and I didn't understand what it was, and I was like, "There's milk up there." They're like, "No, no, no. That solar system," and we're looking up at all the stars that you wouldn't otherwise see. And I really didn't comprehend because I had no exposure to that prior in my life. And here I am, years later, following the astonishing story of the James Webb Space Telescope.
Nature has this way of being
even more creative than we are. So we have always been surprised by what we see in the sky.
The first Hubble Deep Field actually came out when I was in high school. I already knew I wanted to be an astronomer, but I remember being just captivated by these images that were coming back from Hubble. It blew my mind to see that first deep field image. That was sort of a, like, yep, this is what I want to do.
The earliest conception of web derived from the fact that Hubble took a deep field and didn't see newly formed galaxies after the birth of the universe.
It's sort of like we're missing that very first puzzle of how galaxies got their start.
Every time NASA builds a new telescope, it needs to be way more sensitive than anything we've ever built before. So every time you launch something, it was a new window on the universe. And so for Webb, we needed to build something that was 100 times more capable.
The main thing that Webb had to do to be successful was find these very first galaxies.
To look back in time to a part of space that we've never seen before, and see the very first epoch of galaxies that were born in May.
People think the Big Bang is a mystery because they think it's not what it is. The actual picture that we have as astronomers is the entire universe is expanding. Material is rushing apart from other material in a rather smooth, continuous way. Well, we see the galaxy is rushing away from us. So what's going to happen? Well, something kicked them off that way. But since we imagine the universe is infinite, it has to be an infinitely large cause, whatever that is. So we just imagine running the movie backwards in our minds until it's different. So when you get further enough back in time, the temperature, everything's mushed together. The galaxies are mushed together, the stars are mushed together, the atoms are mushed together, the atoms are torn apart into their constituent subatomic particles. So that's the movie you get if you run everything backwards. So then when you run out of imagination, you say that's the Big Bang. So needless to say, astronomers have been imagining for a long time, what was this?
What would you call it if you could name it?
I just call it the expanding universe story. In Calvin and Hobbes, there was a different answer. Calvin called it the horrendous space kablooey. But that didn't catch.
How was you just informed to receive your Nobel prizes from the hands of His Majesty the King? And it was March of 1996 when John Mather stopped in my office out here at Goddard and asked me if I'd like to work on a new telescope idea he's thinking about. And when John came by and said this, of course, this was before he had his Nobel Prize, but everybody knew, well, John asked you to work with him, you want to work with him. So I said, sure, that would be fun. I figured about it for a couple of years.
So, Dr. Smith, what is the Next Generation Space Telescope?
Well, the NGST, or Next Generation Space Telescope, is the logical successor to the Hubble Space Telescope, or HST. NGST is designed to see the first stars and galaxies that light up in the universe. And, well, here we are, more than 25 years later. I'm still working on Webb.
Hello, Molly.
The Administrator of Keith renamed the Next Generation Space Telescope to the James Webb Space Telescope in honor of James Webb, who was the second administrator of NASA. So why name it after this guy? Well, James Webb was largely responsible for the success of the Apollo program.
Basically, setting time on a lot of things. The idea
The Webb telescope is kind of like my child because I've been working on it since
first day that we started. So when I started on web, my young had just been born. He's got a master's degree. He works at Johns Hopkins, and he's going to be 28. I had hair. I didn't need hearing aids or glasses. And yeah, it's a long time. But in hindsight, it's also a short time. We had this singular purpose for 25 years to make the James Webb Space Telescope a reality. But, people didn't think we were nuts at first because the technical challenges were so daunting, and the number of things we had to advance or literally invent were numerous.
I remember we had a draftsman who was able to draw what we said on a whiteboard, and we said we needed a big telescope with a big baffle, a big umbrella to protect it from the heat of the sun. We drew this on the whiteboard, and we all said, yeah, that looks pretty good. We need something like that, and it's going to have to fold up. And we started talking about how to fold it up, and that was just the beginning, and we knew we were onto something.
In the early parts of the mission, we talk to the scientists, so we find out what's the objectives of this mission. What do you want it to do, right? Then we put that into a language that engineers understand, called requirements. How big does it have to be? What kind of sensitivity do you want? In other words, what's the dimmest thing you want to see? The James Webb Observatory has three parts to it. The first part is the telescope and the science instruments. This has to be very, very cold.
It's designed to collect infrared light. So infrared is something that you cannot really see with your eyes. The Hubble telescope can see a little bit of it, but it's not cold. So the Hubble telescope glows and emits infrared light itself, so you cannot use it to do all of the things that astronomers have identified as their next top priority. This telescope is going to be in outer space. It's going to be cooled to a very low temperature of 45 degrees above absolute zero. Then it does not glow.
There's one instrument in there called the MIRI that wants to be about 7 degrees Kelvin. And to put that in perspective, dry ice, carbon dioxide dry ice, is at about minus 109 degrees Fahrenheit. The second part is the spacecraft bus. And the spacecraft bus operates at room temperature up here at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. And it has the usual subsystems, the communication subsystem, the computer, the thrusters, the electrical power system. Then, between the two, is the third part, the sun shield. 5 thin layers about the size of a tennis court that separate the hot side from the cold side. 5 little layers that keep this thing in the shadows. And this umbrella, as I might call it, ordinary umbrella. On the hot side, 200,000 watts of solar radiation strikes it, and it can only allow 0.02 watts to get through. This umbrella is setting up an almost 600 degree Fahrenheit difference. And if it were suntan lotion, it would have an SPF of 10 million.
And it's going to have to fold up, and we started talking about how to fold it up. And it's got to be bigger than the Hubble telescope. And it's got to get way up there, and we can't get it there without a pretty big rocket. So what's the biggest one you can get? Well, it's not that big. We're going to have to make a telescope that's much bigger than the Hubble and simultaneously much lighter. We ended up at half the mass and 7 times the collecting area.
All 13,670 pounds, all metric tons of this has to be launched 1 million miles out in outer space. And it has to fit into a fairing that's only about 5 meters in diameter. When the size of this sun shield is 21 meters in diameter. So to do that, we have to fold it up like origami so that it fits into here.
Pretty soon we know our job is pretty hard. Okay, gonna have lots of inventions ongoing. So we made up a list of 10 inventions that we had to have pretty quickly. And they said, okay, world, tell us how you can make these inventions.
A lot of the technologies for web were new technologies, right? So you have a plan on how you're going to do it. And when you are testing it lots of times, sometimes it works. Occasion, a certain amount of time and a certain amount of money.
Basically, people, they don't say so, they think, your telescope looks weird. So our telescope does look different from every other telescope you've ever seen. It doesn't look like Galileo's little tube with a lens at each end. Way different from anything that we've ever built for anywhere before.
We're building a perfectly great telescope on the ground. We're aligning on the ground. We're testing on the ground. It's going to work perfectly, right? It's going to be great. Then what do? We bust it up. We fold it up. We put it into a launch vehicle. Then once we get it on orbit, it deploys. Now we got to realign it on orbit remotely. 50 most complex deployments ever attempted robotically.
important state in the feudal system, and that's basically it.
The telescope looks weird, but that's a matter of perspective. It looks beautiful.
Unless you choose to drop off the grid.
So that's your mission if you choose to accept it.
You are a peasant who are supposed to join the church if you're male.
Yes, we had 344 single point failures, 295 of which were associated with deployment, almost all of which would have been mission ending. So with Webb, we should probably go back in 1990 with the launch of the Hubble Space Telescope. They just launched the Hubble Space Telescope, the biggest space science mission ever. And shortly thereafter, it's just that its vision is blurry.
The conclusion we've come to from that is that there's a significant spherical aberration present in the optics.
It was devastating because I worked my entire career on Hubble at that point. Congress had hearings. Hubble's the butt of late night TV jokes. It becomes a major embarrassment and major black eye for the agency.
Although the surface of the mirror was perfectly smooth, the smoothest mirror ever made by humans on Earth, the trouble is it was too flat at the edges, about a millionth of an inch, which is less than the diameter of human hair. That was enough to cause a tremendously blurry images that we saw. My neighbors, who all used to be very, happy and congratulate me on what little, they'd come up to me when I'm pushing my son around in the stroller and say, "Boy, it must be tough working in a national disaster."
We can characterize the problem, the spherical aberration problem, well enough that we can take advantage of an insurance policy that we haven't talked much about. And that is, we started a long time ago to plan a maintenance program. That is, every 3 years we plan to go up with the space shuttle, change out instruments. I come to NASA in 1990 as part of the team that helped fix the Hubble Space Telescope. I end up leading a team that's developing corrective optics for the telescope. Astronauts install the corrective optics and a new updated camera.
A lot of work, but well worth it. And after from EVA's spacewalks, the astronauts came home about 2 weeks later. We took off the bandages from our eyes, and suddenly Hubble was fixed. It was totally fixed.
The most significant contact lens in American history. Over here is the picture taken after the service ignition.
And it works beautifully, in fact, better than original requirements. And it's still working today. It's one of the most powerful instruments of science ever created.
This is one of the things about building JVST. We didn't have that luxury where we couldn't service it. We did that.
And he sees that he gets the money that's difficult. He says to himself, you know what?
The Elks Point is chosen for the Webb telescope because it's the first place where you can go, where the Earth and the Sun are always in the same direction. So you can have your one-sided umbrella to protect your telescope. Which you want to do either to keep the telescope cold, but if you send it another feet farther out, it'll eventually escape, go away from Earth. If you let it stay a feet closer in, it'll fall back towards Earth. That's in chaotic orbit. And anyway, we wouldn't like that. So it's the boundary between Earth orbit and solar orbit. So that's a good place.
We knew that this mission was going to require a number of test facility, production facilities, and test facilities that didn't exist in the world.
Right from the very beginning, we were told to please develop an international partnership to construct the Webb telescope.
Webb is a global effort. NASA, ESA, CSA, and contractors all working together. It was 14 countries in more than 29 states all contributing to Webb.
I always call the giggle factor a little bit. Like, can we really do this?
This new telescope has, I think, about 64 megapixels.
It's not like we could build and test things in those early days. So we were living in virtual land as far as computer simulations, computer modeling. We had picked our architecture in late 2002, and obviously that's when things got really busy with trying to make this architecture feasible. I would say even at that point we were not quite sure it would all work at that time. It just seemed so far out.
More noxious element of the electric system is something called protonite.
let's keep making progress on the telescope, because the more we get done, the better the chance that this thing will keep going as a program.
I think the ones that I remember were most challenging were developing the material for the primary mirrors. We had a big effort to determine what that material would be.
And it was a kind of exotic choice. We chose a material called beryllium, which is element number 4 in the periodic table. It's extremely stiff, extremely light. It was the cryogenic properties of beryllium that really won out. You know, it's how stable it was at cold temperatures, its thermal conductivity. It's a really stable thing. When we mine the ore, we have to drill through and blast the rhyolite and remove that to get the volcanic ash layer where the beryllium is. 10,000 years ago, this was the bottom of Lake Bonneville, and millions of years ago, it was the ancient ocean.
So it's this 550-pound block that's then machined out until it's about 50 pounds. Once that block is machined out to about 50 pounds, the backside is honeycombed. It's really cool looking. The front side gets polished. We're attaching motors to the back so the mirrors can actually move and flex up in space so they can align. Then what we do is we actually subtract off gravity. So we're building this in a place that has gravity. This telescope operates in space that has no gravity. The temperature change that happens between Earth and space actually forms the mirror significantly.
You literally polish, the wrong surface into a mirror so that when they cool down and they change their shape as they cool, it's the right surface.
And so we actually make the mirror less good on Earth, so it can be more perfect.
Then send them to Huntsville, Alabama, where we would test them at Marshall, and we would cool them down. Cold temperatures and measure with a special test device how they change as they cool down.
Let's talk a little bit about those 18 iconic gold mirrors that are actually on this telescope. Amber, can you tell us about the science behind those mirrors?
So the reason the mirrors are gold in the first place is because gold is a good reflector of infrared light. So we've already talked about how Webb will view the universe in the infrared part of the spectrum. And that means it will see light that's just a little bit more red than visible light, than what your eyes can see. And so it turns out that gold reflects that type of light really well. So that's sort of the science behind why the mirror is gold.
So these are things that people don't realize it takes to get a telescope, get the Webb telescope.
But every week that went by, we started getting questions like, why is this taking so long? This is going to go on. Yeah, and there's a lot of pressure.
Okay, the Committee on Science, Space, and Technology come to order. James Webb Space Telescope has been identified by the astrophysics community as its top priority.
There were voices out there. There was talk of let's cancel this thing. There was always a concern of mine personally from long before we could end up like the superconducting collider, right? Don't want Webb to end up like that. A really large science project ended up being too much, too long, and people lost the stomach to see it through.
Thank you for the question. Congress got really worried about our Webb telescope and said, isn't that kind of crazy not to be able to service it? And the answer is, yeah, that's the only choice we had.
James Webb Space Telescope, another case study of NASA misfit.
This is how can we justify
I hope that we don't lose sight of why the United States is undertaking this complex mission in the first place.
If James Webb is fully funded, NASA will be on track to launch the largest and most powerful space observatory ever built.
The average person would be like, I couldn't, bear the pressure and anxiety and stuff. What's the secret?
How do you handle the pressure of something like this is an amazing question. I will say the bonds that we built through failure and then through success, of course, it was a family. We argued.
The position is the mom.
mission operations manager, and it was the job is kind of sometimes like being the mom for everybody. So everybody in here, I almost, you get to the point where you're almost personally putting them into the positions, and you're kind of helping them grow into what's going to happen. You try to prepare them, because I would tell people that it was a very stressful job as we got closer. We had to kind of work with people to help them deal with the stress and stuff like that. So it was, you tend to be a mom, be a good friend.
We all knew the risks. We all knew this wasn't a sure thing. None of us, but that's the problem.
First and foremost, we were ourselves, and we brought our strengths, and we brought our colorful parts of ourselves. The way we survived, ultimately though, if I could attribute to one thing, is the more the naysayers came at us, the more we as a team bound together. If the naysayers thought they were going to cancel this program by what they did, they only made us stronger.
In the early times, up until now, practically, the budget was not what the project actually required. The budget was what people could get for us. And so it didn't change until Senator Mikulski wrote a letter and said, "We're tired of hearing from you guys. When are you going to tell us the real number?" She didn't say it in those words exactly, but please stop embarrassing us. So what's the real number?
Good morning, Donna. How are we today? I am so happy to be here with you in the new year.
What led us to stick were people like Senator Mikulski, who was a huge advocate for Webb and for NASA Goddard, for science in general. The science community was largely solidly behind Webb because they knew the potential this thing had and how important it was.
When we go into space, we don't go over, we go to discover new things about the universe.
We finish assembling it and ship it off to NASA.
We really don't know much about it. We know that it was 18 pieces. We have pictures of what it looks like. And that's about it. Everything else is sort of secretive. We just take it from point A to point B. Each mirror is worth about 20. And we have 3 in the trailer, so that's $60 million. And if we drop the truck, thinking constantly that there was $60 million in the trailer, we probably just drive ourselves crazy and nervous wreck up here. We just have to treat it like everything else and drive it and do our job. Thanks. This mirror thing that we're carrying in the trailer is going to be a little 1 million miles away, and we've driven 1 million on the last trip, so it's going to be really far. I can tell you, because 1 million miles is a long time behind the wheel of a truck, so I can tell you 1 million miles far away is a long distance. It's real. I've seen it. I've seen the drawing of what the mirrors are going to look like once it's put together. You've got 18 of them all hooked together, so then you have to imagine that they're folding each one of these up and then they're opening all up at the same time. It's just like a flower. It's going to be beautiful.
I have a little trouble sleeping knowing that these mirrors are on a truck crossing the country. So these are the final 3 mirror segments for the James Webb Space Telescope. So yeah, an incredible milestone here today. Absolutely, worth getting up early and standing here in the cold, sure. These mirrors will literally see light from the first galaxies that were born in the universe. So exciting stuff. This is where we take all VIPs that come through Goddard. So
You guys are definitely VIPs. So yeah, this is the world's biggest clean room of its type. And if you look right up there, you'll see the familiar pods that have been on your truck over the last year. They're gorgeous. They are. They're beautiful. And so this big yellow structure here is where we're going to assemble the mirrors onto the back plane of the telescope. So it'll sit flat. And then that robotic arm right over there will take all of the back plane. So yeah, we have to keep everything clean so that once it gets out to the clean part of space, it's already clean. It really is. Yeah, and see the guys in the funny suits down here, so they have to stay protected. And that whole wall over here is air filters.
I guess you can't smoke in there.
Definitely not. No chicken wings allowed in the clean room. They're busy though.
We watched this thing take off and we know that it's in space. We were, we saw it.
It's a very tense scene in here with these two guys from L3 Harris working over the primary mirror to take those covers off. They've been practicing before this. But this is a very delicate procedure. Any misstep could damage the primary mirror. And then if they have a drop of sweat that falls off onto the mirror, that could send the mission back, 6 months or a year or so, because they're working to clean that.
At one point, they told us they needed silence. So a lot of us, including myself, just took a step back.
This is something we really do not like to do on Webb or on any telescope, is be above the optics, having humans above the optics. So that is something that I've done quite a few times on Webb. The technician is on a diving board, which is attached to a forklift. It's basically a harness platform attached to a forklift out over the primary mirror. And then physically removing the hard cover from each mirror segment. The mirrors are within millimeters of each other, and so it's very difficult to remove something without scratching or damaging the optical surface. So it was a very delicate operation, and really just showed how careful we were going to need to be.
It was wonderful. It was wonderful to see the instruments coming to the clean room, being aligned. I think people know once we are on these chambers, it's a big effort to keep them cold. So we work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for 3 months.
I mean, I knew that Webb was a really big deal because they were just putting the mirrors together when I got here. I mean, you can't not appreciate how it looks because it's huge and it's gold and it's beautiful and it's just so different from anything else. But one of my important life memories really was the first time going to the clean room. And there's something really special about putting on a bunny suit, especially for going in for work. Like, I never lost my appreciation of putting on a bunny suit, opening those doors, and seeing a space telescope in a room. Generally for the job, we are documenting what the engineers and the technicians are doing. It's not typical for producers to come in overnight to shoot sort of glamour shots of something. So we got permission from the project to come in and give Webb a really special treatment with these shots. We got a lighting crew, cleaned a lot of gear into the clean room, and these really became some of the iconic shots of the telescope. I do think we got more embedded into a team than a lot of other media groups have. But yeah, you totally feel a part of the team when you are dressed like the rest of the team, and you get to know your team
from this lens, there's some people that I only ever encountered in the clean room and was shocked to see what they actually looked like outside of the clean room.
So Paul, go ahead and take us on a tour of the facility. And I might note, this is the same facility that for many years was used to develop the servicing hardware for the Hubble Space Telescope. So it's moving on to its next generation. Paul, it's all yours.
There are 4 instruments and the science instrument module itself.
Webb has 4 state-of-the-art science instruments and a guide. The instruments consist of a collection of high-resolution cameras that give you the pretty pictures and spectrographs. And the spectrographs are the real scientific muscle behind James Webb. They're the ones that can tease out the signals that tells you the physics and the chemistry of the objects they're looking at.
Behind every image and spectra that we are seeing from Webb, our instrument has to work. So NASA asked the Canadian agency to contribute the fine guidance sensor. That instrument is one that looks for a particular star in the sky, what we call a guide star. Once it finds it, it keeps. The intent is to keep the observatory as stable as possible. If you want to take a picture with your camera and your camera is moving, that picture is not going to be good. So we do the same on orbit with this instrument that I look after, and that's a complex operation. I'm an astrophysicist, but I work as a systems engineer on the James Webb Space Telescope, in particular looking after 2 of the instruments, one of the science instruments and the instrument that guides the telescope to let it take all these pictures that we're seeing.
The system would not guide without the guide. She was the systems person for the guider, and it was such a complex thing to do guiding. There are so many technical details. She had her arms around all of it. I don't know how we could have gotten through all of the complicated way to verify that Webb could point and track properly. That was a complicated thing to prove to ourselves that was all going to work. Pagani was key to that. And what was great about her was she had this personality which was so positive.
Okay, where you have it? So I grew up in Spain. I did my degree there. And then I did my PhD in astrophysics in the UK. And then I think for family reasons to Canada. And in there I moved to the private sector, but to the space industry. So I started actually in Canada as the technical lead for the 2 instruments that were the to this telescope from Canada. And of course, all these things are super careful. You have each instrument is built to meet what they need to do on orbit. Each of them has been tested to show that can survive the worst part, the launch with the vibration and the noise, the acoustics. We had 3 of these tests on the chamber here at Goddard. The first one had 2 of the instruments, the Canadian and one of the European ones.
Good morning. I'm Chris Gleese, Director of the Goddard Space Flight Center. Welcome to the center. I'm standing in Building 1. Behind me is the clean room where we're building the James Webb Space Telescope. And as you can see behind me are the 18 mirrors that form the telescope. Now, so that you can start hearing about the telescope, I want to introduce John Mann.
Chris? Well, welcome to our science party here today. I think it's a wonderful day to celebrate, and I want to tell you a little bit about what we're doing it for. Today, we're celebrating the fact that our telescope is finished, and we're about to prove that it works. So that's a pretty important milestone for today.
When you're launching in a rocket, it's what we call random vibe. It's just random shaking. We did what we call the sine vibe test, which is essentially vibrate the thing at a given frequency, where we literally will shake the full telescope to simulate the effects of launch, and then change the frequency slowly and watch how your system behaves. It's a much more stressing test, but that means that you have the possibility of over-testing certain parts. Certain parts resonate at certain frequencies. And then when they start resonating and you go 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vibrations, you start building up energy. You start with a little shake, and then you go up, then you shake it a little harder, you shake it a little harder. There
officers measured something that was exceeding the levels that we said. If this happens, automatically shut down. So we had an automatic shutdown. And I still very much remember because it happened on a Saturday, and I was actually home during that particular test. And I get a call, there's going to be a telecom just had an automatic shutdown, and there was a loud popping sound. And the popping sound gets your attention because you're not supposed to have a popping sound when you test the flight hardware. I literally drove into Goddard, like listening to the telecom and driving, and started discussing whether that popping sound could be potentially, something broke. The telescope was actually covered in this plastic material, and it's purged with dry gas. But you could see through the plastic material. So I literally climbed under the telescope with the phone in my ear, and I'm looking at it, and I said, I don't see anything visibly broken, like nothing came off. And it was really difficult to figure out, but it turned out, we started running a separate test of the launch restraint mechanisms and the systems that keep it latched up, and we found out what the problem was, which was at a certain level, these things started to chatter. And that chatter sounded like the popping sound that we heard. We call that gapping. We convinced ourselves that we were going to be okay for launch.
There is so much at stake. I mean, I love the drama of it all, but you have to understand that people's careers are made from something like this. And that was a mission that was going to be spectacular, whether that was good or bad, if it failed or was successful. It was going to always make history.
Everybody's pushing to accomplish something that's been outlined as an idea. It's inspiration of trying to discover something, to build something that's never been built before, to discover something that's never been known before. It keeps us going, and we are pleased and privileged in our position here to be able to carry out this on behalf of the country and the world.
These are generally antithetical to
this center here which you're testing was in the main Goddard cleaner, the largest cleaner of Goddard, and it's a fantastic facility, but even at the limit of what we needed for web.
The telescope's optical segment, the part with the mirrors and the science instruments, was built at NASA Goddard in Greenbelt, Maryland. Then packed and flown to the Johnson Space Center in Houston.
Anyway, it is that began in the 18th century and injected a phenomenal amount of religious fervor and energy into a rather desiccated Judaism that has really, brought down a lot of intellectual artistry and a lot of public mental gymnastics.
We needed a very large chamber to test the web end-to-end optically. So we wound up using JSC Chamber A, which is the same vacuum chamber that was used to test the Apollo landers. Chamber A was designed to test the Apollo Surface and Command Module, so it had a rotating floor and a top and side solar simulator. So they would simulate the orbit of the traveling to the moon, where the passive control system for the Apollo would rotate, kind of do what they call a barbecue, and practice its heating. And we did that with actual astronauts. It was before my time, so when I said we did that, I'm talking NASA, not me personally.
It didn't really get used very much. I believe there was a worry that that it might be mothballed or demoed, and they wanted to preserve it, and they made it a national landmark.
So Chamber A, with its 40-foot diameter door, is a pop culture icon. It's been in music videos. It's been in Armageddon and Transformers 3.
Still working on the preps for Webb when we were trying to clean up the high bay for the movie Transformers 3, and they had to get permission from Webb to film that, so as not to interfere with the schedule of the telescope. The Webb was the most complicated thing that they had done since Apollo.
The goal of the tests of the telescope in Chamber A really was to make sure everything was functioning properly at the very cold temperatures, and all the optical systems work properly at temperatures. Just one time we could test the entire telescope at the very cold temperatures. The test was nominally a 3-month test where we cooled the telescope down to almost a month to cool the telescope to this minus 400 degree Fahrenheit temperature. And then a little over a month, we'd stay at these very cold temperatures. And then it was the first time we were going to test the full primary mirror as a mirror, because we only tested individual mirrors at that point, so we had to see the shapes of all of them matched. It was the first time we were going to test the telescope, sort of end to end. Most of the cooling that we do actually is done with a very large liquid nitrogen canister inside of the vacuum chamber. We run liquid nitrogen through it, and that goes down to about 75 degrees above absolute zero. To get even colder, we'll have a liquid helium system inside of that, but most of the cooling capacity comes from the liquid nitrogen itself. The sequence of the test was it takes about 30 days to cool everything down. We had about 30 days planned for testing, and then about 30 days to warm everything up.
So when you are planning for one of these tests in a chamber, you always do the contingency procedures. If this goes wrong, what will I do? And I still remember our first meeting for Houston, where we go through all the things we can do if the chamber loses power, if this instrument doesn't work, whatever. And then they say, well, we all have to plan for a hurricane. And I remember being there saying, what? Are you kidding me?
Authentic expression of Jewish folk culture. Rather than looking down on it,
we started hearing about a storm that was brewing, a tropical storm. And we all kind of gathered in a room. We started talking about contingency planning, because we had thought a lot about potential for storms and hurricanes, and we did have a 5-day supply of liquid nitrogen in case there was ever a big storm. We got ready. The storm got upgraded and upgraded and upgraded to Category 3 and Category 4.
So we were monitoring, and I remember finishing my shift, and the hurricane, it seemed that it was going to come. And we were like, well, what shall we do? And they said, we'll know, so don't worry, go home. I remember going for dinner with some colleagues. We went to the restaurant for dinner. And when we left, the water, we were paddling on water. The water on the street was as high as the sidewalk. So that night, the hurricane hit.
And Saturday morning came, and the sky cleared a little bit. And we said, okay, well, it looks like we made it through the worst of it. The storm kind of hit us, and so we had all these air mattresses, and a couple people stayed there Friday night. But we actually started doing testing again. And Saturday afternoon, we got the very first measurement of the primary mirror. The very first time we saw the entire primary mirror was right after the hurricane hit the next day.
And it's sort of turned the
but literally within an hour or two getting those first measurements, some of us actually had gone out to dinner to kind of celebrate, we made it through it. And while we're there, we get an email from the meteorologist that it looks like the storm is kind of coming around in us more, and we're going to get a much bigger hit that Saturday night.
We're not measuring the inches of rain here. We're measuring the storm.
Nowadays, Hasidic historians are no longer.
It got 51 inches of rain that week, but over 42 inches of it was in one night. And it was insane, and it was so intense that literally water started coming through the roof. So we started having to cover equipment.
I mean, you are there and you see the water come in, and then you see them coming and setting everything up. So we were just dealing with the day-to-day, It was incredible to see, but at the same time, we were just working and trying to accommodate all of these.
And it turned out that the storm lingered for a full 5 days. We had a 5-day supply of liquid nitrogen, but it was coming up on 5 days. And there was a point at which we would have had to do what's called an emergency warm-up. It warmed things up even faster than planned in a way that we had never done before in any of the rehearsals.
Pieces would have broken. You just can't have things change temperature that quickly with those kind of materials and expect them to survive.
If we couldn't get some liquid nitrogen, but the problem was the supplier of the liquid nitrogen
was underwater.
It was a state of emergency was declared, and so getting our shipments of liquid nitrogen was not the priority of the state, and we had to make it happen.
The center did a great job of using our center hoses to grab liquid nitrogen from every other point on the center and re-dumping it into our tanks.
And the teams, many of them slept in the control room. Hurricane Harvey was one of those times where the team gave up everything for the protection of the telescope.
We were literally at the very final day. I remember, coming in early in the morning, and after several hours, we finally got the president of the division that sort of ran the liquid nitrogen, and they were able to find a driver and find the truck and make a couple of trucks of supply. And finally, they came in there. The next morning, I think we would have had done an emergency warm-up and crossed our fingers a little bit. But they came in, and I remember because we had a video camera of the place where the trucks would pull up. And when we saw the trucks, the entire control room broke into applause.
In which a member of the Tsar's royal family actually converts to Judaism, ostensibly under the influence of the Jewish doctor who was treating the royal family. And so ever since that time, the Russian Tsars have declared Russia.
I was one of the first people in the chamber after when we opened it up. It was actually on my birthday. And it was one of the most powerful experiences of my time working on web. The chamber is amazing with the door shut. It's all black. It's designed to be non-reflective light, and so we went in with flashlights to do inspection, and it's similar to spelunking. It's like going into a cave that has a space delivery. The coolest thing, we need to climb up on scaffolding to get to see the primary mirror. And so we went into the chamber and climbed up on the scaffolding to take a look, and it was brilliant as gold mirrors against the black background in this chamber. Well, when I got past the beauty of seeing the gold mirrors again, they were absolutely filthy. So this was that was because of the fallout from the chamber. So during cryogenic testing, all of the particulate and everything that had collected inside the chamber for the last 50 years fell onto the exposed cup of gold primary mirror segments, and so they were in pretty bad shape after the cryo testing.
A decision was made to clean the mirrors. And you look at multi-million-dollar beryllium, gold-coated beryllium mirrors. You're not using squeegee and some Windex.
They rotate, so the gold primary mirror was cupped down. The big fear is that, especially on a coated optic, that through cleaning it, we're going to damage the coating or scratch the mirror or put some other substance on the mirror from what we're using to clean.
Clark and his group from Ball went in a prone position with a very special kind of brush, an IPA, where they clean all of the primary and the secondary mirror with tiny little brush strokes. Maybe each stroke was a half an inch to an inch, and so it was incredibly detailed work. Took a while.
Yeah, I was within inches of the telescope for 10 days, and being under that gold-coated primary mirror there is something incredible to get to put the energy into cleaning that mirror and knowing that it's going to be receiving photons from stars, and it's going to be helping to reveal the universe, and I get to spend time getting it prepared for that, cleaning it and putting it in the best configuration and the best condition it can be for what it's going to do in the future.
When the Pale Settlement was set up, and much of the 19th century, it was actually not so bad. Jews within the Pale Settlement had fixed rights. They could, for example, hold a municipal office. They could vote municipal elections.
The other tough things when it comes to deployments were obviously the big, flexible, floppy things like the sun shield. Of all the deployments, that's the one that really is the toughest for many of us. Because the mirrors, just as an example, They are big, they have to work, but they're also very rigid, and we have a lot of experience with how to move big, rigid things and latch them in order. Like the floppity things, the flexible things like membranes, making sure they go where you want, and more importantly, they don't go where you don't want them to go. That's tough.
How do I feel about essential design? Boy, so here's the thing. I personally think that the Sunshield design is very complicated. There are a lot of pulleys and motors and drives. On the other hand, if you ask me, hey, go simplify the Sunshield design, I would not. It's I think complicated by necessity. It's huge and it has to be lightweight and it has to deploy positively. We have to have tension on it. It can't be loose or floppy. It has to stow and get folded. You bring in all of these constraints, and you think about design as a space, right? You know, certain things cut off a giant portion of that space, and you bring in all the constraints, you're left with a relatively narrow box in which you can design. And, you know, because it exists, it's hard to imagine it being any other way. It's like your life, right? You grew up the way you are, and you are who you are because of the thing your existence. And so it's hard to say if you had to do it over, you'd be ignorant.
The Sunshield is the key to the entire web observatory. You know, it's the thing that blocks out the heat of the sun, the earth, and the moon from web's optics and instruments, allowing them down to those super cold temperatures necessary for them to operate.
There is not a book. There's no design standards. The Sunshield is so novel that you can't find anything like that's been flown that has these crazy things it needs to do.
Sunshield turned out to be, I think, maybe a bigger challenge than some people thought, because there were people experienced at deploying large things that have floppy elements to them. It's still a hard problem. This was a unique.
So we wanted to test out things like, how do we actually just handle this material? It's thin. There's 5 layers, and the thinnest layer is 1 mil, which is 1/1000th of an inch. So, much thinner than your hair. We wanted to make sure we could just handle it without ripping it. If you ever try to fold origami, you know that paper can really only be folded a few times. There's creases, there's lines.
The big thing with the Sunshield early on was, how do we support it during launch? It's floppy. You got these 5 things that all fold up. You still have to hold it down for launch, or it'll sag, it'll move around and tear itself up. So you have to give it support to launch it by rather violent.
Typically, like second sons.
To hold the membrane down to the structure, you have to hold it down with one of these devices, and there's 107 of them.
You can't even imagine the number of holes that had to be precisely located in these membranes. And then when you all fold it all up, all these holes have to line up. Oh, by the way, when it's deployed, these holes can't be such that sunshine can get through them and line up. So it's an incredibly complex problem geometrically.
Web is massive. It's about 3 stories high and about the size of a tennis court.
Just try to imagine Roger Federer and Rafa running back and forth on their paths an hour at a time. Just picture that and just imagine how hard job that is.
So NEA is a non-explosive actuator. So these are the types of mechanisms that we use on web. The majority of our release mechanisms were all on the Sunshield.
And we're going to skewer it, and we're going to pin it to this big structure. And then when we get on orbit, we'll retract those pins, and everything will be good. And I remember you were like, yeah, it sounds like a really bad idea.
So starting right now, we are not going to allow the Jews.
And I was actually out there doing my rotation one time when the head of the integration test for Northrop was going to take me in the clean room to do an inspection. We're walking into the clean room. He says, I have to warn you, there might be a little bit of a hubbub in there. And I said, why is that? He said, well, they found some screws and washers on the ground after this last test.
Married, children, all kinds of things.
Every single one of those facets are 1,000 of them. When the screw goes through the end of the nut, it leaves a sharp edge. That sharp edge could catch a cable or scratch a 1/1000th of an inch thick membrane and punch a hole in it that could lead to an end of a machine.
As you really dug into the issue, it was a bit of a subtle interface thing. And one of the reasons you test things is to uncover these issues. But when you're a really large sun shield with a lot of screws and nuts and washers, one small thing can multiply. And then it gets multiplied. We were like in a goldfish tank. The entire planet would ran down and via newspapers, and you just knew that one was gonna be that kind of issue from the beginning. And so I think that created a lot of stress for all of us.
That was a very big hit. Took about 11-month hit on our schedule. Our architecture, especially in those deployments, at 344 single point failures, right? So if you're going to have 344 single point failures and they're all dependent on the last reset, on the last installation, you have to have an environment of absolute openness and honesty. And the fear that comes from the politics and that kind of stuff is your chief enemy.
I mean, it's crushing, right? The team is now sunk. It's out there in the news. We're getting and we now know we're not going to make our launch date again.
Mr. Bridenstine, welcome back. Thank you. How much has changed since 1996? When this was put out there at $500 million. Can you even talk about how much cosmology has changed?
It's a wonderful question. And when you think of the universe at large, NASA is learning new things every single day. How the universe is expanding, and not just expanding, but expanding at an ever-increasing rate. It's actually accelerating, and what is causing that? And can James Webb help us understand that, at the edge of the universe, there are galaxies, and that's disappearing because they're accelerating faster than the speed of light. So those galaxies, the light from them, if they're faster than the speed of light, that light can't get back to Earth, which means there's a whole lot of things we don't understand about the physics, astrophysics, that this particular spacecraft is going to help us learn. Going back to the very beginning of Cosmic Dawn, we're going to learn how did the very first galaxies form? What did that first light look like?
I really want to thank you for the comprehensiveness of that answer, because the world and science itself is changing in ways that impact the project. That we have completely different expectations for 2018.
There's a whole host of capabilities that we can't even predict yet until it's on orbit, and we're doing everything we can.
Mr. Chairman, I just wish we had a NASA that was excited about this project.
When you ask your first question, I can see that answer going on for a couple of hours, but I thought it was a good answer.
Outside of family, many other things, it's hard to imagine a harder day in my life watching him grilled and got challenged and gave honest answers and sat there and went through that and knew he had to take it, and in the end said, well, we're going to get this right.
And for the first time, we are on the home stretch. Comes around and COVID hits, and at the time it was like, you gotta be kidding me.
When people ask me what the biggest challenge on Webb was, I almost always say COVID. Now, we had technical issues, technical challenges, but people's health weren't being affected. Well, I think I'm saying mental health maybe got affected, but direct threats to your health did not come from that. This was a direct threat to our team, and to the most valuable resource of our team was the people. Not money, not schedule. Money was the people.
Meanwhile, we're already wearing masks in the highway. We were winning in advance of that, right? Because if you look at all the old shots of Webb, you're going, oh, look at them wearing masks. Was COVID back in 2011? Or like, no, we wore masks to keep the mirrors clean, right? So we already had mask practice. And we said, let's keep going. So we kept the core team. That core team came in heroically, never stopped, and the team never stopped. We all owe an incredible debt of gratitude for it, because I tell you, if we had stopped, I don't know what it would have taken to restart.
There was just one last Sunshield deployment test before Webb was packed up and sent to French Guiana.
This was going to be the last time Webb was deployed ever on the planet. And this was the culmination of the effort of thousands of people around the world. So I wanted to do something spectacular for this. And we got a gyro-stabilized camera system, and we mounted it underneath one of those lifts that they use in the clean room. And this lift can go up about 65 feet. And I believe during that time we captured some of the most amazing images of the telescope in its final deployed state.
That's the environment that the citizen really expands to your people. Okay, so let us now that we've got a sense of the lay of the land, literally, and also
the last step as we were going through our deployments was removing that lens cap right before the sun shield was folded up. The instruments are very sensitive to light. They're designed to be extremely sensitive so they can sense far off faint stars. And so lights from the clean room could potentially get kept this cover in place not only for occupation to keep any sort of debris or small particulate out of the microshutters, but also to optically protect the light that could potentially damage the sensors. This lens cap was removed at the last possible moment while we were stowing the 4 sun shield, and I was the one to do that. I'm a very even-keeled person, and am able to perform these tasks in a really focused and relaxed way without letting my emotion be a part of it. And this one got me. This one was different. It was the last time that I would be in front of the mirrors in that way. It was the last time that I would see inside the aft optics assembly, see the tertiary mirror and the fine steering mirror and the instruments. And so removing this cover, it was actually a pretty emotional moment for me. But the emphasis should really place on the word toe, because sometimes people understand that to mean he's the master of the good name, the master of God's name. That's very pronounced phenomenon of the origin of Kabbalah. That is the reduction of amulets. I was able to keep it together and not drip tears in and get the cover off perfectly and get wet ready to go, but it was a very emotionally impactful moment for me. Saying goodbye to that part of web.
What's the one aspect of design that you lose the most sleep over?
Good question. I don't lose sleep over this. I did that already. I think what worries most people the most is that it's really hard to prove that they will do the same thing next time that they did last time. With the deployment, you fold it back up one last time, and then you push the button one last time, and it's got to be the same. So this is tricky. And the deployments cannot possibly test it in exactly the same condition they will see in space. Zero gravity, cold, vacuum. You don't get it. I think most people worry about the most.
And the expectation is probably the hardest thing. I would say the weight of knowing that has to go right the first time, and the only time when there's really no room for error, carrying that around for however long we involved it on the program was a thing. My boss, Jim, used to say that we're like deep sea fish. I was under sort of constant pressure, and that once Web was launched, we wouldn't really know what to do with ourselves because all the pressure would be off.
Web is by far the largest piece of flight hardware that we've moved. The transporter is the largest transporter that I know of in history to come out of Goddard Space Flight Center. And essentially what STARS is a clean room, moving JWST from one location to the other while it's still inside of a clean room environment.
So it was goodbye for the entire team that had been a part of the observatory and spacecraft and integration and everything for 20 years at that point.
There was nothing easy about Web at all. I don't care what aspect of the mission you looked at, So moving around that huge behemoth of a telescope became extraordinarily challenging.
The 405 is just something that is a big part of the heart of LA and that whole community. So it's really neat that we got to send it right through the heart of LA and off to the sea in that way and be a part of that.
It's going 4 times farther away to the moon over there, and it's going to be there for eternity. We're shipping the James Webb Space Telescope to its launch site in French Guiana. It just left port in the Naval Weapons Center, Seal Beach, and after 25 years of development, it's headed to its launch site and its final destination in space. One of the interesting when we departed is security. How did we make sure that we didn't encounter any sort of pirates or causing any disruption to our shipment? In the maritime industry, you can track ships everywhere they go. As we were departing from Seal Beach, there were posts on the internet because there is a vibrant community of people that are very interested in what's happening with JWST. And so on Reddit, actually, there was one particular person that was really good at tracking the ship, and he was giving a great log to the general public of where the ship was going. I was actually able to reach out to him, explain to him, it would be great of him to maybe just add a little bit of vagueness to where the ship was actually going, the direction, just a little bit less detail. And surprisingly, he was great about it. He went about posting and saying that it got a little bit more generic with the locations.
Macau is actually a good place for an offsite, very close to the equator, that helps you getting an extra spin when you launch.
There was a bubble that we were there from the pandemic, able to work and just focus on web and getting it ready.
The weather's pretty, you're in a tropical environment, even in December. In fact, caused one launch delay of a few days. Under the umbrella of that launch delay, no pun intended, the technical folks preparing Webb for rollout had a bit of extra time to be able to attend to last-minute preparations.
The entirety of the first
It was pouring. I got soaked more than I had any other time in Peru. I was standing out there with the team watching it rolling out to the launch, and it was an absolute party in the rain.
We weren't going anyplace until Webb was off the ground safely on its way. So it's not like we had a plane to catch or a train to catch, right? We were a captive audience.
A really neat thing happened because of the way that the launch had been delayed, and it ended up being on Christmas Day.
So when the clock hit 12, it was a privilege of mine to wish everybody a happy holiday and to thank them and mention to them that their families were history and put in that place at that time for a reason. And I didn't go into it, but it's like, I kept thinking about the Apollo 8 launch, Christmas Eve, reading about from the book of Genesis. It's famous, right?
And for all the people back on Earth, the crew of following, they tended to be as a message, and we would like to send you God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form, and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the water. And God said, let there be light. And there was light.
They're reading about, the first light. And here we are launching this incredible machine that's intended to pick up that first light.
And so that attracted the negative mention of the traditionalists. Let's have a look at how.
When the Webb telescope was launched, I was just sitting on the sofa with my wife because COVID was happening, so everybody stayed home. We didn't have any launch parties. Okay, well, that's how it goes. People thought, well, sure, on the edge of your chair because you've been working on this forever and it didn't go wrong. That's not how I felt. I felt, of course, it's going to work. We've done everything we should do.
Haven't yet thought a lot about what is the proper Zen mode to get into for launch day. By that point, the die is already cast, right? Either we built it correctly and it's going to work, or we're going to find surprises on orbit. But it's time to go find out.
It's all looking very good here at the spaceport for launch operations running smoothly, the countdown ticking over nicely. All systems are green and we are go for launch. We're looking at launch pad number 3, the James Webb Space Telescope, in the very top of the rocket in first class with it on. I'm in the Mission Control Center here at the spaceport, the Nerd Center of Operations. We're about 10 kilometers from that pad, and behind me you can see the laser focus here in the control center with the mission control centers all on console there as we get closer to launch.
Merry Christmas from the Guyana Space Center. They do Ariane 5 launches frequently out of French Guiana, but there was something different about this one. There was something in the air that said, this has a different aura, this has a different importance, this one had a different flavor to it, and you knew in the middle of something big.
You get the 2-minute warning. Everyone goes out onto these balconies.
And you were watching a number of people, VIPs and invited guests, moving out to the observation platform that is right next to the Jupiter Control Center as we stand by for the 1-minute call from Jean-Luc Boyer.
Attention pour moins 1 minute. Tenacity and sometimes even underhandedness as we shall see.
Thumbs up from Jean-Luc Boyer. All systems are go. We're inside a minute now. T-minus 50 seconds and counting.
And you wait. And you can hear a little speaker with Rob's commentary.
Turbo on, come on, flight speed. 7 seconds of command. We usually go the James Webb Space Telescope will be on its way.
And then he starts counting down.
T-minus 30 seconds and counting.
By the time he got to 8, my throat was just closing.
Standing by for terminal count.
The locus of the intellectual center.
Attention pour les décomptes finales. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
However, bear in mind that there are exceptions. And Lithuanian movement that originated in Lithuania, although it maintained a locus there as well, although it also included the rest of Poland, but so there is a that is the way it is.
because we were a few miles out, you see it go, and it's going up and up and up and up. You don't hear it for at least 45 seconds to a minute. You know, all of my hopes and dreams and wishes and frankly, a piece of me watched at that time, and you see it go, and it's such a strange thing to only hear it, and it just
Decollage liftoff from a tropical rainforest to the edge of time itself. James Webb begins a voyage back to the birth of the universe.
It's a really specific, odd rumble that a rocket has leaving the atmosphere that also keeps it special in your memory because it's something that is very different than sounds that you hear anytime else.
Just over a minute from now, Springs will gently push Webb away from the upper stage of the Ariane 5.
There's this loop running in your brain where you're like, did that just really happen? You know, did we just really take off after multiple decades at this? Did we just really leave the Earth?
Ironically enough, as we marvel on this view from the upper stage camera, this will be humanity's last view-based telescope as it moves to its workplace about 1 million miles away from Earth.
The launch team is done. Now all the attention turns to the operations centers.
For those of you who are just joining us, we are looking at live coverage of deployment of the secondary mirror for the James Webb Space Telescope. We're looking at an animation that includes real-time telemetry, real-time data from the spacecraft as to configuration.
We used to make jokes. It was like, hey, Merry Christmas. Look what we got. We got a telescope. Some assembly required. Yeah. Some assembly.
We start getting our deployment started, and Webb was performing.
You're
seeing an animation, but this isn't just any random animation. It's actually based on real data.
That script looks good. You're executed.
Fire.
Command will fire OTE LRF Group 5. OTE, your code fire.
It's not just pushing buttons. There's a lot of real-time information that comes in, and you've got to be able to deal with it. You've got to assimilate it, figure out what to do, and make an action.
I'm getting more and more excited. My heart is starting to beat faster and faster. For me, it's a tremendous amount of joy. I have this smile from ear to ear right now.
Yeah, we had rehearsed everything and practiced it a zillion times. But now you're up there, you only got one chance to get it right.
Without this mirror in its right position, you do not get light into the telescope.
At W task control, we are going to proceed with the last basis for this
Starter executed.
We are now at a point where we're about 600,000 miles from Earth, and we actually have a telescope. Congratulations to everybody.
Well, I'm thrilled to see that it finally worked, because when we started off, we got a lot of people laughing at us that was possibly difficult. And that's done. When we built the equipment, we drew our requirements up, they're all numbers. Nobody tells you what that means in terms of the beauty of the universe. Years and years ago, people asked me, John, are the pictures going to be beautiful? And I said yes, but I didn't know what they'd be like.
So it was an act of faith, but it was a good act of faith.
Whatever's out there, we're going to see it. We haven't cranked this sucker up to 11, but we're going to.
When old enough, the cameras worked. Saw this first images. This is pretty cool.
We're really, standing on the balance of thousands of people over many, many different disciplines.
And you know what? There's a lot of us.
The image came back. It was a beautiful center image of the star with 6 radiating rays of light. There's supposed to be nothing behind it. Nothing.
So instead of finding
what we saw turned out to be 250 galaxies that have never been seen before in this image that supposedly had nothing in it.
There are galaxies everywhere. People said we've been photobombed by galaxies. So, well, that's a pretty big thrill for everybody.
But that's all the better. And you've got a lot to be rallying for. This morning, folks across this planet are going to see the images captured by this telescope. This telescope, because of infrared, is going to be able to penetrate through the dust clouds. You're going to see the formation of stars. You're going to see devouring black holes.
And the die-hard traditionalists.
Here we go. Let's do it. Okay, we've got the whole world watching. Are you ready to put the first image up? Oh, let's do it. Let's do it.
We are ready to see the first image of a star dying, a planetary nebula called the Southern Ring.
Very happy to hear.
Lord that is out there in the sky, revealed for the first time. We're thinking of the team and we're thanking them. John, thanks to you. Thanks to all of you.
So, the term Haskalah literally is a translation of the German term Aufklärung, or the English term enlightenment, which is a reference to an intellectual.
I think people brought some champagne, so that's higher priority. You're going to see things that this species has never seen, and you've done it. Tell everyone this was an important day in the history of humanity, because we'll never look back. You can never undiscover, you can never unobserve things. So congratulations to the entire team. You all made history. Be proud. Thank you for your
And I'm scientist, so I've been working on this project for 20 years, so we should expect what we saw. But no, several times in the last 6 months, I nearly break my jaw of what I saw. These incredible images.
Success is binary. You either win or you don't. So we built something that was so ambitious. If it didn't work at all, we were terrified. If it did work, we would be guaranteed tremendous discoveries. I think my favorite image is a picture of a cloud of galaxies with a very, very bright one in the center.
100 years ago, we thought there was only one galaxy. Now, the number is unlimited. And that light that you are seeing on one of those little specks has been traveling for over 13 billion years. Everywhere we look at, it's going to be a sea difference. I believe that. Every image is essentially a humble deep field. Is that incredible or what?
This stunning vista of the cosmic cliffs of the Carina Nebula reveals new details about this vast stellar nursery. Today, for the first time, we're seeing brand new stars that were previously completely hidden from our view.
I present to you Maisie's Galaxy, which is named after my daughter, as we both discovered it on her 9th birthday, and she had been asking me for months to name a galaxy after her. I would like to leave you with one of my favorite images
galaxies. It's called Stefan's Wonders.
Find out. What do you tell a 7-year-old when she says, I get what the curiosity thing's doing, but what's JWST going to do?
Okay. She's got a good question. What we're trying to find out is the entire history of the universe from then till now, from the beginning till now, including the things that made galaxies, stars, planets, and Earth, and made it possible for us to live on our particular world. So that's why I'm interested. I asked my dad that question, sort of like that, and I said, well, where did we come from? I was about 6 or 7 or something. Nobody knew. We knew a little bit, but we certainly couldn't tell you the whole story.
You know, we can get as geeky and as in the details as you want, but when you step back for a minute, it really is about our place in the universe. And that's something that resonates with people, and that they hit people in an artistic and a spiritual way. I'm reaching out to you from London.
My father was diagnosed last year with stage 4 cancer.
And unfortunately, the prognosis means he doesn't have a great deal of time left with us.
From as early as I can remember, my father has been out burning the midnight oil, looking at the stars through his telescope.
Often driving into the mountain overnight, setting up to take pictures and even submitting photos of what he found in magazines.
When I was a kid, I remember him upgrading his telescope every few years after saving away.
He is so passionate about the work you do, and the recent advances of the JWST has been very exciting for him.
I'm really pleased he's still here to follow along with all the amazing innovation you and your team are doing at the moment.
He keeps busy keeping up with the news around the advancements. That's really cool.
For me, these letters express how I feel. These letters are about the wonder that I feel looking at the universe, the wonder that I feel looking at our team made this observations and tools possible, astonishment at what we're able to discover.
It's kind of beyond words to describe how satisfying, fulfilling, and rewarding it is after reading things like this. I mean, it's pretty hard to describe. It really makes you feel good about what you do and to make a mark for good, for positive things in the world is pretty cool, pretty special.
That's actually why I do love space, and I think that other people love space, because it does give you that sense of awe and like feeling one with the universe. So I'm glad it helped someone.
Look, there aren't many things these days that almost everyone on planet Earth can feel inspired about. But I feel like the images from Webb are one of those things. They bring in a sense of wonder. It's kind of like when you're a little kid and you look up at the night sky and you need some wonder in our world. It's just a feeling of immense joy and achievement. And I feel happy for humanity.
So I'm lucky enough that I get to continue telling the story about what NASA's doing for its next big flagship missions.
There are plenty of other mysteries of science, but we are seeing with our own eyes, with the aid of telescopes, the process unfolding. So, what more could you hope for from astronomy?
One of the core obligations we have is oversight, and we quite often hear in government how things don't work. I just want to say thank you for exceeding our expectations, and let's continue with that. I yield back.
So, congratulations to everyone for making it happen, and we now are counting on continued brilliance for the next half a century at least. Thank you for proving it possible. Looking back to childhood, we had no idea. No one had any idea what the future would bring in terms of space exploration, new technology, electronics. It was all new. We had no idea that computers would ever be so powerful or so common. Those are yet to occur, and we are still growing rapidly in our capabilities. So, astronomers have already a book that we outlined what we'd like to do for the next many decades. I think it'll take us a century before we run out of that book. And then, from what we learn in the next decades, we'll have more miracles to produce, more miracles to ask for. So, much is possible, and this is a very exciting time to be an astronomer.
correctly. He said we're going too far. We are changing Judaism too fast. I agree with you to say that Judaism should change, but should be understood with very careful deliberation. And the reformers that attempted to speak in natural language liturgy.
I get to see things that are way beyond Earth because of where I work.
That will surely surprise us in some way that I can't tell you.
It's an exciting moment. This thing's been a long time in the making. And once we get it out there, we got a robotic put it back together. That's never been done before.
Pride of humanity that when we want to, we can do that.
We're building this telescope really to answer fundamental questions that we have. It's detecting the building blocks of life on exoplanets.
That then gets sent into the telescope.
All these galaxies in the background, photobomb pictures, right?
I feel like we're discovering new parts of the universe. It's got to raw inspire us as people, or it's got to solve a problem we didn't know how to solve because we're going to learn something that we didn't know until this big eyeball in the sky opened up and saw it. I don't know who else gets to say that.
The James Webb Space Telescope is the most ambitious and complex space science mission humanity has ever undertaken.
No one's ever done anything like this before. Science will be worked away. Roger, all this Harry.
And then finally, a little bit less than the October, we brought out international partners, because, you know what, what you have to do is you have to take a hard approach. You cannot win by rejecting the community entirely, but we certainly should not throw out the background. We should not be a blundering on form and physical in order to merit this really emancipation. And so he advocated a more cautious approach in which those things which are truly mandated by traditional law are absolutely sacrosanct and are observed to the letter. But those practices which are really kind of things that are customary that have
researchers were astonished to see the dust cloud annihilated when the massive stars exploded.
For example, varieties of fat and breath, very certain environments like that.
Now Webb takes us even deeper into the infrared universe.
But beyond that, whether they're blue or whether they're green, that's not really a big deal. So why not? Those things are really created something which is generally known today as modern orthodoxy, which is orthodox, but at the same time modern, trying to now, with all of this going on, primarily happening in Western Europe and pushing in on the Hasidic Nostalgic dispute in Eastern Europe, around 1850, Hasidic Nostalgic leaders came to the senses and said, wait, we have been arguing about what kind of slaughtering knife is appropriate to kill a cow in kosher laws. But over in Germany, they're saying, why keep kosher? We've been arguing about what kind of headgear is appropriate for a Jew. And over there, they're saying, no,
ja, dit zien wij vaker. Pil af, pil op. Dat is duidelijk dat zijn die letters klein fase. Goed om eens langs te komen bij Pearl. Daar kijken we naar wat je echt nodig hebt. Een multivocale bril bijvoorbeeld. Er gaat een wereld voor je open.
Viewers like you make this program possible. Support your local PBS station. 4 billion miles from Earth, a spacecraft closes in on its target. A mysterious object far beyond all the known planets that could reveal new secrets about the birth of the solar system. But the mission is risky.
Even being hit by something smaller than a single pellet with rice at 32,000 miles an hour would be catastrophic. We would lose the mission.
The spacecraft that brought us to Pluto is now attempting an even more challenging final quest. Can it succeed?
There's only one shot, and if you make a mistake,
That could be it.
Pluto and beyond, right now on Nova. January 1st, 2019. It's the arrival of a new year. But here at Mission Ops, the mood is tense.
The team is feeling a little stressed.
A team of scientists, along with their families and friends, are waiting in anticipation.
I'm getting a little bit nervous.
For the arrival of a signal from a tiny spacecraft on a dangerous mission. Its name, New Horizons.
We are really pressing the limits here.
New Horizons is attempting to fly by a mysterious object far beyond the planets we've come to know. 1 billion miles beyond Pluto, in the outback of the solar system.
This is the farthest exploration in the history of humankind, and nobody's planning anything like it ever again.
This is really challenging. We're going to a small object that we don't know a lot about.
In fact, one of the biggest, baddest space telescopes in our arsenal, the Hubble, can only capture a pixelated image of this tiny speck. Its official name is 2014 MU69, but the New Horizons team also calls it by the Latin name, Ultima Thule.
We gave it this nickname, Ultima Thule, that means beyond the farthest frontiers.
And in fact, it really is beyond the known world, or part of our solar system that we've explored.
Here, objects like Ultima Thule have been frozen in time since the solar system formed, 4.5 billion years ago.
We believe this object, like many others out there, are actually planetary embryos, and to study those objects will give us a great window into the process of planetary formation.
In particular, the United States of America.
For the New Horizons team, taking their spacecraft into the unknown is not only a monumental task, it's risky.
An object the size of a pea or even smaller would be capable of literally taking out the spacecraft.
Tests have revealed that as the spacecraft travels at 36,000 miles an hour, even something as small as a grain of sand could rip a hole right through it.
At this point in the mission, you really have to be prepared for anything.
But for now, all the team can do is wait and hope that years of work will pay off, and that the tiny explorer manages to stay on target and survive.
I love this spacecraft. I've put my blood, sweat, and tears into helping to put this thing together, going back to 2002. It's just made us feel so proud.
Because when it comes to exploring our solar system, New Horizons is already a pioneer. January 19th, 2006. New Horizons is prepared for launch at Cape Canaveral. The spacecraft sets out on a journey to reach not one, but two distant targets. Along the way, Alice Bowman, Missions Operations Manager, also known as Mom, will help guide it through a voyage that will last more than a decade.
We talk about the spacecraft as if it's our child. When we launch, we refer to it as baby. When it does something that we don't expect, we relate it perhaps to terrible twos or something like that. So it becomes
part of us.
A large number found their way
78 days after launch, New Horizons passes the orbit of the red planet, Mars. Just 2 months later, it flies through the asteroid belt. In a year, it passes by Jupiter, where it captures spectacular images of a volcanic eruption on the gas giant's moon, Io.
It was the first time that time lapse had ever been made of any volcano anywhere in the universe off the Earth. So it was really unique.
The spacecraft travels another 2.5 billion miles, past the orbits of 3 more giant planets, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Finally, 9 years after launch, New Horizons closes in on its first flyby target, Pluto and its moons. They have only been observed from billions of miles away. Our best images, nothing more than a blur. Until, in the summer of 2015, it slowly comes into view.
Every day it was getting bigger and bigger and bigger and starting to reveal this world. It was an incredible ride.
The mission is proceeding without a hitch. All is working as planned. But then, on July 4th, 2015, just 10 days before the Pluto flyby,
They get a call from the New Horizons principal investigator, Alan Stern. I could hear that he was panting. He was running down the hallway here at APL. He said, "We lost contact with the spacecraft." And I said, "You've got to be kidding. You know, this has never happened before."
You just feel that pit in the bottom of your stomach.
Your pulse goes up a little bit. Could it be, these millions of miles away, we hit something?
Is the spacecraft still in one piece? The team races to figure out what's gone wrong.
It took a little while, but we realized exactly what had happened. We had overloaded the computer.
That's sort of like the worst nightmare the week before an encounter.
We knew that we could fix it. The question was, were we going to be able to do that in enough time?
Alice didn't get any sleep, but she said she slept on the floor for a few minutes one night.
For a couple nights, like there, yeah, just like a child that's sick. We want to be there to help it recover along the way.
The team works round the clock, re-uploading instructions to the spacecraft's computer.
Alice Bowman, our mission operations manager, and her team did a fantastic job of putting everything back together again with only 6 days to spare.
Just in time for the flyby. July 14th, 2015. 8 billion miles from Earth, New Horizons should have just flown above Pluto's surface, taking pictures and gathering data. But didn't make it. Alice waits to hear back from the spacecraft. A scientist safely completed the flyby. New Horizons is so far away, it takes 4.5 hours for that signal to reach Earth.
Mom, on Pluto 1, we have a healthy spacecraft. We've recorded data of the Pluto system. It was a huge sense of relief and accomplishment. Mostly accomplishment. We did it.
The first up-close images come in, and they shock her.
When the images first came down from New Horizons, I was tired. Every emotion and feeling you can imagine, but really
amazed at what they.
This tiny world, with a diameter less than 1,500 miles, turns out to be incredibly complex, with mountains more than a mile high.
The Rocky Mountains here are beautiful in the Flatirons background, but instead of rock, Pluto were made of ice. And at those temperatures, ice is so cold, it's like bedrock.
So the earliest settlement.
Pluto's most famous feature, its heart, contains a massive glacier that flows across its surface.
I certainly did not expect a glacier of nitrogen and methane ices. Never in a million years did I expect that.
We see proofs of some of which look quite familiar from the Earth, but are happening in a completely alien environment with completely alien materials.
Pluto even has volcanoes made of ice.
There's something that looks very much like an ice volcano on Pluto. We didn't see it erupt, but it sure looks like a volcano.
Using images and data collected by the spacecraft, the team created this simulation of what it would feel like to fly over Pluto's surface.
Some of the geologists aren't taking to calling Pluto Mars because it's every bit as complicated.
What could be driving such geological diversity on such a tiny world? One theory, Pluto's surface may change with the seasons.
Pluto doesn't really have the sort of four seasons that we have. We have very even seasons. We have a hot summer and a cold winter. It's about the same length of time in each one because Earth is in a circular orbit around the sun. Pluto's not. It's in this very eccentric orbit around the sun.
As Pluto, along with its largest moon, Charon, gets closer to the sun, its surface warms. But as it continues on its 248-year orbit, getting farther and farther from the sun, its surface becomes colder.
So there are these extreme seasons. In summer, ices on the surface can evaporate. In winter, they can recondense. So when you see it today, it is not going to look the same as it looks in 100 years when it's in the sky.
But there could be another strikingly different reason for Pluto's complex surface. Based on measurements of its density and chemical composition, scientists believe it has a rocky core. Rock contains radioactive elements, which, as they decay, release heat.
So there's a continual flow of heat from the interior of Pluto to the outside, but it's a very small amount of heat because Pluto is pretty small. It doesn't have that much rock in it. But we think that even a tiny amount of internal heat is enough to move mountains, literally.
And it may also be enough heat to create something extraordinary beneath Pluto's icy crust.
Right now, Pluto is covered in frozen water and frozen nitrogen and a few other compounds. It's quite possible that in the past there was enough heat internal to Pluto to melt some of that ice and create a layer of ocean.
We suspect that Pluto has an ocean of liquid water deep in the interior, hundreds of miles below the surface.
It raises what seems like an extraordinary possibility that if you have liquid water and rock deep inside Pluto in contact with each other, well, that's an environment that life could exist in.
I think one of the most mind-blowing things is to hear the astrobiologists talk about the fact that that could be an abode for life potentially. Here we have a world whose surface is just 40 degrees above absolute zero. It's 3 billion miles from the sun. You would expect life at those kinds of temperatures.
Whatever's causing the extraordinary geology on Pluto's surface will be debated for years to come.
There are a lot of theories and there are a lot of ideas. And we don't know which one is right or if none of them are right. We were in this wonderful position of knowing volumes compared to what we knew before. But it's maddening because unlike Mars, which is around the corner and you could fly to very quickly again, it's a big undertaking to cross the entire solar system.
As its historic flyby comes to an end, and the tiny spacecraft leaves Pluto, New Horizons looks back to take one last breathtaking image.
My real favorite picture is one after we flew by Pluto and we're looking back. We see the horizon of Pluto with the sun lighting the atmosphere from behind. You can see layers of haze and shadows of mountains across the surface. And that is where you really understand that Pluto is
Whenever I see that picture, it's as if I'm sitting on the spacecraft looking out the window as Pluto goes whizzing by. And any other picture that we took puts me there.
That photograph for me is the crowning achievement. We were really there, and we really did it. And we made our own little contribution. Not just to science, but actually to history.
That history begins back in 1930, when Pluto is discovered by Clyde Tombaugh, a young farm boy with a passion for astronomy. For nearly a century, Clyde has the honor of being the only American to discover a planet. But almost from the get-go, many astronomers aren't buying it. When it comes to being a planet, size matters.
When you discover an astronomical object far, far away, you have no direct way of measuring mass. You don't actually know how massive it is. And so people speculated about maybe it was one Earth mass, and people kept revising their estimate down and down and down until people realized, my gosh, this thing is really, really small.
It turns out Pluto is smaller than Earth's moon. But size wasn't Pluto's only problem. So was its location. A tiny little planet in the outer solar system just didn't make sense.
Pluto was regarded as a planet, but it was always regarded as kind of a funny planet, weird planet, somewhat out of place. So the sun sits in the middle. The sun is this massive body of red hydrogen. It's a million times the mass of the Earth, about 100 times the diameter of the Earth. And it's orbited by planets which are moving in nearly circular orbits. And on the very edge, the outer edge of this system of planets, we know Pluto. And Pluto is not really like a terrestrial planet because it's got quite a bit of ice in it. And Pluto is not at all like a giant planet because it's tiny and it's not made of gas, it's made of solid material. And it also has a very strange orbit, high density and high inclination. Tilted up relative to the plane of the solar system. Beyond Pluto, there was nothing, and people actually didn't think about that in general because it's just an empty space, and the next stop there are stars.
Is the solar system's little misfit really alone out there? For decades to come, astronomers look for another planet beyond Pluto. But as hard as they look, and they look hard, no one finds anything until two astronomers, David Jewett and Jane Lou, take on the challenge.
The original thought that we had was simply that the outer solar system is weirdly empty.
David and Jane get access to one of the most powerful telescopes on the planet, and they start a search that will take a lot longer than either one of them expects. While it's easy to see distant stars because they radiate their own light, other celestial bodies are much harder to see. That's because light has to travel all the way from our sun to the object, reflect off its surface, and then make the long journey back to Earth. By then, it's barely visible. David and Jane hope that advances in digital detectors, which are far more sensitive to light than film, will help them see a whole lot more. August 1992, Mauna Kea Observatory, Hawaii. After searching for 6 years, they finally find an object moving in the night sky.
Here's a set of discovery images for the first object. So you can see this object drifting, this picture to this one, is drifting slowly to the left.
A tiny object beyond Pluto, orbiting the sun. Then they find more, and more.
Space beyond Neptune, basically, is full know about before we guess they're too faint.
David and Jane discover a new region of the solar system, now known as the Kuiper, believed to be home to hundreds of thousands, possibly millions of icy objects, including Pluto.
Kuiper has 1,000 times more objects in it than we have in the asteroid belt. Completely unknown until these first observations.
The Kuiper belt stretches out millions of miles. It is just difficult to imagine how expansive this field of icy debris is.
Think of it as a giant donut surrounding the planets. On average, each Kuiper belt object separated from the next by 1 million miles. That's how massive the Kuiper belt is.
The day that the first Kuiper belt object was discovered by Dave Jewett and Jane Lowe, it clicked in everybody who was paying attention's head. It's like, oh, there's a ton of objects out there. That's what Pluto's part of. Pluto's part of the Kuiper belt. It suddenly all makes sense.
For me, Pluto was the harbinger of things to come. We didn't realize that its being an oddball was telling us something. It was telling us the third zone of the solar system.
This really sort of restructures our understanding of how our solar system is built and how we should think about the membership of our solar system.
August 2006, Prague. Just a few months after New Horizons set out to explore the 9th planet of the solar system, an International Association of Astronomers votes to demote Pluto. And the official planet count goes back down to 8. While some members of the public are outraged, not everyone sees this as a demotion.
One could argue that people actually made out better with this change because in its previous instance, it was the smallest planet of the solar system. It now has become the king of the Kuiper belt, and so in a sense, its status has gone up.
Over the last few decades, astronomers have discovered that Kuiper belt objects vary in size, shape, and also in their orbits. There are larger objects, like Pluto. These are known as dwarf planets.
We've discovered that the outer solar system is littered with small planets. These are typically rocky and icy objects. Many have atmospheres. Many, possibly most, have moons. There's a great variety in terms of their physical properties, their colors, their compositions. Many of the things we're used to in the planets we're familiar with. But in miniature, I think it's an analogy is when you see a Chihuahua, you tell a dog, because it has the characteristics of the canine species, just in miniature.
Then there are objects like Ultima Thule. Astronomers think these objects have been frozen in time since the birth of our solar system, 4.5 billion years ago.
So what we think we're seeing is a fossil structure that's left over from the formation of the solar system. It's this tiny remnant of the ancient past we can visit.
Objects like MU-69 maintain the pristine conditions
origins of the early solar system. This now lets us look at these objects with the idea that an examination of them will help us what the early solar system was like.
Unfortunately, our best images of these objects are only single pixels of dim light, almost impossible to see. If only we could get a spacecraft out to the Kuiper Belt to take a closer look. But of course, there's one already out there.
When we launched New Horizons spacecraft back in 2006, we knew we wanted to fly to an object beyond Pluto, but we didn't have a particular object that we knew we could reach with our spacecraft. So we started doing deep searches of the sky beyond Pluto.
April 2011. While New Horizons is traveling through the solar system, at the Southwest Research Institute in Boulder, Colorado, Mark Bowie leads the search for New Horizons' next target. But the team faces extraordinary limitations. The region their spacecraft can safely reach is extremely small.
There's certain things we have an infinite supply of, like fuel, and our thrusters, we only want to put so many thruster counts on them.
Thrusters make it possible to redirect your spacecraft as you zero in on a target. Without them, there's no way to steer it.
If you use them beyond the lifetime that they were designed for, they could have a failure.
But an aging spacecraft is just one of many challenges.
Where you need to look is probably one of the hardest spots in the sky to look. It's right in the middle of the Milky Way.
The densest star fields in the entire sky, where you see a million stars brighter than the objects you were looking for, and you had to try and sift it out between all those stars.
They search for several years and find nothing.
We were starting to say, what's going to happen? We have to find an object in 2014. If we don't find one in 2014, we won't know well enough where the object is to redirect the spacecraft to get there.
The clock is running out. It's time for the big guns. It's time for Hubble. From its vantage point far beyond the Earth's atmosphere, the Hubble Space Telescope has a better chance of seeing objects. And makes all difference.
After a big effort with the Hubble telescope, in the summer of 2014, we found an object.
Wow. It was truly exhilarating. Hey, we've done it.
This is kind of a first to discover an object while in flight and then redirect the spacecraft and fly by it and its orbit along the way.
Nailing down Ultima Thule's orbit is critical for the success of the mission. Think of it like speed shooting. You have to predict where your target will be in the future.
So we do shooting and targeting in the outer solar system. You're going to tell me here how you do shooting and targeting on Earth.
New Horizons team member Ann Verbisher and sharpshooter J.R. Pierce demonstrate. If JR aims directly at the target, he's going to miss.
Launch. I'm initiating the launch sequence.
But if he aims ahead of the target, it's a hit. And again. And again.
You need to focus on where your target is going to be, where your target
Me of when I was a child and watching the Apollo launches. It fascinated me that they were targeting where the moon was going to be 3 days after the launch happened. That's when the astronauts would arrive to try and land on it. So for New Horizons, the concept is basically the same as it was for Apollo, but the distances are greater.
We have to intercept the years down the road, so we have to calculate where we'll end up the exact day and hour and literally minute of the flight from years in advance.
Images taken by the Hubble Space Telescope help the team track Ultima Thule's orbit. But they still need to know more. They don't know how big it is, or even what shape it is.
Ultima Thule is a completely, almost unknown object. This is Terra Incognita. It's the new world, details we don't know.
But there may be a way to find out more by observing a rare celestial event.
Occultation, in its simplest form, is when something gets in front of something else. Have you ever been on a beach and you're just enjoying the nice sunny day, and then all of a sudden the sun goes away because something just warmed between you and the sun, and that shadow passes. The same exact thing is happening here, except instead of our sun, it's a star, and the star is hidden from your view. You are in the shadow of the Kuiper Belt object. If you can measure the edge of that shape, it shows the shape and size of the object. Suppose it's moving 20 miles per second across the sky. It disappears for 1 second. Now you know that it's 20 miles across. Easy. You just have to be in the right place at the right time.
But how do you get to precisely the right place at the right time?
There's two pieces to this. You need to know where the object is. That's what Hubble does for us. You also need to know where the stars are.
And that's where the Gaia mission comes in. The Gaia Space Observatory has been creating the most precise three-dimensional star map of our galaxy that has ever been made.
And we knew when we had those star positions, we had a chance of actually predicting an occultation with MU-69.
In the summer of 2017, the New Horizons team finds a match. The two best places to view this occultation, where their telescopes can detect Ultima's shadow, are in the mountains of Argentina and the countryside of South Africa.
Much like the solar eclipse that many people saw in 2017, you have to be in the right place at the right time to be in the path of the shadow.
Let's hit that fast.
Before people go to two different continents to watch an event that takes 2 seconds to happen, overwhelming.
The teams set up their telescopes in the middle of nowhere and hope for clear skies.
We sent 13 telescopes to South Africa, 12 telescopes to Mendoza, Argentina,
searching for a blink 4 billion miles away.
And saw nothing. All that work and nothing.
It turns out that their estimations of Ultima Thule's orbit are off. The star that was supposed to blink continued to shine.
And everybody was a little depressed about that.
A month later, they get a second chance to find out whatever they can about Ultima Thule's size and shape. But to be in the right place at the right time is going to be even harder.
On July 10th of 2017, there was another occultation observable only over the South Pacific Ocean and really accessible only to the Sophia aircraft.
The Sophia Airborne Observatory is a specially modified Boeing 747 with a telescope on its side.
What we're doing here with
Sophia is putting a very large telescope into the occulus at just the time the shadow is there.
The reality is, there's so many details. What are the winds doing? We had to worry about a turbulent zone. We might have to fly around.
The moment of truth arrives. They wait for the star to blink out. Are they in the right place at the right time? Again, they see nothing.
So everybody's kind of depressed again. Okay, we've done it a second time and we got nothing.
After two misses, reality sets in.
We thought we struck out twice. Okay, what's going to happen next?
But they get another chance.
And the next occultation in Patagonia was only 7 days later, on July 17th. So really had to shift gears quickly and get ready to this next ground-based effort.
The stellar occultations that we have been attempting are the most challenging stellar occultations because ultimately so much further away than anything else, and it's tiny.
The night of the occultation, winds were pretty. These telescopes we use are really great. However, they are very wind sensitive. We wanted to shield that telescope from every vibration, and that meant we had to do whatever it took to get the data and observe the star without it jiggling around all over the place.
For that, they need a few volunteers.
If you just started out with, we're from NASA, people just come out and do the work. We had two people show up, a father and his daughter. They brought a spare battery. Perfect. So we put them to work.
Together, for 45 minutes, they block the wind with a truck, some plywood, and a truck. Did they catch it?
We spent hours after people came back with the data to see whether we got it or not.
Does the star blink, or have they failed again?
Finally had success and saw the star blink out. This is what we came for. This is it.
It's all about 6 months worth of work. Just afraid the stars
In fact, 5 telescopes capture the blink, each from a different perspective. When pieced together, their data suggests that Ultima is about 20 miles long, but its shape is more complex than anyone expected.
Immediately, I can tell this is not just some spherical object that we're looking at. It's a much more complicated shape.
They come up with 3 possibilities.
One is you have 2 circular objects that are close to each other, but they're orbiting each other. Or it could be just some lumpy potato-shaped thing. And then the third is what we call a contact binary, 2 balls stuck together. And we think it could happen with hydrophilic objects, but we don't know. We've never seen one of these things before.
But when New Horizons finally brings Ultima Thule into focus, the results could be profound. This elusive object could revolutionize our understanding of how the planets in our solar system formed.
If the solar system is an intricate and complicated castle, then MU-69 is a brick. And you don't know how this castle was made until you understand what the brick looks like.
4.5 billion years ago, the planets in our solar system formed from a mass of gas and dust. Scientists have detected the beginning of this process in striking images of distant solar systems like this one, known as HL Tauri, a young star about 450 light years from Earth.
We have these beautiful observations of disks of gas and dust around those stars. So we know that planet formation starts from smaller dust grains.
In our own solar system, scientists theorize that through a process called accretion, gas and dust stuck together. A lot like those clumps of dust and dirt that collect under your bed. Dust bunnies, held together by a powerful force, static electricity.
So you can think of planet formation, the initial stages, very similar to just letting your dust bunnies under your bed grow for millions of years into bigger and bigger objects.
If you don't vacuum, those dust bunnies will just keep getting bigger. But for the seeds of planets to grow, they need more. They need the power of gravity.
After objects reach a certain threshold in their mass, they can grow more rapidly than they could before gravity.
But there's a catch.
There's a gap between making something this big and making something the size of a planet.
How does an object grow from the size of a marble to the size of a planet? In the last decade, a new theory has emerged.
A stream of marbles will come along, and as it's moving around the sun, and some of them will clump, and you'll suddenly get a clumping action, and that's called pebble accretion. And one of the things we can do by looking at Ultima Thule is look to see whether it was formed by pebble accretion. If we see lots of maybe marble-sized pieces on the surface of MU69, we go, aha, this is a loose collection of pebbles. And pebble accretion argues for things that are elongated or potato-shaped, which is what we seem to see for Ultima Thule from our ground-based observation.
We're interested scientifically how planets formed, although hearts are also interested about where we came from, how we got here, what were the elements, and the outer solar system objects like Ultima Thule are the raw material, and so we're getting a chance to look back at well-preserved raw materials to see really what was the starting point, what were the ingredients that went in to the magic recipe that makes life.
October 4th, 2018. 89 days before flyby. New Horizons is 30 million miles from Ultima Thule and closing. Fred Peltier and a group of vigilant navigators are tracking Ultima's orbit to ensure their spacecraft won't miss the mark on New Year's Eve. They rely on images like this, taken by New Horizons' long-range telescope named Lori. But at this distance, tracking tiny Ultima along a dense is no easy task.
It's a very crowded star field. These are all stars, and Ultima is in the center right there. So what we do is we have a catalog of the star field that we use to remove the stars. We end up with this image that highlights our target Ultima Thule here.
Next, they zoom in to take a closer look and discover their estimate of Ultima Thule's orbit is off.
The yellow cross represents where we thought Ultima Thule would be before we took the picture, and the greenish one represents where it actually is. So you can see we're a little bit off, and the difference here doesn't seem too much on the scale, but it's actually 600 miles from the target.
Because this object is so very, very small, it's possible that if we are a little bit off, we could just miss seeing the object, and we certainly don't want to do that.
There's only one shot, and if you make a mistake, that could be it.
For next few weeks, the navigators will carefully follow Ultima's path, examine every pixel of every frame to help guide New Horizons to its target on New Year's. If their calculations are right, the spacecraft will fly just 2,200 miles above Ultima's surface.
This is a comparison of about 30 days out what Pluto looked like and what Ultima Thule looks like right now. So you're asking me what the challenges are of this mission. This image is worth 1,000 words. The size of Ultima Thule is a small dot still, and it'll be the case until a few days before the flyby. That makes it very different from Pluto.
As the weeks go by, New Horizons sends back more images of the distant dot. December 29th, 2018.
3 days away from the flyby, and the anticipation is certainly building.
We thought we'd know a lot more by now.
Right, everyone would have said, you'll know how fast it's rotating, and get an idea of what the shape is like.
But so far, answers remain tantalizing.
It is holding its secrets to the last possible minute. I mean, we keep saying, well, we're going to know eventually, right? But right now, it's still a mystery.
As the flyby approaches, preparations continue all night.
This evening I'll be sleeping in my office, so I brought my little backpacking tent in. I'll have time for sleep later.
Things have been happening so fast. Don't ask us what day it is.
Most of us cannot remember whether it's Monday, Tuesday, or whatever.
We know how many days it is to fly by.
10, 9, 8.
January 1st, 2019. 12:33 a.m. As the world brings in the new year, the New Horizons team celebrates the moment of the spacecraft's closest approach to Ultima Thule. But it will be hours before anyone knows if the flyby is successful.
Ultima Thule is so far away that it takes 6 hours to send a signal from the spacecraft to Earth.
It's crazy. It's a really long time to wait.
Later that morning, team members, family, and friends wait anxiously for New Horizons' signal to finish crossing 4 billion miles of space and reach Earth.
Go ahead, RF.
Well, the green screens will tell you RF is in fantastic shape.
Copy that. RF is green.
The signal comes in, but Alice Bowman, New Horizons' mom, waits for confirmation that each system on the spacecraft is working.
Copy. Thermal is reporting green status.
Most crucially, she wants to hear if the digital recorders are full of precious data.
Go ahead, CNDH.
CNDH is not. Our SSR pointers are right where we predicted, so.
Copy that.
That means is that the solid-state recorder, the pointers are where they should be. That tells me that we observed something. Something filled that camera.
We have a healthy spacecraft. We've just accomplished the most distant flyby of our solar system.
That night, the first close-up image of this distant object comes in.
Well, what we saw today blows out of the water anything we've seen. The first image was 2 or 3 pixels across. Yesterday, you could see kind of 2 lobes, and today's image we see it for what it really is. Basically 2 spheres stuck together. Like this really is 2 things that formed as 2 different objects.
It's confirmation of what we saw in the oven. The shape that was predicted from that was almost exactly correct.
It's the kind of thing we're looking to see, is planetary formation frozen in time, and here it is right in front of us. It's just wonderful.
We got what we came for.
I think it's tending to substantiate the ideas that these objects form as clumps, as pebble accretion. I think it's so far looking like a really nice confirmation of those theories. I just was staring at it with tears in my eyes because we've been working for so long to do this, and it worked, and I just couldn't get over that yet. I still haven't got over that.
Absolutely amazing to see that.
This is exploration at its purest. When you think about it, it's remarkable. We didn't know this object even existed when we were building the spacecraft.
Going into the unknown is fundamentally important for the human spirit, from every aspect, from scientific to artistic to just wondering where we came from and why we're here.
It will take 20 months for New Horizons to send back all the data and images collect of Ultima Thule. And with many years of power left on the spacecraft, the team hopes it will continue to explore the far regions of the solar system. But already, this tiny probe and the humans who built and guided it on its journey have made gigantic discoveries, taking us to new worlds, making the unknown known, and bringing the impossibly distant finally within reach.
Dit is de tijd van, we gaan weer aan de slag. En dat doe je het best met onze heerlijk broden. Knapperig vers uit onze ovens. Dat is een lekkere start. Deze week bakkersbrood Le Pen Hill 1 plus 1 gratis.
Support from viewers like you makes this program possible. Please give to your PBS station.
Of all the objects in the cosmos, planets, stars, galaxies, none are as strange, mysterious, or powerful as black holes.
Black holes are the most mind-blowing things in the universe.
They could swallow a star completely intact.
Black holes have these powerful jets that just spew matter out.
First discovered on paper, on the back of an envelope, some squiggles of the pen. The bizarre solution to a seemingly unsolvable equation, mathematical enigma. Himself could not accept black holes as real.
People didn't even believe for many years that they existed.
Nature doesn't work that way.
Yet slowly, as scientists investigate black holes,
By observing the effect they have on their surroundings,
evidence begins to mount.
That is the proof of a black hole.
Millions of times mass of the sun.
Cutting-edge discoveries show
We did it.
black holes are very real.
I thought it was easy. I said, holy.
But what exactly are they? If we visit one, what might we see? With their immense power, do black holes somehow shape the very structure of the universe? Is it possible we might not exist without them?
It's quite a journey.
Black hole apocalypse. Right now on Nova. There are apocalyptic objects in the universe. Engines of destruction, menacing and mysterious. Black holes. Even scientists who study them find them astonishing.
Black holes can sort of blow your mind. I'm amazed that these objects exist.
Black holes' understanding of nature.
Black holes are the greatest mystery in the universe.
They're invisible, yet powerful beyond imagining. They can tear a star to shreds.
Black holes actually will eat anything that comes in their path.
You really want to avoid them at all costs.
Black holes even slow time. Once thought too strange to be real, black holes shatter our very understanding of physics. But we're learning they may somehow be necessary for the universe we know to exist.
They might well be the key players in the universe.
What are these strange, powerful objects? Outrageous and surprising. Where are they, and how do they control the universe? The search for black holes is on, and it will be a wild ride across the cosmos to places where everything you think you know is challenged, where space and time, even reality, are stranger than fiction. And we're starting that journey at a very unlikely place. Here, at a remote location in Washington State, where for the first time, a radical new experiment has detected black holes. It originated over 50 years ago, when a few scientists imagined a technology that hasn't yet been invented. Searching for something no one is certain can be found. The experiment is daring and risky. Failure could mark their lives forever. But they don't fail. Right here in these facilities, they make bold discovery. In the early hours of September 14th, 2015, they record a message. It looks and sounds like this. Just a little chirp. But that chirp is epic, monumental. The signal traveled over 1 billion light years to reach us. It started far, far away. And what it tells us is this. Somewhere in the cosmos, over 1 billion years ago, two massive black holes circle each other in a fatal encounter. Closer and closer they come, swirling faster and faster, until finally they slam together. The black holes create waves that spread outward, just like vibrations on a drum. A ringing in the fabric of space itself. The collision creates a massive blast, putting out 15 times as much power as the entire visible universe. It sends out a wave not of heat or light or sound, but of gravity.
This gravity wave is moving its way through the universe at the speed of light.
The wave races by stars. On the young Earth, supercontinents are forming. Microscopic organisms have just appeared,
Washing over one galaxy after another, after another.
Dinosaurs roam the Earth.
The wave is still moving.
It zooms through clouds of dust.
And then it nears the Milky Way galaxy.
The Ice Age is just beginning.
We're troglodytes, drawing in caves,
The wave reaches nearby stars. Albert Einstein is in the 6th grade. The wave approaches as close as Alpha Centauri. At midnight on September 13th, 2015, it is as close as Saturn. Finally, over 1 billion years after the black holes collide, the wave reaches us. It strikes a pair of revolutionary new observatories, of the daring experiment. This is LIGO, the Late Interferometer Gravitational Observatory. The experiment, 50 years in the making, has finally hit the jackpot and opened an entirely new way of exploring the universe. For 400 years, almost everything we've observed in space has come to a form of electromagnetic energy. That little chirp is different. What hits the Earth in September 2015 is a gravitational wave, a squeezing and stretching of the very fabric of space. It produced no light. No telescope could ever see the collision. We needed an entirely new kind of observatory to detect it. That wave is new and direct evidence of one of the strangest mysteries in our universe: black holes. Most of us have heard of holes. They're invisible, powerful.
We're talking about things that are 1 billion times the mass of the sun.
Bizarre. A physical entity with infinite density. No beginning, no end. They pull things in and warp light. Approach one, and time itself begins to change.
Gravity is so intense that a moving clock will tick slower.
Time will become so slow for you that you will watch the entire future of the universe unfold before your very eyes.
Fall in, and you'd be squeezed thin as a noodle.
Being extruded through the fabric of space and time, like toothpaste through a tube.
Today, we know more about black holes than ever before. But the more we learn, the more mysterious they become.
They're the most exotic objects in the universe. We don't have the physics to describe them. No matter how well you understand them, they remain unreachable in some sense.
So black holes have a pretty fierce reputation. And if you want a villain for a sci-fi movie, cast a black hole. But in reality, what exactly is a black hole? And where do they come from? You might think a black hole is like this. An object. But it's not. It's a hole in the fabric of space. A place where there is nothing. Nothing except gravity. Gravity at its most intense and overwhelming. If black holes are all about gravity, gravity at its most extreme, what exactly is gravity? We're all familiar with gravity.
And it's Friday.
It rules our lives. But even so, for a very long time, how gravity actually works was one of the greatest mysteries. Over 300 years ago, Isaac Newton was fascinated with the behavior of moving objects. Eventually, he figured out his laws of motion. They work so well, we still use them today. But Newton's laws can only describe these effects, not explain what it is. And here's here's where Albert Einstein comes in. Like Newton, he thinks about objects in motion. And he wonders what gravity actually is. Is it a force, or could it be something else? Here's what concerns Einstein. Take this apple. I can't move it without touching it. But if I drop the apple, it moves toward the earth. But what if I take my hand away? And the floor, and the basement, and the floor below that? Then what happens? The apple just keeps falling. Einstein realized that gravity had something to do with falling. Now, if I throw the apple, it falls along a curved path. But imagine I could get the apple moving much faster. Eventually, if I get the apple moving really, really fast, say 17,000 miles an hour, its curved path matches the curve of the Earth. The apple is in orbit, falling freely, just like the International Space Station and the astronauts inside it. According to Einstein, the apple and the space station and the astronauts are all falling freely along a curved path in space. And what makes that path curved? The mass of the Earth.
Einstein came up with a supremely simple concept, and that is that space and time is bent by the Earth and by the Sun and by all the objects in the world.
So according to Einstein, the mass of every object causes the space around it to curve.
And that was Einstein's conception. There are no forces anymore. There's just objects bending space-time and other objects following the straightest line through it.
All objects in motion follow the curves in space. So how does the Earth move the apple without touching it? The Earth curves space, and the apple falls freely along those curves. That, according to Einstein's general theory of relativity, is gravity, curved space. And that understanding of gravity, that an object causes the space around it to curve, leads directly to black holes. But it's not Albert Einstein who first makes the connection between gravity and black holes. It's another scientist.
Karl Schwarzschild was a German astronomer, head of the Potsdam Observatory in Germany.
Ever since he was a teenager, he'd been calculating complicated features of planetary orbits.
As Einstein unveils his theory of gravity in 1915, Karl Schwarzschild is in the German army, calculating artillery trajectories in World War I.
And just weeks after Einstein presented his papers, Schwarzschild, then on the Russian front, quickly got a copy and was mapping the gravitational field around a star.
I got at it through a series of approximations. So, sitting on the front with bullets and bombs flying, an exact solution to Einstein's theory, and sent it to Einstein. Einstein was astonished. He hadn't even imagined that you could solve these equations exactly.
But Schwarzschild isn't done. In his solution to Einstein's equations, he discovers something Einstein himself had not anticipated.
Schwarzschild said, I can calculate this strange distance from a gravitating object that represents a kind of boundary.
Schwarzschild mathematically concentrates a mass, for example, a star, into a single point. Then he how that mass would bend space and curve rays of light passing by.
As he, through his mathematics, aimed particles of light or matter towards this point, there was this boundary surrounding the point at which the particles would just stop. The particles disappeared. Time stopped.
Schwarzschild has discovered that a concentration of mass will warp space to such an extreme that it creates a region of no return. Anything that enters that region will be trapped, unable to escape, even light.
It's like those roach motels. You can check in, but you can't check out. Once you go across that boundary, even if you can sail through, there's nothing you can do to get out. There's nothing you can do to signal out. It becomes this strange cut-off portion of space-time.
What Carl Schwarzschild has discovered is that any mass compressed into a small enough space creates what we today call a black hole. But Albert Einstein, whose own theory of gravity predicts such a thing, cannot believe it can happen in the real world.
Einstein didn't think that nature would act like this.
He didn't like this idea.
Carl Schwarzschild becomes ill and dies before he has a chance to further investigate his own discovery. 2.5 years later, in November 1918, World War I ends. The strange, theoretical sphere discovered by Carl Schwarzschild seems destined to be forgotten. Nothing but a curious historical footnote. But in the coming decades, physicists learn more atom and about how fusing atoms powers stars, a process called nuclear fusion. Some begin to wonder if something like a black hole could actually come from a star. But not just any star. It would have to be big.
Stars are born in litters, distribution of sizes and masses. Thousands of little stars, and a few big stars, very big stars, incredibly massive.
Stars are in many ways similar to living creatures. Like humans, they have life cycles.
Investigating stars' life cycles in the 1930s, two visionaries, Subramanian Chandrasekhar and Robert Oppenheimer, discover that the most massive stars end their lives very differently from smaller ones.
The life cycle of a star really depends on its mass. The mass of a star determines what's going to happen after it finishes burning its hydrogen fuel.
All stars start out burning hydrogen, the lightest atom, fusing hydrogen atoms into helium, working their way up to heavier elements. Gravity wants to crush the entire mass of the star, but the enormous energy released by fusion pushes outward, preventing the star from collapsing.
Stars are stable because we have an outward moving pressure due to nuclear fusion, and that's balancing with the inward force of gravity.
Smaller stars can't fuse elements heavier than helium. But in the most massive star, fusion crushes heavier and heavier atoms, all the way up to iron.
Iron is such a massive element. It has so many protons in it that by the time you fuse iron, you don't get any energy back out.
Iron is a dead end for stars. Fusing atoms larger than iron doesn't release enough energy to support the star. And without enough energy from fusion keeping the star inflated, there's nothing to fight gravity.
And gravity wins. And so the entire star collapses.
Very rapidly, trillions of tons of material come crashing down, hit the dense core, and bounce back out, blowing off the outer layers of the star in a massive explosion. A supernova. The more mass, the more gravity. So if the remaining core is massive enough, gravity becomes unstoppable.
There's no universe to prevent the collapse to an small dot.
Gravity crushes the stellar core down smaller and smaller and smaller until all its mass is compressed in an infinitely small point. A black hole. The theory makes sense, but most physicists remain skeptical about black holes.
Einstein and Eddington, all the sort of preeminent astrophysicists in the 1930s to 1950s did not believe that they were actually real. It remained a solution, a mathematical enigma for a very long time. So it took a long time for people to even start looking for them.
It's not until the 1960s that the idea of a supernova creating a black hole is taken seriously. Princeton physicist John Wheeler, who had originally been a skeptic, begins to use a name from history for these invisible objects. Black hole.
The term black hole actually originates in India. The black hole was the name of an infamous prison in Calcutta.
Still, no one has ever detected any sign of a black hole. Then in 1967, graduate student Jocelyn Bell discovers a strange, extremely tiny, dead star that gives off very little light. A neutron star. The cold remains of a stellar collapse. The neutron star gives astronomers more confidence that black holes, much heavier dead stars, might also exist. A half-century after Carl Schwarzschild mathematically showed that black holes are theoretically possible, scientists have identified a natural process that might create them: the death of large stars.
So these giant supernova explosions of extremely massive stars make black holes.
Any star that is born with a mass that's about 10 times the mass of the sun or higher will end in a black hole. So our galaxy is replete with little black holes, which are the stellar corpses of generations of stars that have come and gone.
So what are these invisible stellar corpses like? Imagine I'm exploring space with some advanced technology for interstellar travel so that we could visit a black hole, maybe one in our own galactic neighborhood. This particular black hole isn't very big, only about 10 solar masses, meaning 10 times the mass of the sun. And like all black holes, it has an event horizon. A distinct edge to the darkness. That's the boundary Carl Schwarzschild first discovered, where gravity is so strong that nothing can escape, not even light. And that's where we're going. As we get closer, some very strange things begin to happen. Look at the edge of the black hole. See how the image of distant stars is distorted and smeared into a circle? That's gravitational lensing. The black hole's extreme gravity bends the path of light passing by, so that a single point of light, like a star, briefly appears as a ring around the event horizon. I'm now deep in the black hole's gravity lobe, and we're going to start experiencing the effects. The extreme gravity actually slows down time relative to the Earth. From their point of view,
Here to be slower.
but from my point of view, time on Earth is speeding up. Now let's say I want to get even closer, taking a spacewalk. black hole slows down time is about to get even more pronounced.
To keep track of the changes I'm about to experience, I'm turning on this strobe light. It'll blink once a second. From here, I can see the shadow of the event horizon approaching, and my light blinking normally. But watching from the ship, the closer I move toward the black hole, the more slowly I appear to move. The pulses are nearly infinitely spaced. So it looks as though I'm frozen in time. For me, everything is completely normal, even when I reach the event horizon. If you waited long enough, millions or billions of years, the ship would finally see me disappear. And that's the last you'd see of me. What's inside a black hole? That's still a mystery. And even if I find out, I can never go back and tell you. But I can say this. Black holes may be dark from the outside, but inside they can be bright. I can watch the light of the galaxy that's fallen in behind me, and that's the last thing I'll ever see. Unfortunately, the fun is about to end. Now that I've crossed the event horizon, I'm falling towards the center, where all of the mass of the black hole is concentrated. And I'm beginning to get stretched. As I fall in, the gravitational pull at my feet is stronger than at my head, and my body's starting to get pulled apart. I'll be stretched as long and thin as a noodle, spaghettified, and ultimately I'll end up completely disintegrating into my fundamental particles, which are then crushed to its infinitely small point.
A singularity, where everything we understand about space and time breaks down. Or maybe the black hole, less than 40 miles across on the outside, is as big as a universe on the inside. And as I pass through, my particles will join the primordial soup of a new beginning. So that's what theory tells us we might experience if we could travel to a black hole. But how can we know for sure? How do you investigate something you can't even see?
There are ways to investigate if something is happening somewhere, even if I can't see that thing directly. Take Yankee Stadium. What's happening inside there? Is there a game going on? I can't see the field. I can't see any players or baseballs or bats, but I can definitely tell if there's activity around the park.
It's pretty clear something is going on. It might seem obvious, but whatever it is, I can learn a lot just by observing the happenings around the stadium.
And these do look a lot like baseball fans. And that's the way we investigate black holes, by observing the effect they have on their surroundings.
But what sort of effects? How might a black hole reveal itself? Starting just before World War II, two monumental discoveries are about to radically change astronomy. In 1931, Bell Labs engineer Carl Jansky picks up mysterious radio waves emanating from deep space. Then the sky gets even stranger. When scientists mount Geiger counters on captured German rockets and discover the cosmos is also full of X-rays. These discoveries give astronomers important new tools that will revolutionize the hunt for black holes and dramatically expand our vision.
what our eyes can perceive is a very narrow part of the electromagnetic spectrum.
If the electromagnetic spectrum were laid out along the Brooklyn Bridge, the portion we can see with our eyes would be just a few feet wide. Electromagnetic radiation includes waves of many different frequencies: radio waves, microwaves, infrared and ultraviolet light, X-rays, and gamma rays. Radio and X-ray astronomy open up the sky, revealing dim or even invisible objects, blasting out powerful energy no one knew was there.
They began to realize that this very placid thing that we see out there, all this very quiet thing that looks like nothing is happening and the only thing that's moving is the planets, found out that there was madness going out there. There was chaos out there.
X-rays come from the high energy end of the spectrum. What is creating all this energy? This much is certain. Whatever the source, it is invisible to ordinary telescopes, and it is hot.
X-rays come from things which are at temperatures of millions of degrees, even tens of millions.
One of the first of these X-ray sources to catch the attention of astronomers is named Cygnus X1.
Cygnus, it was in the constellation Cygnus. X, it was an X-ray source. One, it was the first one he found.
In 1970, Paul Merton is a young English astronomer trying to secure his next job.
I was a research fellow. I was coming to the end of my 3-year contract, and I thought, what can I contribute to finding out what these things are?
Merton works in a 15th century castle surrounded by telescopes, the Royal Observatory. He's the largest telescope in England. He begins searching the area of the constellation Cygnus, the Swan. He decides to hunt for pairs of stars. Pairs of stars are called binaries. They may sound exotic, but they're not at all uncommon. Many of the stars we see, perhaps half, are actually binaries, pairs of orbiting stars locked together by gravity. But Merton wonders, is it possible there are binaries where only one of the stars is visible?
I thought that maybe there was a kind of a star system in which there was a star, one ordinary star that made light, and then there was another star nearby that made X-rays.
The telltale sign of a binary is that the stars are moving around each other. So Merton begins searching for a visible star that shows signs of motion.
Sometimes it's coming towards you, sometimes it's coming away. It's coming towards you, sometimes it's coming away.
When the star is moving toward us, it appears more blue as the wavelength of its light gets shorter. Moving away, it appears more red as the wavelength of its light gets longer. This is known as Doppler. After looking for color changes in hundreds of stars in the area of Cygnus, Merton spots a possible suspect, a visible star whose light is shifting as though moving around.
It very clearly was a binary star, a double star. The star was moving around and around with a period going around once every 5.6 days.
But whatever it's going around can't be seen.
There was no trace in the spectrum of the second star. There was one star there wasn't the second star there.
Merton has a binary pair in which only one star is visible. The second object emits X-rays, has enough mass and gravity to dramatically move a star, but gives off no light. Could it be the corpse of a star massive enough to become a black hole?
The crucial issue in deciding whether Cygnus X1 was a black hole was to measure the mass of the X-ray emitting object.
It would have to be very massive, at least 3 times the mass of our sun. If not, it's probably just a neutron star. A collapsed star that's dense, but not heavy enough to be a black hole.
So the observers needed to come up with a conclusion that the dark object, the X-ray emitting object in SWAT, was heavier, hopefully substantially heavier than 3 solar masses.
From his observations, Merton is able to make an estimate of the mass of the invisible.
And the answer came out to be 6 times the mass of the Sun. So there was a step that Cygnus X1 was a black hole. And the key to the argument was that the mass of the star you couldn't see was more than 3 solar masses. When I'd finished writing it all out, I sat back and thought, it's a black hole.
This would be the first detection of a black hole. It's a huge claim, and Merton will have to convince skeptics, starting with his boss.
The astronomer royal, Sir Richard Woolley, didn't really go for black holes. It's all fanciful. A lot of people in California were talking about this. There are a lot of funny people in California, you know.
People like theorist Kip Thorne.
So I was nervous about it. I was nervous about the scale of the discovery, and actually so were other people all around me. I was working with a fellow scientist, Louise Webster, and we were modest because we knew what people would think of it. And if you look at the paper we published, it just mentions the word black hole once, right at the end. We think this might be a black hole.
The Louise Webster paper appears in September 1971. Other astronomers agree it could be a black hole, but no one knows for sure. Years later, Kip Thorne and the noted British physicist Stephen Hawking make a now famous wager about Cygnus X1.
We made a bet as to whether Cygnus X1 really was a black hole or not.
The bet is partly in jest. Both men hope it is a black hole. But Hawking, not wanting to jinx it, bets against his own wishes.
Stephen claims that Cygnus X1 is not a black hole. I claim it is a black hole. So we signed that bet in December 1974. And gradually the case that it really was a black hole became stronger and stronger and stronger. So in June of 1990, Stephen broke into my office and he thumbprinted off on this bet, conceded the bet in my absence. I came back from Russia and discovered that he had conceded.
Now by 1990, the evidence of Cygnus X1's mass may be strong enough to settle a bet between two friends. But the original estimate wasn't precise enough to be definitive. In order to calculate mass, Paul Merton had to rely on rough estimates of the distance to Cygnus X1, which varied by a factor of 10. And the question wouldn't be answered for another 20 years, until astronomer Mark Reed became intrigued by the puzzle. Reed is an astronomer at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics when he sets out to conclusively prove that Cygnus X1 is a black hole by measuring its precise mass. But how can you measure the mass of an invisible object? Using laws developed by German astronomer Johannes Kepler in the 1600s, it's possible to calculate the mass of a celestial object, but only if you know its distance.
Distance in astronomy is absolutely fundamental. If you don't know distance, you don't know what the object is. It could be a very nearby firefly-like thing. It could be a very distant, huge star, much, much bigger than the sun.
So to get the true, precise mass of Cygnus X1 and confirm that it is a black hole, Reed needs to know how far away it is. But how can he measure the distance to a star? The secret lies in a phenomenon, parallax. It's what our eyes and brains use to see in 3 dimensions.
You can put your finger up at arm's length, look at it and close one eye, closing my left eye, and I'm looking at my finger relative to the wall in the background there. Now if I open my eye, close my right eye, I see my finger has appeared to move with respect to the original position. And that's because our eyes are separated and we view from different vantage points.
To use max to measure distance to an object in the sky, astronomers let the motion of the Earth provide the two different vantage points.
Imagine Cygnus X1 is right here, and the Earth and the Sun are over there. Now the Earth goes around the Sun once a year, and in the springtime, the Earth ends up on one side of the Sun, and we observe Cygnus X1 along a ray path like this. And 6 months later, the Earth goes around the Sun to the other side. We get a different vantage point from Cygnus X1.
Now he has a triangle that goes between the Earth at its two positions and Cygnus X1. We know the base of the triangle, the diameter of Earth's orbit. And the principles of geometry tell us that all we need to calculate the distance is the size of the angle at the top.
And we measure this very small angle here at the point at Cygnus X1. And then from direct geometry, we can calculate the distance to Cygnus X1, and from that infer a very accurate mass.
The concept is simple, but Cygnus X1 is so far away that the angle to be measured is minuscule, a tiny fraction of 1 degree. It's smaller than the angle spanned by Abraham Lincoln's nose on a penny in San Francisco, viewed from New York. Because the angle is so very tiny, it can't be measured by any one telescope. But Reed's team has a solution.
We take 10 radio telescopes that are spread across the continental U.S. and to Hawaii and to St. Croix and the Virgin Islands. We use these telescopes simultaneously, and we synthesize in the computer a telescope that has the diameter of the size of the Earth. That gives you incredible angular resolution.
Using this technique, Reed's team determines that Cygnus X1 is 6,000 light years away.
With the new distance we got, the 6,000 light-year distance, we were able to determine that the mass is about 15 solar masses, easily a black hole.
40 years after it was identified as a possibility, Cygnus X1 is now widely accepted as the first confirmed black hole.
It's an understated paper, and the fact that my name was on it and Louise Webster was on it did us a lot of good in our careers. I think as a result of this discovery, I got offered a permanent job, and it was a great celebration for the family. So it worked out very well for me, as well as getting the intellectual satisfaction of solving a problem.
So finally, after years of speculation, we have a real black hole. Not only that, but a black hole that's blasting out X-rays and has a companion star. If we could visit in my imaginary spaceship, what would we see? The distance to Cygnus X1 has been established at 6,000 light years from Earth. And its mass is 15 solar masses, or 15 times the mass of the Sun. And Cygnus X1 is surrounded by an accretion disk, a disk-shaped cloud of gas and dust outside its event horizon, the point of no return. As gravity pulls matter toward the black hole, the cloud starts rotating, just like water being pulled down a drain. Within that accretion disk, particles closest to the black hole whip around at half the speed of light. It's like a giant particle accelerator in space. But why does it emit X-rays? As those particles race around, they collide, which heats them up to millions of degrees. When they get that hot, particles blast out X-rays. X-rays that first led astronomer Paul Merton investigate this black hole nearly 5 decades ago. And there's something else about Cygnus that's different. It has a companion star. This blue supergiant star orbits the black hole once every 5.6 days. It orbits so close to Cygnus X1 that the black hole strips material off the star and pulls it into the accretion disk. Some of that material will cross the event horizon and get swallowed up, but not all of it.
Some of the stuff actually comes back out before ever entering the black hole. A toddler eating half the pasta ends up on the floor, half of it maybe on the ceiling, and some of it in the mouth.
One of the most striking and enigmatic features of Cygnus X1 is its enormous jets. These beams of particles and radiation stream outward from Cygnus's north and south poles, perpendicular to the accretion disk. There's still a lot we don't know about these jets, but they are tightly focused and extremely powerful, blasting out at nearly the speed of light and extending well beyond Cygnus.
When gas gets to these high temperatures and produces the light, there's also a little bit of a magnetic field around them. And we don't understand exactly how, but these magnetic fields help collimate these massive outflows from black holes. Powerful hoses, if you will, that just spew matter out.
So that's Cygnus X1, if we could see it up close. A growing, feeding black hole with huge jets, blasting particles out into the universe.
They're almost these breathing, fire-eating demons, if you will. They flicker, they burst. It's a very violent fireball, very active.
What was once a bizarre mathematical curiosity has now become quite real. After decades of skepticism, scientists now accept that burned-out corpses of large stars can trap light inside them, warp space and time around them, attract matter, and accelerate it to mind-boggling speeds.
Black holes seem like such a radical idea that we shouldn't accept it. But bit by bit, the evidence for black holes has gotten stronger and stronger. And we've seen these amazing things.
At least 20 black holes have been found in our galaxy. X-ray binaries like Cygnus X1. And there are probably millions more of these massive stellar corpses in our galaxy alone. Still, a stunning surprise awaits. Everything astronomers think they know about black holes, and much of what they believe about the universe itself, will be upended by a shocking discovery. The revelations begin when radio surveys of the sky detect various hotspots.
They were coming from what looked like stars.
Because these objects resemble stars, but were discovered through radio signals, astronomers name them quasi-stellar radio sources, quasars. But are they stars or not? The first step in investigating them is to figure out what they're made of. To do that, astronomers analyze the electromagnetic energy they emit. Every element has a unique spectral fingerprint. For example, carbon, helium, hydrogen. These lines reveal the chemical makeup of a star. But the spectrum of a quasar turns out incomprehensible.
They looked at it and it was gibberish. It didn't look like there were any emissions from elements that they knew.
What are they missing? There has to be a clue somewhere. Finally, in 1963, Caltech astronomer Martin Schmidt finds it, hiding in plain sight. Buried in the quasar spectrum is the fingerprint of hydrogen.
He noticed something familiar, but it was in the wrong place. The fingerprints of hydrogen had been shifted way off to the red.
It was hard to spot because the spectral lines of hydrogen were radically shifted toward the lower frequency of the spectrum, and that could only mean one thing. The quasar is moving away from us at fantastic speed. But astronomers have never before seen light shifted to such an extreme. Like a familiar sound shifting too low to understand. The light from quasars has shifted to such a degree that hydrogen is unrecognizable. This extreme amount of shift, quasars are racing away from us at blinding speeds. The reason? It's the legacy of an event that occurred almost 14 billion years ago, the Big Bang. The beginning of our universe. And ever since, the universe has been expanding, carrying with it all the objects it contains, including quasars.
No one had ever seen anything moving away at that high speed. This made this object the furthest away thing that had ever been seen, which meant the thing itself had to be so luminous to account for that.
2 billion light years away, putting out of 1 trillion suns each second. What could possibly create?
No one had any idea what could be powering these things. Where could all of this energy come from?
If you work out through calculations, it can't be chemistry. They knew it couldn't be nuclear energy.
There's no way a quasar could be a star. No amount of nuclear fusion could produce that much star power.
The only engine that could possibly put out that much energy is gravity.
Gravity. In everyday life, we can overcome gravity easily. But when concentrated to an extreme by a black hole, gravity is overwhelmingly powerful. A handful of scientists start wondering, could quasars perhaps be powered by gravity engines? What if the energy blasting out from quasars is coming from bright accretion disks around black holes?
To produce that kind of energy, that kind of brightness, it has to involve a black hole.
But not just any black hole.
Whatever was the source of the emission from a quasar had to be massive. How massive? Well, millions or billions times heavier than the sun.
Millions or billions of times heavier than the sun. Cygnus X1 is only 15 times the mass of the sun. The black holes powering quasars are an entirely different category of black hole. Supermassives. And they seem to be located in the centers of the galaxy. But what about our own galaxy? Could there be any supermassive black holes closer to home? The center where any supermassive would be found lies in the direction of the constellation Sagittarius, the Archer. Now, Sagittarius isn't just any constellation. It's in the direction of the center of our own Milky Way galaxy. But since we live inside the Milky Way, we can't see the galaxy the way a space traveler would. But I can use my trusted imaginary star machine to show us the galaxy from the outside.
Our home is a spiral galaxy, hundreds of billions of stars drawn together into a gigantic disk. It's wide, about 100,000 light years across, but it's relatively thin, only about 1,000 light years thick. And the whole spiral slowly rotates. Our solar system is here. And here, 26,000 light years from the Earth, is the center, which we see in the direction of Sagittarius. In this dense center, there are millions of stars and lots of dust and gas. So that's the view of our galaxy from the outside, thanks to my imaginary technology. But we live inside the Milky Way. When we look towards the center, we're looking through our own galaxy, which means it appears to us as a band of stars and dust across the sky. A Milky Way. Deep inside this band of stars and dust, could a supermassive black hole be lurking? The data that we're getting now. In the 1990s, astronomers grew determined to solve the mystery, to peer through the murky Milky Way and learn what, if anything, is at its center. One of them is Andrea Ghez. Ghez takes on a daunting challenge. She will try to track individual stars orbiting the center of the galaxy.
The essence of this experiment comes from watching stars orbit the center of the galaxy. So you want to find the stars that are as close to the center of the galaxy as possible, which means that I want to get access to the largest telescope I can get my hands on.
And that means coming here. The summit of Mauna Kea, a dormant volcano almost 14,000 feet above the beaches of Hawaii. High altitude and low humidity make this the ideal place for astronomy. The instrument Ghez uses is Mauna Kea's Keck Observatory, one of the largest in the world. But despite its size, Keck has the same problem as all telescopes on Earth: atmospheric distortion.
Think about looking at a pebble at the bottom of a river. The river is moving very quickly, and your view of that pebble is distorted.
Like a river, the Earth's atmosphere is constantly changing, bending light like a funhouse mirror. To compensate for this, Keck pioneers the scientific use of a declassified military technology called adaptive optics. First, they shine a laser into the sky, creating an artificial guide star. The turbulent atmosphere distorts the guide star, but the computer knows what it should look like and adjusts the telescope mirror accordingly.
So if you look at yourself in a circus funhouse mirror, you look completely distorted. And the goal of the adaptive optics system is to introduce a second mirror that's the exact opposite shape and make you look flat again.
Buried deep inside the telescope, the deformable mirror changes shape up to 2,000 times a second to reverse the atmosphere's distortion.
And it has allowed the sharpest images obtained of the center of the galaxy.
The sharpness of those images allows Ghez to make out individual stars near the center, a huge advance in astronomy. She begins recording positions in 1995.
And every year since then, we've taken an image. Just take a picture.
Putting those annual snapshots together creates a time-lapse movie of stellar orbits. And what those movies reveal is astounding. The stars are whipping around the center of the Milky Way at phenomenal speeds.
These things are moving at several thousand, up to 10,000 kilometers per second, or 10 million miles per hour. They're really hauling.
To go that fast, the stars must be orbiting something extremely massive.
The mass that we infer is 4 million times the mass of the sun.
4 million times the mass of the sun.
yet be completely invisible.
That is the proof of a black hole.
And not just any black hole, a supermassive, silent, and sleeping, right in the center of our own galaxy.
This is the best evidence to date that we have for the existence of supermassive black holes, not only in the center of our own galaxy, but anywhere in the universe.
A supermassive black hole, 4 million times the mass of the sun, in the very center of our own Milky Way galaxy. From a cosmic perspective, it's right next door. And it raises a profound question. There are billions of galaxies out there. If it's a supermassive black hole at its center, and if quasars are found at the centers of their galaxies, what about the others?
Are there black holes at the centers of galaxies? If they are, how common are they? We simply didn't know.
Could astronomers ever hope to find what lurks at the centers of other galaxies, millions of light years away, as Guess did in our Milky Way? It would take another innovation in astronomy to make that possible. When the Hubble Space Telescope starts delivering clear images of distant galaxies, a team of astronomers gets to work. They become known as the nukers because their focus is galactic nuclei, the centers of galaxies. One of them is Todd Lauer.
Step one, we take a picture of a galaxy with a Hubble Space Telescope. It shows us where the stars in the galaxy are, tells us its structure and exquisite resolution.
The key to finding supermassive black holes is to learn how fast the stars in the galaxy are moving. Galaxies outside our own are much too far away to measure the speed of individual stars. But by analyzing the way light is shifted from blue to red at different points in the galaxy, astronomers can put together an average speed of stars orbiting the center. It's accurate enough to create a replica in a computer.
The second step, where the real work begins, is to try to model the observations. And we actually do that by building models of galaxies in the computer.
It's known as Schwarzschild's method, developed by Princeton astronomer Martin Schwarzschild, son of Carl Schwarzschild, whose mathematics first described the possibility of black holes.
Martin Schwarzschild's trick was he would actually build up a model of the galaxy that not only had where the mass was, but also had how the stars were moving.
For each galaxy they investigate, the nukers painstakingly build a computer model, and then using trial and error, adjust the parameters of mass and velocity, trying to make the model match the original observations they got from the Hubble.
And we say, let's try a star here, let's try one over here, let's have it go this way, let's have this one go around that way. And we do this thousands of times until we build up a library of how stars orbit this galaxy. Success is when observations of the model match the observations taken with the Hubble Space Telescope.
But that doesn't happen. The models are missing something.
We try it again and again and again, all with no black hole yet, and say, gee, we really can't get the observations explained by the model.
Only when they add an enormous invisible mass at the galaxy's center does the model match the Hubble observations.
Almost always, we have to put in a black hole at the center. We can't match the observations without a black hole in the model.
Of roughly 36 galaxies that the nukers investigate, virtually all of them require a supermassive black hole. And since then, other observations have made us even more certain that supermassives and galaxies go together.
Every galaxy we've looked for, we have found a supermassive black hole in its center.
its stunning revelation. Supermassives, once an entirely unexpected category of black holes, may be common. Not only at the center of our galaxy, but of all galaxies. Take galaxy M31, also known as the Great Andromeda Galaxy. It's 2.5 million light years away. On a clear night, you can see it from Earth. But even with the Hubble Space Telescope, we can't make out details of its center. Still, we're pretty sure there's something extremely massive hiding there. What if we could take a closer look? What if we could visit a galaxy far, far away? As we enter the outer part of Andromeda, we're still too far away to see what's lurking at the center. But we can make out a dense cluster of stars core, and that could be a sign that there's a giant black hole nearby. Billions of years ago, it would have been surrounded by gas and stars and other small black holes. The black hole may have powered a quasar, feeding mad and blasting out blinding radiation. Over hundreds of millions of years, it would have consumed all the available gas and the closest stars. These days, it's relatively quiet, but it has some distinctive features we've never seen before. First, it's colossal. If it were dropped in our solar system, Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars would all be trapped inside the event horizon. That's big. It's nothing compared to the sheer mass, 100 million times the mass of the Sun. And the destruction won't end there. Jupiter won't last long. The gravitational field of the supermassive will grab hold and swallow it whole. Eventually, Saturn will suffer the same fate. The outer planets might survive, but in cold and dark orbits. This black hole rotates rapidly, distorting and dragging the fabric of space-time. Like all black holes, the event horizon is completely featureless. Remember, there's nothing there. It's just a boundary that conceals the interior. But the accretion disk can tell us a lot about what's going on. That's the fiery ring of gas and dust around the black hole. Imagine if we could release a swarm of autonomous robots to explore the accretion disk. The disk is spinning at an incredible speed, half the speed of light. If Jupiter moved that fast, it would complete its entire orbit in a few hours. Around the black hole is a cosmic tornado. Now our swarm has caught the whirlwind too. They're like tracers dropped into the storm to map the movement. The middle robot can send us images. It's following the leader like a race car speeding around the track. From here, the extreme warping of spacetime around the black hole plays crazy tricks on our eyes. It looks like there's one accretion disk whipping around the equator and another arcing over and under the poles. But that's an illusion. The black hole's extreme gravity bends the path of light emitted behind the black hole and makes it look like the accretion disk is both above and below. There's actually nothing holes. It's just the passing light rays. That's gravitational lensing again. Drawing much closer to the event horizon, the gravitational lensing would become so extreme that one of my robots could look straight ahead and eventually see its own back, the light forever trapped in an eternal circle. So that's our tour of the supermassive black hole at the center of the Andromeda Galaxy.
Pretty amazing. Also amazing, nothing in the mathematics led scientists to imagine that holes could get that big. As strange as they are, ordinary stellar mass black holes were at least predicted. Supermassives are a complete surprise.
For the stellar mass black holes, people thought about them from a theoretical perspective, and then we found them observationally. The supermassive black holes, the story has been inverted. We actually found evidence of them observationally first, and now we're working on the theory of how did these things come into being.
We already know that stars can collapse to create ordinary black holes. But supermassives are bigger by 8 orders of magnitude. Cygnus X1 is 15 times as big as our Sun. The supermassive at the center of our Milky Way is 4 million times as big as our Sun. The one in the Andromeda Galaxy is 100 million times as big as our Sun. And it's not even close. There are supermassives 10, even 20 billion times the mass of our Sun. How is it possible to make such gigantic black holes? Could supermassives have come from collapsed stars? That seems very unlikely. We don't know any stars billions of times bigger than the Sun.
We know about black holes you might get from a dying star. They have several times the mass of the Sun contained within them, but millions of times the mass of the Sun. If that's the case, a dying star cannot have possibly made it.
So do these supermassives, millions or even billions of times heavier than the Sun, somehow just grow, picking it on like voracious giants?
The wild thing about black holes is that they feed. They're constantly devouring anything that comes within their sphere of influence. So they grow.
But how exactly do they grow? What do they eat, and where do they find it?
We believe that black holes grow by accretion of gas. And the way this works is that you have a lot of gas around in the center of a galaxy, and this gas would then assemble and form an accretion.
The accretion disk is made up of hydrogen, helium, and other elements in a gaseous form. The immense gravity of the black hole pulls the gas in toward it. As it swirls around, it orbits closer and closer to the black hole, and the feeding begins.
The stuff in the inner regions would get slowly pulled in, sped up, will reach the event horizon, and then that's it.
Whatever gas crosses the event horizon disappears forever. The black hole has absorbed that material.
So it actually adds to the mass of the black hole.
So this is one way a black hole can grow, gradually nibbling gas and dust. But it's not the only way. Cygnus X1 has been slowly stripping material off a nearby star, a process that will likely go on for thousands or millions of years. But what if a black hole could rip an entire star apart in just or even weeks? That violent event and a team of space. This is the Operations Control Center for a Space Telescope.
Ivy 5x5, how many? Ratio beginning of track is 0330.
The Chandra X-ray Observatory.
Roger, 16 minutes, 1-6.
Orbiting up to 86,000 miles above the Earth, Chandra takes high-resolution images of objects that emit X-rays. This is one. A short-lived, extremely violent event called a transient, which fascinates James Guillochon.
Supernovae, the destruction of planets by their host stars, and I'm just fascinated with destroying things for science.
James is investigating a mystery discovered by a colleague, Da-Shang Lin. This blur on James's screen is actually a massive sudden burst of X-ray energy, caught by accident.
This little smud, this image, and given its great distance, it's actually tremendously bright.
Could it be a black hole caught in the act of being born in the violent collapse of a huge star? A supernova. Perhaps. But the intense radiation released by supernova would only linger for a few months. So how long has this mystery object been blasting out X-rays? To find out, they look at images of that same part of the sky taken at earlier dates. 2015, 2011, 2008, 2005 July, 2005 April. No X-rays detected. But the X-rays are there just 3 months later in July. And the powerful, bright signal has continued for more than 10 years, from July 2005 to the present, far too long to be a supernova. So what could it be? A black hole that's not feeding is quiet and completely dark. It won't show up on any telescope. But a black hole that is feeding is different. When it feeds, it blasts out X-rays. So could this be a black hole that's suddenly begun devouring something big?
What effect will this have on anything that comes near? What would it do to a star that wanders too close? Will flay the star, layer by layer, ultimately devouring the entire star.
Unlike Cygnus X1, this is no mere nibbling. This is a 10-year feeding frenzy. A massive black hole devouring an entire star in a cosmic blink of an eye. It's the result of a chance collision, when an unlucky star wanders too close, and the black hole's extreme gravity actually rips it apart.
The gravity from the black hole will progressively get stronger and stronger as it gets near. And at that point, the star will begin to deform.
It's called tidal disruption. It's similar to the way our moon's gravity easily moves all the world's oceans. The tides caused by a black hole would be billions of times stronger and much more violent.
You have these events where a star could be ripped apart by the black hole, so you would see sort of a plume of light from the last gasp of the material in the star.
But there is a chance for some part of the star to escape, as James illustrates.
As the star is at forces, it will essentially be feeding the black hole at the same time as half of it is trying to escape. So everything above this point, approximately, will have the chance of leaving the galaxy. It's moving that rapidly. And everything below this point will fall back onto the black hole and eventually be consumed by it.
So this is another way for a black hole to gain weight. Unlike the slow, steady nibbling of Cygnus X1, this black hole is pouring most of an entire star in one gulp. But whether a black hole feeds suddenly by swallowing half a star, or steadily through accretion, astronomers still face a problem to try to understand how supermassives got so big. The timing problem. The trouble begins with the very oldest supermassives, quasars. Those very bright, very distant, and ancient objects first discovered in the early 1960s.
The conundrum was when we started finding these quasars, very bright quasars, very early on in the universe.
they're giving off so much energy that they have to have very massive supermassive black holes at their center.
But quasars are extremely far away, which means they're part of the very early universe, which began nearly 14 billion years ago.
Bright quasars, 600 million years after the Big Bang, a fraction of today's age.
And they're enormous.
So, billion solar mass behemoths had the universe was about 550 million years old.
Now because you have to grow something really big, really fast. And you are bumped up against sort of physical limits.
Whether a black hole is nibbling or gulping down its meal, it turns out that accretion, how black holes feed, has a speed limit. Named after English astronomer Arthur Eddington, the Eddington limit will not allow a black hole to feed too fast because of the light blasting out from its own accretion disk.
Light has a pressure, so photons can impart a force on something. We see this in winds from stars. Light is pushing out gas. So there's a limit to how fast you can feed a black hole before its own luminosity quenches its own growth.
So given the speed limit, how did early supermassives quasars get so big so fast? Could there be a way to bypass the speed limit entirely?
The problem is still time itself. How do you grow them to 1 billion times the mass? What are the conditions that you need for that kind of growth?
Some scientists are now asking, what if there's a way to create a black hole that's already more massive from birth, giving it a head start?
There was a physical mechanism that would allow you to make a black hole seed, which was much more massive from the get-go. Then crunch is not as much of an issue, and the growing problem is not as acute.
Is to create a black hole directly from a cloud of gas, a scenario called direct collapse. It starts with gas clouds made of hydrogen, helium, and other elements, the same raw materials from which stars are born.
The denser clouds will start to collapse under their own gravity. And as they collapse, parts that are more dense will collapse more quickly. And so what happens is the cloud fragments.
Those fragments continue collapsing until the hydrogen atoms within them begin to merge. Nuclear fusion begins and stars are created. But what if a giant gas cloud collapsed without making stars?
We realize that there are a set of physical conditions that would form a very large gas disk prior to the formation of any stars. So this gas disk starts getting unstable. That would allow the mass to sort of flow center very, very rapidly and make a very massive black hole.
It's something we've all seen in nature, from tornadoes to bathtubs, a vortex, but on a supermassive scale.
If you're in a bathtub and you pull the plug out and you see the water flowing in a vortex very fast down to the center, that's exactly what happens.
Direct collapse might be a way to create very large black holes early in the universe from enormous gas clouds, completely skipping the star stage. Because they would be so large already at birth, these direct collapse black holes would have a head start, helping them to quickly grow into the enormous young supermassives we see in the distant universe.
You could potentially have these direct collapse black holes. So black holes whose original masses, seed masses, the initial masses, are about 10,000 to maybe 100,000 times the mass of the sun, and that they form from the get-go with that mass.
Direct collapse may explain how enormous early supermassives got their start. But there's another fundamental question about supermassives. What is their role in the universe? Is their existence just a matter of chance? Or are they connected in some larger way to the very structure of the cosmos? Supermassive black holes don't exist in isolation. They seem to live in partnership with galaxies. Collections of millions, billions, or even billions of stars bound together by gravity. Galaxies are the fundamental building blocks of our universe. So are the supermassives at their centers somehow fundamental to their very existence?
We now just assume every galaxy, even ones we have yet to confirm, will have a supermassive black hole in their center.
Instead of simply being oddities, that they are a key component to galaxies, a key component to the universe.
We've come in a very short time to realize that they likely inhabit the centers of all the galaxies. That can really only happen if there's some symbiotic relationship between the evolution of the galaxy and the supermassive black hole in its core.
What could that relationship be? One intriguing clue relates to size.
The bigger the galaxy is, the more massive the black hole appears to be. These black holes at the center seem to know about their larger scale environment.
So which comes first, the galaxy or the supermassive black hole? It's not that simple. It appears they somehow grow in tandem.
It's hard for one to form first and affect the other. So today, we think that whatever formed one had to form the other as a byproduct of that process. And that there has to be some feedback mechanism between the black hole and the galaxy that keeps the growth of the two in lockstep.
The way galaxies grow is by forming new stars from clouds of hydrogen gas.
Gas is essentially the fuel for star formation, just like gas is the stars. And so if you run out of gas, you run out of new stars.
So are supermassive black holes somehow interfering with star formation?
When a black hole is growing, a tremendous amount of energy is being liberated and sent out into the galaxy. And so we think that some of that energy goes to warm up gas. And gas that's too warm will not form stars anymore.
The heat produced by a growing black hole makes it impossible for stars to form nearby.
And so one way that a growing black hole can influence its host galaxy is by quenching the star formation.
In effect, the growth of the supermassive determines whether or not its host galaxy grows or stagnates.
They have a kind of eating phase and then a quiescent phase. So they seem to be involved with the formation of the galaxy in that way, and then stabilizing of the galaxy at the same time.
So these mysterious supermassives may actually control the building of the universe. Not so much by their size, but by the way the energy they generate shapes galaxies.
By mass, if you count up all the black holes in the universe, the tiny ones as well as the supermassive ones, the ultramassive ones, black holes are nothing. However, energetically, how much power the galaxy gets and at what time as it assembles seems to be dictated by the central black hole. So they might well be the key players in the universe.
In the next 2 years, NASA plans to launch the James Webb Space Telescope. Humanity's most powerful telescope ever, the James Webb is designed to look in the infrared, allowing it to see farther back in time than Hubble, getting a look at the first stars and galaxies formed after the Big Bang. Hopes are high that the James Webb Space Telescope will help solve many of the remaining mysteries of supermassive black holes.
The James Webb Space Telescope is tuned specifically to observe the early universe when galaxies were being born. It could give us deeper understanding of how you end up with a supermassive black hole in your galaxy to begin with.
technology is moving really fast. And as a result, we have really fundamental new views of the universe. I think we are really living in a golden era of astronomy.
And the James Webb Space Telescope isn't the only new development that promises to solve some of the mysteries around black holes. A group of scientists led by Shep Dolman is now attempting the impossible, to take a picture of a black hole.
It's interesting that we can say something about the accretion flow near the black hole at all.
And if some of this linear behavior survives, maybe we'll have a way of interpreting it.
The project is called the Event Horizon Telescope.
The basic goal is to bring into focus something that science has told us for many, many years is precisely something that observe, the black hole.
Their primary target is Sagittarius A star, the supermassive in the center of our Milky Way galaxy. They're using work of radio telescopes.
We need good weather at 8 different telescopes all around the world, and that's a tall order.
But if black holes are invisible, what exactly do they hope to photograph?
What we're trying to photograph really is the shadow. So as this gas around the black hole swirls inwards and actually hits the event horizon, it leaves a silhouette, a very well-defined shadow on the surrounding light. So really it should look like a donut with its very well-defined hole. And that's the picture that we're after.
The team has conducted their first observing run and is processing the data now. It's hoped that these new technologies will give us an unprecedented view of black holes in our universe. But there is one new technology that is already delivering results. And that brings us back here to LIGO, a key player in the black hole drama, to an idea that took root way ahead of its time: gravitational waves. With general relativity, his theory of gravity, Einstein predicts that when an object moves, it can create ripples in space and time, an actual squeezing and stretching of space itself. One of the holy grails of 20th century physics was to detect these gravitational waves.
That was not easy to do with general relativity because all the effects that you could think of were infinitesimally small, very, very difficult to measure.
The thinking was, if gravitational waves could be measured, it would confirm Einstein's prediction, and there could be an added benefit. It might also prove the existence of black holes and help solve the mystery of supermassive's growth. But how to detect gravitational waves? In 1970, the problem caught the attention of a young experimental physicist, Ray Weiss. Ray had the perfect background to hunt for gravitational waves. For decades, he'd been working with more familiar waves, sound waves.
We were immigrants, we were German Jews, and a lot of our friends were very, very interested in music.
Ray devoted himself to coaxing every subtle nuance he could out of recorded music.
Those had a terrible problem. When the music was loud, it sounded wonderful. When the music was real quiet and slow, what you heard was this shh, like that, a hissing noise. And that was so annoying.
The lessons he learned trying to eliminate noise in recordings will pay off later when Ray turns his attention to detecting gravitational waves.
You have to understand how a gravitational wave does its dirty work.
As a physics problem, gravitational waves are not unlike sound waves.
Suppose the wave comes from something that is in some way moving and oscillating.
A sound wave compresses and expands air. A gravitational wave compresses and expands space. And everything.
If that wave came through the Earth, it would cause space to expand momentarily and then contract again. It keeps doing it. I don't want like that.
So how to measure the extremely tiny expansion and contraction of space? Ray's idea was to use light. Send a beam of light from one place to another and measure the time it takes to get there. That's how the exact distance to the moon was calculated, bouncing a laser beam from the Earth off a mirror left behind by Apollo 11 astronauts. From the duration of the round trip, scientists could determine the distance. Ray came up with an ingenious design for an instrument that uses lasers and mirrors to detect the faint expansions and contractions of space that would be caused by a gravitational wave. It's called a laser interferometer. It works by firing a laser into a splitter. Half of the light continues straight ahead towards one mirror, while the other half is sent towards another mirror. The distant mirrors bounce the light beams back, where they rejoin at a photodetector. If the distances two beams travel are exactly the same, the system is designed so the two beams cancel each other out. The detector sees nothing.
You set the trap to measure the gravitational wave. Now comes the gravitational wave that's coming, let's say, at this structure.
If a gravitational wave passes through, it briefly changes the length of the arcs. The light beams no longer act at the same time to cancel each other out. A gravitational wave hits, light appears at the detector. The trap has sprung.
That's the basic idea. It's a very straightforward measurement.
A clever idea and simple in principle. But the devil and the Nobel Prize lie in the details. The difference in length between the two arms would be tiny beyond imagining.
How tiny will take the size of an atom is less than that. Go down by a factor of 100 nucleus of an atom. It's less than that. It was 100 times below that. So we're talking about really itsy bitsy teeny weeny. I thought it was crazy. I think everybody's initial reaction to the idea was, this is going to be impossible.
In 1973, Kip Thorne puts his skepticism on the record in a class textbook, doubting it will ever work. But Kip has never heard Ray Weiss explain his plan in detail. And when he does,
we spent the whole night talking. And so I said, no, it's very possible. And within no time at all, 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, Kip was solidly understanding this thing. He says, yep.
And I ate crow the rest of my career because once I had talked about it in detail, I decided I would spend a large fraction of the rest of my career helping the experimenters.
But it will take 40 years and enormous sums of money to bring Ray and Kip's vision to reality.
Getting LIGO funded was extremely controversial. Hundreds of millions of dollars to detect a signal that had never been seen before. There were many people who feared that LIGO would suck the money out of the room. And so there was a lot of controversy. What everybody could agree on was this was extremely difficult.
With such a sensitive instrument, one of the biggest challenges is Ray Weiss's old hi-fi nemesis, noise.
Ground motion, seismic motion of the earth, acoustics noise, sound, everything would tend to move that mirror.
Turns out, Even the emptiness of a total vacuum is a crippling problem. At subatomic distances, the randomness of the quantum world causes a ruckus in the mirrors.
This quantum noise is due to quantum fluctuations. These mirrors are doing what an electron does inside an atom. They're jiggling around.
Exquisite sensitivity, extreme vacuum, hundreds of thousands of electronic circuits. LIGO is one of the most complex instruments in the history of science. And as a final means of eliminating false signals, they built not one, but two complete installations. One in Washington State and another in Louisiana.
And so the LIGO designers did it right. They designed more than one detector, separated from one another by great distances, so that if you detect something in one and not in the other, then go back and check your electronics. Check to see if it was April Fool's Day and somebody didn't just tweet mobs.
Early fall 2015. Both locations are operating, but the first official science run has not yet begun. They're still testing. In the early hours of Sunday, September 14th, 2015, a scientist in Louisiana makes a fateful decision. Robert Schofield has been working all weekend, doing final calibrations.
Alrighty, let's take a spectrum.
He has one last test.
So let's see where this computer is getting its power.
But it's late, and the equipment is not cooperating.
It was about 4 or so in the morning, and we still had about another hour of work to do. And we were like, yeah, things aren't working so well, and I'm really tired. Let's not do this last hour or so of work.
They call it a night, and 40 minutes later, in the silence of their inactivity, they open the door to history. A powerful gravitational wave rumbles through both detectors, Louisiana and Washington. Had Robert scoped 40 more minutes that night, with the instruments in test mode, a signal that on its way for 1.3 billion years would never have been recorded.
I like to say, one of my biggest contributions to LIGO has been my laziness that day.
I got an email from somebody here saying, hey, look at this place on the web. I looked at that, and I said, holy.
It was so strong that you could see it by eye in the data. It was too good to be true.
But it was true. In fact, it was loud and surprisingly clear.
And it just sang at you. There was stand.
The signal lasted less than a second, but in that briefest of moments, it delivered a cosmically profound message more than a billion years in the making, proving the existence of black holes.
So what we saw in the signal involved oscillations of the mirrors that were slow at first, became faster and faster and faster. And this was precisely the kind of behavior that you would expect from gravitational waves caused by two black holes going around each other, spiraling together.
Two massive black holes, one 29 times the mass of the sun, the other 36 times the mass of the sun, whipping around each other hundreds of times a second, finally completing their act of mutual destruction by merging, creating a single, larger black hole of 62 solar masses. The violent merger merger convert some of the mass into an apocalyptic release of energy beyond anything ever before witnessed.
The collision, in effect, creates a very veritable storm in the fabric or the shape of space and time. As though it had taken three suns, it would annihilate it completely, converted it into gravitational waves. The power was 50 times higher than the output power of all the stars in the universe put together, in a fraction of a second. But the most powerful explosion that humans have ever had any evidence for, with the exception of the Big Bang.
Since that very first signal in September 2015, LIGO has detected several more collisions of black holes. In October 2017, Ray Weiss, Kip Thorne, and LIGO's former director Barry received the Nobel Prize. LIGO discoveries prove that black holes can merge. One way they quickly.
More and more evidence of these merging black holes tells us there are a lot of these stellar black holes around that they can find each other and merge.
And the discovery opened an entirely new way of observing the universe.
We always thought of astronomy as an observational field where we are looking at radiation. We are seeing things. But this is not radiation. This is something much more fundamental. These are sort of fundamental tremors in space-time itself. We can now hear the universe. For the first time, astronomers have simultaneously seen and heard a cosmic event. In August 2017, LIGO detected gravity waves from a collision of two neutron stars. Black holes are empty space, but neutron stars are dense dead stars that can crash together and light up the skies. With telescopes and satellites around the globe pointed in the direction of the sound, the world saw fireworks and an explosive collision and afterglow. Possibly, the collision resulted in the creation of a new black hole. But in the formal, there is much we will know, because so much about black holes is irretrievable. We never know where they came from, what's inside their history. The number of black holes in the universe is increasing, and they're getting bigger. Stars collapse, black holes feed and merge, new ones form. Could it be that one day everything will end up inside them, and they will rule the universe? Untold trillions upon trillions of years after this happens, and the last bits of matter cross their event, black holes themselves may radiate away and vanish from this reality. Their mysteries are many, and we're just starting to unlock the secrets of these strange, powerful places. But one thing is certain, black holes will continue to intrigue us, tantalize us, and challenge both science and our imaginations.
nieuwe baan is meer dan alleen werk. Ik wil weten, past de cultuur bij mij? Hoe is de werk-privé-balans echt? Ik wil niet pas na maanden ontdekken dat het toch niet de plek voor mij is. Daarom check ik nu altijd de bedrijfsreviews op Indeed. Echte ervaringen en meningen. Het is een plek waar ik mezelf kan zijn. Waar ik me goed.
Vind werk zoals het zou moeten werken. Werk dat bij jou past. Download de Indeed-app of ga naar Indeed.nl. Indeed, werk zoals het zou moeten werken.
When we look up at the stars, it's humbling to realize we are only getting a peek at what's up there. That way beyond what's visible to the naked eye lie wondrous galaxies we never knew existed until the Hubble Space Telescope. For 27 years since it was launched into space, Hubble has been sending us stunning images of the vast heavens. Over the years, astronauts have repeatedly upgraded Hubble, so its most dramatic discoveries have come recently. Tonight, we'll take you up to Hubble and billions of light years beyond to see some of its latest, most spectacular revelations. NASA celebrates Hubble's birthday each year by giving us a gift, a new, breathtaking view of our universe. The latest birthday card, this elegant swirl of galaxies dancing in tandem deep in space. Last year, this bubble of stellar gases floating among the stars like a diaphanous cosmic jellyfish. Hubble has shown us radiant, rose-shaped galaxies stretching across deep space, and dramatic, towering clouds of gas teeming with the stuff of creation. Stars are born here. Year after year, in the infinite black canvas overhead, Hubble paints an ever-expanding picture of our universe, an awe-inspiring light show for us to admire and for scientists to study.
I believe Hubble has been the single most transformative scientific instrument that we've ever built.
Most transformative, says NASA astrophysicist Amber Strong, because Hubble keeps improving our understanding of the universe. She showed us what Hubble discovered after staring for days into what seemed to be an empty black patch, a deep, dark void in outer space.
The Hubble Deep Field is located just above the Big Dipper. It's a part of the sky that most people are familiar with. It's a blank piece of sky.
So just nothing in here, just darkness.
Nothing at all. Complete darkness. And then when we look at it with Hubble, what we see is thousands of galaxies.
Not just stars,
right.
Galaxies.
Galaxies outside of our own. Something we never imagined.
Is it that Hubble just stares into that dark spot until the light penetrates and reveals itself?
That's exactly what happens. It's sometimes many days of just staring at one part of the sky and allowing the photons to collect on your detector.
And this is what's revealed.
And this is what's revealed.
But Hubble was just warming up. That was 22 years ago. Since then, Hubble has stared deeper and longer into space with enhanced equipment.
In this particular image, there are 10,000 galaxies. So every single point of light is an individual galaxy, its own little island universe. And so this is a real visualization of the distances of these galaxies. So sort of like
3D.
3D, like we're flying through. So we can make these images 3D because we know how far away the galaxies are. What Hubble has essentially given us is the size of the universe. Hubble has taught us that the universe is filled with hundreds of billions of other galaxies.
And now the latest analysis of Hubble's data reveals there could be more than 2 trillion galaxies, 10 times more than previously thought. Typical galaxies like our Milky Way have 100 billion stars. That means the total number of stars or suns out there is 2 followed by 23 zeros. That's called 200 sextillion. To get some sense of how many stars that is, we went to Adam Rees, who won a Nobel Prize for his work on Hubble.
This is more stars than on the beach, on Earth, on all the beaches on Earth.
And Hubble has shown us this.
It has allowed us to see what some of the most stars were in them, and we've been able to add it all up.
Hubble has been called a time machine. That it looks back in time. What has been the most astounding part of that for you?
I study explosions of stars called supernovae. It's like fireworks. It's only visible for a short period of time, in this case a few weeks. And that light has been traveling to us for 10 billion years. It began its journey when the Earth wasn't even here. And over those 10 billion years, our planet formed, life developed, we built the Hubble Space Telescope, we opened the aperture door, and in the last 1/billionth of 1% of that journey that the light made, we opened the door just in time to catch it.
Hubble almost didn't catch anything. The first pictures it sent back were blurry because of a microscopic flaw in the mirror. The space agency launched a daring mission to fix it. Astronauts have made 5 trips to Hubble to repair and upgrade its equipment.
Hey, John, you can open the door, whatever.
John Grunsfeld, known as the Hubble repairman, flew 3 of those missions to a telescope the size of a school bus orbiting 300 miles above Earth.
Just about anything that we can easily change and upgrade and has been fixed.
The workings of all of that has been transformed.
Yep, it is like a new telescope.
On your last mission, you come out of the airlock, and you've got this big smile on your face.
I thought, I can't imagine anywhere I'd rather be than outside the space shuttle in my spacesuit next to the Hubble Space Telescope. I was just so happy.
Hubble has changed what we know about the universe, its structure, evolution, its age, 13.8 billion years. Hubble showed us the marvel and majesty of stars being born.
This is a region of gas and dust that's turning up new baby stars. And now we've learned with Hubble not only stars, but also baby planet systems.
Most of these stars have planets going around them?
Most stars actually do have planets. When I was a kid, we only knew the planets inside our solar system. And now we know that the planets are absolutely everywhere.
Astronomer Heidi Hamill specializes in Hubble's work within our solar system. With the telescope, she saw huge fragments of a comet slam into Jupiter, creating giant impacts.
When I first heard that a comet was going to hit Jupiter, my reaction was, so what? Jupiter's huge, comets are small. And so when I saw the first impact site, and it was huge and dark, I was flabbergasted. This is where the comet has smacked into the planet at such a high velocity that it's caused an explosion, the equivalent of many, many millions of atomic bombs. The Earth is the size of that ring. And so if this event had happened on Earth,
we're gone.
Yeah, we call that a biosphere-changing event, which basically means we'd be gone.
Hubble orbits high outside Earth's atmosphere, so it can see a wide spectrum of light our atmosphere blocks. Beyond Earth's protective layer, Hubble's ultraviolet camera can spot dazzling displays like this glowing halo on top of Jupiter.
Up in the northern hemisphere, what you're seeing is the glowing aurorae. An aurora happens when the planet's magnetic field has charged particles that interact with the upper atmosphere. What you're seeing there is actually charged particles from the sun. They get swept up in Jupiter's strong magnetic field, and then it's mirrored in that shimmering that you see inside the auroral oval.
And you would not be able to see that with an Earth telescope?
You could never see those aurora because our atmosphere has an ozone layer that absorbs the ultraviolet light.
Hubble also found a similar blue hue at the bottom of Saturn. The telescope's most iconic picture is this, the Pillars of Creation, a stellar breeding place. Amber Strawn showed us what a difference Hubble's upgraded infrared camera made just 2 years ago.
Stars are born inside these dust clouds, and this is going to give you a clue on why infrared is so important. It's because in infrared light, what you see is the stars inside shining through.
How big is this cloud area?
Top to bottom, these pillars are about 10 light years, which is about 60 trillion miles.
60 trillion miles.
Space is big.
Big and miraculous, with constant celestial regeneration. Strawn calls this the everything picture, because you can see old stars blowing up and new stars forming.
Anytime you see these sort of dark, cloudy regions, you can imagine that there's stars being born inside there.
But where are the dying stars?
And the dying stars, we think that this one could explode any day, literally, or it could be 1,000 years from now, but near term in astronomers' times. Right. So big stars, when they die, they explode and send their contents into the surrounding universe. And these contents are what seed future stars and future planets and help to seed life, ultimately. The iron in your blood and the calcium in your bones was literally forged inside of a star that ended its life like this.
So we are all stardust.
We literally are stardust. We are viscerally made of the stars. One of the things I think is remarkable about this image is it shows you how colorful the universe is.
This looks like contemporary art.
This is a very tightly bound group of stars. And what you see here is about 100,000 stars. This was one of the first images that Hubble's new camera, installed in 2009, this was one of the first images it took.
Blue and hottest, white and yellow stars, like our sun, are midlife, while red stars are the oldest and coolest.
What a beautiful view.
John Grunsfeld has a cool claim to fame. He's the last human to touch Hubble. He gave it a farewell pat. Hubble was planned for 15 years. It's now been 27. How much longer can Hubble go?
I'm reasonably confident it will continue another 3 to 5 years.
That means for a while at least, Hubble will work in tandem with its successor, the much larger James Webb Telescope, scheduled to launch in 2019. It'll be able to detect light from the very earliest galaxies. The farthest back you can see is this red blob, a galaxy from 400 million years after the Big Bang. Webb should take us much closer to the beginning of time.
So the James Webb Space Telescope was specifically designed to see the first stars and galaxies that were formed in the universe. So we're going to see the snapshot of when stars started, when galaxies started, the very first moments of the universe. And I bet there's going to be some big surprises.
How many planets are there? 9 is what we were taught. But as telescopes get stronger and astronomers learn more about our solar system, long accepted facts become fallacies. Pluto had been considered a planet for 76 years, but Pluto lost its planet status after an astronomer at Caltech discovered that Pluto wasn't so special after all. His name is Mike Brown. Brown and other astronomers have since found hundreds of large balls of ice like Pluto circling the sun at the far reaches of our solar system. Demoting Pluto leaves us with 8 planets. But Mike Brown is preparing another surprise. He is sure there is a real planet way out far beyond Pluto. He hasn't, but he expects to soon. He believes the real planet 9 is huge, and it's out there.
I would say at this point, I'm certain. Yeah, that's a rare thing to say for a prediction for a scientist, and I'm willing to say it.
You do know how mind-boggling this sounds. I mean, a new planet hasn't been discovered for
170 years.
I believe you think it looks like this animation over my shoulder here.
You know, we took a little artistic license and put some lightning on the dark side of it because it might have lightning on the dark side of it. We think somewhere between 10 and 20 times more massive than the Earth.
And we haven't seen it? We can't see it?
It's so far away that it's actually just at the edge of what our biggest telescopes on the ground can possibly see because it's so far away.
50 billion miles away. It's also hard to find because it has an enormous orbit.
Planet 9, we think, takes something like 15,000 years to go around the sun.
15,000 years
to make one orbit.
To search for Planet 9, Brown goes up Mauna Kea, the big mountain on Hawaii's Big Island, to use the big telescope, the Subaru. Brown doesn't look directly through the telescope. He monitors pictures it's taking of the same sections of sky on successive nights, and then compares them, hunting for movement.
We have to very systematically look at every patch of sky here, 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 here. And what we're looking for is actually kind of simple. We take a picture one night, we come back the next night, all the stars, all the galaxies are in the same spot night after night after night. And Planet 9, when we see it, will slowly move across the sky.
And will look something like this. Brown's discovery 11 years ago that changed the way we think of the solar system. Using pictures from successive nights, Brown discovered this Pluto-sized object, which led to the demotion of lovable Pluto.
You didn't love Pluto growing up? I loved Pluto. I was totally fascinated by Pluto. When I started in astronomy, I started looking at this region of the sky because I thought it was so interesting out there.
When Pluto was first discovered, it was thought to be a big planet.
You can go back to the New York Times headline on the day that the discovery was announced, and it says, a ninth planet discovered in the outer solar system, possibly larger than Jupiter.
Jupiter's the biggest planet, but Pluto, it turned out, was no Jupiter.
These are all the planets and other objects at their real relative.
This is
Jupiter is huge compared to the other things. This is Jupiter. This is Saturn without its rings. Uranus, Neptune, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars. And at the very edge of the solar system, as we now think of it, is Pluto. It's only wrong by a factor of 50,000.
So it went from being a monster planet to being a dwarf planet.
A dwarf planet, one of many that are out there that are part of this region of the sky.
This region is the Kuiper Belt at the edge of our solar system, a vast realm of frozen debris created during the birth of the solar system 4.5 billion years ago. The Kuiper Belt keeps Brown up all night, hunting for discoveries.
It's the most exciting thing I can think of doing. You know, it's not just that it's hard to stay up all night and so I force myself to do it. I am excited every night I go out there about what I might find.
When Mike Brown found that Pluto-sized object, it was the biggest of a group of hundreds of Pluto-like objects recently discovered. So Brown wondered, should Pluto really be a planet? But demoting Pluto would mean that every textbook showing planets would have to be changed. That was fine with Brown, who believes planets must be significant, and that the 8 large planets are. Their strong gravitational fields control everything around them.
Planets are the big bullies of the planetary system that basically ignore everybody else around them, and everybody else has to deal with the planets. Those are what the planets are.
And Pluto didn't fit that concept.
Neptune controls Pluto's orbit. Neptune is the bully of that neighborhood.
To resolve the issue, astronomers from all over the world gathered in Prague in 2006. The International Astronomical Union would decide whether to demote little Pluto, give planet status to hundreds of similar.
6A is concerned with Pluto and Pluto-like objects.
Astronomers voted overwhelmingly to go down to 8 planets. It became known as the guy who killed Pluto.
I think that's probably.
The Pluto vote was ill-timed for NASA. Just 7 months before Pluto's demotion, NASA launched Pluto to learn about its surface and origins. Scientists are still analyzing spectacular pictures from NASA's flyby. They show Pluto's mostly icy surface and close-ups of craters. Now the spaceship is heading deeper into the Kuiper Belt. Although Pluto was demoted 10 years ago, Pluto lovers still send Brown hate mail and voicemail. He kept this one.
Hey, Pluto's still a planet, you jackass.
Even Brown's 11 what he had done to Pluto. What did you tell him that he should do to make up for that?
Well, I told him that if he found a new planet, it might make up for the fact that he killed a planet that everybody loved.
Seems that he actually went out and did that.
Yeah.
What do you think of that?
It's really great. I'm very proud of him.
She's referring to the huge Planet 9 we mentioned earlier. No one was more surprised by that discovery than Brown himself. Until recently, he believed our planets would only be the Big Eight.
And we had explored so much of the solar system beyond those 8 that if there were anything else like a planet, we would have found it.
After all, NASA ships have flown past every known planet, capturing pictures of Saturn's rings, the pockmarked surface of Mercury, the gassy atmosphere of Jupiter, and well beyond our solar system, the Hubble telescope is busy taking pictures of distant galaxies. NASA says this single image shows 10,000 galaxies. Other pictures show signs of black holes millions of light years away. And this one, a glimpse of stars being born. No wonder Brown had thought we'd found all our planets.
So now you think there's another
pretty big planet out there.
Yeah, I am pretty dead certain that it's out there.
What makes you think that?
As we were studying these objects out beyond Neptune, Pluto, and the other objects in the Kuiper Belt, when you get to the most distant ones, they all look like they're being pulled off in one direction.
And you think the thing that's pulling them is a big planet?
Yes.
Couldn't there be some other explanation?
We tried many different explanations trying to prove that it wasn't a planet. Nothing works.
I am 100% convinced.
Brown's partner, Konstantin Batygin, a planetary science professor at Caltech, came up with this mathematical proof. Proof, he says, that Planet 9 is pulling those remote objects in similar oblong orbits. It looks like mathematical gibberish to our untrained eye, but Batygin told us his equation meets 10 accepted formulas, and when coupled with more than 8,000 lines of computer code, it describes Planet 9's orbit. So, he says, he doesn't have to see it to know it exists.
The mathematics proves it. And it's like being, downtown and hearing an ambulance a few streets away. You haven't seen it, but your other senses provide you with the information that really this ambulance is really there. Here, instead of hearing it, you see it in the math.
This is a roadmap to Planet 9.
Exactly. But this, in the end, tells you where to look on the sky.
To speed up the search, Batygin and Brown published their roadmap so other astronomers could join the hunt. Foremost among them is Scott Shepard of the Carnegie Institution. It was Shepard who first spotted the odd orbits in the Kuiper Belt that led Mike Brown to conclude there's a huge planet out there. Now Shepard, like Brown, compares the pictures taken on consecutive nights, hoping to spot Planet 9.
We just found some more of small objects very far in the solar system that continue to show the trend that there should be a Planet 9 out there.
Is it important to you whether you are the first to find it or another astronomer finds it?
It'd be great to be the first one to find it. It is a race. There's a lot of people looking for it. But just to have it found is what we want.
When do you think we might actually spot Planet 9?
I think that within 3 years, we will be able to cover that swath of sky that we need to cover.
Is this giant Planet 9 the last planet we'll find in our solar system, or is there a Planet 10?
Yeah, we don't know. Planet 9 is already far enough away that it requires the biggest telescopes we have to find it. Planet 10 is even further. Planet 9 is our generation's planet. It's the perfect planet to find right now. Planet 10, this is when I talk to kids. I tell them, Planet 10, it's yours. Go find it.
Now, the latest is from Mars, thanks to NASA's incredibly sophisticated geologists, a rover named Curiosity that landed on Mars more than 4 years ago. Its biggest discovery so far is this. More than 3 billion years ago, Mars had all the building blocks necessary for life. Back then, Mars and Earth were very similar, wet, warm, and habitable. But as life evolved on Earth, Mars became cold, dry, and inhospitable. Did life ever exist on Mars? We don't know yet. But the rover Curiosity is on the hunt and has been slowly maneuvering through a topographic treasure trove. Tonight, you'll see stunning pictures and hear what Curiosity is telling us about Mars and Earth. From Mars, Curiosity can barely see Earth more than 30 million miles away. But Curiosity is seeing Mars as never before, leaving its mark, its tracks, and sending back postcards of sand dunes 20 feet tall, extending for miles. Ancient stone lake beds that have been dry for billions of years, and time-lapse pictures of a Martian sunset. Like any vain photographer, Curiosity poses for selfies along the way as she works to solve Mars' most challenging mysteries.
So we're reading the rocks with Curiosity.
Reading the rocks.
We read the rocks.
Katie Stack Morgan, a geologist at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, helps decide what pictures Curiosity should take and where it should go. Hundreds of scientists and engineers support the rover. They can't drive it in real time from Earth because there's a 30-minute time lag to get a message to Mars and back. So, Curiosity, shown in this NASA animation, gets its instructions beamed up at the start of each day. And the rover is such a talented geologist that it can teach us a lot from a single pebble fused into a bigger rock.
There's a pebble right here, and it's actually quite round.
And on Mars, round pebbles mean they used to be wet.
And if you think about pebbles that you find in a stream on Earth, they tend to be very round as well. It's because as they move in the streams, pebbles are hitting other pebbles, and they round off all the little corners. That's how we know this deposit was formed in rushing water. I mean, this is the first evidence we have from the surface across the surface of Mars.
This NASA animation is based on Mars' actual surface. Curiosity's capabilities include a laser that zaps rocks up to 23 feet away to find out what they're made of. It's the first rover that can drill for samples of Mars and analyze them in its built-in lab. An early sample told us more about that water that used to be here and led to Curiosity's biggest find so far.
The water that was on the surface of Mars, you could scoop it up and drink it.
Rob Manning, chief engineer at JPL, told us because the water was drinkable and because Curiosity also found essential organic chemicals, Mars could have supported life.
Does that mean life was there? It doesn't. We don't know.
You're talking about microbial life.
Microbial single-cell organisms. But if you would look for today alive, it wouldn't be on the surface. You have to go underground, just like we have life on this planet. Huge amounts of life living underground on this planet.
Manning told us life might have traveled back and forth between Mars and Earth.
When a meteor comes along and hits Mars, a rock from Mars can be lifted up, travel then in circles around the sun until someday it will bump into Earth and land in, say, Antarctica.
Where a rock from Mars was discovered in 1984.
Right. We found Mars rock, and we found them all over Earth. And the reverse is also true. Certainly, Earth rock with life in it has taken a trip to Mars.
Could that life survive the trip?
We believe
30 million miles?
We don't know. We think life might be able to do that.
Get ready. Here's the punchline.
Could have been that Mars was habitable before Earth was, and life got its foothold on Mars and took its journey to Earth, and we're all Martians.
How mind-blowing that is.
But it's possible. Life is amazing.
Mars could have been habitable when Earth wasn't. Because we're looking at rocks that are very, very old.
How old?
I mean, we're talking billions of years.
Why is it that we can't find rocks here that are as old as on Mars?
Most of Earth is constantly recycling as the plates on the surface move around. But here on Mars, we don't really have evidence for plate tectonics. This is the Mars rock record of Mars history preserved at the surface. And that's a really unique opportunity to explore a time in the solar system that may not be preserved on the surface of Earth.
The scariest part of the entire mission was Curiosity's landing on Mars. It couldn't bounce onto Mars cushioned by giant airbags the way smaller rovers had. Curiosity weighs a ton, too big for the bags. So lead engineer Adam Stelzner and his team, with a bizarre plan to pack Curiosity into a flying saucer, fire rockets to slow its descent, and then use long cables to lower it onto Mars. Many here thought they were crazy.
The team recognized that if we failed, we would find no comfort or solace from the general public. Because the
finger pointed.
The man on the street says, "That looks crazy. I told you it was crazy." And so I developed this little statement I would make before I'd even start. It goes like this: great works and great folly may be indistinguishable at the outset.
Because of the communication time lag, they could not direct the landing from Earth. The complex maneuvers were pre-programmed. Stelzner and his team could only wait and worry.
We were just sitting in the control room, pacing back and forth, trying to remember to breathe.
Here's animation of the landing. And the actual reaction at mission control.
The team celebrated. And then sometime in the wee hours of the morning, I went home, crawled into bed with my wife, and wept because I was spent. I was overwhelmed.
This is where Curiosity landed. The smudges on the left. They look like burn marks, but not.
They're dust clearing marks. This is where the rockets cleared the dust away.
I see a trail.
That's right. So these are the tracks of the rover. So the rover landed here, and then it drove along, made a couple of turns, and you can actually see this from orbit, which is incredible.
NASA's been sending satellites to Mars for more than 50 years. 3 are orbiting Mars now, monitoring its weather and sending images of giant craters, wind-carved ridges, and an avalanche of sand pouring down a mountain, kicking up huge clouds of dust. Down on the surface, one of the 3 earlier rovers continues to operate. Opportunity is just 1/5 the size of Curiosity. It can't scoop up samples or analyze the surface the way Curiosity can. But Opportunity has been snapping stunning pictures for 13 years. While Curiosity's mission almost ended after just 6 months.
The rover had some sort of memory problem.
Rob Manning told us a computer glitch came within 1 hour of stopping communication with Curiosity forever. The rover has 2 identical computers called Pilot and Co-Pilot.
The pilot is supposed to have enough self-diagnosis, and he's smart enough to say, "I'm not doing very well. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to let the co-pilot take over."
Yet Pilot was not doing well and refused to give up control.
In fact, it started acting a bit like it had an attitude.
The computer had an attitude.
The computer has developed an attitude in a way that we've never seen before. When we told it to go take a nap, it refused to take a nap. Then it refused to take pictures. Then it refused to do more science a day. It was like it just stopped doing these things. I said, what the heck is going on?
And time is running out.
Time is running out because in an hour it's going to turn its computer off and stay off forever, and we'll lose this very expensive rover.
Manning's team sent an order to kill the pilot, hoping that would force the co-pilot to take over.
We're waiting for the co-pilot to wake up and then turn on its radio to let us know that we're still alive. We should get a signal. Nothing. Another minute goes by. Nothing. 4 minutes go by. And now we're starting to get really worried. sounds like a movie. It really was getting nerve-wracking. And bing, there's a signal. And the backup pilot's obviously in charge. And so
The backup pilot's still in charge today?
the backup pilot's still in charge. We have since repaired the bad pilot.
To help direct the pilot, the Jet Propulsion Lab built its own patch of Mars, where they can practice maneuvers with the rover's twin. Adam Stelzner told us the rover can see where it's going and make mid-course corrections to avoid pitfalls. Why is she so slow?
We are exploring. We don't want to miss anything. So she moves deliberately.
So Katie Stack Morgan can study everything Curiosity sees.
This is actually an active dune field.
What do you mean by an active dune
It means that the sand particles that are making up the dunes are still moving today.
They've blown across the landscape.
They're very slowly being moved across the surface.
Because of the Russian wind? Everybody we talk to talks about how studying Mars helps better understand Earth. How so?
When we look at rocks on Mars, we are potentially seeing a snapshot of our solar system at a time before Earth developed its environment as we know it. It's really like we were there.
Now Curiosity has started climbing partway up Mount Sharp. That's why it landed nearby. The mountain is a layer cake of history, each ascending layer revealing how Mars changed over time.
The layers at the bottom, those are the older layers, and each successive layer is younger and younger and younger.
As you climb the mountain, what do you expect to find? What do you hope to find?
We're actually expecting to see that transition. When Mars transitioned from being a habitable planet to being one that was not habitable.
What happened to the atmosphere of Mars to turn it into this almost dead planet?
It cooled, it lost its magnetic field, the solar wind blew away its atmosphere, and so it dried out. It became a prude of its former self. We're still a plum, it's a prude.
What does that Martian history tell us about Earth?
I don't think we have to worry about drying out like Mars. But it does teach
that's
us.
a relief.
Right. But it does teach us of how delicate the balance of our environment is. And so it should heighten our appreciation of what a beautiful, warm, wet hug.